Hello there and welcome to a cozy corner where dreams begin. I hope you've had a wonderful day, and I'm truly grateful for your presence here with us tonight. Thank you for choosing to spend this precious time together. As we settle in, let's remember that relaxation is the key to sweet dreams. So snuggle up, let the day melt away, and prepare for a journey into a world of wonder and rest. Story 1. In the heart of the serene woodland clearing, as twilight painted the skies in hues of lavender and indigo, the cozy cottage of Nora stood as a symbol of warmth and enchantment. The evening air was infused with the earthy scent of moss, mingling with the sweet, crisp aroma of pine needles, creating an atmosphere that was both invigorating and calming. Each breath Nora took felt like a gentle embrace from the forest, grounding her in the magical world she called home. Nora, the elderly guardian of this haven, held a presence that was both formidable and gentle. Her twinkling eyes, reminiscent of the stars just beginning to peek through the canopy, held stories untold, a testament to the wisdom she had gathered over the years. Her hair, the color of moonbeams, cascaded down her back like a silver waterfall, and her hands, though etched with lines of age, moved with a grace that spoke of her deep connection to the earth. Her cottage was more than a home. It was a sanctuary where magic and nature coexisted in harmonious symphony, whispering secrets through the air like an ancient lullaby. On the morning of the journey, the forest was dressed in its autumnal finery. Golden leaves fluttered down like nature's confetti, their vibrant colors creating a patchwork quilt underfoot. The rustling symphony of falling leaves was accompanied by the crispness of the air, invigorating Nora as she tended to her beloved garden. It was here that she first encountered the peculiar squirrel, its fur shimmering in the dappled sunlight, a testament to the magic that wove through this enchanted place. The squirrel, with its intelligent, knowing eyes, seemed to be more than just a creature of the forest. As Nora extended her hand with seeds, her voice a gentle melody of friendship, the squirrel's trust was a bridge between their worlds. When it rolled the gleaming acorn toward her, it was as if the forest itself was presenting her with a gift, a token of trust and a call to adventure. As she examined the acorn, a warm tingle coursed through her fingertips, a sensation akin to embracing an old friend. It was a feeling that resonated deep within her, awakening a part of her soul that longed for something beyond the ordinary. The whisper carried on the breeze was a beckoning, an invitation to step beyond the familiar and into the realm of the extraordinary. That night, as stars blanketed the sky, Nora couldn't shake the feeling that her life was about to change in ways she had never imagined. The next morning, with the acorn nestled securely in her pocket and her trusty staff in hand, Nora set out into the forest. The staff, a gift from the forest itself, was more than just a walking stick. It was a conduit of the earth's energy, humming with life and guiding her steps. Each step was a reminder of the vibrant world that thrived around her, a world that now seemed to pulse with possibility. As she ventured deeper into the woods, the trees whispered secrets in languages she was only beginning to understand. Hidden glades and secret trails revealed themselves, each one a new discovery in the labyrinthine forest. The forest floor was a tapestry of colors, the fallen leaves crunching beneath her feet like a rhythmic accompaniment to her journey. Time seemed to dissolve, leaving only the present moment, filled with the gentle glow of the acorn and the wind's soft whispers guiding her path. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting the forest in twilight's embrace, yet Nora felt no fear. In this enchanted realm, she was enveloped in a sense of belonging, as if the forest itself acknowledged her as one of its own. The clearing she stumbled upon was a revelation, a hidden sanctuary where nature and magic danced together in perfect harmony. The towering oak at the center of the clearing was unlike any other. Its branches, adorned with glittering lanterns, cast a warm, golden glow that illuminated the clearing in a magical light. The scent of wildflowers perfumed the air, mingling with the soft hum of magic that seemed to emanate from the tree itself. Around the oak, dozens of tiny doors were intricately carved into the base of fallen logs and moss-covered boulders, each one a portal to worlds unseen. As the doors swung open, a parade of curious creatures emerged, their presence a celebration of the magic that permeated this sacred space. The The fairies, pixies, and sprites fluttered around Nora, their gossamer wings leaving trails of stardust in their wake. Their laughter was a melody, a symphony of joy that filled the air with light and wonder. The fairy who approached Nora, her hair like spun silver and eyes shining like diamonds, spoke with a voice as delicate as a bell's chime. "Welcome, kind wanderer. We have been expecting you," she said, her tiny features radiant with joy. Her words were like a key, unlocking a new chapter in Nora's life, a chapter filled with purpose and destiny. Nora's heart swelled with wonder and curiosity. "But how? And what is this enchanting place?" she asked, her voice a mixture of awe and anticipation. The fairy's smile was warm and reassuring. "This is the Hidden Grove, a realm where magic and nature intertwine. We are the guardians of this sacred space, and you have been chosen to embark on a quest of great importance." As the fairy explained the significance of the acorn, Nora listened intently, her heart a drumbeat of anticipation. The acorn was no ordinary seed. It was a vessel of ancient power, capable of restoring balance to the natural world. The dark force that threatened to corrupt life itself was a shadow looming over the realm, and only one with a pure heart and a deep connection to nature could wield the acorn's magic. Before setting out on her quest, Nora spent a night in the Hidden Grove, learning from the creatures who inhabited this magical abode. The fairies taught her the lore of the land, sharing tales of past guardians who had wielded the acorn's power. She listened to the stories of triumphs and sacrifices, each tale weaving a tapestry of courage and resilience. These tales were not just stories but lessons, guiding her on how to harness the acorn's magic and protect the world she loved. At first, Nora felt the weight of doubt settle upon her shoulders. She was but a humble gardener, unversed in the ways of magic and sorcery. The task ahead felt immense, like a mountain looming in the distance. But as she gazed upon the hopeful faces of the fairies, sprites, and pixies, a surge of determination ignited within her. Their belief in her capabilities was a flame that promised to light the darkest paths. With a nod of acceptance, Nora pledged to do all within her power to protect the Hidden Grove and restore harmony to the natural world. The fairy bestowed upon her a shimmering cloak woven from moonbeams, granting her the ability to communicate with the creatures of the forest. The cloak felt like a second skin, its magic whispering promises of strength and resilience. Nora's journey was not one of solitude. It was a journey intertwined with the lives of the forest's inhabitants. As she traversed ancient forests, the trees whispered secrets of old, their voices a tapestry of stories woven through time. The playful nymphs danced among the wildflowers, their laughter like the tinkling of chimes, a melody that lifted her spirits. Mighty creatures of legend, their eyes filled with the wisdom of ages, roamed the deepest glades, sharing their knowledge and guidance with Nora. Each encounter taught Nora valuable lessons about the interconnectedness of all living things and the delicate balance that sustained the natural world. Her understanding deepened, and with it, her resolve. She discovered a strength within herself that she never knew existed, a resilience that empowered her to face the challenges ahead. Her greatest challenge, however, came in the form of the dark sorcerer, whose twisted magic had seeped into the very roots of the land. This malevolent force sought to control and exploit nature for its own nefarious purposes, leaving only decay and desolation in its wake. The sorcerer's presence was a blight upon the land, a shadow that threatened to snuff out the light of the Hidden Grove. In a climactic battle that shook the foundations of the Hidden Grove, Nora faced the sorcerer with unwavering faith in the power of the acorn. The air crackled with energy, and the ground trembled beneath their feet. With a deep breath, she called upon the ancient magic, and the acorn burst forth with a blinding light. Tendrils of vibrant energy snaked outward, weaving through the trees and blanketing the forest in a warm, golden glow. The sorcerer's dark magic wilted and withered, unable to withstand the pure, restorative force of nature's embrace. As the light faded, Nora found herself surrounded by a verdant paradise, the Hidden Grove restored to its former glory. The fairies, sprites, and woodland creatures rejoiced, their joyous laughter echoing through the glades, a symphony of hope and renewal. In that moment, Nora realized that her journey had not only saved the natural world, but had also transformed her from within. She had discovered a strength and resilience she never knew she possessed, and her connection to the rhythms of life had deepened beyond measure. The forest, once a place of mystery, had become a part of her very being. As she prepared to return home, the fairy who had first welcomed her into the hidden grove approached once more. "You have proven yourself a true guardian of nature, Nora. The acorn's magic will forever be a part of you, a reminder of the power that lies within us all when we walk in harmony with the world around us." With a grateful heart, Nora bid farewell to her newfound friends, carrying with her the knowledge that the hidden grove would forever be a sanctuary, protected by the ancient magic and the unwavering spirit of those who loved and cherished the natural world. The forest seemed to hum with gratitude, its every leaf and branch a testament to the bond they shared. As she made her way back to her cozy cottage, the trees seemed to rustle in welcome, their branches swaying in a gentle dance of celebration. The path was familiar, yet imbued with new meaning, each step a promise of stewardship and care. For Nora had not only discovered a hidden world of wonder, but had also unlocked the magic that resided within her own soul, a magic that would forever guide her steps and inspire her to be a steward of the earth's precious gifts. The acorn's glow remained, a constant reminder of the journey and the strength she had found within herself. And as the first stars appeared in the twilight sky, their light intertwined with the gentle glow of the acorn, Nora knew that her story was but one chapter in the endless tale of the world she loved. Back at her cottage, Nora took a moment to reflect on her journey. The hearth's warm glow filled the room, casting flickering shadows that danced to the rhythm of her thoughts. She realized that while she had accomplished much, this was just the beginning. The forest had bestowed upon her a new purpose, to protect and nurture the delicate balance of nature. In the following days, Nora became a bridge between the magical world and the villagers who lived beyond the forest's edge. She shared her stories with them, tales of wonder and caution, teaching them the importance of living in harmony with the world around them. Her garden flourished with new life, each plant a testament to the magic she had encountered and the lessons she had learned. As she tended to her garden, the squirrel that had first brought her the acorn often visited, its presence a comforting reminder of the bond she shared with the forest. Together they watched as life thrived, the forest's magic intertwining with the everyday world in a symphony of growth and renewal. And so, in the heart of the serene woodland clearing, as twilight painted the skies in hues of lavender and indigo, Nora's cottage stood as a beacon of warmth and hope. It was a symbol of the magic that lay not only within the enchanted forest, but also within the heart of every living being, a magic that, when embraced, had the power to transform the world. Story 2. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between rolling green hills and shimmering streams, there lay a small, unassuming antique shop named Whispering Wonders. It was a place where time seemed to pause, and the soft glow of lantern light danced upon shelves filled with curious trinkets. Each object had a story, but only one held the power to change a life forever. The village itself was steeped in old-world charm, with cobblestone streets winding their way through clusters of thatched cottages. The air was perpetually scented with the aroma of freshly baked bread and wildflowers, and the villagers greeted each other with warm smiles and friendly nods. It was a place where stories were told around crackling fires, and secrets were whispered beneath the canopy of stars. One crisp autumn afternoon, as golden leaves fluttered lazily from the trees, a young girl named Lydia wandered into the shop. Lydia was as curious as the day was long, with eyes the color of amber and a gentle heart that brimmed with dreams. She had a knack for finding beauty in the simplest things, and today was no different. As she meandered through the aisles, her fingers lightly brushing against the dust-laden shelves, something peculiar caught her eye. It was a small, unremarkable music box, tucked quietly away in the corner. Its wood was worn, its paint chipped, yet something about it whispered to Lydia. Intrigued, she carefully picked it up, feeling a subtle warmth emanate from its surface. She turned the tiny key, and a melody as delicate as the first snowfall began to play, a tune so familiar yet so mysterious that it stirred something deep within her heart. As the last note lingered in the air, Lydia noticed a soft glow emanating from the music box. It shimmered like morning dew, and before her eyes, a tiny figure emerged, a sprightly, effervescent sprite named Finn. With wings that glistened like spun sugar and a twinkle in his eyes, Finn looked up at Lydia and bowed with a flourish. "Thank you for freeing me," Finn said, his voice as light as the whispering wind. "I've been waiting for someone like you." Startled but unafraid, Lydia smiled warmly. "What do you mean? And how did you get inside the music box?" Finn chuckled, the sound like the tinkling of tiny bells. "Ah, that's a tale for another time. But for now, there's something I must show you." With a flick of his wrist, the shop around them melted away, replaced by a vast verdant forest bathed in the golden hues of twilight. Lydia gasped in awe as the scent of pine and earth enveloped her. The forest was alive with the soft rustling of leaves, the distant call of an owl, and the gentle babbling of a nearby brook. "Where are we?" she asked, wonderstruck. "This is the Evergreen Glade," Finn explained, "a place where the ordinary becomes extraordinary. Here, you'll embark on a journey to discover your heart's true wish." As they ventured deeper into the forest, Lydia encountered a host of enchanting creatures. There was Bramble, a wise old tortoise whose eyes held the wisdom of centuries. His shell was etched with ancient runes, and he spoke with a deep, soothing voice. "The heart's desires are not always what they seem," he mused gently, "but they are often closer than you think." Then there was Lark, a joyful squirrel with fur as soft as dandelion fluff. She bounded alongside Lydia, chattering happily about the wonders of the forest. "Everyone has a hidden magic inside them," Lark chirped, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "You just have to believe it to see it." With each step, Lydia felt a growing sense of belonging. The forest was alive with secrets, and she was its eager student. However, her journey was not without its challenges. One day they came upon a river, its waters swift and sure. The only way across was a bridge made of gossamer threads, delicate and fragile. Lydia hesitated, fear creeping into her heart. "What if I fall?" Finn hovered beside her, his voice calm and reassuring. "Sometimes the greatest strength lies in trusting yourself. Remember what you've learned, and you'll find your way." Taking a deep breath, Lydia stepped onto the bridge. With each step, she felt the threads strengthen beneath her, buoyed by the courage she found within. She crossed the river, her heart soaring with newfound confidence. On the other side, Lydia discovered a hidden grove filled with luminescent flowers that pulsed with a gentle light. In the center stood a mirror, its surface as smooth as glass. As Lydia gazed into its depths, she saw not her reflection, but a vision of her heart's true desire, a life filled with love, laughter, and the joy of discovery. Realization dawned upon her like the first light of dawn. The magic she sought was not in the objects she found, but in the connections she made and the courage she discovered within herself. With a heart full of gratitude, Lydia turned to Finn, Bramble, and Lark. "Thank you," she said, her voice a melody of warmth and sincerity, "for showing me the magic that's always been there." Finn bowed once more, his wings shimmering in the twilight. "You've always had the power, Lydia. You've simply learned to see it." As the forest began to fade, Lydia found herself back in the antique shop, the music box resting quietly in her hands. The melody had stopped, but the magic lingered in her heart. She left whispering wonders with a smile, her soul alight with the promise of new adventures. Before heading home, Lydia paused at the edge of the village, where the fields stretched out like a patchwork quilt under the setting sun. The sky was painted in hues of orange and pink, the air crisp with the promise of a chill night. She took a moment to reflect on her journey, feeling the weight of newfound wisdom settle comfortably on her shoulders. Later that evening, as the village settled under a blanket of stars, Lydia felt an unusual pull towards the village square. The villagers had gathered around a large bonfire, the flames casting flickering shadows on their faces. There she found her family and friends, their eyes alight with stories and laughter. As Lydia joined the circle, an elderly woman named Alara, known for her stories that wove magic and reality seamlessly, beckoned her closer. "You've been touched by the forest, haven't you, child?" Alara's voice was a gentle breeze, carrying the scent of rosemary and sage. Lydia nodded, her heart swelling with the unspoken understanding that passed between them. I found something I didn't know I was looking for, she replied softly. Alara smiled, her eyes crinkling with warmth. Then you've truly seen the heart of Willowbrook. Here, magic is not just in the forest or the whispers of old tales. It's in every smile, every shared moment. It lives within us all. The night wore on with songs and stories, Lydia's heart filled with the knowledge that she was part of something larger than herself. As the fire crackled, she realized that her journey in the evergreen glade had only been the beginning. The real adventure lay in the lives she touched, and the dreams she dared to dream. In the days that followed, Lydia found herself drawn to the stories of the villagers. She spent afternoons with old Tom, the blacksmith, whose tales of forging swords for ancient battles sparked her imagination. She learned herbal secrets from Mira, the village healer, whose knowledge of plants seemed as vast as the forest itself. Lydia's world expanded with each new story, each shared moment, and she felt the magic of Willowbrook weaving through her life. One evening, as Lydia sat by the edge of the brook that meandered through the village, she noticed a small, weathered book half buried in the bank. Its cover was adorned with faded gold leaf, and its pages were filled with sketches and stories of the forest creatures, Finn, Bramble, and Lark among them. It was a journal, penned by a young adventurer who had once walked the paths she now tread. The journal spoke of the same bridge of gossamer threads, the same grove of luminescent flowers. But it also spoke of a hidden glen, where ancient trees whispered secrets in the language of leaves. Lydia felt a thrill of anticipation. This was a part of the forest she had not seen, a mystery yet to unfold. Guided by the journal's words, Lydia journeyed back to the evergreen glade, Finn flitting beside her with curiosity in his eyes. "Where do you think it leads?" he asked, his voice a gentle breeze in the twilight. "To the heart of the magic," Lydia replied, her voice filled with wonder. As they reached the glen, Lydia felt the forest holding its breath. The trees seemed to lean closer, their leaves rustling in a language she was beginning to understand. In the center of the glen stood an ancient oak, its branches stretching like open arms. At its base lay a small, intricately carved box, its surface inlaid with the same runes that adorned Bramble's shell. With reverence, Lydia opened the box, revealing a collection of delicate seeds, each one pulsing with a soft inner light. Finn hovered closer, his wings shimmering with curiosity. "These are the seeds of dreams," he whispered. "Plant them, and they will grow into the wishes of your heart." Lydia took a seed, feeling its warmth against her palm. She planted it in the rich earth, her heart swelling with hope and dreams yet to be realized. As she covered it with soil, she felt a sense of peace, knowing that her journey had only just begun. As the stars twinkled gently above, Lydia nestled into her cozy bed, her heart aglow with the warmth of newfound wisdom. The night wrapped around her like a soft, comforting blanket, and with a contented sigh, she drifted into a peaceful slumber, her dreams carrying her on wings of wonder and possibility. A week later, as the first seeds of Lydia's dreams began to sprout in the glen, she found herself drawn back to the antique shop. Curious, she wandered through its aisles once more, her fingers trailing along the dust-covered trinkets. Her eyes fell upon a peculiar painting, an image of the very evergreen glade she had visited, captured in delicate brushstrokes. Beside the painting stood the shop's owner, an enigmatic woman named Serafina. Her eyes, deep and knowing, seemed to hold the secrets of the world. "You see it, don't you?" she asked, her voice a soft melody. Lydia nodded, entranced. "It's the glade. How did you paint it?" Serafina smiled, her gaze thoughtful. "I didn't paint it. The glade reveals itself to those who seek it with a true heart. This shop, like the glade, is a gateway to many wonders." Understanding dawned on Lydia, a realization that she was part of a tapestry woven with magic and intention. The shop was more than a collection of antiques. It was a portal to discovery, a place where the threads of destiny intertwined. As she left Whispering Wonders once more, Lydia carried with her the knowledge that her journey was far from over. The seeds of dreams she had planted were growing, and with them her heart expanded, embracing the limitless possibilities of her world. In the quiet village of Willowbrook, where the ordinary met the extraordinary, Lydia learned the most enchanting secret of all, that true magic lies not in objects or places, but within the heart that dares to dream. And as she walked home under the starlit sky, Lydia knew that she was exactly where she was meant to be, her spirit alight with the promise of new adventures and the magic of dreams yet to come. Story 3. The Whispering Forest and the Enchanted Locket. Once upon a time, in the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled at the edge of an ancient forest, there lived a young girl named Lily. Willowbrook was a place where cobblestone paths wound through fields of lavender, and the air was always tinged with the sweet fragrance of wildflowers. The villagers were known for their warmth and hospitality, and the little cottages, with their thatched roofs and blooming gardens, looked as though they had sprung from the pages of a storybook. Lily was a gentle soul, known for her kind heart and curious mind. Her days were filled with the simple joys of village life, helping her mother bake bread, playing with her friends in the meadows, and listening to the elders recount tales of old by the fireside. But what Lily loved most was exploring the edges of the Whispering Forest, a vast woodland that stretched far beyond the horizon, its towering trees standing like ancient sentinels guarding secrets untold. The forest was named for the soft murmurs that seemed to drift from its depths, a symphony of leaves rustling, birds singing, and streams gurgling over moss-covered stones. The villagers spoke of the forest with both reverence and caution. It was known to be a place of magic and mystery, where the ordinary laws of the world could bend and twist in unexpected ways. One crisp autumn evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in hues of amber and rose, Lily set out for a walk along the forest's edge. The cool breeze carried the scent of pine and earth, and the leaves crunched softly under her feet. As she wandered, she hummed a tune her grandmother had taught her, a lullaby that seemed to blend seamlessly with the forest's whispers. As she walked, something glinted at the base of an ancient oak tree, catching Lily's eye. Curious, she knelt and brushed away the fallen leaves to reveal a delicate silver locket. It was intricately carved with swirling patterns that seemed to dance in the fading light. Lily opened the locket and was surprised to find it empty, save for a soft, shimmering glow that pulsed like a tiny heartbeat. Intrigued and feeling a strange sense of connection, Lily decided to take the locket home. She slipped it around her neck, and as the locket settled against her chest, a warm sensation spread through her, as if she had been wrapped in a comforting embrace. That night, as she lay in bed, the locket nestled close to her heart, Lily dreamed of the forest. In her dream, the forest was alive with vibrant colors and sounds, and she found herself walking along a path lined with flowers that glowed like stars. She was not alone. Beside her walked a figure cloaked in light, who guided her deeper into the forest until they reached a hidden glen. In the center of the glen stood a majestic tree, its branches stretching high into the sky, adorned with shimmering leaves that caught the moonlight like silver coins. The figure turned to Lily, their face illuminated with a gentle smile, and spoke in a voice that was both familiar and strange. "The forest knows you, Lily. It has chosen you." Lily awoke the next morning with the dream vivid in her mind and a newfound resolve in her heart. She felt drawn to the forest as if it held the answers to questions she had not yet asked. With the locket shining softly against her skin, she decided to embark on a journey into the Whispering Forest, to uncover the mysteries it held, and to discover the purpose of her newfound connection. As she prepared for her adventure, Lily packed a small satchel with essentials, bread and cheese, a flask of water, and her favorite book of stories. She bid farewell to her family, promising to return before nightfall, and set off towards the forest, her heart filled with anticipation and a hint of trepidation. The forest welcomed her with open arms, the path winding beneath the canopy of leaves that filtered the sunlight into a kaleidoscope of colors. As she walked deeper into the woods, the familiar sounds of the village faded away, replaced by the symphony of the forest, the whisper of the wind, the rustle of creatures in the underbrush, and the distant call of a cuckoo. Hours passed as Lily wandered, entranced by the beauty of her surroundings. She marveled at the delicate mushrooms that sprouted from fallen logs, their caps glistening with dew, and the vibrant moss that carpeted the forest floor, softening her steps. Birds flitted between the branches, their plumage a dazzling array of reds, blues, and golds. As the sun climbed higher in the sky, Lily came upon a clearing where a small brook meandered lazily through the grass. She knelt by the water's edge, cupping her hands to drink, and caught sight of her reflection, the locket glowing softly at her throat. For a moment, her reflection seemed to ripple and change, the face in the water, not her own, but that of the figure from her dream. Startled, Lily looked up to find herself no longer alone. A small creature, no taller than her knee, stood across the brook, its eyes wide and curious. It was a fox, but not like any fox Lily had ever seen. Its fur shimmered with an iridescent sheen, and its eyes glowed with an intelligence that seemed almost human. "Greetings, Lily," the fox spoke, its voice soft and melodic, carrying a hint of the forest's whispers. "I am Phelan, guardian of this part of the forest. The locket you wear is no ordinary trinket, and it has brought you to me." Lily blinked in astonishment, her heart racing with excitement and wonder. "You can talk!" she exclaimed, then caught herself, realizing how silly the statement must sound in such a magical place. "I mean, it's an honor to meet you, Phelan." The fox chuckled, a sound like the tinkling of distant bells. "The honor is mine, young traveler. The forest has chosen you for a reason, and it falls to me to guide you on your journey." With that, Phelan beckoned Lily to follow, leading her deeper into the forest. They walked in companionable silence, the fox moving with a grace that seemed to blend seamlessly with the surroundings. As they traveled, Phelan explained that the locket was a key, a magical object that allowed its bearer to see the hidden wonders of the forest and connect with its ancient magic. "The locket once belonged to a guardian of the forest," Phelan said, his voice tinged with reverence. "It is a symbol of harmony and balance, and it can awaken the hidden magic within its bearer. But beware, for with great power comes great responsibility." Lily listened intently, her mind racing with questions and possibilities. She felt a sense of purpose growing within her, a feeling that she was part of something much greater than herself. As the day wore on, they arrived at a grove where the trees seemed to hum with energy, their leaves shimmering with a light of their own. In the center of the grove stood the majestic tree from Lily's dream, its branches stretching skyward in a grand display. "This is the heartwood," Phelan announced, his eyes gleaming with pride. "It is the heart of the forest, where all magic converges. Here you will learn the true nature of the forest's gift and your role as its guardian." With Phelan by her side, Lily approached the heartwood, feeling a tingling sensation as she drew near. The locket around her neck pulsed in time with her heartbeat, and she closed her eyes, allowing herself to be enveloped by the tree's energy. In that moment, visions danced before her eyes, images of the forest through the ages, the cycle of seasons, and the delicate balance of life that thrived within its bounds. She saw the guardians of old, each one a steward of the forest's magic, their strength drawn from the heartwood itself. As the visions faded, Lily opened her eyes, her heart filled with awe and a newfound sense of responsibility. She understood now that her journey was just beginning, and that she had been chosen to protect the forest and its magic, just as the guardians before her had done. "Thank you, Phelan," Lily said, her voice steady with resolve. "I will do my best to honor the forest and uphold its balance." The fox nodded, his eyes filled with a wisdom beyond his years. "You have a kind heart, Lily, and the forest will guide you on your path. Remember, you are never alone. The spirits of the forest are with you, and you have friends who will stand by your side." Before they departed the heartwood, Phelan led Lily to a secret alcove hidden beneath the roots of the great tree. There, nestled among the roots, was a small, ancient tome bound in leather that seemed to shimmer with an ethereal light. "This book," Phelan explained, "contains the wisdom of the guardians who came before you. It will guide you, offering knowledge and insight as you navigate the challenges ahead." Lily accepted the tome with reverence, feeling its weight both physically and metaphorically. As she cradled it in her arms, she felt a deeper connection to the forest's legacy and the guardians who had walked this path before her. With a quiet determination, Lily and Phelan began their journey back through the forest. The path was familiar, yet each step felt imbued with new meaning. As they walked, Lily couldn't help but marvel at how the forest, with its vibrant tapestry of life, seemed to pulse with a rhythm that matched her heartbeat. As they neared the edge of the forest, Phelan paused, turning to face Lily with a gentle smile. Remember, Lily, your journey is just beginning. Embrace the magic within you and let it guide you. The forest has many secrets, and you are the key to unlocking them. With those parting words, Phelan slipped into the shadows of the trees, his form blending seamlessly with the forest until he was no more than a whisper in the wind. Lily stood at the edge of the forest, the village of Willowbrook visible in the distance, its cottages nestled like warm, inviting beacons. She felt a profound sense of gratitude for the adventure she had embarked upon and the new role she had accepted. With the locket glowing softly against her chest and the tome of wisdom tucked securely in her satchel, Lily took a deep breath, inhaling the scent of pine and earth. She knew that this was only the beginning of her journey, a path that would lead her deeper into the mysteries of the whispering forest and the magic that bound it. As she turned to leave, a sudden gust of wind rustled through the trees, carrying with it the forest's whispers that seemed to form words only she could understand. "Lily, do not forget," they seemed to say. "Magic thrives where wonder lives, and courage kindles the spark of discovery." With these words echoing in her mind, Lily began her walk back to Willowbrook. The sun was beginning its descent, casting a golden glow over the landscape and painting the village in warm hues. Her heart, however, was set on the future, on the challenges and wonders that awaited her in the forest's embrace. As she approached her home, Lily noticed the familiar faces of the villagers, each one a part of the tapestry of her life, woven with threads of friendship and shared stories. She realized that her journey was not just about the magic of the forest. It was also about the bonds she would forge, the strength she would find within herself, and the love she would share with those around her. The next morning, as the first light of dawn broke over the horizon, Lily awoke with a renewed sense of purpose. She picked up the tome left by Phelan, its pages whispering of ancient wisdom and guidance. With each turn of the page, she felt the forest's heartbeat, a reminder that she was a part of something timeless and extraordinary. And so, with the enchanted locket gleaming softly against her skin, and the weight of the tome a comforting presence in her satchel, Lily stepped into the new day. The whispering forest awaited her return, its secrets whispering promises of adventure and discovery. Lily knew she was ready to embrace her destiny, guided by the magic within her and the love that surrounded her. Her steps were sure and her heart was light, for Lily knew that the journey ahead was hers to shape, a tale woven with courage, magic, and the endless possibilities that lay beyond the horizon. Days turned into weeks, and Lily returned to the forest often, each visit revealing a new layer of its enchanting complexity. She learned to listen to the whispers of the forest, discerning messages hidden in the rustle of leaves and the songs of birds. Her bond with the forest deepened, and she began to understand the intricacies of its magic, the way it breathed life into every corner, the delicate balance it maintained, and the ancient stories it held. One afternoon, as the sun cast long shadows across the forest floor, Lily encountered a young boy named Ethan, a villager she had known in passing. He was sitting on a mossy rock, staring intently at a small, injured bird cradled in his hands. His face was a picture of determination mixed with concern, and Lily's heart was touched by his empathy. "Hello, Ethan," Lily greeted softly, kneeling beside him. "What happened?" Ethan looked up, his eyes brightening at the sight of Lily. "I found this little one on the path. It can't fly," he explained, his voice laced with worry. Lily gently reached out to touch the bird, feeling its fragile heartbeat flutter beneath her fingers. "The forest can heal," she said, her voice full of quiet confidence. "Let's take it to the Heartwood." Together they carried the bird through the forest, Ethan watching in awe as the trees seemed to bow in greeting and the path opened before them. At the Heartwood, Lily held the bird close, allowing the tree's magic to envelop it. The locket around her neck pulsed warmly, and Ethan gasped as the bird's wings began to mend, feathers smoothing and brightening in the gentle glow. "Thank you," Ethan breathed, his voice filled with wonder. Lily smiled, her heart swelling with happiness at the shared moment of magic. "The forest is full of wonders," she replied, "and it seems you have a touch of magic in you too." Ethan's eyes widened with hope, and from that day on he often joined Lily in her explorations. They discovered new paths and hidden clearings, each adventure deepening their friendship and their connection to the forest. As seasons changed and Willowbrook's fields blossomed with wildflowers, Lily and Ethan became known as the village's guardians of the forest. The villagers marveled at the tales they shared, stories of enchantment and wonder that inspired a renewed appreciation for the land they called home. Through their journeys, Lily learned that magic was not only in the forest, but within the hearts of those who believed in its possibilities. She understood that the true essence of the forest's gift was not just in the power it bestowed, but in the love and courage it inspired. And so, Lily embraced her role as a guardian, knowing that the magic of the Whispering Forest was woven into the fabric of her life, a guiding light illuminating the path of her endless adventure. As the years passed, Willowbrook thrived under the protective watch of its guardians. The once ordinary village became a place of pilgrimage for those seeking the whispers of the forest's magic. Lily, now older and wiser, shared her knowledge with children from near and far, teaching them the songs of the forest and the stories of the guardians who had come before her. One brisk winter's evening, as snowflakes danced through the air and blanketed the village in white, a stranger arrived in Willowbrook. His name was Alaric, a traveler with eyes as deep as the forest itself. He sought the legendary Heartwood, hoping to understand the mysteries of the forest and find healing for a world burdened by turmoil. Lily welcomed Alaric, sensing a kindred spirit within him. As they walked through the snow-laden paths of the forest, Alaric shared tales of lands beyond the horizon, where magic was forgotten and nature's balance teetered on the edge. His voice was a melody of longing and hope, a tapestry of dreams woven from distant lands. Together, they ventured to the Heartwood, the snow crunching beneath their feet. The great tree stood majestic in the moonlight, its branches adorned with icicles that glistened like diamonds. As they approached, the locket around Lily's neck pulsed with a warmth that defied the winter chill. "Here," Lily said, gesturing to the Heartwood, "you will find the answers you seek." Alaric knelt before the tree, his breath misting in the cold air. As the Heartwood's energy enveloped him, he felt a profound sense of peace and clarity. Visions unfolded before him, of lands restored, of forests reborn, and of people united by the magic of nature. Rising to his feet, Alaric turned to Lily, his eyes shining with gratitude. "You and the forest have shown me the way," he said, his voice a soft echo of the whispers around them. "I will carry this magic to the world beyond." With a promise to return, Alaric departed Willowbrook, leaving behind a legacy of hope and renewal. Lily watched him go, knowing that the forest's magic would touch lives far beyond their village. In the years that followed, stories of the Whispering Forest spread far and wide, inspiring a new generation to seek the wonders and wisdom hidden within nature's embrace. Lily continued her journey, ever guided by the locket's gentle glow and the forest's timeless whispers. And so, the tale of the Whispering Forest and the Enchanted Locket became a legend, a story of courage, magic, and the enduring power of nature to heal and unite. It was a reminder that in the heart of every whisper, in the magic of every locket, lay the promise of endless discovery and the boundless wonder of the world. Story 4. In the velvety expanse of the cosmos, where stars twinkled like scattered gems across a vast, inky canvas, there existed a tiny, shimmering planet named Lyra. Its atmosphere was a gentle swirl of pastel hues, and its fields were carpeted with soft, luminescent moss that glowed warmly under the planet's 3 moons. On Lyra, the air was always filled with a symphony of gentle winds and the sweet hum of crystal streams, creating a constant lullaby that cradled its inhabitants to sleep each night. Lyra was home to the Lyrans, a race of small, ethereal beings with skin that sparkled like stardust and eyes that mirrored the mysterious depths of the universe. They were known for their gentle nature and a profound connection to the planet's natural rhythms, living in harmony with the environment that nurtured them. They revered the Whispering Woods, a sacred grove where ancient trees whispered secrets of the cosmos to those who listened closely. On one particularly radiant evening, as the moons cast their silvery glow across the landscape, a Lyran named Selim stood at the edge of the Whispering Woods, his eyes fixed on the sky. Tonight, the stars seemed to pulse with an extra vibrancy, a sign that something extraordinary was about to unfold. Caleb felt a strange pull in his heart, as if the universe itself was calling out to him. And indeed, across the galaxy, on a planet far different from Lyra, another being was also looking skyward. This was Zuri, a Verdanian from the planet Verdantia, where vibrant, towering forests stretched endlessly beneath a sky perpetually bathed in the soft light of its twin suns. Verdanians were robust and resilient, with skin in varying shades of green and eyes that gleamed with the vibrant life force of their world. Zuri, with her deep emerald tone and long, vine-like hair, was a spirited explorer, always yearning to discover what lay beyond the familiar canopy of her home. Her heart was filled with an unquenchable thirst for knowledge, a desire to understand the myriad worlds that spun in the universe's grand tapestry. The two would soon meet by fate, though their worlds were separated by light years. A cosmic event, unseen by most, but felt by those attuned to the universe's subtle whispers, was about to link their destinies. Zuri had been studying the celestial patterns from her observatory on Verdantia when she noticed an unusual alignment of stars. Her instincts told her this was a moment of significance, a celestial invitation to venture beyond her known world. As Caleb continued to gaze upwards, a streak of light blazed across the sky, a meteor shower dancing in magnificent arcs. But this was no ordinary meteor shower. Among the celestial dancers was a craft, small and sleek, its metallic surface catching the moonlight as it descended towards Lyra. Zuri's exploration vessel, the Verdant Voyager, had been caught in the meteor storm. Though she expertly navigated her ship, the storm's intensity had pulled her off course, and now she found herself approaching a world unlike any she had known. Her heart raced with both trepidation and excitement as she prepared for an unexpected landing. With a gentle thud, the Verdant Voyager settled amidst the luminous moss of the Lyran fields. Salem, filled with both curiosity and concern, approached the vessel, his heart a mixture of excitement and caution. He had often dreamed of meeting beings from other worlds, yet now that the moment had arrived, he felt a flutter of uncertainty. The door of the ship opened with a soft hiss, and out stepped Zuri, her eyes wide with wonder at the beauty of the world before her. The air was unlike anything she had breathed before, carrying with it the scent of unknown flowers and the freshness of untouched wilderness. But as her gaze met Selim's, a moment of tense silence hung in the air. They were so different, these beings from distant worlds, and neither knew what to expect from the other. "Hello," Caleb finally said, his voice as gentle as the breeze that rustled the nearby trees. "I am Caleb, of Lyra. Welcome." Zuri, sensing no threat, smiled warmly. "Thank you. I'm Zuri, from Verdantia. It seems I have found myself quite far from home." Her voice was melodic, carrying the richness of her forested world within it. As they spoke, the initial awkwardness melted away, replaced by a mutual curiosity and a shared sense of adventure. Zuri explained her predicament, and Caleb, eager to assist, offered his help in repairing her vessel. But there were challenges ahead, for the meteor storm had scattered vital components of Zuri's ship across the forest. Together, they ventured into the whispering woods, where the air was scented with the sweet aroma of blooming starflowers. The woods were a place of beauty and mystery, filled with the soft glow of bioluminescent plants and the gentle rustle of hidden creatures. As they searched, they shared stories of their worlds, laughing at the peculiarities they each found fascinating about the other's home. In one particularly enchanting scene, they stumbled upon an ancient Lyran festival, a celebration of the celestial dance of the moons. The Lyrans danced beneath the moonlight, their movements fluid and graceful, a living embodiment of their harmony with the universe. Zuri watched in awe, captivated by the ethereal beauty of the dance, and for the first time, she felt a connection to this strange yet wondrous world. One particularly starry night, as they sat by a campfire they had built from fallen branches, Zuri shared tales of Verdantia's great canopy, a colossal tree that stood as the heart of her world. Its branches were said to touch the stars, and its roots whispered the wisdom of the ages. Caleb listened with rapt attention, his imagination painting vivid images of this giant, living titan. One day, as they rested by a sparkling brook, Zuri expressed her frustration. "I fear I'll never find all the parts I need. The forest is vast, and time is against me." Calum placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder, his touch as light as a whisper. "Do not worry, my friend. The forest is vast, but it is also our ally. We will listen to its whispers and let it guide us." His voice was calm, filled with the quiet strength of one who had spent a lifetime attuned to the rhythms of the natural world. With renewed determination, they continued their search, and as the days passed, a deep bond formed between them. They learned to communicate not just with words, but with the silent understanding that comes from shared experiences. They faced moments of despair and elation together, each supporting the other in times of need. In the heart of the forest, Calum took Zuri to the Tree of Echoes, an ancient behemoth whose bark was etched with the stories of generations. Here, Calum shared a personal story, his voice resonating with the tree's low hum. He spoke of a time when he was afraid to venture beyond the familiar boundaries of his village, his heart weighted by the fear of the unknown. The whispers of the Tree of Echoes had guided him, revealing that true growth comes from embracing uncertainty. Zuri listened, her eyes reflecting the flickering light of the bioluminescent fungi that clung to the tree's roots, and she found strength in his story, realizing that fear was but a shadow cast by the light of discovery. One evening, as they sat beneath the glowing canopy of the forest, Zuri spoke softly, her voice carrying a note of gratitude. "Calum, I never imagined I would find a friend so far from home. Your kindness has shown me the true meaning of companionship." "And you, Zuri?" Calum replied, "Have taught me that even the most unlikely of friendships can bloom into something beautiful, like the starflowers that light our way." Finally, after many days of searching and with the help of the forest's gentle guidance, they gathered the last of the missing components. A particularly wise old tree had whispered to Calum of a hidden grove where the final piece lay buried beneath the earth. With Zuri's ship repaired, it was time for her to return to Verdantia. As they stood by the verdant voyager, ready to bid farewell, Calum held out a small, glowing starflower, a gift to remember Lyra by. "May this light guide you, wherever your journey takes you." Zuri accepted the gift with a smile, her heart full of warmth. "And may our paths cross again, dear Calum." Her eyes shone with unshed tears, a testament to the deep connection they had forged. With a final embrace, Zuri boarded her vessel, and as it lifted into the sky, Calum watched until it became a mere twinkle among the stars. The night was filled with a profound stillness, the kind that comes after a significant parting. Though they were worlds apart, the friendship they had forged transcended the vastness of space, a beacon of light in the endless cosmos. And in their hearts, they carried the lessons learned from their time together, that understanding and kindness know no bounds, and true friendship can bloom in the most unexpected places. As the moons of Lyra rose high in the sky, Calum returned to his people, carrying with him the memory of a friend from a distant world, forever etched in the stardust of his soul. And somewhere across the galaxy, Zuri carried the light of Lyra within her, a reminder of the gentle planet and the friend who had shown her the beauty of unity in diversity. Back on Verdantia, Zuri often gazed at the starflower she had been given, its glow a constant reminder of her adventures on Lyra. It inspired her to share the tales of her journey, weaving a narrative that would encourage her people to look beyond their familiar horizons and embrace the wonders of the universe. Meanwhile, Calum found himself more attuned to the whispers of the cosmos, his understanding of his own world deepened by the encounter with Zuri. And so, the legacy of their friendship continued to ripple through the cosmos, touching lives in ways they had never imagined. In time, the story of their meeting would become legend, a tale of hope and discovery that inspired countless others to seek out the unknown and to find beauty in the diversity of the universe. Their friendship became a shining example of how the cosmos, vast and mysterious, was bound together by the simple yet profound connection of two souls from distant worlds. On a quiet evening back on Verdantia, Zuri decided to visit the great canopy, seeking solitude to reflect on her journey. As she ascended the winding path to the colossal tree, she felt a sense of peace wash over her. The air was thick with the scent of ancient bark and fresh leaves, grounding her in the present. She placed her hand on the trunk, and the tree vibrated gently, as if acknowledging her presence and the stories she carried. Meanwhile, Calum, inspired by his experiences with Zuri, began to explore the Whispering Woods with renewed curiosity. He discovered a hidden glade where the trees formed a natural amphitheater, their trunks intertwined to create a dome of woven branches. Here he often sat, listening to the wisdom of the woods, feeling a deeper connection to his world and the universe beyond. The two friends, though galaxies apart, found solace in their respective sacred spaces, the Great Canopy and the Whispering Woods. These places became sanctuaries for their thoughts and dreams, fueling their ongoing quest for understanding and connection. Their bond, forged in the heart of the universe, continued to guide them, a testament to the enduring power of friendship and the boundless possibilities of the cosmos. Years passed, and the legend of Calum and Zuri's friendship became a catalyst for change across many worlds. Inspired by their tale, new alliances formed, and interstellar travelers began to share knowledge and culture, bridging the gaps between distant civilizations. On Lyra, Calum became a revered storyteller, his tales of adventure inspiring young Lyrans to explore both their inner and outer worlds. Verdantia, too, witnessed a renaissance of exploration, with Zuri leading expeditions to uncover the secrets of the stars, always carrying the spirit of Lyra with her. Their story became a symbol of hope, an eternal reminder that even in the vastness of space, the bonds of friendship could illuminate the darkest corners of the universe, guiding all who sought connection and understanding in a cosmos teeming with life and wonder. In time, a new generation of explorers from both Lyra and Verdantia arose, inspired by the tales of Calum and Zuri. These explorers, eager to continue the legacy of their predecessors, embarked on their own journeys across the stars. Among them was a young Lyran named Astra, whose eyes mirrored the universe's depths much like Calum's had. Driven by a desire to forge new connections, she set her sights on Verdantia, hoping to meet the descendants of the legendary Zuri. Upon her arrival, Astra was welcomed by a vibrant community of Verdanians who had long cherished the stories of their ancestor. Among them was a young Verdanian named Elara, who, much like Zuri, possessed a curiosity that knew no bounds. The meeting of Astra and Elara marked the beginning of a new chapter in the tale of Lyra and Verdantia. Together they explored the vast forests and towering canopies of Verdantia, learning from each other and sharing the wisdom of their worlds. As they journeyed deeper into the heart of the forest, they discovered a hidden grove where the great canopy's roots intertwined with those of the starflowers from Lyra, a testament to the enduring bond between their ancestors. In that grove, Astra and Elara made a pact to continue the legacy of friendship and exploration that had begun with Calum and Zuri. They vowed to share their knowledge and experiences, fostering a spirit of unity and understanding across the cosmos. Back on Lyra, Selim, now an elder, looked to the stars and felt a sense of fulfillment. His heart swelled with pride, knowing that the seeds of friendship he and Zuri had planted had grown into a mighty tree, its branches reaching across the galaxy to touch countless lives. And so, the story of Calum, Zuri, Astra, and Elara became a beacon of hope, a reminder that in the vastness of the cosmos, the bonds of friendship could transcend time and space, lighting the way for new generations to explore the wonders of the universe. Story 5. Whispers of the Whispering Woods. In the heart of a verdant valley cradled by gentle hills, there lay a village untouched by time, where the air always carried the scent of blooming flowers, and the gentle hum of bees could be heard throughout the day. The villagers spoke often of the Whispering Woods, a lush forest that bordered their home. It was said that the woods were alive, not just with creatures of fur and feather, but with secrets and stories that danced among the leaves. The village itself was a tapestry of colors and sounds. Narrow cobblestone paths wound between cottages with red-tiled roofs, their gardens overflowing with vibrant blossoms that seemed to burst into song when the wind swept through. Children played in the village square, their laughter mingling with the distant melody of a flute played by an unseen musician. The rhythm of daily life was a gentle symphony, orchestrated by the rising and setting sun. Nestled at the edge of this village was a small, thatched cottage belonging to a girl named Mira. Mira was known for her kind heart and curious spirit. She had hair the color of chestnuts and eyes that mirrored the clear blue skies. Her days were spent in joyful exploration of the natural world, her evenings filled with the warm glow of stories told by her grandmother by the fireside. Her grandmother, a wise woman with a smile that seemed to hold the wisdom of ages, often spoke of the magic that lay just beyond the village's edge, urging Mira to listen to the whispers of the world. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky with strokes of pink and orange, Mira's grandmother took her aside. "Mira," she began, her voice soft like the rustle of leaves, "there's something I must show you." From a wooden box, she drew a small, ornate locket. It was delicate, engraved with intricate patterns that seemed to shift when caught by the light. "This," her grandmother explained, "is the locket of whispers. It holds the magic of the whispering woods." Mira's fingers brushed over the locket, feeling a gentle warmth emanate from it. "What does it do?" she asked, her voice breathless with wonder. "It allows one to hear the voices of the forest," her grandmother replied, "to understand the language of nature itself. But it must only be used with a pure heart and a sincere purpose." That night, as Mira lay in bed, the locket nestled against her chest, she couldn't shake the feeling that her life was about to change. She fell asleep to the sound of the wind weaving through the trees, a symphony of secrets waiting to be heard. The next morning, Mira awoke with a sense of anticipation fluttering in her chest like a songbird. She decided to visit the Whispering Woods, eager to discover its mysteries. The path to the woods was lined with wildflowers, their petals glistening with morning dew. As she stepped beneath the canopy of leaves, she felt the locket grow warm against her skin. The forest was alive with sound, the cheerful chirping of birds, the rustling of leaves, and the distant babble of a brook. But as Mira focused, she began to hear something more. A gentle murmur, a chorus of whispers weaving through the trees. The locket had begun to work its magic. "Hello, Mira," a voice said, soft yet distinct. Startled, Mira looked around. "Who's there?" she asked. "Do not be afraid," the voice continued. "We are the spirits of the Whispering Woods. We have watched over this place for countless seasons." Mira's heart leapt with excitement. "Why can I hear you?" "Because you hold the locket of whispers," the voice replied, "and because your heart is open and kind." For the rest of the morning, Mira wandered through the forest, conversing with the spirits. She learned of the ancient trees and the creatures that called the woods home. She listened to tales of seasons long past, of storms weathered and springs celebrated. As the sun climbed higher, she felt a profound connection to the world around her, something deep and enduring. But as the day wore on, Mira sensed a change in the forest. The whispers grew quieter, tinged with a hint of unease. "What's wrong?" she asked, her brow furrowing with concern. "There is a shadow over the woods," a spirit explained. "A darkness that threatens to silence our voices. It comes from the heart of the forest, where an ancient tree stands guard." Mira felt a pang of determination. "What can I do to help?" "You must journey to the heart of the forest," the spirit said. "There, you will find the source of the darkness. Only you, with the locket of whispers, can restore the balance." With a nod of understanding, Mira set off deeper into the woods. The path was winding, the trees growing denser as she ventured further. The air was cooler here, the light filtering through the leaves in dappled patterns. As she walked, Mira thought of her grandmother's stories, of her words spoken by the fireside. She remembered the lessons of courage and wisdom, of kindness and friendship. These thoughts filled her with a sense of purpose, guiding her steps toward the heart of the forest. Finally, after what felt like hours, Mira reached a clearing. At its center stood a magnificent tree, its trunk wide and gnarled, its branches stretching toward the sky. But something was wrong. The tree's leaves were dull, its bark marked with deep, dark scars. Mira approached the tree, her heart heavy with empathy. "How can I help you?" she whispered. The tree's voice was faint but clear, resonating through the locket. "I am the heart of the forest," it said. "Once, my roots ran deep and strong, but a shadow has crept into this place, draining my strength." Mira knelt beside the tree, placing a hand on its rough bark. "What is this shadow?" she asked. "It is a curse laid upon the land by a spirit of darkness. It feeds on fear and despair, spreading like a poison through the forest." Mira felt a surge of resolve. "How can I break the curse?" "You must find the source," the tree explained. "It lies within a hidden grove, protected by a veil of shadows. There you will find the spirit of darkness. Confront it with the light of the locket of whispers, and the curse will be lifted. With newfound determination, Mira rose to her feet. I will do it, she promised. I will save the Whispering Woods. Guided by the whispers, Mira made her way to the hidden grove. The journey was challenging, the path obscured by shadows and tangled vines. But with each step she felt the locket's warmth, a beacon of hope and courage. At last she reached the grove. It was a place shrouded in twilight, the air thick with an oppressive silence. In its center stood a figure cloaked in darkness, its eyes glowing with malice. You dare to challenge me? The spirit hissed, its voice like the rustle of dead leaves. I am not afraid, Mira said, her voice steady. I have come to restore the light to these woods. The spirit laughed, a sound that echoed through the grove. You are but a child. What can you do against the power of darkness? Mira clutched the locket, feeling its warmth spread through her. I have the locket of whispers, she declared, and I have the strength of the forest behind me. With those words, the locket began to glow, its light piercing the shadows. The spirit recoiled, its form wavering. No, it cried. You cannot defeat me. But Mira was undeterred. She stepped forward, holding the locket high. The light intensified, illuminating the grove with a brilliance that banished the darkness. The spirit shrieked, its form dissolving into wisps of shadow that vanished into the air. As the light faded, Mira felt a sense of peace settle over the grove. The curse was broken, the darkness lifted. The forest was safe once more. With a sigh of relief, Mira made her way back to the heart of the forest. The tree's leaves were vibrant once more, its bark whole and strong. Thank you, the tree said, its voice filled with gratitude. You have saved us all. Mira smiled, her heart full of joy. I could not have done it without you, she replied. The Whispering Woods will always have a friend in me. As she made her way back to the village, Mira felt the whispers of the forest follow her, a gentle melody of gratitude and friendship. She knew that this journey had changed her, taught her the true power of courage and kindness. That evening, as Mira sat by the fireside, her grandmother smiled at her with pride. You have done well, my dear, she said. The forest is safe, thanks to you. Mira nodded, the locket resting against her chest. She had discovered the magic of the Whispering Woods, the strength of its whispers. And she knew that, whatever challenges lay ahead, she would face them with the same courage and kindness that had guided her through the forest. In the days that followed, Mira found herself drawn back to the woods. She would sit at the edge of the forest, listening to its stories, learning from its wisdom. The villagers began to notice changes in Mira. Her once carefree spirit had deepened into a quiet strength, a reflective wisdom that belied her years. One afternoon, as Mira sat by the brook, she heard a familiar voice. Mira, the heart of the forest called. There is something more you must know. Intrigued, Mira listened closely, the sound of the babbling brook mingling with the whispers. The spirit of darkness you faced was but a fragment of a greater shadow, the tree explained. It lies dormant now, but its presence still lingers on the edges of the forest. Mira's heart sank slightly. Will it return? She asked, a hint of worry in her voice. It may, the tree replied softly, but you have the strength to face it. Remember, the forest is with you, as are the whispers of those who came before. You are never alone. Reassured, Mira nodded. She spent the rest of the afternoon gathering plants and herbs as gifts for her grandmother, who had always taught her the importance of giving back to the land that nurtured them. As she returned to the village, Mira glimpsed the future, a life intertwined with the forest, with the stories and secrets that bound them. She felt a calling, a sense of duty to protect the Whispering Woods, to ensure its tales were never forgotten. That evening, as Mira sat by the fireside, her grandmother handed her a journal. Write your stories, she said, her eyes shimmering with pride and love. Let the world know of the wonders you have seen. Mira opened the journal, its pages blank and inviting. She began to write, her words flowing like the stream she had visited earlier, capturing the essence of her journey, her fears, her triumphs. As the fire crackled softly and the stars twinkled in the night sky, Mira knew the Whispering Woods would always be a part of her. She had learned its language, its rhythm, its heart, and she understood that her story was just one of many in the tapestry of life. Thus ended Mira's tale, a story of courage and connection, of whispers that spoke louder than words. And as the village slumbered, cradled by the gentle embrace of the whispering woods, dreams danced like fireflies, weaving a tapestry of wonder and peace. And in the heart of the forest, the ancient tree stood tall, a guardian of secrets and stories, ever watchful, ever wise. The following morning, as the first light of dawn caressed the village, Mira awoke with a sense of renewed purpose. She felt the forest calling her once more, not with urgency, but with a gentle invitation to explore further. As she made her way through the village, Mira noticed the villagers gathering at the square. There was a buzz of excitement in the air, a sense of anticipation that seemed to ripple through the crowd. Curious, Mira joined them, her eyes scanning the gathering for any sign of what was happening. At the center of the square stood Eldrick, the village elder, and a man known for his deep connection to the land and its history. His voice, though aged, carried a strength that commanded attention. "Today," he announced, "we celebrate the bond between our village and the Whispering Woods." Mira felt a surge of happiness at his words. She hadn't realized how her journey and the restoration of the forest's balance had affected the village as a whole. It was a reminder that the forest's whispers were a part of everyone's life, a thread woven into the fabric of their existence. Eldrick continued, "We honor Mira, whose courage and kindness have not only saved the forest, but have also reminded us of the importance of listening to the world around us." The villagers turned to Mira, their faces alight with gratitude. She felt a warmth spread through her, a connection to each person there that mirrored the bond she felt with the forest. It was a moment of profound unity, one that transcended words. After the gathering, Mira found herself once again at the edge of the woods. She sat beneath a towering oak, its branches swaying gently in the breeze. As she closed her eyes, she could hear the familiar whispers, a symphony of voices that spoke of gratitude and hope. "Mira," a voice called, soft and comforting. It was the heart of the forest. "The bond between your people and the woods is stronger now. You have woven a new thread into the tapestry of our tales." Mira smiled, her heart full. "I am grateful for the stories you share," she replied. "They have taught me so much." "You too have become a part of our story," the tree responded. "As long as the woods stand, your courage will echo through the leaves." Mira leaned against the tree, feeling its ancient strength seep into her. She realized that her journey was only beginning. The Whispering Woods would continue to teach her, to guide her, and she would ensure its stories were never forgotten. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of gold and crimson, Mira returned to her cottage. Her grandmother greeted her with a knowing smile. "The woods speak to those who listen," she said, "and you, Mira, have become their voice." With a nod, Mira embraced her grandmother, feeling the warmth of love and legacy wrapped around her. She knew that she would continue to write, to explore, and to share the whispers of the Whispering Woods with the world. And so the story of Mira and the Whispering Woods continued, a tale of harmony and hope, woven into the very essence of the village. The forest's whispers danced on the wind, a melody of secrets and stories, forever alive in the hearts of those who listened. In the quiet days that followed, Mira delved deeper into the mysteries of the forest, guided by the whispers that now felt like a familiar friend. She began to document the intricate web of life within the woods, sketching the delicate veins of leaves, the vibrant bursts of wildflowers, and the graceful arcs of deer leaping through the underbrush. Her journal, once a blank canvas, blossomed into a vivid tapestry of words and drawings, each page an ode to the living, breathing world that had embraced her. One crisp morning, as the village was still wrapped in the gentle embrace of dawn, Mira decided to venture to the edge of the forest, where the ancient oak stood sentinel over a hidden grove. The air was cool and fresh, carrying with it the earthy scent of moss and the sweet fragrance of honeysuckle. As she approached the grove, Mira noticed a small, curious creature watching her from the shadows. A fox, its eyes glinting with a playful intelligence. "Hello there," Mira whispered, crouching down to offer a hand in friendship. To her delight, the fox approached, its paws treading softly on the leaf-strewn ground. It nuzzled her hand, its fur warm and soft. The heart of the forest spoke then, its voice a gentle caress. This fox is a guardian of the grove, a protector of the balance we cherish. It seems you have earned its trust." Mira smiled, feeling honored by the fox's acceptance. "Will you join me on my journeys?" she asked the fox, her voice filled with hope. The fox, as if understanding her words, darted around her in a playful circle, then paused to look up at her with a clear gaze full of promise. It was the beginning of a new friendship, one that would accompany Mira on her adventures and deepen her bond with the forest. Together, they explored the woods, the fox leading Mira to hidden nooks and secret paths she had never noticed before. They discovered a small waterfall, its waters sparkling in the dappled sunlight, and a meadow where butterflies danced in a kaleidoscope of colors. Each discovery was a reminder of the forest's endless wonders, its capacity to surprise and delight those who took the time to listen and learn. As the seasons turned, Mira's understanding of the forest deepened. She learned to recognize the calls of the birds, the rustle of creatures in the underbrush, and the subtle shifts in the wind that signaled changes in weather. The forest, with its whispers and secrets, had become her mentor, teaching her the interconnectedness of all living things. One evening, as Mira sat by the fireside with her grandmother, she shared tales of her adventures, of the fox who had become her steadfast companion, and of the hidden wonders she had uncovered. Her grandmother listened with a smile, her eyes reflecting a pride that filled Mira with warmth. "You have become a true guardian of the woods," her grandmother said softly. "Your journey is a testament to the power of listening, of opening one's heart to the world." Mira nodded, gratitude swelling within her. She knew that her path was intertwined with the forest, that its whispers would guide her for the rest of her life. She had found her place, her purpose, in the gentle embrace of the whispering woods. And so as the village nestled in the valley continued to thrive, Mira's story became one of hope and harmony, a tale that was shared by the fireside and passed down through generations. The whispering woods, with its secrets and stories, remained a living testament to the enduring bond between nature and those who cherished it. In the heart of the forest, the ancient tree stood tall, its branches swaying gently in the breeze, a guardian of whispers and tales, forever watchful, forever wise. And as the stars twinkled in the night sky, Mira lay beneath their glow, comforted by the knowledge that the forest's whispers would always be with her, a symphony of secrets that spoke louder than words. 6. In a village nestled between rolling hills and surrounded by the gentle murmur of whispering pines, lived a young woman named Lyra. She had hair the color of autumn leaves and eyes as deep and green as the forest itself. Lyra was known throughout the village for her skill in weaving tapestries, yet she struggled with the idea of change. Her heart was tethered to the familiar rhythms of her daily life, where she found comfort in the predictable pattern of the loom. Every morning, the sun would rise, casting a golden glow over the village, and Lyra would sit by her window with a cup of chamomile tea, savoring the quiet moments before the bustle of the day. She cherished the stillness, the way the light danced across the wooden floorboards, and the scent of fresh bread wafting from the bakery down the lane. But as the seasons turned, a restlessness began to stir within her. It was as if the very air around her whispered of adventures untold and paths not yet walked. Despite the yearning in her heart, fear of the unknown held her back, like a vine wrapping around her ankles. One crisp morning, as the first frost of autumn kissed the leaves with silver, Lyra received a peculiar letter. It was sealed with wax and bore the emblem of a crescent moon. The letter was from an old friend named Finn, who lived in a quaint cottage on the edge of the enchanted forest. Finn was a gentle soul, known for his wisdom and a garden that flourished with the most extraordinary herbs and flowers. "Dear Lyra," the letter read, "I sense a change upon the wind, a calling for those who are ready to embrace it. Come visit me, and perhaps together we can unravel the tapestry of what is to come." Intrigued yet apprehensive, Lyra decided to visit Finn. She packed a small satchel with essentials and set out at dawn, the village still wrapped in a blanket of mist. As she walked, the path wound through fields bathed in the soft glow of early morning, the dewdrops sparkling like tiny crystals. The forest soon enveloped her, its ancient trees standing like sentinels. The air was cool and fragrant with pine and earth. As Lyra ventured deeper, she noticed the forest seemed to hum with a quiet magic. The leaves rustled gently, and rays of sunlight filtered through the canopy, creating patterns that danced upon the ground. After a time, she arrived at Finn's cottage. It was a charming little abode, with ivy climbing its stone walls and vibrant flowers spilling from window boxes. Finn greeted her with a warm smile, his eyes twinkling with the wisdom of countless lifetimes. "Welcome, dear Lyra," he said, ushering her inside. The cottage was cozy, with a fire crackling in the hearth and the aroma of herbs hanging in the air. Books and trinkets lined the shelves, each holding a story of its own. Over tea, they spoke of many things, of dreams, of fears, and the subtle dance between them. Finn listened with the patience of an old oak, and then shared a tale of his own, of a seed that dared to grow beyond the confines of its small garden. "You see, Lyra," he said, "change is the essence of life. It is in the unfurling of a leaf, the bloom of a flower, and the journey of a river. We are all part of this grand tapestry, each thread unique in its path." As they talked, Lyra noticed a peculiar plant on the windowsill. Its leaves shimmered with a silvery hue, and tiny, luminescent flowers bloomed along its stem. "This," Finn explained, "is the moonflower. It blossoms only under the light of the full moon, a reminder that even in darkness, there is beauty waiting to be revealed." Inspired by Finn's words and the moonflower's gentle glow, Lyra felt a shift within her. She realized that change was not something to be feared, but embraced as part of life's journey. It was an invitation to grow, to discover new facets of herself, and to weave a tapestry richer and more vibrant than she had ever imagined. With renewed courage, Lyra returned to her village, her heart alight with possibility. She began to incorporate new designs into her tapestries, inspired by her time in the forest. Swirls of silver thread danced across the fabric, echoing the moonflower's luminescence. Her work blossomed in ways she had never anticipated, drawing admiration from villagers and travelers alike. But more importantly, Lyra herself blossomed, her spirit unfurling like a leaf in spring. Through the gentle guidance of Finn, the wisdom of the forest, and the quiet magic of the moonflower, Lyra learned that the most beautiful transformations often begin with the simplest of changes, a single step toward the unknown, a willingness to grow. And so, as the village settled into the embrace of night, with stars twinkling like diamonds above, Lyra drifted into a peaceful sleep. Her heart was light, her mind at ease, and her dreams woven with the promise of new beginnings, under the watchful gaze of the crescent moon. Story 7. Once upon a time, in a world where magic danced through the air like fireflies, there lived a young girl named Willow. She resided in a cozy cottage nestled deep within an enchanted forest, surrounded by towering trees that whispered ancient secrets. One crisp autumn evening, as Willow sat by the crackling hearth, she noticed something peculiar. The flames in the fireplace seemed to flicker with unusual patterns, almost as if they were trying to communicate. Willow rubbed her eyes in disbelief, but the flames continued their intricate dance. Perplexed, Willow sought guidance from her wise mentor, Oakley the ancient oak tree. His gnarled branches swayed gently as he listened to her tale. "Ah, my dear Willow," he said in a voice that rumbled like distant thunder, "it seems the elements themselves have a message for you." Intrigued, Willow returned to her cottage, determined to unravel this mystery. Each night, she studied the fireplace intently, jotting down the patterns she observed in the flames. Soon she began to notice shapes forming, a swirling leaf, a flickering acorn, and other symbols of the forest. One evening, as Willow sat entranced by the dancing flames, a gentle knock sounded at her door. She opened it to find a tiny creature with gossamer wings and a warm, glowing aura. "Greetings, Willow," the creature said in a melodious voice. "I am Ember, a fire sprite, and I've come to shed light on the mystery that's been unfolding before your eyes." Ember explained that the flames were trying to communicate a message from the heart of the forest itself. A dark force had been slowly spreading, threatening the delicate balance of nature. The sprites, nymphs, and other magical beings needed Willow's help to restore harmony. With Ember's guidance, Willow embarked on a quest through the enchanted woods, deciphering clues hidden within the elements themselves. She listened to the whispers of the wind, observed the patterns in the flowing streams, and sought wisdom from the ancient trees. Along the way, she encountered a host of friendly creatures. Playful pixies who showed her hidden paths, wise old owls who shared their knowledge, and mischievous gnomes who delighted in offering riddles and puzzles. As Willow's understanding deepened, she learned that the dark force was born from the fear and doubt that had taken root in the hearts of humans who had forgotten their connection to nature. With each step, she rekindled the bond between the natural world and those who had strayed, spreading hope and rekindling the magic that flowed through all living things. Finally, on the night of the autumn equinox, Willow stood before a great willow tree in a moonlit glade. With Ember's guidance and the collective power of the forest creatures, she performed an ancient ritual, calling forth the essence of balance and harmony. As the last notes of the ceremony faded, a warm, gentle light began to emanate from the willow tree, spreading through the forest like a radiant sunrise. The dark force dissipated, and the magic of the woods was restored, stronger and more vibrant than ever before. From that day forward, Willow became a guardian of the forest, working in harmony with the magical beings to ensure that the delicate balance was never again disrupted. And whenever she sat by her hearth, watching the flames dance and flicker, she knew that the heart of the enchanted woods beat strong, whispering its secrets to those who would listen with open hearts and minds. Story 8. In the gentle glow of a distant star, beneath the shimmering auroras of the planet Zephyra, there lay a small, unassuming village known for its quiet harmony and lush, iridescent forests. The air was filled with the soft hum of bioluminescent insects dancing around the vibrant flora, their lights creating a canopy of stars on the forest floor. It was here that two paths unexpectedly converged, setting the stage for an extraordinary friendship that would transcend the vastness of space. One of the travelers was Quilon, a wanderer from the crystalline planet of Etherion, known for its ethereal floating cities and shimmering seas of liquid light. Quilon's people, the Etherians, were beings of pure energy, their forms shifting and pulsating with the hues of their emotions. Though Quilon was accustomed to the brilliance of Etherion, he found himself drawn to the soft, earthy warmth of Zephyra, where the stars seemed to whisper ancient secrets. His companion was Lyra, a native of the verdant Zephyra, whose people, the Zephyrites, lived in harmony with the land, their lives intertwined with the rhythms of the forests and the pulse of the planet itself. Lyra's skin was the color of the forest leaves, her eyes reflecting the deep, tranquil pools found in the heart of the woods. Her laughter was like the breeze rustling through the trees, and her spirit was as boundless as the horizon. They met by chance, as many friendships do, when Quilon's wandering path led him to the village, seeking rest and solace. Lyra, curious and ever welcoming, approached the stranger with a warmth that could melt the coldest of hearts. "Welcome, traveler," she said, her voice as gentle as the evening wind. "What brings you to our corner of the universe?" Quilon, his form flickering with shades of intrigue and caution, replied, "I seek understanding and perhaps a sense of belonging in this vast cosmos." Their initial encounters were marked by curious misunderstandings. Quilon, unfamiliar with the tactile customs of the Zephyrites, often misinterpreted Lyra's gestures. A simple offer of a hand in Etherian culture signified a deep, unspoken bond, while for Lyra it was a gesture of greeting. They navigated these differences with patience, their conversations filled with laughter and learning. One evening, as the twin moons rose high in the sky, casting a silvery glow over the village, a challenge presented itself. A mysterious blight had begun to spread through the forest, threatening the delicate balance of Zephyra's ecosystem. The villagers, concerned and bewildered, gathered in the clearing, their faces etched with worry. Quilon, feeling the urgency of the situation, offered his help. "On Etherion, we have faced similar challenges. Perhaps my knowledge can aid in finding a solution." Lyra, moved by his willingness to assist a world not his own, nodded. "Together, we can find a way to heal the forest." As they worked side by side, their differences became strengths, complementing each other's perspectives. Quillen's analytical mind, honed by the crystalline logic of his world, combined with Lyra's intuitive understanding of the living forest, formed a powerful alliance. They discovered that the blight was caused by an imbalance in the soil, a problem that could be remedied with a mixture of Etherian minerals and Zephyrite herbs. Throughout their efforts, moments of mutual support and understanding deepened their bond. One afternoon, as they rested beneath the sheltering boughs of an ancient tree, Lyra shared stories of her childhood adventures in the forest, her voice weaving a tapestry of memories. Keelan, in turn, spoke of the breathtaking vistas of Etherion, painting vivid pictures with his words. In those moments, they realized that despite their differences, they shared a fundamental connection, a desire to protect and cherish the beauty of the universe, to understand and embrace the unknown. As the blight receded and the forest began to heal, the villagers celebrated with a festival beneath the starlit sky. The air was filled with the scent of blooming flowers and the sound of joyous laughter. Quilon and Lyra stood together, their eyes reflecting the twinkling cosmos above. "Thank you," Lyra said, her voice filled with warmth, "for being a part of our world and for showing me the beauty of yours." Quilon's form glowed softly, his colors a serene blend of gratitude and joy. "And thank you for teaching me that true belonging comes not from where you are, but from those you share your journey with." In the quiet moments that followed, as the stars continued their eternal dance, Quilon and Lyra knew they had discovered something precious and rare, a friendship that bridged worlds, a testament to the power of understanding and the gentle strength of kindness. Together they watched the night unfold, content in the knowledge that they had found a home in each other's hearts, a sanctuary in the vastness of space. And as the fires of the celebration flickered and faded into the dawn, their friendship shone as brightly as the first light of day, a beacon of hope and harmony in the universe. Story 9. The Whispering Ferns and the Secret of the Silver Wood. In a village nestled at the foot of an ancient forest, where the morning mist hung like a soft veil over the dew-kissed fields, lived a young girl named Lila. She was known for her gentle heart and a curiosity that sparkled like the stars on a clear night. Her village, with its cobblestone paths and thatched roofs, was surrounded by the silver wood, a mysterious forest that beckoned with promises of secrets and wonders untold. Every evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of amber and rose, Lila would sit by the warm hearth, listening to the crackling fire and the tales spun by the village elders. They spoke of the silver wood, a place where the trees whispered ancient secrets and the ferns danced in the moonlight. Yet no one dared venture too deep, for it was said that the forest had a life of its own, a hidden world that revealed itself only to those with a pure heart and a brave spirit. One crisp autumn morning, when the air was filled with the sweet scent of fallen leaves, Lila set out on a journey. With a satchel packed with bread, cheese, and a small flask of honeyed tea, she walked towards the forest edge, her heart fluttering with excitement and a hint of trepidation. The forest canopy loomed above, its leaves shimmering like emeralds in the dappled sunlight. As she stepped into the forest, a gentle breeze rustled through the leaves, whispering a welcome that only she could hear. The path beneath her feet was soft, carpeted with pine needles and speckled with the golden light that filtered through the trees. The air was cool and fragrant, carrying the earthy scent of moss and the sweet perfume of wildflowers. Deeper into the forest she ventured, guided by an unseen hand. The trees stood tall and silent, their bark etched with the passage of time. Ferns lined her path, their fronds swaying as if in silent conversation. It was here, amidst the ferns, that Lila first sensed the magic, a gentle hum that resonated through the air, filling her with a warmth that chased away her fears. Hours passed unnoticed as Lila explored this enchanting world. She marveled at the brilliant tapestry of colors, the fiery reds and oranges of autumn leaves, the deep greens of the evergreens, and the soft blues of the sky peeking through the canopy. Each step carried her deeper into the heart of the forest, where the whispers grew louder, guiding her to a hidden glade. In the center of the glade stood an ancient oak, its gnarled branches stretching wide as if embracing the sky. At its base, nestled among the roots, lay a shimmering object, a mirror, framed with delicate silver filigree, glinting in the dappled sunlight. The mirror seemed to pulse with a life of its own, its surface smooth and inviting. Lila knelt before the mirror, her reflection gazing back at her with wide, curious eyes. As she touched its cool surface, a gentle ripple spread across the glass, transforming her reflection into a scene of breathtaking beauty, a hidden world within the silver wood. Here, the trees were alive with luminescent creatures, their wings glistening like jewels. Flowers bloomed in a kaleidoscope of colors, and streams of crystal-clear water sang as they wound their way through the forest. Entranced, Lila watched as the scene shifted, revealing a pathway lined with glowing lanterns, leading to a grand hall carved from the living rock. It was a place of gathering, where creatures of the forest came together in harmony. But the most remarkable sight was the great oak, a tree of such majesty and wisdom that its very presence seemed to command the respect of all who beheld it. As the vision faded, Lila understood that the mirror was a gateway, a bridge between her world and the hidden realm of the silver wood. But it was also a key that could unlock the secrets of the forest and reveal its wonders to those who dared to believe. Driven by a newfound sense of purpose, Lila rose to her feet, her heart aglow with the promise of adventure. She knew that her journey had only just begun, and that the challenges ahead would test her courage and resolve. Yet she also knew that she would not be alone. The forest itself would be her guide, its whispers her compass. As she turned to leave the glade, the mirror shimmered one last time, casting a soft light that enveloped her in a warm embrace. It was a promise that the forest would always be there, waiting for her return. With the sun setting behind the treetops, casting long shadows across the forest floor, Lila retraced her steps, her heart light and her spirit renewed. The path led her back to the village, where the hearth fire glowed warmly in the gathering dusk. That night, as she lay in bed, the soft rustle of leaves outside her window lulled her to sleep. The whispers of the forest, like a gentle lullaby, promised dreams filled with wonder and the promise of new beginnings. In the days that followed, Lila returned to the forest time and again, each visit uncovering new mysteries and deepening her bond with the hidden world. She learned to listen to the whispers, to understand their secrets, and to see the magic in the everyday. Through her journeys, she discovered that the heart of the forest lay not in its hidden treasures or ancient secrets, but in the connections she forged with its inhabitants. She befriended the creatures of the forest, learning their stories and sharing her own. Together, they wove a tapestry of friendship and understanding that transcended the boundaries of their worlds. In time, Lila came to realize that the true magic of the silver wood was not in the mirror or the hidden realm it revealed, but in the way it transformed her, fostering a spirit of wonder and a heart open to the beauty and mystery of the world around her. And so, with each passing season, Lila's journey continued. A journey of discovery and growth, guided by the gentle whispers of the forest and the enduring light of friendship. As the years went by, the village at the foot of the silver wood became a place of wonder and inspiration, where the stories of the forest were passed down from generation to generation, a testament to the enduring magic of the natural world. And Lila, her hair now silvered with age, would often sit by the hearth, sharing her tales with the children gathered around her. Her eyes still sparkled with the same curiosity and kindness that had led her on that first journey into the forest, and her heart remained forever intertwined with the silver wood and the secrets it held. In the end, it was not the mirror or the hidden world that defined her story, but the journey itself, a journey of transformation, friendship, and the enduring magic of believing in the impossible. As the fire crackled softly in the hearth and the stars shimmered in the night sky, Lila's voice would carry through the quiet of the evening, weaving tales of wonder and adventure, of hidden worlds and the bonds of friendship that transcended time and distance. And though the stories would change with each telling, one truth remained constant. The magic of the silver wood was alive in every heart that dared to dream, and every soul that dared to listen. In the quiet moments, when the world seemed to hold its breath, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, a gentle reminder that the magic of the natural world was ever present, waiting to be discovered by those with the courage to seek it. And so the story of Lila and the silver wood lived on, a timeless tale of wonder and enchantment, forever etched in the hearts and minds of those who believed in the magic of the world around them. Story 10? Once upon a time, in the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between lush, rolling hills and the whispering woods, there was a small, unassuming shop called the Curiosity Corner. This shop was unlike any other, for it was filled with objects that seemed to hum with the quiet promise of hidden magic. The shopkeeper, a kindly old man named Mr. Fennel, was known throughout the village for his twinkling eyes and endless stories of wonder. One chilly autumn evening, as leaves danced in the crisp breeze and the scent of apple cider wafted through the air, a young girl named Lila wandered into the Curiosity Corner. Lila had always been curious by nature, her eyes wide with the dreams of 1,000 adventures. She loved exploring the nooks and crannies of the village, but today something had drawn her to the shop, a feeling she couldn't quite place, like a soft tug at her heart. As she stepped inside, a warm bell chimed above her, and the cozy glow from the fireplace wrapped around her like a comforting blanket. The shop was a maze of shelves filled with peculiar items, dusty tomes with faded lettering, shimmering glass bottles filled with mysterious liquids, and trinkets that seemed to whisper secrets. But it was a small, intricately carved wooden box that caught Lila's eye, tucked away on a high shelf. "Ah, you have an eye for the special ones," Mr. Fennel said, appearing from behind a stack of books with a gentle smile. "That box has been waiting for someone like you." Lila felt a flutter of excitement. "What's inside?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Mr. Fennel carefully took the box down and handed it to her. "Why don't you find out?" With a nod, Lila opened the box to reveal a round, smooth stone that shimmered with a subtle inner light. As she touched it, a warmth spread through her fingertips, and the room seemed to quieten as if holding its breath. "This," Mr. Fennel explained softly, "is a stone of whispers. It holds the ability to communicate with the spirits of the forest, but it only reveals its secrets to those who listen with their hearts." Lila's eyes widened with wonder. "Can I really use it?" Mr. Fennel nodded. "But remember, the journey it takes you on will be one of understanding and kindness." With the stone in her pocket, Lila set out the next morning into the woods, the air filled with birdsong and the earthy scent of fallen leaves. Her heart thrummed with the thrill of the unknown. As she wandered deeper into the forest, she was joined by a squirrel named Chip, who chattered eagerly about the goings-on in the forest, and a wise old owl named Oliver, who offered snippets of wisdom and guidance. Together, they ventured further into the heart of the woods until they reached a place where the trees stood taller and the air seemed to shimmer with magic. It was here that Lila sat down on a mossy log and held the stone close, closing her eyes to listen. To her surprise, she began to hear soft, gentle voices, like the rustling of leaves in the wind. The spirits of the forest whispered to her of a forgotten glade, hidden deep within the woods, where a rare and beautiful flower bloomed only once every 100 years. The flower, they said, held the power to heal and bring peace, but it was slowly withering away, forgotten and unseen. Moved by the plight of the flower, Lila knew she had to find it. With Chip's keen sense of direction and Oliver's wise counsel, they journeyed deeper into the forest, through babbling brooks and sun-dappled clearings. As they traveled, they encountered challenges that required Lila to think carefully and act with kindness, helping a family of hedgehogs find their way home, and soothing a distressed fawn who had lost its mother. Finally, as twilight painted the sky with hues of pink and gold, they reached the hidden glade. There, amid a circle of ancient stones, stood the flower, its petals drooping sadly. Lila approached it gently, the stone of whispers glowing warmly in her hand. "Tell me what you need," she whispered to the flower, her heart open and sincere. The flower's spirit, weary but hopeful, spoke to her of the need for sunlight and the touch of the morning dew. It needed someone to care, to remember its beauty and purpose. With newfound determination, Lila and her friends worked through the night. Chip scampered up the trees to clear away branches that blocked the sunlight, while Oliver flew to gather droplets of dew from the tallest leaves. Lila gently tended to the flower, whispering words of encouragement and love. As dawn broke, the first rays of sunlight kissed the glade, and the flower began to bloom, its petals unfurling in a breathtaking display of color and light. The air was filled with the soft hum of magic, and the spirits of the forest sang a song of gratitude and joy. Lila watched in awe, her heart swelling with happiness and peace. The flower, once forgotten, stood proud and vibrant, a symbol of the power of kindness and the strength of friendship. As she made her way back to the village, Lila felt changed, her spirit lighter and her heart full. She had learned that true magic lay not in grand gestures or mighty feats, but in the quiet acts of love and understanding. When she returned to the curiosity corner, Mr. Fennel greeted her with a knowing smile. "You've done well, Lila," he said. "The forest will always remember your kindness." And so, in the village of Willowbrook, the story of Lila and the magical flower became a cherished tale passed down through generations. The Stone of Whispers found its place on a shelf in the curiosity corner, waiting patiently for the next kind-hearted soul to discover its secrets. And every now and then, when the wind rustled through the leaves, the villagers would pause, listening for the gentle whispers of the forest, reminded of the magic that lies within the heart. And that, dear listener, is the end of our story. May your dreams be filled with wonder and your heart with peace as you drift off to sleep. Good night. Story 11. Once upon a time, in the heart of a serene, whispering forest, there lived a gentle soul named Leora. Leora was known throughout the woodland for her kindness and gentle spirit, yet she carried a quiet worry within her. She felt an unsettling restlessness, a yearning for something beyond the familiar paths she tread every day. Leora's life was nestled in a cozy cottage, woven from the woods themselves, with soft moss carpets and windows framed with ivy. The scent of pine and blooming wildflowers wafted through the open windows, mingling with the earthy aroma of the forest floor. Despite the tranquil beauty surrounding her, Leora felt a pull toward change, yet change frightened her. The very thought of stepping beyond her known world filled her heart with a flutter of nerves. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and gold, Leora sat by her fireplace, its crackling warmth a comforting embrace. Her wise old friend, a kindly owl named Orin, perched on the mantel, observing her with eyes as round and luminous as the moon. "Leora," Orin began, his voice a soft hoot above the gentle rustle of the leaves outside, "I have watched you wander these woods, your heart full of questions. Perhaps it's time you sought the answers." "But how?" Leora replied, her voice a whisper against the quiet night. "I'm afraid of what I might find beyond the forest." Orin fluttered down beside her, his feathers brushing softly against her cheek. "Change is like the seasons, dear Leora. It is inevitable and necessary for growth. Trust in yourself, and you will find the strength to embrace it." The next morning, as dawn's light filtered through the trees, Leora decided to heed Orin's advice. She packed a small satchel with essentials, a loaf of fresh bread, a flask of honeyed water, and a tiny lantern, and set out on a path she had never taken before. Her heart beat a steady rhythm of excitement and trepidation. As she walked, the forest around her began to shift. The trees grew taller, their trunks twisting in elegant spirals, and the air shimmered with a faint, magical glow. Leora felt a tingle of magic in the air, a sensation that mirrored the stirrings of change within her. Along her journey, Leora encountered a delightful array of creatures. A family of squirrels, with fur as soft as dandelions, offered her nuts from their winter stash. A family of foxes, sleek and bright-eyed, guided her through a maze of brambles, their bushy tails brushing against her legs like whispers of encouragement. Each encounter taught Leora something new. The squirrels showed her the value of sharing and preparation, while the foxes demonstrated the importance of cleverness and agility. With each lesson, Leora felt herself growing, her fears slowly unfurling like the petals of a morning glory beneath the sun. As twilight descended, Leora found herself at the edge of the enchanted lake, its surface a mirror of stars. The lake was said to hold the magic of transformation, a place where one could discover their true self. Leora felt drawn to its shimmering waters, her reflection a kaleidoscope of possibilities. Sitting by the water's edge, Leora closed her eyes and listened. The lake whispered to her, its voice a gentle lullaby of waves. "Change is the essence of life, dear one. Embrace it, and you will find your true self." With a deep breath, Leora dipped her hand into the cool, silken water. As she did, a warm glow enveloped her, filling her with a profound sense of peace and clarity. In that moment, she understood that change was not something to fear, but a path to self-discovery and growth. When Leora opened her eyes, she felt different. There was a lightness in her heart, a newfound confidence in her step. The magic of the lake had ignited a transformation within her, mirroring the change she had resisted for so long. As she made her way back through the forest, the path seemed brighter, the air sweeter. The creatures she had met along the way greeted her with joyful chirps and nods, sensing the change within her. Leora knew she had found a new beginning, a place where her heart could soar beyond the confines of fear. Returning to her cottage, Leora was greeted by Orin, who looked at her with a knowing smile. "You have found your path, Leora. Remember, true magic lies within the journey, and you have only just begun." From that day forward, Leora embraced change with an open heart. She explored new paths, welcomed new experiences, and shared her newfound wisdom with the forest's inhabitants. Her journey had taught her that personal growth was a beautiful magical transformation, a dance of courage and discovery, and so, under the gentle watch of the stars, Leora lived her days with joy and wonder, embracing each moment of change as a step towards her true self. A melody woven into the heart of the forest, a story of growth, friendship, and the magic of transformation. Story 12. Once upon a time, in a quaint little village, nestled between emerald hills and a shimmering sapphire lake, there lived a young girl named Lydia. The village was known for its picturesque cottages, each with cheerful gardens that bloomed with wildflowers, and cobbled streets that echoed with the laughter of children. Lydia lived in a cozy cottage with her grandmother, who was the village's beloved storyteller. Every evening, as the sun dipped beneath the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and pink, the villagers would gather around the fireplace in their home, eager to hear tales of old. Lydia adored these stories, especially those of hidden magic in everyday objects. One crisp autumn morning, as leaves of gold and crimson danced in the gentle breeze, Lydia's grandmother handed her a small, intricately carved wooden box. It was adorned with swirling patterns that seemed to shift and shimmer in the light. "This," her grandmother whispered with a twinkle in her eye, "is no ordinary box. Inside lies a secret that only reveals itself to those who truly believe in the magic of the world." Curiosity sparked within Lydia, and she spent hours examining the box, tracing her fingers over its delicate carvings. Despite her efforts, it remained tightly shut, revealing nothing. Determined to uncover its secret, Lydia decided to seek the wisdom of the village's most remarkable characters. Her first visit was to Old Man Thistle, the village's eccentric inventor. His workshop was a haven of curious contraptions and delightful gadgets. As Lydia entered, the scent of oil and metal mingled with the sweetness of freshly baked bread from the nearby bakery. "Ah, Lydia!" Old Man Thistle greeted her with a warm smile, his eyes twinkling behind round spectacles. "What brings you to my humble abode?" Lydia showed him the box, explaining her quest. The inventor examined it closely, tapping it gently with a small hammer and peering through a magnifying glass. "This box," he mused, "is not to be opened by force or clever mechanisms. It listens, you see. Perhaps it seeks a story of its own." With renewed hope, Lydia thanked Old Man Thistle and headed to her next destination, the cottage of Miss Poppy, the village's wise herbalist. Her home was a fragrant sanctuary filled with hanging bundles of herbs and jars of colorful potions. Miss Poppy welcomed Lydia with a steaming cup of chamomile tea, the soothing aroma wrapping around them like a warm blanket. Lydia shared her story, and Miss Poppy nodded thoughtfully, her fingers brushing the box's surface. "Magic is often unlocked by the heart," Miss Poppy said gently. "Perhaps the box seeks a connection, a moment of true understanding." Lydia pondered these words as she made her way to the lake, its surface shimmering like 1,000 tiny stars in the afternoon sun. There she found her friend Oliver, a kind-hearted boy with a knack for finding beauty in the simplest of things. Together they sat by the water's edge, Lydia explaining her quest once more. Oliver listened intently, his eyes alight with wonder. "Maybe," he suggested softly, "the box wants to know your heart's desire. What is it that you wish for the most, Lydia?" Under the golden glow of the setting sun, Lydia closed her eyes and whispered her deepest wish. She wished for the stories she loved so dearly to be shared with the world, to bring joy and wonder to all who heard them. As she spoke, a gentle warmth spread from the box in her hands, and with a soft click, the lid slowly creaked open. Inside, nestled in a velvet lining, was a delicate quill made of shimmering silver and gold. The quill sparkled with an otherworldly light, and as Lydia held it, she felt a sense of peace and fulfillment wash over her. It was a magical quill, one that would bring her stories to life with every stroke, weaving them into the hearts of all who read or heard them. With the help of Old Man Thistle, Miss Poppy, and Oliver, Lydia began to share her stories far and wide. The village thrived with tales of adventure, kindness, and magic, and Lydia's dream blossomed into reality. As the years passed, Lydia became a renowned storyteller in her own right, her tales enchanting listeners from all corners of the world. And every night, as she penned her stories by the crackling fire, the little wooden box sat on the mantel, a reminder of the magic found in believing and the wonders unlocked by the heart. And so, under the velvet canopy of starlit skies, the village basked in the warmth of stories and the gentle glow of imagination, a testament to the extraordinary secrets hidden within the ordinary. The end. Story 13. The Luminous Feather. In the heart of the ancient whispering woods, where the trees swayed gently to the rhythm of a soft breeze, and the scent of pine mingled with the earthy aroma of damp moss, there lay a quaint little village named Luminwood. Nestled snugly between two rolling hills, it was a place untouched by the rush of time, where the river babbled with stories, and the air was filled with the harmonious songs of birds. At the edge of this village, bordered by wildflowers that danced in the morning sun, stood a humble thatched cottage. This was the home of a young girl named Maeve. Maeve was known for her bright, curious eyes that seemed to hold the reflection of the stars themselves. Her days were filled with wonder and the pursuit of the unknown, often leading her to the farthest corners of the woods, where the whispers of ancient secrets lingered. One crisp autumn morning, as the golden leaves fluttered to the ground like silent whispers, Maeve set out on an adventure. Her heart was light, and her spirit was buoyed by the promise of discovery. She wore her favorite cloak, a deep emerald green that matched the vibrant hues of the forest around her, and in her hand she carried a small wicker basket, ready to collect whatever treasures the woods chose to offer. As she journeyed deeper into the woods, the path beneath her feet turned from well-trodden soil to a carpet of soft, rustling leaves. The sunlight trickled through the canopy above, creating a mosaic of light and shadow that danced along her path. Every step she took was accompanied by the gentle crunch of leaves and the rustle of small creatures scurrying about their daily business. It was during this peaceful wander that Maeve stumbled upon something extraordinary. In a small clearing, bathed in a pool of sunlight, lay a feather. But it was no ordinary feather. It shimmered with an ethereal glow, shifting colors like a rainbow caught in a sunbeam. Entranced, Maeve knelt beside it, her fingers tingling with anticipation as she reached out to touch it. The moment her fingers brushed against the feather, a warmth spread through her, as if she had caught a piece of the sun itself. The air around her seemed to hum with energy, and the world grew sharper, more vibrant. The whispering of the woods grew louder, each rustle and creak now a symphony of sounds that spoke to her in a language she felt she had always known, yet never understood. Maeve knew at once that this feather was no mere trinket. It was a magical object, imbued with a power she could scarcely comprehend. With the feather cradled gently in her hands, she felt a connection to the forest that was both exhilarating and comforting, like being wrapped in a warm embrace. As Maeve rose to her feet, she realized she was no longer alone. Perched on a nearby branch was a small, peculiar-looking bird. Its feathers were a kaleidoscope of colors, much like the feather she held, and its eyes twinkled with an intelligence that belied its diminutive size. The bird tilted its head, regarding her with a curious, almost knowing gaze. "You have found the feather of Lumina," the bird's voice was soft, a gentle melody that resonated in the quiet clearing. Maeve's eyes widened in surprise, for she had never heard an animal speak before. "It is a gift, young seeker, a key to the hidden world within our own." Maeve's heart skipped with excitement. "A hidden world?" she echoed, her voice barely above a whisper. The bird nodded, its feathers shimmering in the dappled sunlight. Yes, a world where the threads of magic weave through every leaf and stone. But beware, for such a gift comes with responsibility. The feather of Lumina will guide you, but you must listen to the voice of the woods and learn from its wisdom. With these words, the bird took flight, disappearing into the canopy above, leaving Maeve standing alone in the clearing, the feather still glowing softly in her hand. She knew then that her life would never be the same, that she was on the cusp of a journey that would change her in ways she could not yet fathom. Determined and filled with a newfound sense of purpose, Maeve set off deeper into the woods. The feather's warmth guided her steps, leading her toward the heart of the forest, where the air was cool and the shadows long. As she walked, she felt the forest come alive around her, each tree and stone whispering secrets of the ages. After some time, Maeve came upon a hidden glen, where a crystal-clear stream wound its way through a meadow of wildflowers. Here the air was filled with the gentle hum of bees and the sweet scent of blooming heather. It was a place of peace, untouched by the outside world. In the center of the glen stood an ancient oak, its massive trunk twisted and gnarled, with branches that stretched toward the sky like welcoming arms. Maeve felt drawn to the tree, as if it held the answers to questions she had yet to ask. As she approached, she noticed a figure seated at the base of the oak. It was an elderly woman, her long silver hair cascading over her shoulders, her eyes closed in meditation. Maeve hesitated, unsure whether to disturb the serene stillness of the glen. Sensing her presence, the woman opened her eyes and smiled warmly. "Welcome, child," she said, her voice a soft murmur like the rustling leaves. "You have traveled far to find this place, have you not?" Maeve nodded, feeling a strange sense of kinship with the woman. "I have been guided by this," she said, holding up the luminous feather. The woman's eyes twinkled with understanding. "Ah, the feather of Lumina. It has chosen wisely. Sit with me, and I shall tell you what you seek." Maeve settled beside the woman, the cool grass a comforting cushion beneath her. As she listened, the woman spoke of the hidden world, a realm intertwined with their own, where magic flowed like the stream, and every living thing was connected by invisible threads. "But such a world is fragile," the woman warned, her voice tinged with sadness. "It is easily overlooked, its wonders unseen by those who do not take the time to listen and learn. The feather has chosen you to be its guardian, to protect the balance between our world and theirs." Maeve felt the weight of the task settle upon her shoulders, yet she was not afraid. Instead, she was filled with a sense of purpose, a desire to understand and protect the wonders she had only just begun to glimpse. "How do I begin?" Maeve asked, her voice steady with determination. The woman smiled, her eyes kind and wise. "You begin by listening, by opening your heart to the whispers of the woods. The feather of Lumina will guide you, but it is your actions that will make the difference." With these words, the woman rose to her feet, her form shimmering like mist in the morning sun. "Remember, Maeve, the power of the feather lies not in what it can do, but in what it inspires you to become." As the woman faded into the air, Maeve felt a surge of clarity. She understood that her journey was not just one of discovery, but of transformation. With the feather as her guide, she would learn to see the hidden world, to understand its magic and protect its secrets. Days turned into weeks, and weeks into months, as Maeve immersed herself in the world of the woods. She learned to listen to the whispers of the trees, to understand the language of the birds and the songs of the river. With each passing day, her connection to the hidden world grew stronger, and she felt herself changing, growing wiser and more attuned to the magic that surrounded her. But it was not always easy. There were challenges to face, moments of doubt and uncertainty. Yet, through it all, Maeve was never alone. The forest was her ally, its creatures her friends, and the feather her constant source of guidance and light. One day, as the first snowflakes began to fall, Maeve found herself once more in the glen beneath the ancient oak. Here, she reflected on her journey, on the lessons she had learned and the wisdom she had gained. It was then that she realized the true gift of the feather of Lumina. It had not only opened her eyes to the hidden world, but had also revealed the magic within herself, the power of kindness, of friendship, and of a heart that listened and cared. And so, as the snow gently blanketed the glen, Maeve made a promise to the woods, to the hidden world, and to herself. She would continue to listen, to learn, and to protect the fragile balance between their worlds. For she understood now that true magic was not in the feather, but in the love and wisdom it had inspired within her. With her heart full and her spirit light, Maeve returned to Lumenwood, her steps guided by the gentle glow of the feather of Lumina. She knew her journey was far from over, but she was ready for whatever lay ahead, confident in the knowledge that she was not just a guardian of magic, but a part of it. And so, in the quiet village of Lumenwood, beneath the shimmering stars and the watchful eyes of the ancient woods, Maeve found her place, a bridge between worlds, a guardian of secrets, and a seeker of the endless wonders that life had to offer. Story 14. The Whispering Woods. In the heart of the Whispering Woods, where the trees swayed gently as if sharing secrets with the wind, there lay a small village known as Fern Hollow. Fern Hollow was a place where the sun cast warm, golden rays over the cobblestone paths, and the air always carried the scent of fresh pine and blooming wildflowers. The village nestled comfortably in a valley surrounded by towering trees that seemed to hold the sky. The people of Fern Hollow were known for their kindness and simple ways, living off the land and caring for the forest that cradled their homes. Among them was a young girl named Leora, whose heart was as bright as her name, which meant light. Leora had a gentle smile that could calm the most restless of spirits, and a curiosity that could fill the vast expanse of the woods. One crisp autumn afternoon, as the leaves danced to the ground in hues of amber and gold, Leora set off on her daily wander. She loved exploring the woods, where every nook and cranny held the promise of adventure and wonder. Her favorite companion on these journeys was a small, clever squirrel named Thistle, who would chatter animatedly from the trees above, his bushy tail flicking with excitement. As Leora wandered deeper into the forest, she stumbled upon something unusual. Tucked beneath a cluster of ancient oaks was a glimmering stone, unlike anything she had seen before. It was smooth and round, fitting perfectly in the palm of her hand, and it shimmered with an iridescent light that seemed to pulse gently, as if alive. Curiosity piqued, Leora picked up the stone. As she did, a sudden warmth spread through her fingers, and she felt a strange yet comforting sensation, as if the stone was whispering to her. She closed her eyes and listened closely. "Welcome, seeker of wonders," the stone seemed to say, its voice a soft, melodic hum. "I am the heart of the woods, and you have been chosen to see beyond the veil of the ordinary." Leora's eyes flew open, her heart racing with excitement and a hint of fear. She glanced around, half expecting the trees themselves to lean down and speak. But the woods remained still, the only sound the gentle rustling of leaves. "Did you hear that, Thistle?" she asked, glancing up at the squirrel who had paused his antics to watch her intently. Thistle chattered in response, his bright eyes reflecting the same curiosity that filled Leora's heart. She knew then that this was the beginning of something extraordinary. With the heart of the woods tucked safely in her pocket, Leora felt an insatiable urge to explore further. She ventured deeper into the forest, guided by an invisible thread of wonder. As she walked, she noticed the world around her changing. The colors of the forest grew more vibrant, the scents more intoxicating, and the sounds more musical, as if the trees themselves were singing. Before long, Leora found herself in a part of the woods she had never seen before, where the trees arched overhead like a cathedral of nature, their branches entwined in a dance of light and shadow. In the center of this hidden glade stood an ancient willow, its trunk gnarled and wise, its leaves whispering in the breeze. As Leora approached, the willow seemed to sway in greeting, and from its roots emerged a figure draped in robes of woven leaves. It was a dryad, a guardian spirit of the forest, her eyes deep as the earth and her smile as serene as a summer sky. "Welcome, child of light," the dryad said, her voice like the rustle of leaves. "You hold the heart of the woods, a gift given only to those who see beyond what is. With it, you may glimpse the hidden world within our own and learn the secrets it holds." Leora bowed her head, feeling both humbled and honored. "What is it that I must do?" she asked, her voice filled with earnest curiosity. "The heart of the woods will guide you," the dryad replied. "But remember, every journey shapes the traveler. You must tread with wisdom and kindness, for the path is not always clear, and the forest has much to teach." With a nod of understanding, Leora tucked the stone closer to her heart and turned back to the path, Thistle scampering beside her. As they ventured onward, the forest unfolded like a tapestry of wonders. They encountered creatures both familiar and strange, glowing fireflies that painted the dusk with trails of light, and shy deer that watched with gentle eyes from the shadows. Each encounter was a lesson, each moment a story waiting to be told. Days turned into weeks as Leora journeyed through the enchanted woods. With each step, she learned to listen more deeply, to see more clearly. She discovered that the forest was not just a place, but a living, breathing entity, its heart beating in time with the earth. One afternoon, as she rested by a sparkling brook, Leora noticed a change in the air. A chill swept through the trees, and the sky darkened with clouds that grumbled ominously. Before she could react, a sudden storm broke loose, rain lashing down in sheets, the wind howling like a wild beast. Leora sought refuge under a rocky overhang, her heart pounding with fear. Thistle huddled close, his tiny body trembling. As the storm raged on, Leora remembered the Dryad's words. The journey shapes the traveler. Closing her eyes, she focused on the warmth of the heart of the woods, its gentle pulse steady beneath her fingertips. She took a deep breath, allowing the calmness to envelop her. In that moment, she realized that the storm, with all its fury, was a part of the forest's song, a necessary balance to the sunshine and serenity. With newfound clarity, Leora stepped into the rain, her fears washed away by the cleansing waters. She danced in the downpour, her laughter ringing through the trees, and felt the forest embrace her with its wild, untamed beauty. When the storm finally passed, the forest glistened with raindrops, each leaf and blade of grass sparkling like a jewel. The sun broke through the clouds, casting a rainbow across the sky, a bridge of colors connecting earth to heaven. Leora returned to the village with stories etched in her heart, stories of the forest and its secrets, of storms and rainbows, of whispers and wonders. She shared these tales with the people of Fern Hollow, her words weaving a tapestry of magic and mystery that captivated all who listened. As the days turned into seasons, Leora grew into a wise and gentle leader, her spirit forever bound to the whispering woods. The heart of the woods remained with her, a reminder of the journey that had shaped her, a testament to the power of friendship and the beauty of the world unseen. And so, under the watchful gaze of the ancient trees, Fern Hollow thrived, a village where nature and magic danced hand in hand, and where the whispers of the woods were never far away. As the sun set over the horizon, casting its golden glow over the valley, Leora sat by the fire, her heart aglow with the warmth of the stories yet to be told. In the gentle embrace of the whispering woods, the people of Fern Hollow found their dreams, and in the heart of a young girl named Leora, they found their light. The end. Story 15. In the heart of an ancient forest, where towering trees whispered secrets to the wind and the earth pulsed with the rhythm of life, there existed a hidden village known only as the Glade of Seasons. The village was nestled amidst a circle of grand oaks whose branches arched overhead like a protective canopy, filtering sunlight into a gentle, dappled glow. The air was fragrant with the scent of pine needles and damp earth, and the forest floor was a lush tapestry of moss and wildflowers. The inhabitants of this mystical glade were creatures of nature, each as unique and vital as the elements themselves. There was Thistle, the gentle deer whose antlers bore the colors of the changing seasons. Her coat shimmered with the hues of autumn leaves in fall and the soft green of new buds in spring. Then there was Bramble, a wise old badger with a coat as thick and dark as the night sky, known for his stories of ancient times and forgotten myths. And fluttering between the trees was Sable, a small and sprightly squirrel whose bushy tail swished like a soft brush against the bark, spreading seeds and promoting new life wherever she went. The Glade of Seasons was a place of profound harmony, where every creature played a role in the delicate balance of nature. The trees whispered tales of old to the wind, which carried the stories to the streams, which in turn sang to the stones. This symphony of nature was a melody of life, a reminder of the interconnectedness of all things. Each season brought its own magic to the glade. In spring, the forest awoke with a symphony of birdsong, the air alive with the scent of blossoms and the hum of bees flitting from flower to flower. Summer wrapped the glade in warm, golden light, the leaves rustling softly as if sharing secrets only they understood. Autumn painted the forest in a palette of russet and gold, and the crisp air was filled with the gentle crunch of leaves underfoot. Winter cloaked the glade in a serene hush, the ground blanketed in snow that sparkled like a million tiny stars under the moonlight. One year, however, the balance of this enchanted place was threatened. The rains of spring had failed to arrive, and the streams that flowed through the forest began to dwindle. The flowers struggled to bloom, and the trees whispered their concerns to the wind. The creatures of the glade gathered in a clearing, bathed in silvery moonlight, to discuss the troubling change. "We must do something," Thistle said, her voice as soft as the rustle of leaves. "Without the rains, our home will wither." Bramble, wise and thoughtful, nodded slowly. "I remember tales of a similar time when the rains ceased. It was said that the spirits of the forest were disturbed and needed our help to restore harmony." Sable, ever curious and brave, chirped excitedly. "Then we must find these spirits and listen to their needs." And so it was decided. Guided by the wisdom of the ancients, the trio embarked on a journey deeper into the forest, to the mystical place known as the Grove of Echoes, where it was said the spirits of nature dwelled. The path to the grove was winding and filled with the soft sounds of the forest, the distant hoot of an owl, the gentle rustle of leaves, and the soothing murmur of what little water remained in the streams. As they walked, the forest seemed to hold its breath, as if watching and waiting for the outcome of their quest. Upon reaching the grove, the air was still and heavy with the scent of damp earth. In the center stood a magnificent ancient tree, its bark gnarled and twisted with age, its branches reaching toward the sky like the arms of a wise elder. The spirits of the forest were said to reside within its heart. Thistle, Bramble, and Sable stood before the ancient tree, their hearts filled with hope and reverence. Closing their eyes, they listened to the whispers of the wind, allowing the forest's voice to guide them. A gentle, melodic voice filled the air, as soft as the sigh of a breeze. "Why have you come, children of the forest?" it asked, resonating through the grove. "We seek your guidance," Thistle replied, her voice steady. "The rains have not come, and our home is in need of help." The voice, filled with ancient wisdom, responded, "The balance of nature is delicate, and at times it requires the hands of its children to help mend what is broken. The rains are held by the spirit of the river, who is troubled and unable to release them." Bramble's eyes, wise and understanding, widened. "How can we help the spirit of the river find peace?" "Listen to the river's song, for it will reveal the heart of its sorrow," the voice replied, fading like mist in the morning sun. With renewed purpose, the trio made their way to the river, which now ran as a thin, silvery thread through the forest. Kneeling beside its banks, they listened intently to the gentle murmurs of the water. In the river's song, they heard a tale of neglect and imbalance. Fallen branches and debris cluttered its banks, restricting its flow and causing the spirit distress. The creatures of the forest had forgotten their task of tending to the river, allowing its path to become choked and hindered. Determined to restore harmony, Thistle, Bramble, and Sable called upon the other creatures of the forest to join them. Together, they cleared the river's banks, removing the debris and allowing the water to flow freely once more. As they worked, the river's song changed. It became a melody of gratitude and relief, a gentle symphony that filled the forest with hope. The skies, once heavy and gray, began to clear, and the long-awaited rains finally fell, a soft and nourishing shower that quenched the earth's thirst. The glade was alive again, vibrant and thriving, its creatures rejoicing in the return of balance. A sense of peace settled over the forest, a reminder of the power of unity and the importance of listening to the whispers of nature. As the sun set, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, Thistle, Bramble, and Sable gathered together, their hearts full of warmth and contentment. They knew that the forest would thrive as long as its creatures remembered to care for one another and the world around them. And so, under the watchful gaze of the ancient trees and the softly glowing moon, the Glade of Seasons continued to flourish. a testament to the enduring bond between nature and those who call it home. Story 16. Once upon a time, in a cozy little cottage nestled deep in the heart of an enchanted forest, there lived a young girl named Willow. She was a curious child with a heart full of wonder and an insatiable thirst for adventure. One crisp autumn morning, as Willow was tidying her room, she stumbled upon an old, tarnished hairbrush tucked away in the back of her dresser drawer. Little did she know, this unassuming object held a secret magic within its bristles. As she absent-mindedly ran the brush through her tousled locks, a shimmering light began to emanate from the bristles, and before Willow could blink, she found herself shrinking smaller and smaller until she was no bigger than a mouse. At first, Willow was terrified, but her natural curiosity soon took over. She gazed in awe at the world around her, now appearing vast and unfamiliar. The once familiar furniture loomed like towering giants, and the smallest cracks in the floorboards became cavernous chasms. Determined to unravel the mystery of the enchanted hairbrush, Willow set out on an extraordinary journey through the depths of her own home. Along the way, she encountered a motley crew of unlikely companions, a friendly spider named Whiskers, who spun gossamer threads to help her navigate the treacherous terrain, and a wise old mouse named Sage, who offered sage advice and guidance. Together, they faced countless challenges, from navigating the perilous maze of dust bunnies under the bed to outmaneuvering the fearsome house cat, whose massive paws shook the very ground they walked on. As they delved deeper into the secrets of the enchanted hairbrush, Willow learned that true strength lies not in brute force, but in wisdom, patience, and the bonds of friendship. With each obstacle they overcame, she grew more resilient, more resourceful, and more appreciative of the wondrous world around her. Finally, after many harrowing adventures, Willow and her companions discovered the ancient tome that held the key to unlocking the hairbrush's magic. With a few carefully recited incantations, the spell was broken, and Willow found herself back to her normal size, her heart brimming with newfound gratitude and understanding. From that day on, Willow never took the ordinary for granted. She cherished the beauty in the smallest of things and embraced the extraordinary that lurked just beneath the surface of the everyday world. And whenever she felt the weight of the world upon her shoulders, she would simply run the enchanted hairbrush through her hair and let the magic of her adventures wash over her once more, reminding her that even the most ordinary of objects can hold the most extraordinary of secrets. Story 17. The Whispering Forest. Once upon a time, nestled between the gentle rolling hills and the wide, shimmering lake, lay the small village of Briarwood. This quaint village was known for its lush orchards and vibrant wildflowers that danced in the breezes of spring. The villagers lived simple, content lives, surrounded by the beauty of nature and the peace of the countryside. At the edge of Briarwood, where the orchards met the dense thickets of the ancient whispering forest, there lived a young girl named Leora. She was a curious soul, with eyes as bright as the morning sun and a heart full of dreams. Leora's days were spent exploring the meadows and collecting wildflowers, her imagination painting stories of wonder and magic. One crisp autumn afternoon, as amber leaves fluttered gently to the ground, Leora found herself wandering deeper into the whispering forest than she ever had before. The forest was a labyrinth of towering oaks and whispering pines, their branches weaving a canopy that filtered the sunlight into soft, golden pools. The air was filled with the earthy scent of moss and the distant call of a lone owl. Leora's footsteps crunched softly on the leaf-strewn path, her heart alight with the thrill of adventure. Suddenly, her eyes caught a glimmer of something unusual. Nestled between the roots of a grand old oak was a small, ornate box, its surface intricately carved with symbols that seemed to shimmer in the dappled light. Kneeling down, Leora gently brushed away the fallen leaves, revealing the box in its entirety. It was beautiful, with designs that seemed to tell stories of old. As she touched it, a tingling sensation ran through her fingers, and she knew this was no ordinary box. With a mixture of excitement and caution, Leora lifted the lid. Inside, nestled on a bed of soft, velvet cloth, was a delicate pendant, shaped like a teardrop and glowing with a soft, ethereal light. The pendant seemed to hum with a gentle warmth, and as Leora held it in her hand, she felt a connection, a whisper that seemed to resonate within her very soul. As she stood there, the forest around her seemed to change. The gentle rustling of leaves turned into soft, melodic whispers, as if the trees themselves were speaking to her. "Listen," they seemed to say. "Listen and understand." Leora closed her eyes, letting the whispers wash over her, filling her mind with images of hidden realms and forgotten tales. She saw visions of creatures that danced in the moonlight, of rivers that sang to the stars, and of an ancient magic that flowed through the very earth. With a newfound sense of purpose, Leora realized that the pendant was a key to a world beyond the one she knew, a world where magic and reality intertwined like the roots of the ancient trees. It was a world that needed her, and she felt a deep calling to uncover its mysteries. Determined to learn more, Leora set off on a journey through the whispering forest, guided by the pendant's gentle glow. The forest seemed to open up to her, paths unfolding that had been hidden before, as if welcoming her into its sacred embrace. As she wandered deeper, Leora met creatures she had only dreamed of. A wise old owl with eyes like polished amber offered her advice in riddles, while a playful fox with a coat like fiery autumn leaves led her to hidden streams and secret groves. Each encounter added to her understanding, revealing pieces of the puzzle of this enchanted world. Days turned into nights, and Leora's journey continued. She learned to listen to the forest's whispers, to read the signs that nature offered. The pendant, always warm against her heart, guided her steps and filled her dreams with stories of old. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky turned to a tapestry of stars, Leora found herself in a clearing bathed in moonlight. In the center stood a great, ancient tree, its branches reaching towards the heavens. The air was thick with magic, and Leora felt the pendant pulse with an energy she had never felt before. As she approached the tree, she saw a figure emerge from the shadows. It was a girl, not much older than Leora herself, with hair like silver moonbeams and eyes that sparkled like the stars. Her presence was calming, and Leora felt as though she had met a kindred spirit. "Welcome, Leora," the girl said, her voice gentle and soothing. "I am Astrid, guardian of the Whispering Forest. You have done well to come this far." Leora felt a warmth spread through her at Astrid's words, and she knew she had found a friend. Together, they sat beneath the ancient tree, sharing stories of their worlds and dreams for the future. As the night wore on, Astrid spoke of the forest's magic, of its need for a new guardian to keep its secrets and maintain its balance. Leora listened, her heart swelling with a sense of belonging and purpose. "You have been chosen, Leora," Astrid said softly, "to be the new guardian of the Whispering Forest. With the pendant, you hold the key to its magic, to its past and future." Leora felt tears of joy and gratitude welling in her eyes. She had found her place, a place where her heart and spirit could soar, where her dreams of magic and wonder could become reality. With Astrid's guidance, Leora embraced her new role. She learned to weave the magic of the forest into her everyday life, to guide lost travelers and protect the forest's secrets. The villagers of Briarwood noticed the change in her, the light that seemed to shine from within, and they marveled at the magic that seemed to touch their lives in gentle, unexpected ways. Years passed, and Leora grew into a wise and kind-hearted guardian, her friendship with Astrid and the creatures of the forest deepening with each passing season. The Whispering Forest thrived under her care, its magic flowing like a river, nourishing the land and its people. And so the story of Leora, the girl who listened to the whispers of the forest and embraced its magic, became a cherished tale in Briarwood. It was a story passed down through generations, a reminder of the power of friendship, the strength of the heart, and the magic that lies within us all. As the stars twinkled like diamonds in the velvet sky, the villagers of Briarwood would gather around their fireplaces, sharing the tale of the girl who found her destiny among the whispering trees, her spirit forever entwined with the magic of the forest. And as they drifted into dreams, they knew that the magic of the Whispering Forest would endure, as long as there were those who believed in its wonders and listened to its whispers. Story 18. In the heart of the quaint village of Willowbrook, where cobblestone paths wound through clusters of flowering hedges, and the air was perpetually scented with honey and wild roses, lived a young girl named Anwen. Her eyes sparkled with curiosity, and her heart brimmed with dreams of adventure. Anwen spent her days exploring the gentle hills and whispering forests that cradled her village. One serene afternoon, while the sun cast its golden embrace over the meadows, Anwen wandered to the edge of the forest, where she often sat beneath the ancient oak tree. Its gnarled branches stretched wide as if to wrap the world in its protective embrace. Here, the rustling leaves spoke secrets of the earth, and the soft hum of nearby bees wove a gentle lullaby. On this particular day, as Anwen traced her fingers over the rustic bark of the old oak, she noticed something curious. Partially hidden beneath a pile of autumn leaves was a small, unassuming locket. Its surface was tarnished with age, yet it gleamed softly in the dappled sunlight. Intrigued, Anwen picked it up, feeling the cool metal warm in her palm. She sensed, somehow, that this was no ordinary trinket. As Anwen opened the locket, a gentle breeze swirled around her, carrying with it a whisper of forgotten tales. Inside, she found a delicate compass, its needle spinning slowly before settling, pointing not north, but towards the heart of the forest. Anwen's heart thumped with quiet excitement. She tucked the locket safely into her pocket, feeling it pulse gently against her side, as if it had a heartbeat of its own. The next morning, with a satchel packed with bread and cheese, Anwen followed the compass into the forest. The path was familiar at first, but soon it led her to places she had never seen. The trees here were taller, their trunks wrapped in emerald moss, and the air was thick with the scent of pine and earth. The sunlight filtered through the leaves, creating a kaleidoscope of light that danced along the forest floor. As she ventured deeper, Anwen met her first companion, a wise old tortoise named Sable. His shell was etched with patterns that seemed to tell stories of ancient times, and his eyes were as deep and knowing as the forest itself. "Where does your path lead, young one?" Sable asked, his voice a soothing rumble that matched the rhythm of the forest. "I'm not quite sure," Anwen replied, showing him the locket, "but I believe this compass is guiding me." Sable nodded sagely. "Then I shall accompany you. A journey is always best shared." Together, they continued on, Sable's deliberate pace teaching Anwen the value of patience and observation. As they traveled, the forest revealed its wonders, a hidden brook that sang with the voices of nightingales, and a grove of mushrooms that glowed with a soft inner light as dusk approached. Their next companion was a lively squirrel named Nettle, whose bushy tail flicked with endless energy. Nettle was quick-witted and filled with stories of the forest's many inhabitants. Her laughter was a bright, chiming sound that lifted Anwen's spirits even when the path grew difficult. "Why are you following this locket?" Nettle asked one evening, as they rested beneath the star-strewn sky. "I feel it will lead me to something important," Anwen mused, gazing at the twinkling compass needle. "Something that will help my village." Nettle nodded, understanding the weight of Anwen's words. "Then let's find it together." Days turned into weeks, as the unlikely trio journeyed onward, each day bringing new lessons and deeper bonds. Anwen learned to listen to the forest's whispers, to trust her instincts, and to see the beauty in the smallest details. Sable taught her the stories of the stars, while Nettle reminded her to find joy in every moment. One day, the compass led them to a clearing where the forest gave way to a hidden valley, lush and vibrant, untouched by time. In the center stood an ancient stone pedestal, cradling a magnificent crystal that shimmered with all the colors of dawn. As Anwen approached, the crystal began to hum softly, resonating with the locket in her pocket. She understood then that this was what she had been seeking, a source of magic and wisdom that could renew the lands of Willowbrook, bringing prosperity and harmony. But first, there was a challenge. The crystal was surrounded by a circle of stones, each inscribed with symbols that pulsed with a gentle, rhythmic light. Anwen felt a calm presence around her, encouraging her to solve the riddle they posed. With Sable's wisdom and Nettle's keen insights, they pondered the symbols. Anwen remembered the stories of the stars, the song of the brook, and the glow of the mushrooms. Slowly she pieced together the meaning. Each symbol represented an element of nature, a reminder of the balance and unity that sustained life. Gently, Anwen touched the stones in the sequence she had discovered, her heart steady and sure. The circle glowed brilliantly, and the crystal's light enveloped them all, warm and comforting, like a promise fulfilled. The valley's magic flowed into Anwen, filling her with a deep sense of peace and understanding. She knew now that the journey had been as important as the destination, teaching her the true essence of courage, friendship, and the interconnectedness of all things. When Anwen returned to Willowbrook, the village prospered as never before. The fields yielded abundant harvests, and the villagers lived in harmony with the land they cherished. Anwen shared the wisdom she had gained, and the locket remained a treasured reminder of her journey. As she sat beneath the old oak tree, with Sable beside her and Nettle chattering above, Anwen felt a profound gratitude. The forest, the locket, and her dear companions had transformed her life, and in turn she had brought magic back to her home. And so, in the gentle embrace of night, beneath the watchful eyes of 1,000 stars, Willowbrook slumbered peacefully, cradled by the wisdom of the forest and the enduring bonds of friendship. Story 19. In a land nestled between rolling hills and whispering forests, where the morning mist kissed the emerald grass and the moonlight danced upon silver streams, lay the quaint village of Willowbark. It was a place where magic gently intertwined with the everyday, where the villagers lived in harmony with the rhythm of nature. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of amber and lavender, something peculiar began to unfold in Willowbark. The villagers noticed twinkling lights flickering in and out among the branches of the great oak, the oldest tree in the village square. This majestic tree, with its gnarled roots and canopy that reached for the heavens, was the heart of Willowbark. The lights seemed to pulse with a soft glow, like stars that had decided to take a closer look at the world below. Young Finn, a curious and kind-hearted boy with eyes the color of summer leaves, was the first to notice the lights. He had a knack for noticing things others might overlook, and his gentle nature made him a beloved figure in the village. That night, as he sat under the great oak, sketching the patterns of its bark in his little notebook, he saw the lights appear. They shimmered and danced, weaving through the branches as if playing an invisible melody only they could hear. Intrigued, Finn decided to investigate. He shared his observations with his best friend, Lyra, a bright and spirited girl with hair like spun gold and an unwavering sense of adventure. Together, they resolved to uncover the mystery of the twinkling lights. The next day, as the morning sun bathed the village in golden light, Finn and Lyra set out on their quest. Armed with a satchel of supplies and a lantern to guide them, they ventured back to the great oak. The air was crisp, carrying the scent of wildflowers and the distant song of a brook. As they approached the tree, they noticed something they hadn't seen before. Tiny footprints etched in the soft earth, leading toward the roots of the great oak. The prints were delicate, no larger than a sparrow's, and they glowed faintly, just like the mysterious lights. "These must belong to the ones responsible for the lights," Lyra whispered, her voice tinged with excitement. Finn nodded, his eyes wide with wonder. "Let's follow them." The footprints led them around the tree and down a hidden path that wound through the forest. The path was lined with luminescent mushrooms that cast a gentle glow, illuminating their way. The forest was alive with the rustle of leaves and the soft hoot of owls, creating a symphony of sounds that was both enchanting and comforting. As they walked, Finn and Lyra discussed the possibilities. Could the lights be the work of playful sprites? Or perhaps a family of fireflies preparing for a grand celebration? The excitement of discovery spurred them on, and they soon found themselves at the entrance to a small glen, hidden deep within the woods. In the center of the glen stood a circle of stones, each one carved with intricate runes that shimmered with the same ethereal light. Atop one of the stones sat a wise old owl, its feathers as white as moonlight and eyes as deep as the forest itself. "Welcome, young adventurers," the owl hooted softly, its voice carrying a warmth that put them at ease. "I am Eldrin, the guardian of this glen. I see you have followed the lights." Finn and Lyra exchanged a glance, their hearts fluttering with a mixture of awe and anticipation. "Yes, we have," Finn replied, stepping forward. "We've seen the lights in the great oak and followed the footprints here. We wish to understand their meaning." Eldrin nodded, a twinkle in his eye. The lights you see are the work of the Lumina fairies. They reside within the great oak, tending to its branches and ensuring its vitality. Recently, they have been preparing for a special event, a celestial dance that only occurs once every 50 years when the stars align just so. Lyra's eyes sparkled with delight. A celestial dance? That sounds magical. Indeed it is, Eldrin agreed. The fairies' dance strengthens the bond between the earth and the sky, ensuring harmony in Willowbark for years to come. However, they have faced a challenge. The winds have been unusually strong, making it difficult for the fairies to gather the stardust needed for the dance. Finn furrowed his brow, deep in thought. Is there anything we can do to help? Eldrin tilted his head, considering their offer. Your willingness to assist speaks volumes of your hearts. There is a way you might help. The stardust is gathered from the dew that forms on the tallest blades of grass in the meadow beyond this forest. If you could collect it and bring it to the fairies, it would be a great service. Determined to assist in any way they could, Finn and Lyra agreed. With Eldrin's guidance, they made their way to the meadow, where the grass swayed gently in the breeze, shimmering with morning dew like diamonds in the sun. With delicate care, they used small crystal vials to gather the dew. Each droplet they collected glowed softly, a testament to its magical properties. As they worked, the sun rose higher, its warmth wrapping them in a comforting embrace. Once their vials were full, they returned to the great oak, where the Lumina fairies awaited them. The tiny creatures, barely the size of a thumb, flitted about with wings that sparkled like rainbows. They greeted Finn and Lyra with joyful chimes, their gratitude evident in their radiant smiles. With the stardust in hand, the fairies began their dance. They twirled and spun around the great oak, their movements graceful and enchanting. The air was filled with a gentle hum, and the tree itself seemed to sway in time with the rhythm. As the dance reached its crescendo, a shower of light cascaded from the branches, illuminating the village in a soft, otherworldly glow. The villagers gathered around, mesmerized by the spectacle, their hearts filled with a deep sense of peace and wonder. When the dance concluded, Eldrin appeared once more, perching on a nearby branch. Thanks to your help, the Lumina fairies have succeeded in their task. The celestial dance will ensure that Willowbark remains a place of harmony and magic. Finn and Lyra beamed with pride and gratitude. They had not only uncovered the mystery of the lights, but had also played a part in a wondrous event that would be remembered for generations. As the night descended and the stars twinkled above, Finn and Lyra returned to their homes, their hearts light and their minds filled with the magic of the world around them. They knew that the bonds of friendship and the power of kindness could light even the darkest paths, and that sometimes the smallest of actions could lead to the most extraordinary of adventures. And so, with the gentle lullaby of the forest as their guide, they drifted into a restful slumber under a sky that was now just a little bit brighter, dreaming of the mysteries yet to be discovered in the magical land of Willowbark. Story 20. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and a serene, sparkling river, there lived a gentle soul named Lila. Lila was known throughout the village for her kind heart and her eyes that seemed to always be searching for something unseen. Her days were spent tending to her small garden, where flowers of every hue and scent blossomed, whispering secrets only she could hear. One crisp autumn afternoon, as golden leaves danced in the breeze, Lila noticed something peculiar while gathering herbs near the edge of the village. There, half buried in the rich, fragrant earth, was an old, tarnished key. Its handle was intricately carved with swirling patterns that seemed to shift and shimmer under the dappled sunlight. Curiosity sparked in Lila's heart, and she gently picked it up, feeling a warm pulse of magic tingling through her fingers. With the mysterious key tucked safely in her pocket, Lila returned home, her mind buzzing with possibilities. That evening, as the village settled into the tranquil embrace of night, she sat by the hearth, the gentle crackle of the fire soothing her thoughts. She recalled tales of yore, whispered by the elders about enchanted objects that could reveal hidden truths and unlock the deepest mysteries of the heart. As the moon cast its silvery glow through the window, Lila decided to seek guidance from the village's wise old owl, Orin, who lived in a grand oak tree at the forest's edge. Oren was known for his vast knowledge and kind spirit. He welcomed all who sought his counsel, offering wisdom wrapped in riddles and stories. The following morning, with the first light of dawn painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, Lila set off towards the forest. The path wound through fields of dew-kissed wildflowers, their sweet fragrances mingling with the fresh morning air. Birds chirped cheerfully, and squirrels chattered as they dashed among the trees. Upon reaching Oren's tree, Lila called out gently. The wise owl, with his soft feathered face and eyes like amber lanterns, swooped down gracefully to greet her. "Good morning, dear Lila," Oren hooted warmly. "What brings you to my humble abode on this fine day?" Lila showed him the key, its metal gleaming faintly in the morning light. "I found this near the village and felt it held something special. Can you help me understand its purpose?" Oren tilted his head thoughtfully, studying the key with a keen gaze. "Ah, this is no ordinary key," he mused. "It is said to open the door to one's true path, but it requires a journey of the heart to reveal its secrets." With Oren's words echoing in her mind, Lila embarked on a journey that was both physical and emotional. She traveled through the forest where ancient trees whispered encouragement, and across fields where the wind sang of courage and hope. Along the way, she encountered many companions: a mischievous fox named Fen, who taught her the value of humor, a gentle deer named Sylvie, who showed her the strength in gentleness, and a wise old tortoise named Garrick, who shared the power of patience. Together they faced a myriad of challenges, none of which could be overcome by strength alone. There was a wide river that needed crossing, where Lila learned to trust in teamwork and creativity as they crafted a raft from fallen branches. There was a dark cave that held only shadows and echoes, where she discovered the light of friendship could guide her through. As the journey unfolded, Lila found herself growing more confident and understanding. She learned that the key's true magic lay not in opening physical doors, but in unlocking the hidden doors within herself, those of courage, love, and wisdom. Finally, after many days of travel and learning, Lila and her friends reached the edge of a cliff overlooking a vast, shimmering ocean. The sun was setting in a glorious blaze of orange and purple, casting a golden path across the water. As she stood there, the key in her hand began to glow with a warm, comforting light. In that moment, Lila understood that her journey had transformed her, and she had found the answers she sought. The key had guided her to discover her own strengths and the beauty of the world around her. With a serene smile, she thanked her companions, knowing their friendships were treasures more precious than any magic. That evening, as the stars twinkled like diamonds in the velvet sky, Lila returned to her village. She carried with her not just a key, but a heart full of newfound wisdom and love. Her story spread throughout the village, inspiring others to embark on their own journeys of discovery. And so it was that Lila, with the help of her friends and a little bit of magic, unlocked the greatest treasure of all, her own true self. From that day forward, she lived with a deep sense of peace and wonder, knowing that the world was filled with endless possibilities and that kindness and wisdom were the keys to unlocking them all. And every night, as the village nestled under the gentle watch of the moon, Lila would sit by her hearth, the fire crackling softly, and dream of the adventures yet to come, comforted by the knowledge that she carried her own magic within her heart. Story 21. Once upon a time, in a forest primeval, where the whispering wind carried secrets of ages past, there dwelled a community of beings unlike any other. These were the keepers of the woods, humble guardians tasked with preserving the delicate balance of nature's harmonies. Deep within the emerald embrace of ancient oaks and towering pines, a young oak nymph named Willow awakened to the first rays of dawn filtering through the canopy. The crisp morning air carried the scent of dewy ferns and mossy bark, inviting her to greet the new day. As Willow stretched her slender branches, she became aware of the gentle thrum of life pulsing through the forest. The melodic trills of songbirds heralded the arrival of spring, while squirrels scampered across the leafy paths, gathering the season's first bounty of nuts and seeds. With a smile on her face, Willow set out to perform her duties as a keeper. Her bare feet trod lightly upon the carpets of fallen leaves, ensuring not to disturb the delicate ecosystems that thrived beneath. She tended to the needs of the trees, whispering words of encouragement to the saplings and lending her energy to those whose roots had grown weary. As she moved through the dappled shadows, Willow encountered her friend Moss, an ancient spirit who had seen countless cycles of life unfold within these woods. Moss's wizened face creased with a warm smile as he greeted the young nymph. "Ah, Willow, my dear," Moss rasped, his voice carrying the weight of ages. "The forest sings with the promise of renewal today. Can you feel it in the air?" Willow nodded, her eyes shining with wonder. "Indeed, Moss, the magic of spring is upon us once more." Moss chuckled, his mossy beard rustling in the gentle breeze. "You have much to learn, young one, but your heart is pure, and your connection to the forest grows stronger with each passing season." Together they wandered deeper into the heart of the woods, where a crystal-clear stream bubbled over smooth stones. Here they found a gathering of woodland creatures, rabbits, deer, and squirrels, all congregating around a wizened old oak tree. This ancient oak was the revered elder of the forest, its gnarled roots delving deep into the earth, drawing upon the wisdom of generations past. The creatures turned their eyes towards Willow and Moss, sensing the approach of the keepers. With a creak of aged bark, the elder's face emerged from the trunk, its eyes shimmering with ancient knowledge. "Welcome, my children," the elder intoned, its voice resonating through the forest like the toll of a bell. "The time of awakening is upon us once more." Willow and Moss exchanged a knowing glance, for they understood the significance of this gathering. It was during the vernal equinox that the elder would impart the ancient teachings, ensuring the continuity of the forest's delicate balance. As the creatures settled in, the elder began to weave its tale, speaking of the intricate web of life that bound all living things together. It spoke of the importance of respecting the cycles of nature, of giving as much as one takes, and of nurturing the fragile ecosystems that sustain them all. Willow listened intently, her heart swelling with reverence for the elder's wisdom. She marveled at the way the forest seemed to hold its breath, as if the very trees and stones were leaning in to hear the sacred teachings. As the elder's tale drew to a close, a hush fell over the gathering. Then, without warning, a shimmering mist began to coalesce around the ancient oak, swirling and dancing in ethereal patterns. Willow gasped in awe as the mist took on the form of vibrant blooms, their petals unfurling in a kaleidoscope of colors. It was the magic of spring, manifesting before their very eyes, a reminder of the ever-renewing cycle of life. In that moment, Willow understood the true nature of her role as a keeper. She was not merely a caretaker of the trees and creatures, but a steward of the very essence of life itself. With renewed determination, she vowed to uphold the ancient teachings, ensuring that the harmonies of the forest would endure for generations to come. As the gathering dispersed, Willow felt a profound sense of peace settle upon her. She knew that her path would not be an easy one, but she was comforted by the knowledge that she walked alongside the wisdom of the ages, guided by the steady rhythms of nature's eternal dance. And so, with each passing season, Willow would continue her sacred duty, tending to the needs of the forest and ensuring that its delicate balance remained intact. For in these ancient woods, the magic of life was not merely a fleeting wonder, but an eternal symphony to which all living things contributed their unique voices. Story 22. In a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and lush forests, where the whispers of the wind seemed to carry secrets of old, there lived a young woman named Leora. The village was a place of harmony, its cobblestone paths lined with cottages that wore ivy like a comforting shawl. Each morning, the sun would rise gently over the hilltops, casting a golden hue over the fields, and every evening the skies would be painted with hues of lavender and rose, as if to remind the villagers of the beauty in each day's end. Leora had grown up in this village, surrounded by stories of her ancestors, tales spun from threads of magic and wonder. Her grandmother, a wise old woman with eyes like twinkling stars, often shared these stories by the hearth, where flames danced and crackled, casting a warm glow that seemed to wrap around them like an embrace. One chilly autumn evening, as the leaves outside rustled in a gentle breeze, Leora found herself once again at the hearth, her grandmother's soft voice weaving tales of the past. This time, however, there was a new story, a whisper of an ancient legacy that had been passed down through their family for generations, but was now almost forgotten. "The Star of Aloria," her grandmother began, her voice a soothing melody, "is an artifact that holds the wisdom of our ancestors. It is said to be hidden within the heartwood forest, protected by the gentle spirits of the land. Many have sought it, yet few have truly understood its purpose." Leora's heart fluttered with curiosity. She had always felt a deep connection to the stories of her heritage, as if they were threads woven into the very fabric of her soul. That night, as she lay beneath a blanket of soft wool, the thought of the Star of Aloria lingered in her mind, a gentle pull towards something she felt she needed to understand. The next morning, with the sun casting a golden glow over the dew-kissed fields, Leora set out towards the heartwood forest. The path was familiar, lined with ancient oaks whose branches reached out like welcoming arms. The air was crisp and fragrant with the scent of pine and earth. As she ventured deeper into the forest, a sense of peace washed over her, as if the very essence of the land was guiding her steps. The forest was alive with the sounds of nature, a babbling brook, the rustling of leaves, the distant call of a songbird. Leora walked with quiet determination, her senses attuned to the world around her. It wasn't long before she came upon a clearing, bathed in the gentle light of the sun filtering through the canopy above. In the center of the clearing stood an ancient oak, its trunk wide and sturdy, with roots that seemed to embrace the earth with timeless wisdom. It was here that Leora felt the presence of something extraordinary. As she approached, she noticed a small, intricate carving upon the bark, a star, shimmering softly as if touched by moonlight. Leora reached out, her fingers tracing the star's pattern. As she did, a warmth spread through her, a connection that felt both familiar and comforting. The carving seemed to pulse with a gentle energy, and within her mind, a vision unfolded, a glimpse into the lives of her ancestors, their joys, their struggles, their hopes for the future. In that moment, Leora understood. The Star of Aloria was not simply an artifact to be found. It was a symbol of unity, a reminder of the strength and wisdom that flowed through her lineage, a legacy of love and resilience. It was a beacon of light to guide her and her village, a reminder that they were all part of something greater than themselves. With newfound clarity, Leora made her way back to the village, her heart light and her spirit uplifted. She shared her experience with her grandmother, who nodded with a gentle smile, knowing that Leora had found what she had been seeking. From that day forth, Leora felt a deeper connection to her roots, a sense of belonging that filled her with peace. She shared the lessons she had learned with others, and together they honored the legacy of their ancestors, carrying forward the threads of wisdom that had been woven through time. And so, in the quiet village where the past and present danced together in harmony, Leora's journey became a story of its own, a tale of discovery and understanding, of embracing the richness of one's heritage and of finding one's place in the tapestry of life. As the stars twinkled above, like gentle guardians of the night, Leora knew she had found her way home. And with that comforting thought, she drifted into a peaceful slumber, cradled by the warmth of her dreams and the promise of a new dawn. Story 23. In the velvety vastness of space, where stars twinkled like scattered diamonds on a silken midnight cloth, there existed a peculiar planet named Luminara. It was a place of eternal twilight, where the sky shimmered with hues of lavender and gold, and the gentle breeze carried the scent of blooming starflowers. On this planet lived a species known as the glimmerlings, small luminescent beings who glowed with a soft, pearlescent light. One of these glimmerlings was named Nyla. Nyla was curious and full of wonder, her glow a little brighter than most due to her unyielding fascination with the stars beyond her world. She often wandered to the hilltops, gazing up at the vast universe, dreaming of what lay beyond her twilight home. Far across the galaxy, on a planet cloaked in verdant emeralds and deep sapphire oceans, there lived a species known as the Teldori. The Teldori were tall, elegant creatures with skin that shimmered like polished jade, their voices a harmonious blend of whispers and song. Among them was a Teldori named Kale. He was a gentle soul, with an affinity for the melodies of his world, often found by the great crystal lakes, listening to the symphony of winds and waters. Yet, like Nyla, Kale's heart was pulled towards the stars, yearning to understand the mysteries of the cosmos. Fate, in its infinite wisdom, conspired to bring these two dreamers together. A rare celestial event, a cosmic dance of planets and comets, created a shimmering portal, a bridge between their worlds. Drawn by an inexplicable force, Nyla and Kale found themselves stepping through this portal, meeting on an uncharted moon that hung like a jewel in the interstellar night. At first, they were wary of each other. Nyla, with her light that flickered nervously, and Kale, whose voice was a soft, cautious melody. Their initial attempts at communication were clumsy, each misunderstanding the other's gestures and sounds. Nyla mistook Kale's melodic tones for a threat, while Kale perceived Nyla's glowing pulsations as signs of distress. Yet as they spent time together on the moon's gentle slopes, surrounded by fields of luminescent flora, they began to understand each other. Kale's songs became a language of comfort for Nyla, and Nyla's light dances communicated warmth and friendship to Kale. They learned to see beyond their differences, discovering a shared love for exploration and a deep-seated kindness that bound them as friends. Their bond was tested when a sudden meteor storm threatened the moon. The sky darkened and the ground trembled as fiery trails blazed across the heavens. In the chaos, Kale's calm presence and Nyla's radiant light became their greatest assets. Together, they found safety in a sheltered glade, where Nyla used her glow to illuminate their path, while Kale's soothing melodies calmed Nyla's fears. As the storm raged outside, they shared stories of their worlds, their hopes and dreams, and the lessons they had learned from their respective cultures. Nyla spoke of the Glimmerling's belief in the power of light to guide and protect, while Kale shared the Teldori's reverence for harmony and balance. Through their conversations, they discovered that despite their differences, they shared a common understanding of the universe's beauty and the importance of friendship. When the storm finally subsided, the moon was transformed. The landscape was now dotted with glistening pools of liquid starlight, a serene and breathtaking sight. Nyla and Kale stood together, feeling a profound sense of connection not only to each other but to the universe itself. As they prepared to return to their own worlds, the portal shimmering once more in invitation, they exchanged tokens of their friendship. Nyla gave Kale a tiny starflower, its petals infused with her light, while Kale gifted Nyla a small crystal, imbued with the essence of his song. Back on their respective planets, Nyla and Kale carried the memories of their adventure, their hearts forever changed by the bond they had formed. They found comfort in the knowledge that somewhere in the vast expanse of space, a kindred spirit existed, someone who understood and cherished them for who they were. And so, under the eternal twilight skies of Luminara and the verdant canopies of the Teldori world, Nyla and Kale continued to dream, their friendship a beacon of hope and light in a universe filled with endless possibilities. Story 24. The Whispering Woods and the Starry Stone. In the heart of a vast and ancient forest, where the trees whispered secrets to the wind and the moonlight wove silvery threads across the forest floor, there lay a hidden grove. This was no ordinary grove, for it was said to be the home of the Starry Stone, a magical object that sparkled like the night sky itself and held the power to reveal the unseen. Many had searched for it, but few had returned, for the grove was protected by the enchantments of the Whispering Woods. Deep within these woods, a young boy named Finn lived with his grandmother in a cozy cottage. The cottage was nestled at the edge of a meadow, where the wildflowers danced with the breeze, and the air was always sweet with the scent of pine and honeysuckle. Finn's grandmother was a wise woman, known for her gentle smile and the stories she wove from the threads of the past. Her tales were filled with enchantment and mystery, and Finn loved to listen to them, especially the ones about the Starry Stone. One autumn evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky with hues of amber and rose, Finn sat by the fireplace, the warmth of the flames wrapping around him like a comforting blanket. His grandmother settled into her old rocking chair, her eyes twinkling with the knowledge of ages. "Tell me about the Starry Stone again, Grandmother," Finn begged, his voice a soft plea against the crackling of the fire. His grandmother chuckled, a sound like the rustling of leaves. "Ah, the starry stone," she began, her voice rich with a melody of its own. "It is said that the stone holds the light of 1,000 stars, captured in a single moment of time. Those who gaze upon it are granted a glimpse into worlds unseen, and it can reveal the true heart of any who seek it. But," she continued, her tone growing serious, "the starry stone cannot be found by those who seek it with selfish desires. Only a heart pure and kind can see its light." Finn nodded, his eyes wide with wonder. He knew the stories well, but each retelling brought with it a new layer of magic. The next morning, as the first light of dawn pierced through the canopy, Finn awoke with a sense of purpose. He felt drawn to the woods, as if the trees themselves whispered his name. After a quick breakfast of warm porridge and honey, he set off, his heart light and his mind filled with the tales of the starry stone. The forest was alive with the sounds of morning. Birds sang their cheerful tunes, and the leaves rustled gently in the breeze. Finn walked along a narrow path, his feet crunching the fallen leaves that carpeted the ground in shades of gold and crimson. As he ventured deeper into the woods, the path became less clear, often disappearing altogether beneath the blanket of leaves. But Finn felt guided by an unseen hand, a gentle nudge that steered him through the tangled undergrowth and past ancient trees whose branches reached out like welcoming arms. After what felt like hours, Finn stumbled upon a clearing. It was a circular grove, bathed in the soft light of the midday sun. In the center of the grove stood a large stone, its surface speckled with tiny flecks that sparkled like stars. Finn's heart leapt. He had found the starry stone. He approached it slowly, almost reverently, and as he drew near, he noticed a small, delicate figure perched upon the stone. It was a squirrel, its fur the color of autumn leaves, and its eyes bright with intelligence. "Hello there," Finn greeted softly, not wanting to startle the creature. The squirrel tilted its head, regarding Finn with curiosity. Then, to Finn's amazement, it spoke. "Greetings, young traveler. What brings you to the heart of the Whispering Woods?" Finn blinked, startled, but then remembered his grandmother's stories. I've come to see the starry stone," he replied, his voice steady despite his surprise. The squirrel nodded, a gesture almost human in its deliberation. "And what do you seek to see, young one?" Finn thought carefully. "I don't want to see anything for myself," he said finally. "I just want to understand. I want to know the stories that the stars tell." The squirrel seemed pleased with this answer, and with a flick of its tail, it leapt from the stone and disappeared into the trees. Finn watched it go, a sense of peace settling over him. He turned back to the stone, its surface shimmering in the dappled sunlight. As he gazed into its depths, he felt a warmth spread through his chest, and the world around him seemed to fade away. Suddenly the grove transformed. The trees stretched taller and their leaves shimmered with an ethereal glow. The air was filled with the soft hum of 1,000 whispered voices, and Finn felt the presence of the forest's ancient spirit. "Welcome, Finn," a voice echoed, gentle as the breeze. "You have found the heart of the Whispering Woods." Finn stood still, awe washing over him. "Thank you, but I don't understand," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. "The starry stone reveals not just the unseen, but the heart's truest desires and the path one must walk," the voice explained. "Your heart is pure, and thus you see the beauty and wisdom of the forest." Finn nodded, understanding dawning upon him. The journey was not about finding the stone, but discovering the truth within himself and the world around him. As the sun began to set, painting the sky with strokes of violet and gold, Finn knew it was time to return home. The forest seemed to guide him back, the path clearer than before, and soon he found himself at the edge of the woods, the lights of his grandmother's cottage twinkling in welcome. Inside, the warmth and comfort of home enveloped him, and his grandmother greeted him with a knowing smile. "Did you find what you were looking for?" she asked, her eyes sparkling with the wisdom of the ages. Finn nodded, his heart full. "I found more than I ever imagined," he replied. That night, as Finn lay in bed, the stars outside his window seemed to shine a little brighter. He drifted to sleep with a sense of peace, knowing that the stories of the stars were not just tales, but truths woven into the fabric of the world. And in the heart of the Whispering Woods, the starry stone continued to sparkle, a beacon of wisdom and wonder for those with hearts pure enough to see. Story 25. In the far reaches of the galaxy, where stars twinkled like scattered diamonds against the velvet expanse of space, two planets orbited the same sun, yet were as different as night and day. One was Luminara, a world of perpetual daylight, where the skies shimmered with hues of gold and lavender, and gentle breezes carried the scent of blooming starflowers. The other was Nocturna, shrouded in eternal twilight, its landscape a tapestry of indigo shadows and luminescent flora that glowed with a soft, ethereal light. From these two worlds came two unlikely companions: Kale, a luminari with hair like spun sunlight and eyes like clear summer skies, and Nyx, a nocturnian with skin that mirrored the deep, mysterious shades of twilight and eyes that sparkled like opals in the dark. Their meeting was as unexpected as it was fortuitous. Brought together by the grand galactic festival, a celebration of unity held every decade on the neutral moon of Solara, where beings from across the universe came to share their cultures and forge bonds of friendship. Kale arrived at the festival with a heart full of curiosity and a spirit eager to learn. He marveled at the vast array of beings, each one a tapestry of colors, shapes, and sounds he had never encountered. Yet among them all, it was Nyx who caught his eye, her presence a serene contrast to the vibrant bustle of the festival. Nyx, on the other hand, had ventured to Solara with trepidation, her heart shielded by the comfort of familiar shadows. She preferred the quiet solitude of her own world, where the whispers of the night sang softly to her soul. But something about the luminari's bright, open smile drew her in, and she found herself standing beside him, watching a display of cosmic fireworks that painted the sky with trails of stardust. Their first conversation was stilted, marked by the awkwardness of two strangers from different worlds. Kale, full of warmth and exuberance, spoke of the blazing fields of sunflowers on Luminara, where he often wandered, basking in the glow of endless sunlight. Nyx, reserved and contemplative, shared tales of the tranquil lakes on Nocturna, where the water mirrored the sky in an endless dance of light and shadow. Despite their differences, an unspoken connection began to form, a thread of understanding woven through their hesitant words. Yet, as is often the case with new friendships, misunderstandings were inevitable. Kale's penchant for bright, exuberant expressions felt overwhelming to Nyx, whose life was steeped in the gentle, subtle nuances of night. Similarly, Nyx's quiet reticence sometimes left Kale feeling uncertain, as if he were grasping at shadows that slipped through his fingers. The turning point came when a sudden storm, rare and fierce, swept across Solara, scattering festival-goers in a flurry of panic. Stranded in the tumult, Kale and Nyx found themselves seeking shelter in a small, abandoned observatory on the moon's edge. The walls, lined with ancient star maps and instruments, hummed with the echoes of countless stargazers who had come before. It was there, beneath the sheltering dome of the observatory, that the barriers between them began to crumble. As the storm raged outside, Kale and Nyx shared stories of their worlds, their fears, and their dreams. Kale spoke of his longing to understand the mysteries of the stars that shone even in Luminara's endless daylight. Nyx, in turn, revealed her desire to embrace the warmth of the sun, to feel its gentle touch on her skin, something she had only ever imagined. In the dim glow of the observatory, they discovered the beauty in their differences. Kale, with his boundless energy, learned the value of stillness and reflection from Nyx, finding peace in the quiet moments he had once overlooked. Nyx, inspired by Kale's optimism and light, began to see the world beyond the shadows, finding courage in the warmth of his smile. As the storm subsided, leaving the air fresh and clear, Kale and Nyx emerged from their refuge, their hearts forever changed. The festival continued around them, but they no longer felt like strangers in a sea of unfamiliar faces. Instead, they were friends, bound by shared experiences and the realization that true friendship transcends the boundaries of light and shadow. As the festival drew to a close and the time came to return to their respective worlds, Kale and Nyx stood together beneath the stars, their bond as enduring as the celestial patterns above. They promised to meet again, to explore the galaxy and its myriad wonders, side by side. And as they parted, they carried with them the understanding that friendship, like the universe itself, is vast and infinite, a tapestry woven from the threads of light and darkness, laughter and silence, discovery and understanding. In the end, Kale and Nix discovered that the true meaning of friendship was not in their similarities, but in their differences, the complementary dance of sun and moon, day and night, that created a harmony more beautiful than either could have imagined alone. And so, across the vast distances of space, their hearts remained united, a beacon of warmth and hope shining brightly against the endless night. Story 26. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled at the foot of the Whispering Woods, there lived a young woman named Leora. Her days were spent in the company of her beloved garden, where she nurtured every plant with the care of a mother tending to her children. Each morning, the sun would spill its golden light over the dew-kissed petals, and Leora would hum gentle tunes as she worked, her heart full, yet her spirit restless. Leora had always been comfortable in the familiar embrace of routine, but deep within she felt a stirring, a quiet, insistent yearning for something more. Yet the thought of change was as daunting as the shadowy depths of the forest that bordered her home. One serene evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in hues of lavender and rose, Leora wandered to the edge of the Whispering Woods. She noticed a peculiar glow emanating from within the forest, a soft, inviting shimmer that danced like fireflies in the twilight. Driven by a mixture of curiosity and the whispering call of the unknown, she stepped into the forest, where the air was cool and fragrant with the scent of pine and earth. As Leora ventured deeper, the glow intensified, revealing a hidden glen bathed in moonlight. At its center stood an ancient oak tree, its gnarled branches stretching like welcoming arms. Nestled among its roots was a pool of crystal-clear water, shimmering with an ethereal light. Drawn to the pool, Leora knelt beside it, her reflection rippling with every breath of wind. From the shadows emerged a small, delicate figure, a wood nymph named Sylvie. Her hair cascaded like a waterfall of leaves, and her eyes gleamed with the wisdom of the forest. Sylvie greeted Leora with a gentle smile, her voice as soft as the rustling leaves. "Welcome, dear Leora," Sylvie said. "The forest has watched you with tender eyes, and it knows of your heart's quiet longing." Leora felt a warmth spread through her, as if the nymph's words had unlocked a hidden part of her soul. "I am afraid of change," she confessed, her voice barely a whisper. "Yet I feel called to it like a moth to the flame." Sylvie nodded, understanding etched in her delicate features. "Change can be as gentle as the turning of the seasons, my dear. The forest teaches us that growth is both inevitable and beautiful." With a graceful gesture, Sylvie invited Leora to gaze into the pool. As Leora peered into its depths, the water began to shimmer with images, glimpses of herself as she might become. She saw herself exploring new paths, meeting kindred spirits, and blossoming like a flower unfurling beneath the sun's warm gaze. "These are the possibilities that await you," Sylvie said, "but they are not without challenges. Growth requires courage and the willingness to embrace the unknown." Leora lingered by the pool, absorbing the visions and letting them resonate within her heart. She realized that fear of change was natural, but it need not be paralyzing. She felt a newfound resolve blossom within her, a quiet strength that whispered of hope and promise. As dawn approached, Leora thanked Sylvie and promised to return to the village with a heart open to transformation. The forest bid her farewell with a chorus of birdsong, and as she stepped back into the familiar world, she carried the magic of the forest with her. In the days that followed, Leora began to embrace small changes with grace. She ventured beyond her garden, meeting new friends who shared their own tales of growth and discovery. Together, they supported one another, weaving a tapestry of friendship and resilience. Through her journey, Leora learned that personal growth was not a destination, but a continuous dance of becoming. With each step, she felt more alive, more attuned to the rhythm of the world around her. The forest remained her sanctuary, a place where she could reconnect with the magic that had sparked her transformation. And so, under the watchful eyes of the Whispering Woods, Leora flourished, her spirit as vibrant as the garden she tended. She had discovered that change, though daunting, was the gateway to a life rich with possibility, a life where the heart's whispered longings could blossom into a symphony of joy. In the gentle embrace of the forest's wisdom, Leora found peace, knowing that she was never alone on her journey. The magic of the woods, the support of her friends, and the courage to embrace change had opened a path to a life filled with wonder and growth. And so, as stars twinkled like diamonds in the velvet sky, Leora drifted into a restful slumber, her dreams a reflection of the beautiful transformation she had embraced. The world outside her window was vast and full of promise, and her heart, once restless, now beat with the steady rhythm of the forest's ancient song, a melody of hope, love, and endless possibility. Story 27. In a quaint village nestled at the edge of the whispering woods, where the air always carried a hint of wildflowers and morning dew, lived a curious little girl named Clara. Clara had a spirit as bright as the stars and eyes that twinkled with dreams of adventure. She had heard tales from the villagers about the enchanted glade, hidden deep within the woods, a place where magic danced with the sunlight and wonders awaited those who dared to venture. One crisp autumn morning, with leaves swirling like golden confetti under her feet, Clara decided it was time to discover the secrets of the enchanted glade. She donned her favorite woolen cloak, woven with threads of emerald and gold, and set off with a heart full of courage. The whispering woods were alive with a symphony of sounds. A gentle rustle of leaves, the soft chirping of crickets, and the distant hoot of a wise old owl. As Clara walked deeper into the woods, she marveled at the towering trees, whose boughs intertwined like old friends sharing secrets. The air was cool and carried the earthy scent of moss and pine, wrapping around her like a comforting embrace. Clara's journey led her to a path lined with luminescent mushrooms that glowed like tiny lanterns, lighting her way through the forest's dim embrace. She bent down to touch one, its surface smooth and warm under her fingertips, and felt a tingle of magic spark through her veins. As she continued, Clara stumbled upon a gentle brook, its waters singing a melody that carried tales of far-off lands. She paused to drink from its crystal-clear depths, the water refreshing and sweet, invigorating her spirit for the adventure ahead. Suddenly, a flutter of wings drew Clara's attention skyward, where she saw a kaleidoscope of butterflies twirling in a mesmerizing dance. They shimmered in hues of azure and amethyst, their wings whispering secrets of the forest. One butterfly, with wings as vibrant as a sunset, alighted on Clara's shoulder, guiding her with a soft nudge further down the path. The forest began to change, and Clara found herself in a grove where trees bore fruits of every color imaginable. Their sweet fragrance filled the air, and Clara picked an apple that glowed like a ruby in the sunlight. Its taste was unlike anything she had ever known, sweet and tart with a hint of honey and sunshine. As she savored the apple's taste, Clara heard a gentle giggle. Turning, she saw a small creature with fur as soft as the clouds and eyes that sparkled like dewdrops. It was a fuzzle, a mythical creature known for its playful spirit and heart of gold. The fuzzle's ears twitched with delight as it introduced itself as Tilly. "Welcome, brave traveler," Tilly squeaked, her voice a melody of joy. "Few have the courage to journey this far. You must be seeking the enchanted glade." Clara nodded, her heart swelling with excitement and a touch of trepidation. "Yes, I am. Can you show me the way?" Tilly nodded enthusiastically, her fur shimmering with each movement. "Follow me, and you'll see wonders beyond your dreams." The pair ventured deeper into the woods, where the trees began to thin, allowing beams of golden sunlight to dance upon the forest floor. Clara felt a warmth in her chest, a sense of belonging and wonder, as if she was destined to find this magical place. Suddenly, the trees parted, revealing the enchanted glade. It was a sight to behold, a vast meadow carpeted with flowers that glowed with an inner light, their petals swaying gently in the breeze. In the center of the glade stood a crystalline fountain, its waters cascading in a symphony of liquid light. Butterflies flitted through the air, painting the sky with vibrant colors, and gentle creatures of all kinds gathered to drink from the fountain's shimmering waters. Clara felt a sense of awe and peace, as if time itself had paused to breathe in the beauty of this magical realm. Tilly scampered to the fountain's edge, her eyes twinkling with pride. This is the heart of the forest, where magic and nature dance in harmony. It is a place for those with courage and a questing heart. Clara knelt by the fountain, gazing into its depths where rainbows shimmered with every ripple. She realized that her journey had been more than just a quest for the glade. It had been a journey of discovery within herself. The courage to explore the unknown, the strength to embrace new friends, and the wisdom to appreciate the beauty of the world around her. As the sun began to set, casting a warm golden glow across the glade, Clara knew it was time to return home. But she carried with her the magic of the enchanted glade, a light that would forever shine in her heart. With Tilly by her side, Clara made her way back through the whispering woods, the path now familiar and welcoming. The trees whispered their farewells, their leaves rustling in a gentle lullaby as the stars began to twinkle in the twilight sky. When Clara finally reached the edge of the woods, she turned back, her heart full of gratitude and joy. "Thank you, Tilly," she said, hugging the fuzzle tightly, "for showing me the magic of courage and friendship." Tilly nuzzled against Clara's cheek, her fur as soft as a whisper. "Remember, dear Clara, the magic of the glade is always with you, as long as you have courage in your heart." With a final wave, Clara stepped back into her village, the warmth of the enchanted glade glowing within her, a gentle reminder that the world is full of wonders waiting to be discovered by those brave enough to seek them. And so, as Clara drifted to sleep that night, her dreams were filled with shimmering butterflies, glowing flowers, and the gentle laughter of a fuzzle named Tilly, a bedtime story woven with magic, courage, and the endless possibilities of a curious heart. Story 28. Once upon a time, in a tranquil village nestled between rolling hills and shimmering fields of golden wheat, there lived a young girl named Leora. Her hair was the color of chestnuts, and her eyes sparkled like the morning dew that clung to the grass in the early light. Leora's days were spent helping her grandmother Mira in their small cottage on the edge of the village, where the forest began to drape itself over the land like a soft green blanket. Mira was a gentle soul, her hands weathered with time, her voice a soothing melody. She often told Leora tales of their ancestors, weaving stories as they sat by the hearth where the flames danced like tiny spirits. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky blushed with hues of lavender and rose, Mira called Leora to her side. "Leora, my dear," Mira began, her eyes twinkling with the wisdom of ages, "there is something I have kept for you, a treasure from our lineage that you are now ready to receive." Curiosity fluttered like a bird in Leora's heart. Mira reached into an old wooden chest, its surface carved with intricate patterns of vines and leaves, and retrieved a small velvet pouch. She placed it gently in Leora's hands. With tender fingers, Leora opened the pouch and revealed a necklace. It was a simple, yet breathtaking piece, an amulet of deep green jade encircled by a delicate band of silver. As Leora held it, she felt a warmth spreading from the stone, as if it pulsed with a life of its own. "This amulet," Mira explained, "has been passed down through generations of our family. It is said to hold the spirit of our people, a reminder of where we come from and the strength that resides within us." The next morning, as the village awoke to the gentle chorus of birds and the soft rustle of leaves, Leora set out on a journey to uncover the stories behind the amulet. She walked through fields that whispered secrets in the breeze and along paths that wound their way into the heart of the forest. As Leora ventured deeper into the woods, she came upon a clearing bathed in sunlight, where an ancient oak tree stood, its branches stretching high into the sky. Beneath its boughs sat an elder, known to the villagers as Sage Marius. His eyes were kind, and he wore robes of earthy tones that mirrored the forest itself. "Sage Marius," Leora called softly, approaching with reverence, "I seek to understand the legacy of this amulet." The sage smiled, motioning for Leora to sit beside him. "Ah, the amulet of your ancestors. It is a symbol of unity, of the bond that ties you to those who came before." Marius began to tell her the tales of her forebears, of journeys taken across seas, of lands tilled and homes built with love and care. He spoke of hardships overcome through courage and of joys shared in moments of peace. Each story painted vibrant pictures in Leora's mind, as vivid as the colors of autumn leaves. "The amulet," Marius continued, "reminds us that we are never alone. Our ancestors' wisdom guides us, their strength cradles us, and their love surrounds us always. As the sun began its descent, casting a golden glow over the forest, Leora felt a profound sense of belonging. The stories of her ancestors were not just tales of the past, they were threads woven into the fabric of her being. With gratitude in her heart, Leora returned to the village, the amulet resting against her chest, a gentle weight that reminded her of the legacy she carried. She found her grandmother in the garden, tending to the flowers that swayed lazily in the evening breeze. "Oh, Leora," Mira said, embracing her granddaughter, "I see the understanding in your eyes. You have found what you sought." "Yes, grandmother," Leora replied, her voice soft and content. "I have learned that our roots run deep, and that the love of our ancestors is a light that guides us." As the stars began to twinkle in the night sky, Leora and Mira sat together on the porch of their cottage, wrapped in a shared silence that spoke volumes. The world around them was peaceful, the air filled with the scent of blooming jasmine and the distant song of a nightingale. And so, dear reader, as Leora drifted into a gentle sleep, cradled by the embrace of her heritage, she knew that the legacy of her ancestors was a gift of strength, of connection, and of love that would forever be a part of her. In the warmth of the night, with the moon casting its silver glow over the world, Leora dreamed of the stories yet to be told and the paths yet to be walked, her heart full of peace, and her spirit alight with the magic of her ancestry. The end. Story 29. In a quaint little village nestled between rolling emerald hills and a sparkling sapphire sea, there lived a young girl named Clara. Her days were often filled with simple joys, picking wildflowers, skipping stones across the gentle waves, and listening to the stories told by the elders as they sat in the dappled sunlight of the village square. One crisp autumn morning, as leaves fluttered down like golden confetti, Clara stumbled upon something unusual while exploring the attic of her grandmother's cottage. Dust particles danced in the beams of sunlight that streamed through the small, round window as Clara's fingers brushed against a curious object. It was an old, intricately carved wooden box, its surface adorned with whimsical patterns of stars and vines entwining together in a delicate dance. Intrigued, Clara carefully opened the box, half expecting it to be empty after all these years. To her surprise, nestled inside was a small, polished stone that shimmered with an inner light, as if the very essence of the moon had been captured within its depths. The stone was warm to the touch, and Clara felt a gentle hum of energy coursing through her fingers, up her arms, and settling warmly in her heart. As Clara held the stone, she found herself hearing the softest of whispers, like a breeze rustling through leaves. "Seek and you shall find," the voice seemed to say, a gentle, melodic lilt to its tone. Clara's curiosity was piqued, and she resolved to uncover the secrets held within this magical stone. Her first stop was the home of the village's wise old storyteller, Mr. Thistle, a gentle soul with twinkling eyes and a beard as white as snow. Clara sat by his side in the cozy warmth of his hearth, the fire crackling merrily as she recounted her discovery. Mr. Thistle listened intently, nodding thoughtfully. "Ah, my dear," he said, his voice as warm as a summer's day, "that is no ordinary stone you have found. It is a moonstone, a rare treasure believed to hold the secrets of the heart and mind. It is said that those who possess it can unlock hidden truths and discover the wisdom within themselves." Clara's eyes widened with wonder. "But how do I use it?" she asked, a hint of excitement in her voice. Mr. Thistle smiled gently. "The moonstone is a guide, not a giver of answers. It will illuminate your path, but it is your heart and mind that must find the way." With these words echoing in her mind, Clara set off on her journey, a journey of discovery, of both the world around her and the depths of her own spirit. She wandered through the village, the stone always tucked safely in her pocket, its comforting warmth a constant companion. Along the way, Clara met a host of kind-hearted companions who shared their own wisdom and stories. There was Finn, the jovial fisherman with a laugh that could rival the roar of the sea, who taught Clara the art of patience as he mended his nets. "The sea has its own rhythm, lass," he would say, "and so do our hearts. Sometimes we just need to listen." Then there was Marigold, the gentle gardener whose hands seemed to coax life from the very soil itself. As Clara helped her tend to the vibrant blooms in her garden, Marigold spoke of the importance of nurturing not just the earth, but also our dreams. With love and care, anything can flourish, she whispered as she patted the soil around a tender shoot. Days turned into weeks, and with each encounter, Clara found herself growing wiser, her understanding of the world deepening as the moonstone's light guided her. Yet, there remained one challenge, one mystery that lingered in the shadows of her mind. It was a puzzle, one that had confounded the villagers for as long as anyone could remember. At the edge of the village stood the ancient willow tree, its gnarled branches reaching skyward like an old wise sage. Legend held that the tree guarded a secret, a truth that could only be revealed to one who truly understood the language of the heart. Determined to uncover this secret, Clara made her way to the willow tree one misty morning, the grass cool and dewy beneath her feet. She sat beneath its whispering boughs, the moonstone cradled in her hands. Closing her eyes, Clara listened, not with her ears, but with her heart. The world around her seemed to fade away, leaving only the sound of her own breath and the gentle thrum of the moonstone. Then, like a soft breeze, a voice reached her, a voice that was neither young nor old, neither male nor female, but simply was. Listen, child, not to the words, but to the silence between them. In stillness, you will find the answers you seek. With these words resonating within her, Clara let go of her thoughts, her questions, and simply listened. She listened to the rustle of the leaves, the song of the distant sea, and the quiet beat of her own heart. And in that perfect, peaceful silence, understanding blossomed. The secret of the willow tree was not a single truth, but the realization that all truths were interconnected, a tapestry of life woven together by love, patience, and understanding. It was a gentle reminder that wisdom is not found in grand gestures, but in the quiet moments that fill our days. With her heart full and the moonstone's glow fading to a soft, contented warmth, Clara returned to the village. She shared her journey with her friends, each recounting their own stories and insights, and together they marveled at the wonder of the world and the magic that lay within their own hearts. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and rose, Clara tucked the moonstone back into its wooden box, knowing it had served its purpose. She placed the box on the windowsill where the moonlight could kiss it goodnight, a reminder that the real magic was not in the stone itself, but in the journey it inspired. And so, with a heart full of gratitude and a spirit alight with newfound wisdom, Clara drifted into slumber, her dreams filled with the gentle whispers of the world. The village, cradled in the arms of the sea and hills, slept peacefully under the watchful gaze of the moon, knowing that the secrets of the heart were safe in the hands of those who listened. Story 30. Title: The Whispering Grove. In a secluded valley cradled by gentle hills, there lay a sleepy village named Willowbrook. This was a place where the sun always seemed to cast a golden hue over fields of wildflowers, and the air carried the sweet scent of honeysuckle and pine. At the heart of Willowbrook, surrounded by a dense thicket of ancient trees, was the Whispering Grove, a hidden world known only to those who dared to listen closely. The grove was said to be enchanted, its tall, silver-barked trees whispering secrets to those pure of heart. The villagers often spoke of the grove in hushed tones, telling tales of a magical object hidden deep within, a luminescent stone known as the heart of the forest. It was rumored to grant a single wish to one who proved worthy. In this tranquil village lived a young, kind-hearted girl named Leora. With her gentle demeanor and curious spirit, Leora was beloved by all. She had a knack for understanding the unspoken language of the forest, often spending her days wandering the woods, listening to the rustling leaves and chattering animals. One breezy morning, Leora set out on a journey to the Whispering Grove. She had heard the elders speak of the heart of the forest, and her heart brimmed with a yearning to discover its secrets. As she walked, the sun filtered through the canopy, painting dapples of light on the forest floor. The air was alive with the songs of birds and the rustle of leaves, creating a symphony that guided her deeper into the woods. As Leora approached the grove, the trees seemed to lean closer, their whispers growing more distinct. She paused beneath a towering oak, its branches arching like protective arms. "What secrets do you hold?" she murmured, her fingers brushing the rough bark. To her surprise, a gentle voice answered, carried on the breeze. "Seek, and you shall find." Listen, and you shall hear." With renewed determination, Leora ventured further, her senses attuned to the forest's whispers. The path twisted and turned, leading her to a glen where the sunlight danced upon a small, crystalline pool. In the center of the pond stood a stone pedestal, and upon it lay the heart of the forest, a stone that glowed with a soft, pulsating light. Leora approached cautiously, her heart pounding with excitement and awe. The stone seemed to hum with energy, its light reflecting in her wide eyes. She reached out, her fingers brushing its cool surface, and felt a warmth spread through her being. "Wish wisely, dear one," the grove whispered, a gentle warning carried by the wind. Leora closed her eyes, her heart full of thoughts of her village and the people she loved. She wished for the well-being of Willowbrook, for harmony and prosperity to reign over the valley. As her wish took form, the stone glowed brighter, its light enveloping her in a comforting embrace. When she opened her eyes, the grove was silent, the stone's light dimmed, but a sense of peace lingered in the air. With a heart full of gratitude, Leora made her way back to the village, feeling as though she carried a piece of the forest's magic within her. Days turned into weeks, and Willowbrook flourished. The villagers noticed how the crops grew richer, the air seemed fresher, and a sense of joy permeated their lives. They spoke of Leora's journey with reverence, though she never boasted of her adventure, content to let the magic speak for itself. One afternoon, as Leora wandered through the forest with her childhood friend, Finn, she recounted her journey to the Whispering Grove. Finn, a lively boy with a mind full of wonder, listened intently, his eyes wide with admiration. "Can you take me there?" he asked, his voice filled with eagerness. Leora smiled, nodding. "Of course, but remember, the grove speaks only to those who truly listen." Together they retraced the path to the grove. As they walked, Leora shared stories of the forest's creatures and the wisdom she had gleaned from its whispers. Finn listened, his heart open to the magic around him. When they reached the grove, Finn stared in awe at the shimmering pool and the stone pedestal. Though the heart of the forest no longer glowed, the air was still thick with enchantment. "Do you hear it?" Leora asked softly, her gaze fixed on her friend. Finn closed his eyes, listening intently. At first, there was only silence, but gradually he began to hear the gentle murmur of the trees, the soft rustle of leaves. A smile spread across his face as he realized the forest was speaking to him too. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Finn turned to Leora. "Thank you for sharing this with me," he said, his voice full of wonder. They sat by the pool, their reflections mingling with the forest's magic. As the sun set, painting the sky with hues of pink and orange, they knew that the grove had gifted them with something far more precious than a wish. It had given them a bond strengthened by friendship and a deeper connection to the world around them. In the days that followed, Leora and Finn often returned to the Whispering Grove, each visit deepening their understanding of its mysteries. They learned that the true magic lay not in the heart of the forest, but in the gentle whispers of the trees and the bonds forged through kindness and wisdom. As the seasons changed, so did they, growing into young adults who carried the grove's lessons in their hearts. They realized that the world was full of hidden wonders, waiting to be discovered by those who listened with open hearts. Years passed, and Willowbrook continued to thrive, its villagers living in harmony with nature and one another. Leora and Finn, now leaders in their community, often shared stories of the Whispering Grove with the children, inspiring a new generation to seek the magic in their own lives. The grove remained a place of wonder, its secrets whispered to those who dared to listen. And though the heart of the forest lay dormant, its magic lived on in the hearts of those who believed in the power of friendship, wisdom, and the gentle whispers of the world. As the sun set over Willowbrook, bathing the valley in golden light, Leora and Finn stood at the edge of the grove, their hands entwined. They knew that the true heart of the forest was not a stone or a wish, but the love and understanding they had found within themselves and each other. With a final glance at the grove, they turned back to the village, their hearts full of gratitude and a promise to cherish the magic that lay in the simple wonders of life. For the grove had taught them that the most precious gift of all was the ability to listen and to love, and that was a magic that would never fade. And so, under the watchful eyes of the whispering trees, Leora and Finn walked hand in hand, ready to share their wisdom and kindness with the world, forever grateful for the journey that had changed them in the most beautiful way. Story 31. Once upon a time, in a realm where dreams danced among the clouds, there lived a young dreamer named Lila. Her heart was filled with an insatiable curiosity that yearned to unravel the mysteries of the world beyond her cozy village. One night, as she gazed up at the twinkling stars, Lila noticed a peculiar glow emanating from the ancient woods that bordered her home. Intrigued, she gathered her courage and set off into the unknown, following the mesmerizing trail of light. As she ventured deeper into the forest, the trees seemed to twist and bend, their branches adorned with luminous blossoms that shimmered like stardust. Lila marveled at the ethereal beauty surrounding her, feeling as though she had stepped into a realm straight out of her most fanciful dreams. Suddenly, a fluttering sound caught her attention, and she found herself face to face with a tiny creature unlike any she had ever seen. It was a diminutive being with delicate wings that shimmered like a rainbow, and a cherub-like face that beamed with mischievous delight. "Welcome, dear Lila, to the Enchanted Grove," the creature chirped in a melodious voice. "We are the Starlight Sprites, guardians of this wondrous place. We've been expecting you." Lila's eyes widened in wonder as more of these whimsical beings emerged from the glowing foliage, each one more enchanting than the last. They danced around her, filling the air with their tinkling laughter and trailing stardust in their wake. As Lila followed the sprites deeper into the grove, she encountered a series of gentle challenges that tested her courage and resourcefulness. She crossed a bridge made of shimmering spider silk, navigated a labyrinth of towering mushrooms, and even solved a riddle posed by a wise old oak tree. Through each challenge, Lila discovered strengths within herself that she never knew existed. Her determination and open-heartedness allowed her to forge ahead, and the sprites celebrated her triumphs with joyous revelry. Finally, Lila found herself in the heart of the Enchanted Grove, where a breathtaking sight awaited her. A towering willow tree stood at the center, its branches adorned with thousands of twinkling fireflies that danced in a mesmerizing display. As Lila watched in awe, the starlight sprites gathered around her, their voices joining in a melodious chorus that seemed to weave the very fabric of magic itself. "Dear Lila," they sang, "you have proven your courage and your pure heart. The Enchanted Grove has revealed itself to you, a realm where dreams take flight and wonder blooms eternal." With tears of joy glistening in her eyes, Lila knew that this extraordinary journey had forever changed her. She had discovered a world of enchantment and magic, but more importantly, she had found the courage to embrace the unknown and explore the boundless depths of her own imagination. As the first rays of dawn peeked through the canopy, Lila bid farewell to her newfound friends, the Starlight Sprites, knowing that the Enchanted Grove would forever hold a special place in her heart. And from that day forward, she carried the magic of that wondrous realm within her, a reminder to always embrace the beauty and wonder that life has to offer. Story 32. Once upon a time, in the heart of a lush and verdant forest, there lived a gentle young woman named Malia. Her cottage, nestled among the whispering pines and blooming wildflowers, was a haven of warmth and tranquility. The air was perpetually filled with the scent of pine needles and the soft murmur of a nearby brook. Malia was known throughout the forest for her kindness and her deep love for the natural world. Yet, despite the serenity that surrounded her, Malia often felt a stir within her heart, a yearning to change, to grow, but she feared what that might entail. Her days were marked by the comfort of routine, and the thought of altering her course was daunting. One golden morning, as the first light of dawn painted the sky with hues of pink and gold, Malia decided to take a walk through the forest to clear her mind. As she wandered deeper into the woods, she stumbled upon an ancient oak tree, its branches stretching majestically towards the heavens. Beneath its boughs stood an elderly faun named Thistle, whose eyes were as bright and wise as the forest itself. "Good morning, Malia," Thistle greeted, his voice a gentle breeze. "You seem troubled." Malia sighed, her breath mingling with the cool morning air. "I feel trapped, Thistle. I yearn for change, but I fear what I might lose in the process. Thistle nodded knowingly, his beard swaying like moss in the wind. Change is the essence of life, dear Malia. It is not something to be feared, but embraced. Perhaps the forest has a lesson for you today. With a reassuring smile, Thistle handed Malia a small, delicate seed. Plant this in a place that speaks to you, and nurture it. Let it guide you. Thanking Thistle, Malia cradled the seed in her palm, feeling its potential. She continued her walk, pondering the fawn's words, until she arrived at a sunlit clearing. It was a place she often visited, where the songbirds sang joyous melodies, and the air was sweet with the scent of honeysuckle. Here, she knelt and planted the seed, covering it gently with earth. Days turned to weeks, and Molly attended to the seed with care, watering it and protecting it from the elements. As she did so, she began to notice subtle changes within herself. Her dreams were filled with vibrant colors, and her heart, once burdened by hesitation, began to feel lighter. One morning, as Malia approached the clearing, she gasped in wonder. The seed had grown into a magnificent vine, its tendrils reaching skyward, adorned with blossoms that shimmered like morning dew. The vine seemed to pulse with a gentle magic, a reflection of the growth Malia had nurtured within herself. As she marveled at the vine, a small, luminescent butterfly flitted towards her. Its wings were a kaleidoscope of colors, and it seemed to dance in the air with a joyful abandon. "Hello, Malia," the butterfly chimed, its voice as soft as a whisper. "I am Seraphina, a spirit of transformation. Your care and patience have allowed me to emerge." Malia smiled, her heart swelling with warmth. "I was afraid of change, but now I see its beauty." Seraphina nodded, hovering close. "Change is a journey, Malia, not a destination. You have learned to trust in your own strength and in the magic of the world around you." With newfound clarity, Malia realized that the changes she feared were not losses but opportunities, chances to grow and become more than she ever imagined. The forest, in its infinite wisdom, had guided her towards this understanding. As the seasons turned, Malia continued to nurture the vine, which became a symbol of her own transformation. The forest creatures often visited, drawn to the serenity of the clearing and the kindness of the woman who tended it. Through her journey, Malia discovered that she was never truly alone. With the support of her friends, Wise Thistle, Radiant Seraphina, and the ever-present forest, she learned to embrace change as a natural, beautiful part of life. And so, in the heart of that ancient forest, beneath the boughs of the great oak and the luminous blossoms of the vine, Malia found her peace. Her spirit, like the forest itself, was ever growing, ever changing, and always filled with the gentle magic of personal discovery. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the world in a soft twilight glow, Malia returned to her cozy cottage. She sat by the hearth, a gentle fire crackling in the fireplace, and reflected on the day's revelations. The warmth of the flames mirrored the warmth in her heart, and she knew that whatever changes lay ahead, she was ready to face them with grace and courage. In the peaceful silence of the evening, Malia whispered a silent thank you to the forest, to Thistle, and to Seraphina. She understood now that she was part of a greater tapestry, woven with threads of friendship, wisdom, and magic. With a contented sigh, Malia settled into her favorite chair, a book resting on her lap. As she turned the pages, her eyelids grew heavy, and she drifted into a restful sleep, cradled by the gentle arms of the forest. And in her dreams, she soared alongside Seraphina, her spirit dancing on the winds of change, forever guided by the light of personal discovery. Story 33. Once upon a time, nestled in a quaint village surrounded by rolling emerald hills and whispering forests, lived a curious young soul named Lila. She was known throughout the village for her sparkling eyes, always alight with wonder, and her heart brimming with dreams as vast as the sky above. One crisp morning, as the sun painted the horizon with strokes of gold and amber, Lila set off on a journey to explore the mysterious whispering woods. The villagers often spoke of the woods in hushed tones, hinting at its enchanting beauty and the secrets it kept hidden beneath its emerald canopy. Lila, ever the adventurer, was drawn to these tales like a moth to the glow of a warm flame. As she stepped into the woods, the air was laced with the sweet scent of pine and blooming wildflowers. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, creating a dappled pattern on the forest floor that danced with every gentle breeze. The woods were alive with the soft symphony of rustling leaves and the distant call of a wood thrush, a melody that seemed to welcome Lila into its embrace. With each step deeper into the forest, Lila's heart filled with a blend of excitement and tranquility. She marveled at the towering trees, their ancient trunks adorned with moss that glowed like emeralds in the sun's rays. She paused to listen to the gentle babble of a nearby brook, its waters glistening like liquid crystal as it meandered over smooth stones. As Lila wandered, she noticed a peculiar path woven with vibrant flowers of every hue imaginable, petals of azure and violet, ruby and gold. It seemed to beckon her forward, inviting her to uncover its mysteries. Lila followed the path with a heart both brave and curious, a gentle breeze playfully tugging at her hair. Before long, she found herself in a clearing bathed in soft golden light. In the center stood a grand tree, its branches stretching skyward like the arms of an ancient guardian. Beneath its boughs, a circle of small, whimsical creatures danced and twirled. They were like nothing Lila had ever seen, tiny beings with wings that shimmered like moonlit water, their laughter as light as the tinkling of bells. "Welcome, dear traveler," one of the creatures chimed with a voice as gentle as the breeze. "We are the wisp folk of the Whispering Woods. You have ventured far, and your courage has led you here." Lila smiled, feeling a warmth spread through her heart. "Thank you," she replied softly. "I've always dreamed of discovering the wonders of these woods." The wisp folk giggled and twirled around her, their wings casting prismatic glimmers on the forest floor. "We have a gift for those who seek with open hearts," another wisp said, presenting Lila with a small, luminous stone that pulsed with a soft, warm glow. "Hold this close, and it will guide you when the path seems dark," the wisp explained. "It is a token of your courage and a reminder that even the smallest light can illuminate the greatest shadows." Lila accepted the stone with gratitude, its warmth seeping into her palm and filling her with a newfound sense of wonder and determination. "Thank you," she said, her voice a gentle whisper carried by the breeze. As she continued her journey through the woods, Lila's heart felt lighter, buoyed by the kindness of the wisp folk and the beauty surrounding her. She encountered more wonders, a waterfall that sang like a lullaby, its mist kissing her cheeks, and a meadow where fireflies danced in a symphony of twinkling lights. Each step was a discovery, each challenge an opportunity to learn and grow. When a gentle rain began to fall, Lila found shelter beneath a wide-leafed tree, watching as the raindrops painted the world in shimmering silver. It was in these quiet moments that Lila understood the true magic of the Whispering Woods, not just in its enchanting sights and sounds, but in the way it nurtured her spirit and ignited her courage. As the day drew to a close, Lila retraced her steps back to the village, the luminous stone nestled safely in her pocket. The sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of rose and lavender, and the stars began to twinkle like tiny diamonds scattered across a velvet tapestry. With each step, Lila carried the lessons of the woods in her heart, the courage to explore the unknown, the beauty of gentle friendship, and the understanding that even the smallest light can guide the way. Back in her cozy home, with the warmth of the fireplace wrapping her in a tender embrace, Lila reflected on her journey. She realized that the world was full of wonders waiting to be discovered, and sometimes all it took was a little courage and an open heart to find them. And so, as the village slept under a blanket of stars, Lila drifted into a peaceful slumber, her dreams filled with the magic of the Whispering Woods and the promise of new adventures yet to come. Story 34. In the vast, shimmering expanse of the Andromeda Galaxy, where stars twinkled like a cascade of diamonds on a velvet tapestry, there spun a peculiar asteroid, known as the Sanctuary of Solace. This asteroid was a meeting place for travelers from various planets, seeking refuge, trade, or sometimes just a moment of peace amidst their journeys through the cosmos. Among the asteroid's many visitors was a young Solarian named Tira. Her people, the Solarians, were gentle, ethereal beings from the water-laden planet of Solara. They were known for their translucent, shimmering skin that reflected the colors of the sky, and their ability to sing the most hauntingly beautiful melodies, which could calm even the fiercest storms. Tira had come to the Sanctuary of Solace to trade her planet's rare, luminescent pearls for stories of distant stars and planets. One evening, as the artificial dusk settled over the asteroid, Tira wandered through the bustling marketplace, her curiosity leading her from one corner to the next. The air was filled with the scent of exotic spices and the soft hum of traders exchanging tales and goods. It was here she met Kor, a gruff yet amiable creature from the rocky planet of Veldor. Veldorians were known for their formidable strength and their stony, rugged exteriors, which could withstand the harshest elements. Kor was haggling over a peculiar contraption with a merchant, his voice a low rumble akin to distant thunder. Tira, intrigued by the strange device and the even stranger Veldorian, approached. "What is that?" she asked, her voice like a gentle ripple over a pond. Kor turned, a little surprised by her presence. It's a star mapper," he replied, his voice softening. "It charts the stars and guides you across the galaxy." His eyes, bright like polished onyx, studied her with curiosity. Tira, fascinated, asked if she could see it work. Kor hesitated, wary of the fragile-looking Solarian. He had heard tales that Solarians were delicate and easily disturbed, and he worried his gruff nature might offend her. Nevertheless, he agreed, and together they watched as the star mapper projected a delicate web of constellations into the air. "Beautiful," Tira murmured, captivated by the lights. "But why do you need it? Don't you know your way through the stars?" Kor chuckled, a sound like rocks tumbling down a hill. "Veldorians have always been explorers, but the stars, they're ever-changing. It's easy to get lost if you're not careful." As they spoke, a misunderstanding brewed. Tira, eager to learn more about the device, asked many questions, her curiosity boundless. Kor, misinterpreting her enthusiasm for impatience, grew a bit defensive, his words becoming curt. "Do you think I don't know how to use it?" he snapped, his pride pricked. Tira, taken aback, shook her head. "No, I only wanted to understand," she replied softly, her eyes wide and sincere. It was then that Kor realized his mistake. He had judged her too quickly, just as others had often judged him. "I'm sorry," Kor said, his tone gentle and apologetic. "I misread your intentions. It's just, Veldorians aren't usually known for their patience, especially with things that seem delicate." Tira smiled, her expression warm and forgiving. "And Solarians aren't known for their strength, but I believe there's more to us than what others see." This simple exchange was the beginning of a friendship that would grow stronger than either could have imagined. Over the following days, they shared stories of their worlds, of Solara's oceans that glowed under twin moons, and Veldor's towering mountains that sang with the wind. They laughed over their differences and marveled at the beauty in each other's uniqueness. Their bond was soon tested when a cosmic storm, fierce and unpredictable, loomed over the sanctuary of Solace. The storm's arrival was sudden, its energy crackling in the air like a tempestuous symphony. As the storm threatened to tear through the asteroid's protective shields, panic spread among the visitors. In the midst of the chaos, it was Tira's calming voice that quelled the rising fear. She sang, her melody a soothing balm that steadied trembling hearts. Kor, realizing the gravity of the situation, sprang into action. With his strength, he helped reinforce the shields and guided those in need to safety. Together they faced the storm, their efforts harmonizing like the notes of a perfect chord. Tira's song and Kor's strength were complementary forces, each enhancing the other. When the storm finally passed, leaving behind a sky painted with the soft colors of a new dawn, the sanctuary was safe and intact. As the visitors emerged, grateful and relieved, Tira and Kor stood side by side, their friendship cemented by the trials they had faced together. In that moment of shared triumph, they understood a profound truth. That friendship, true and deep, was not bound by differences in species or origin. It thrived on trust, understanding, and the willingness to see beyond the surface. As they watched the sun rise over the asteroid, bathing everything in a gentle golden light, Tira turned to Kor. "Thank you for believing in me, even when I seemed fragile," she said, her eyes filled with gratitude. Kor smiled, a soft, genuine smile that transformed his rugged features. "And thank you for seeing past my rough exterior to the friend beneath." The two unlikely companions, from worlds so different yet so alike, had discovered not only the beauty of the universe, but also the boundless depths of friendship. And so, amidst the stars and the stories they shared, they continued their journey, side by side, exploring the galaxy, and cherishing the bond that had brought them together. And every night, under the vast canopy of stars, they would sit together, sharing dreams and laughter, knowing that no matter where their paths led, they would always have each other to light the way. Story 35. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees sang softly with the wind and leaves danced like tiny emerald fairies, there sat a charming little village named Willowbrook. The cottages, with their thatched roofs and flower-laden window boxes, were nestled snugly among ancient oaks and maples, their chimneys puffing out wisps of smoke that mingled with the sweet scent of the forest. In Willowbrook, life flowed gently, like the babbling brook that wound its way through the village. But recently, there had been a series of curious happenings that had set the townsfolk talking quietly over their mugs of steaming herbal tea. Every morning, the villagers awoke to find their gardens rearranged in peculiar ways. Lavender bushes were swapped with rose bushes, and sunflowers were found growing in neat circles instead of rows. While the changes were harmless and even delightful, they left everyone scratching their heads in wonder. Among the villagers was a wise old gnome named Doran, who had lived in Willowbrook for as long as anyone could remember. His beard was as white and fluffy as the clouds that drifted lazily above, and his eyes twinkled with the light of 1,000 stories. Doran was known for his cleverness and his knack for solving puzzles, no matter how intricate. One mild afternoon, as the golden sun dipped below the treetops, painting the sky in hues of pink and orange, Doran sat on a mossy stone near the brook, pondering the mystery of the gardens. Beside him sat a young girl named Lila, with hair as dark as raven's wings and eyes bright with curiosity. She had decided to ask Doran for help, hoping his wisdom would unravel the enigma. "Doran," Lila began, her voice as soft as the rustling leaves, "do you think the fairies are playing tricks on us? Or perhaps the wind is more mischievous than we thought?" Doran chuckled, the sound warm and comforting like a crackling fire. "Ah, my dear Lila, the fairies are indeed playful, but they are also respectful of our gardens, and the wind, though whimsical, would not reorder plants so precisely." Together, they decided to observe the gardens by moonlight, hoping to catch a glimpse of whatever, or whoever, was behind the changes. As the moon rose high and bathed Willowbrook in its silvery glow, Doran and Lila settled quietly among the shadowy trees, their breath mingling with the cool night air. Hours passed, and just as Lila's eyelids began to droop, a gentle rustling reached their ears. Peering through the branches, they saw a soft glow emanating from one of the gardens. Moving closer, they discovered a creature unlike any they had seen before. It was a small, round being with skin that shimmered like dew on morning grass. Its eyes were large and gentle, reflecting the moonlight with a serene wisdom. This creature was a garden sprite, known for its love of arranging plants in harmonious patterns. Doran and Lila watched as the sprite worked, its tiny hands moving with the grace of a maestro conducting a symphony. It carefully repositioned the flowers and herbs, humming a melody that seemed to encourage the plants to grow in their new positions. When the sprite finished, it sat back on its heels, admiring its handiwork with a satisfied sigh. Doran, knowing the sprite meant no harm, stepped forward gently so as not to startle it. "Greetings, dear sprite," he said kindly. "Your work is beautiful, but it has puzzled the villagers." The sprite turned its luminous eyes upon Doran and Lila, a shy smile playing on its lips. "I am sorry if I have caused any confusion. I only wish to help the gardens thrive. Each plant has its own song, and I merely arrange them so their melodies can blend harmoniously." Understanding dawned upon Doran and Lila like the first light of dawn. The sprite was an artist, painting with petals and leaves, and its intentions were as pure as the forest air. Lila, enchanted by the sprite's gentle nature, asked, "Would you teach us how to listen to the plant's songs?" The sprite nodded, delighted to share its knowledge. Over the following nights, Doran, Lila, and the sprite worked together, learning the language of the garden. They discovered that when planted in certain patterns, the flowers and herbs not only flourished, but also filled the air with a melody as sweet as a lullaby. As news spread, the villagers of Willowbrook embraced the sprite's gift. They began to arrange their gardens with the sprite's guidance, creating a symphony of colors and scents that filled the village with peace and joy. In time, the mystery of the rearranged gardens became one of Willowbrook's cherished tales, a story of friendship and understanding between the villagers and the magical creatures of the Whispering Woods. And so, under the watchful eyes of the moon and stars, Willowbrook thrived, its gardens singing softly into the night, a testament to the harmony that can be found when we open our hearts to the wisdom of nature. In the gentle embrace of the Whispering Woods, life continued to flow as serenely as the brook, with each new day bringing fresh wonders and a reminder that sometimes the most enchanting mysteries are those solved by friendship and an open heart. Story 36. In the soft, shimmering glow of a twilight world, nestled between rolling hills and whispering forests, there lay the village of Lunalight Hollow. The villagers here lived in harmony with nature, their quaint cottages woven from the very essence of the woods and meadows. Each evening, the air was filled with the sweet scent of honeysuckle and the gentle hum of cicadas, creating a symphony of serenity that lulled the village to sleep under a canopy of twinkling stars. One breezy autumn evening, as the leaves turned from emerald to amber, a peculiar occurrence began to unfold. The village's beloved moonbeam fountain, which sparkled with water as silver as moonlight, had inexplicably ceased to flow. This fountain was not only a source of water, but was also believed to be a magical gift from the moon itself, bringing tranquility and prosperity to Lunalight Hollow. The villagers gathered around the dry fountain, murmuring concerns and theories. It was said that the fountain's magic was entwined with the harmony of the village, and its sudden stillness was deeply unsettling. Among the villagers stood young Alaric, a gentle soul with a heart full of curiosity and a mind as sharp as the autumn breeze. Alaric had always been fascinated by the mysteries of their magical world and was determined to restore the fountain's flow. As the golden rays of dawn peeked over the horizon, Alaric set off on a quest to uncover the mystery. His first stop was the home of Eldwin, the wise old owl who resided in the tallest oak tree at the edge of the forest. Eldwin had lived through countless seasons and was known for his deep wisdom and knowledge of ancient lore. "Good morning, Eldwin," Alaric called softly as he approached the tree. The owl opened his large amber eyes and stretched his wings with a gentle rustle. "Ah, Alaric," Eldwin hooted, his voice as smooth as a gentle breeze. "What brings you to the forest at this early hour?" Alaric explained the plight of the moonbeam fountain, and Eldwin listened intently, his eyes glimmering with thought. "The fountain's magic runs deeper than the waters you see," Eldwin said slowly. "To restore its flow, you must understand the balance it maintains within our world." With a nod of gratitude, Alaric continued his journey, wandering deeper into the forest where the air was alive with the melody of birdsong and the scent of pine. He followed a winding path that led him to the abode of Lyra, a kindly wood nymph known for her understanding of the forest's secrets. Lyra greeted him with a warm smile, her eyes sparkling like the dew on morning leaves. "Alaric, dear one, what brings you to my grove?" Alaric shared his quest with Lyra, who listened with gentle interest. "The fountain's magic is a reflection of our own harmony," she mused. "Perhaps something has disrupted the balance it mirrors." Thanking Lyra, Alaric pondered her words as he made his way back towards the village. Along the way, he noticed something peculiar. The forest's usual harmony seemed slightly off. The birds sang in discordant melodies, and the breeze carried a subtle tension. Alaric paused to observe, his mind piecing together the puzzle. Upon reaching the village, he decided to visit the library, a cozy nook filled with ancient tomes and scrolls. There, he found old tales of the Moonbeam Fountain, stories of how it drew its magic from the unity and goodwill of the villagers. As he read, an idea began to form in his mind. Later that evening, under the soft glow of lanterns, Alaric gathered the villagers in the square. "Friends," he began, his voice gentle yet earnest, "our fountain reflects the harmony and kindness within our village. Perhaps in our busy lives, we've forgotten to nurture the unity that feeds its magic." The villagers listened, their hearts touched by his words. Inspired, they decided to hold a gathering, a festival of friendship and gratitude, to renew their bonds and celebrate the harmony that defined Lunalight Hollow. As the festival unfolded, laughter and music filled the air, weaving a tapestry of joy and unity. The villagers shared stories and songs, their hearts open and warm. As the night deepened, a soft, silvery glow began to emanate from the moonbeam fountain. The water bubbled to life, cascading once more in a shimmering arc that danced in the moonlight. The villagers cheered, their joy echoing through the night, and Alaric felt a gentle warmth in his heart. The mystery had been solved not through magic alone, but through understanding and rekindling the bonds of friendship and community. As the festival drew to a close, Eldwin and Lyra joined Alaric by the fountain. "You have shown great wisdom, young one," Eldwin said, his feathers ruffling with pride. "And a heart full of kindness," added Lyra, her eyes twinkling like stars. The village of Lunalight Hollow, with its moonbeam fountain flowing once more, nestled back into its peaceful slumber, bathed in the gentle glow of the moon. Alaric, content and at peace, knew that as long as the villagers cherished their harmony, the magic would always flow, and the mysteries of their world would continue to unravel in the most enchanting ways. Story 37. In a quaint village nestled between the gentle slopes of emerald hills and the whispering pines of an ancient forest, there lived a young girl named Leora. Her heart was warm and her spirit kind, yet she felt a nagging disquiet, a reluctance to embrace the changes that life was gently nudging her toward. The village was filled with people who adored her, and yet Leora often found herself gazing at the horizon, wondering about the world beyond and what it required of her. Leora's home was a cozy cottage with a well-tended garden that sang with colors every spring. The aroma of lavender and thyme danced on the breeze, weaving through open windows where the sunlight pooled like liquid gold on the wooden floors. Inside, her grandmother, a wise and gentle soul named Anwen, would often sit by the hearth, her knitting needles clicking softly as she spun tales of magic and mystery. One crisp autumn evening, as the leaves turned to hues of amber and crimson, Anwen called Leora to her side. The fire crackled warmly, casting playful shadows that flickered across the room. Anwen's eyes, like twin stars, twinkled with a secret she was eager to share. "Change, my dear," she began, her voice as soothing as a lullaby, "is much like the seasons. It may feel daunting at times, but it holds the promise of growth and new beginnings." Leora sighed, tracing patterns on the wooden floor with her toe. "But what if I'm not ready, grandmother? What if the world asks too much of me?" Anwen chuckled softly, her laughter a gentle melody that wrapped around Leora like a comforting shawl. "The world, my sweet, is merely a reflection of your own heart. Let me tell you a story." And so Anwen began to weave a tale of the enchanted forest, a place not too far from their village. It was said that within its depths lay a grove of ancient trees, each holding a secret of transformation and magic. These trees, known as the elder trees, whispered to those who truly listened, revealing the path to self-discovery and growth. Intrigued, Leora listened intently, her imagination alight with visions of the forest and its mystical inhabitants. Her heart, though hesitant, began to stir with the desire for adventure. The following morning, with the dawn painting the sky in shades of rose and gold, Leora set out towards the forest. Her path was lined with the songs of waking birds and the soft murmur of a nearby brook. The air was crisp and invigorating, carrying the scent of earth and the promise of discovery. As Leora entered the forest, she was greeted by a symphony of rustling leaves and the gentle hum of nature. The canopy above shimmered with dappled sunlight, creating patterns of light and shadow that danced at her feet. With each step, the forest seemed to welcome her, guiding her deeper into its heart. Soon she reached the grove of the elder trees. They stood tall and majestic, their bark etched with the passage of time, and their branches stretching gracefully towards the heavens. Leora approached with reverence, feeling the weight of their ancient wisdom in the air. As she placed her hand upon the nearest tree, a soft voice echoed in her mind, as if the tree itself was speaking to her. "What is it you seek, child of the earth?" Startled, yet entranced, Leora closed her eyes and spoke from her heart. "I seek the courage to embrace change, to discover who I am meant to become." The tree's voice was gentle, like the rustle of leaves in a summer breeze. "To transform, you must first accept who you are. Embrace the parts of yourself that you fear, for they are the seeds of your growth." With these words, a warmth spread through Leora, as if the tree's wisdom had sparked a light within her. She spent the day in the grove, listening to the whispers of the elder trees and reflecting upon their lessons. She realized that change was not something to fear, but a journey to be embraced with an open heart. As the sun began its descent, casting the forest in a golden glow, Leora felt a profound sense of peace. The forest had become a mirror, reflecting not her fears, but her potential. She understood now that the world was vast and full of wonders, waiting to be discovered. Returning to her village under the soft light of the setting sun, Leora felt different. She felt lighter, as if a burden had been lifted from her shoulders. Her heart, once apprehensive, now pulsed with the rhythm of the forest, steady and strong. Her grandmother greeted her with a knowing smile, her eyes bright with pride. "I see the forest has shared its secrets with you," Anwin said, embracing Leora in a warm hug. "Yes," Leora replied, her voice filled with newfound confidence. "I've learned that change is not to be feared, but embraced. It's a part of who I am." Anwin nodded, her voice soft and filled with love. "Remember, dear one, the journey of transformation is a lifelong path. As you grow, so too will your understanding of the world and your place within it." That night, as the stars twinkled like diamonds in the velvet sky, Leora lay in her bed, her heart full of gratitude. The gentle rustling of leaves outside her window lulled her into a peaceful sleep, carrying with it the promise of new beginnings and the warmth of her grandmother's wisdom. In the days that followed, Leora embraced her journey with open arms, her spirit soaring like the birds she so often watched. She discovered joy in the simple things, like the laughter of friends, the beauty of a sunset, and the songs of the forest. Each day brought new lessons and opportunities for growth, and with each step, Leora grew more into herself. And so, in the heart of the village where the hills met the forest, Leora's story of transformation unfolded, a testament to the power of embracing change and the beauty of self-discovery. As she walked her path with courage and grace, she found that the world beyond was not so daunting after all, but a wondrous place filled with magic and possibility. Story 38. Once upon a time, there was a young sapling named Willow, who lived in a lush forest alongside her treefolk kin. Willow had always been content to sway gently in the breeze and delight in the warmth of the sun on her tender leaves. But as the seasons changed and her friends began to bloom with vibrant flowers and stretch their branches high, Willow couldn't help but feel a stirring within. One crisp autumn morning, a gentle rain pattered against Willow's bark, rousing her from her slumber. As she blinked away the dewdrops clinging to her eyelashes, she noticed a glimmering shimmer in the air around her. Gasping softly, Willow realized dozens of silvery sprites were dancing and swirling in the mist. "What magic is this?" she murmured in wonder. The tiniest sprite fluttered up to Willow's face, her wings humming like a hummingbird's. "Why, this is the magic of growth and change, dear sapling," the sprite chirped merrily. "Can you not feel it coursing through your roots?" Willow gave a slight tremble as she allowed her awareness to sink deeper into the rich, loamy soil beneath her. Sure enough, there was an undeniable stirring, a gentle pulsing like the beat of a tiny heart. Over the next few days and weeks, Willow spent hours conversing with the inquisitive sprites who loved to perch in her branches. They regaled her with wondrous tales of the great forests that blanketed the lands in ages past. With each story, Willow's curiosity deepened, and she felt an aching, yet exhilarating sense of possibility taking root within her soul. As winter's chill descended upon the forest, most of Willow's treefolk friends became dormant, conserving their energy until spring's return. But Willow remained very much awake and alive with the magical stirrings of transformation. Her roots explored deeper, drinking in the secrets of the earth, while her branches reached higher, caressed by the silvery moonlight. On the longest night of winter, Willow experienced a vivid dream where she soared over snowy mountain peaks and wandered through valleys overflowing with wildflowers. When she awoke shivering in the pre-dawn darkness, her entire being felt electrified with energy. Willow's dearest friend, the ancient oak grandfather, must have sensed her trepidation. His wise, rumbling voice murmured through the still forest air. "Do not fear the changes within you, Willow. That is how we grow, my child." With the oak's reassurance, Willow surrendered to the forces welling up inside her. A warmth bloomed in her core, spreading along her branches like a full-body stretch after a deep slumber. Tiny emerald buds began to unfurl, their vibrant faces greeting the first rays of spring sunlight. As the days and months passed, Willow grew taller, and her blossoms more brilliant than any of the other tree folk could remember. Yet she retained her kind and gentle essence, offering cool shade to weary forest creatures and learned counsel with her quiet strength. When the sprites eventually bid their goodbyes and danced away on the evening breeze, Willow felt a bittersweet pang. She would miss their whimsical tales and twinkling laughter. Then a sudden epiphany blossomed within her, like the radiant petals encircling her trunk. The magic of growth and change lived within Willow now, and she could nurture it endlessly through the seasons of her life. She would experience wondrous transformations and inherit magical stories of her own to share with the next generation of saplings. And with the steady, reassuring presence of old friends like Oak Grandfather keeping eternal vigil, Willow knew she would never stumble along the bewitching path ahead. Story 39. In a small, secluded village nestled amidst rolling hills and whispering woods, there lived a gentle soul named Leora. She was known for her kindness and the way her laughter could brighten even the cloudiest days. Yet beneath her warm exterior, Leora struggled with a deep, deep-seated fear of change. She adored the comfort of familiar routines and the predictability of her tranquil life. The village thrived with lush, blossoming gardens and the soft hum of bees weaving through the air. The people here were kind, each one a thread in the tapestry of the community. Leora's cottage was at the edge of the woods, where the trees stood tall and whispered ancient secrets to those who dared to listen. One crisp autumn morning, a peculiar thing happened. Leora awoke to find a tiny, shimmering seed resting on her windowsill. It glowed with a gentle, golden light and seemed to hum with an energy she could feel in her fingertips. Curiously, she decided to plant the seed in her garden, choosing a spot where the sun caressed the earth with its warm, golden fingers. As the days passed, the seed sprouted into a magnificent vine, its tendrils reaching upwards with a determination that mirrored Leora's own yearning for growth. The vine was unlike any plant she had ever seen, with leaves that shimmered like stardust and flowers that changed color with the shifting light. Leora was captivated by the vine's beauty and resilience. She tended to it with care, watering it each morning and whispering words of encouragement. In turn, the vine seemed to respond to her nurturing touch, growing stronger and more vibrant with each passing day. One evening, as twilight painted the sky in hues of lavender and rose, Leora sat by the vine, feeling a sense of peace she hadn't known before. As she rested her hand on the vine's sturdy stem, she felt a gentle tug at her heart, as if the plant was speaking to her in a language beyond words. Intrigued and a little bewildered, Leora decided to seek guidance from the village elder, Eamon. Eamon was a wise man with twinkling eyes and a voice like the rustle of autumn leaves. He listened patiently as Leora recounted her experience, nodding thoughtfully. "The vine is a reflection of your own journey, dear Leora," Eamon explained, his voice a soothing balm. "It has appeared to guide you through the changes you fear. Just as the vine reaches for the light, you too can grow and transform." "But how?" Leora asked, her voice tinged with uncertainty. "By embracing change as a friend, not a foe," Eamon replied gently. "Allow yourself to be open to new experiences, and you will find strength where you least expect it." Encouraged by Eamon's words, Leora began to look at her life through a new lens. She ventured beyond the village, exploring the woods she had once feared. With each step, she discovered the beauty of the world around her, the way the sunlight danced through the leaves, the symphony of birdsong, and the fragrant whispers of wildflowers. Along her journey, Leora met others who became her companions in growth. A wandering minstrel with a heart full of songs, a gentle baker who shared her warmth through freshly baked bread, and a wise old owl who watched over the forest with knowing eyes. Each friend offered her a piece of wisdom wrapped in kindness, helping her to see the world anew. As the seasons turned, Leora's own transformation mirrored that of her beloved vine. She learned to embrace change with grace, understanding that it was an essential part of life's tapestry. The vine, now a majestic presence in her garden, flourished under her care, its blossoms a testament to their shared journey. One serene evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in a palette of gold and indigo, Leora stood beside the vine, her heart filled with gratitude. She realized that the vine had not only mirrored her growth, but had also taught her the beauty of resilience and the strength found in vulnerability. In the gentle embrace of dusk, Leora whispered a silent thank you to the vine and to the friends who had guided her along the way. Her heart was light, her spirit renewed, and she knew that the journey of discovery was far from over. With the stars as her guide and the warmth of friendship as her compass, Leora welcomed the future with open arms, ready to embrace whatever changes it might bring. And as she drifted into a peaceful slumber, the vine glowed softly in the moonlight, a silent guardian of the dreams yet to unfold. Story 40. In a quaint village nestled amidst rolling green hills and golden fields of barley, there lived a young girl named Lila. Lila had a heart full of dreams and eyes that sparkled with curiosity. Her village was a lovely place where every morning dewdrops gleamed like tiny jewels on the grass, and the air was filled with the sweet scent of blooming honeysuckle. Yet Lila often found herself gazing beyond the horizon, wondering what lay beyond the familiar landscape she knew so well. One misty morning, as the first light of dawn painted the sky with hues of pink and purple, Lila decided it was time to follow her heart and explore the world beyond her village. Clad in a cozy cloak of deep blue, she set off down the winding path that led through the whispering woods, carrying nothing but a small satchel filled with fresh bread and a flask of warm tea. The path led her into the heart of the forest, where sunlight filtered through the thick canopy above, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor. The air was cool and filled with the gentle rustling of leaves and the distant melody of a brook. As Lila walked, she marveled at the towering trees, their trunks covered in soft emerald moss, and the delicate wildflowers that lined the path, their petals glistening with dew. As she ventured deeper into the woods, Lila came upon a clearing bathed in sunlight, where a peculiar sight greeted her eyes. It was a grove of trees unlike any she had ever seen. Their bark shimmered like silver, and their leaves were the color of a summer sky. At the center of the grove stood a magnificent tree, its branches stretching wide and high, adorned with luminescent fruit that glowed softly like lanterns in the twilight. Drawn by an irresistible curiosity, Lila approached the tree. As she neared, she noticed a small, gentle creature nestled among the roots. It was a creature of wonder, with soft, iridescent fur that shifted colors like a rainbow, and eyes as bright as stars. It looked up at Lila with a friendly smile and spoke in a voice as soothing as a lullaby. "Welcome, dear traveler," the creature said. "I am the keeper of the grove, and these trees have stood here since time began. Few have ventured here, and fewer still have returned with tales of their journey." Lila felt a sense of peace wash over her as she listened to the creature's words. She sat beside it, sharing her bread and tea, and told it of her village and her longing to explore the world. The keeper listened intently, nodding with understanding. "You have a brave heart, Lila," it said kindly. "To seek the unknown is to embrace the beauty of life itself. This grove holds many secrets and wonders, and I sense it has much to teach you." Encouraged by the keeper's words, Lila decided to explore the grove further. As she wandered among the silver-barked trees, she discovered a stream flowing with shimmering water that sang softly as it danced over smooth stones. She dipped her fingers into the water, feeling its cool caress, and noticed tiny, glowing fish darting playfully beneath the surface. Continuing her exploration, Lila came upon a small hill crowned with wildflowers. As she climbed to the top, she was greeted by a breathtaking view. The grove stretched out below her, a sea of silver and blue, with the great tree at its heart. Beyond the grove, the forest continued, a tapestry of greens and browns, and in the distance she glimpsed the peaks of mist-shrouded mountains. Feeling a newfound sense of courage and wonder, Lila descended the hill and returned to the keeper. She found it waiting with a gentle smile, its eyes filled with warmth and wisdom. "You have discovered much today, Lila," the keeper said. "But remember, the true journey is not in what you see, but in what you learn and how you grow." Lila nodded, understanding the truth in the keeper's words. She realized that her adventure had not only shown her the beauty of the world, but had also revealed her own strength and courage. She thanked the keeper for its guidance and friendship, promising to cherish the lessons she had learned. As the sun began to set, casting a golden glow over the grove, Lila knew it was time to return home. She walked back through the whispering woods, her heart light and her spirit filled with joy. She carried with her the memory of the enchanting grove and the kindness of its gentle keeper, knowing that she would forever be a part of its magic. When Lila finally returned to her village, the stars were twinkling in the night sky. She was greeted by the familiar sight of warm lights glowing in the windows of her home and the comforting sounds of her family's laughter. As she settled into her cozy bed, she felt a deep sense of peace and contentment, knowing that her world was now a little bit larger and her heart a little bit braver. And so, Lila drifted into a gentle, restful sleep, dreaming of silver trees and glowing fruit, of shimmering streams and starry-eyed creatures, and of all the adventures yet to come. For she knew that the world was full of wonders, and she was ready to explore them all, one step at a time. In a quaint village nestled amidst rolling green hills and golden fields of barley, there lived a young girl named Lila. Lila had a heart full of dreams, and eyes that sparkled with curiosity. Her village was a lovely place where every morning dewdrops gleamed like tiny jewels on the grass, and the air was filled with the sweet scent of blooming honeysuckle. Yet Lila often found herself gazing beyond the horizon, wondering what lay beyond the familiar landscape she knew so well. One misty morning, as the first light of dawn painted the sky with hues of pink and purple, Lila decided it was time to follow her heart and explore the world beyond her village. Clad in a cozy cloak of deep blue, she set off down the winding path that led through the whispering woods, carrying nothing but a small satchel filled with fresh bread and a flask of warm tea. The path led her into the heart of the forest, where sunlight filtered through the thick canopy above, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor. The air was cool and filled with the gentle rustling of leaves and the distant melody of a brook. As Lila walked, she marveled at the towering trees, their trunks covered in soft emerald moss, and the delicate wildflowers that lined the path, their petals glistening with dew. As she ventured deeper into the woods, Lila came upon a clearing bathed in sunlight, where a peculiar sight greeted her eyes. It was a grove of trees unlike any she had ever seen. Their bark shimmered like silver, and their leaves were the color of a summer sky. At the center of the grove stood a magnificent tree, its branches stretching wide and high, adorned with luminescent fruit that glowed softly like lanterns in the twilight. Drawn by an irresistible curiosity, Lila approached the tree. As she neared, she noticed a small, gentle creature nestled among the roots. It was a creature of wonder, with soft, iridescent fur that shifted colors like a rainbow, and eyes as bright as stars. It looked up at Lila with a friendly smile and spoke in a voice as soothing as a lullaby. "Welcome, dear traveler," the creature said. "I am the keeper of the grove, and these trees have stood here since time began. Few have ventured here, and fewer still have returned with tales of their journey." Lila felt a sense of peace wash over her as she listened to the creature's words. She sat beside it, sharing her bread and tea, and told it of her village and her longing to explore the world. The keeper listened intently, nodding with understanding. "You have a brave heart, Lila," it said kindly. "To seek the unknown is to embrace the beauty of life itself. This grove holds many secrets and wonders, and I sense it has much to teach you." Encouraged by the keeper's words, Lila decided to explore the grove further. As she wandered among the silver-barked trees, she discovered a stream flowing with shimmering water that sang softly as it danced over smooth stones. She dipped her fingers into the water, feeling its cool caress, and noticed tiny, glowing fish darting playfully beneath the surface. Continuing her exploration, Lila came upon a small hill crowned with wildflowers. As she climbed to the top, she was greeted by a breathtaking view. The grove stretched out below her, a sea of silver and blue, with the great tree at its heart. Beyond the grove, the forest continued, a tapestry of greens and browns, and in the distance she glimpsed the peaks of mist-shrouded mountains. Feeling a newfound sense of courage and wonder, Lila descended the hill and returned to the keeper. She found it waiting with a gentle smile, its eyes filled with warmth and wisdom. "You have discovered much today, Lila," the keeper said. "But remember, the true journey is not in what you see, but in what you learn and how you grow." Lila nodded, understanding the truth in the keeper's words. She realized that her adventure had not only shown her the beauty of the world, but had also revealed her own strength and courage. She thanked the keeper for its guidance and friendship, promising to cherish the lessons she had learned. As the sun began to set, casting a golden glow over the grove, Lila knew it was time to return home. She walked back through the whispering woods, her heart light and her spirit filled with joy. She carried with her the memory of the enchanting grove and the kindness of its gentle keeper, knowing that she would forever be a part of its magic. When Lila finally returned to her village, the stars were twinkling in the night sky. She was greeted by the familiar sight of warm lights glowing in the windows of her home and the comforting sounds of her family's laughter. As she settled into her cozy bed, she felt a deep sense of peace and contentment, knowing that her world was now a little bit larger and her heart a little bit braver. And so, Lila drifted into a gentle, restful sleep, dreaming of silver trees and glowing fruit, of shimmering streams and starry-eyed creatures, and of all the adventures yet to come. For she knew that the world was full of wonders, and she was ready to explore them all, one step at a time. Story 41. Title: The Whispers of Luminara Forest. In a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and bordered by the mysterious Luminara Forest, there lived a young girl named Mara. Mara had hair like the sunlit wheat fields and eyes that mirrored the deep, tranquil blue of the village's lake. Her days were spent in the rhythm of simple tasks, helping her grandmother weave colorful tapestries, feeding the chickens, and exploring the boundaries of her beloved village. Yet, her heart yearned for something more, something beyond the routine and the ordinary. The village elders often spoke in hushed tones about Luminara Forest, a place shrouded in both magic and mystery. The forest was said to hold secrets of the ancient world, where whispers of forgotten times could still be heard if one listened closely enough. Legend had it that deep within the forest lay a hidden world, a place where magic flowed as freely as the streams that ran through it. But the elders also warned of its dangers, for not all who entered returned the same. Curiosity burned brightly within Mara, and despite the warnings, she felt an irresistible pull toward the forest. It was as if the rustling leaves sang a song meant only for her ears. One crisp autumn morning, when the air carried the scent of fallen leaves and the promise of adventure, Mara decided to follow the call of Luminara. With the first light of dawn painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, Mara set out toward the forest. The path, dappled with the soft glow of morning, was lined with moss-covered stones and wildflowers swaying gently in the breeze. As she stepped beneath the canopy of ancient trees, the air grew cooler, and the sounds of the village faded away, leaving only the melodic whispers of the forest. Deeper and deeper Mara ventured, her senses alive with the forest symphony. The gentle rustling of leaves, the distant call of a bird, the soft gurgle of a hidden brook. Her heart beat in tune with the rhythm of the forest, each step taking her further from the world she knew. As she walked, she noticed a peculiar glow filtering through the trees, a light unlike any she had seen before. It was warm and inviting, casting an ethereal glow on everything it touched. Drawn to it, Mara followed the light until she came upon a clearing. In the center stood an ancient oak, its gnarled branches reaching skyward, adorned with shimmering leaves that seemed to dance with their own light. Beneath the oak, nestled among the roots, was a small, intricately carved box. Its surface was covered in symbols that seemed to shift and change as Mara gazed upon them. Her heart quickened with a mix of fear and excitement. Could this be one of the magical objects spoken of in the village tales? Tentatively, Mara reached out and opened the box. Inside lay a delicate golden feather, its surface glimmering with an iridescent sheen. As her fingers brushed against it, a warmth spread through her body, and she felt a connection to something ancient and powerful. The feather was not just an object. It was a key to unlocking the mysteries of Luminara Forest. With the feather in hand, Mara continued her journey, feeling the forest come alive around her. The trees whispered secrets of the past, and the animals watched her with knowing eyes. She noticed paths that hadn't been visible before and heard melodies that seemed to guide her steps. As she ventured further, Mara encountered a peculiar sight, a small creature, no taller than her knee, with fluffy fur and eyes that sparkled like dew-kissed leaves. It was a creature of the forest, a guardian of sorts, who introduced itself as Zephyr. Zephyr, with a voice as soft as the wind, explained that the feather Mara held was a gift from the forest, a symbol of trust and friendship. It had the power to reveal the hidden world within Luminara, but only if used with a pure heart. Zephyr promised to guide Mara, for the forest had chosen her for a reason. Together, Mara and Zephyr embarked on a journey deeper into the heart of Luminara. The forest revealed its wonders, glowing mushrooms that pulsed with light, streams that sang, and trees whose leaves whispered stories of ancient times. Mara felt a sense of belonging, as if she had found a part of herself long lost. As the sun began its descent, casting a golden glow over the forest, Mara and Zephyr arrived at a shimmering lake, its surface reflecting the sky's fiery hues. In the center of the lake stood an island, bathed in a soft, otherworldly light. It was here that the true magic of Luminara lay. Zephyr explained that the island was the heart of the forest, a place where time and space intertwined. It was a place of transformation and growth, where those who entered emerged changed, their hearts aligned with the forest's wisdom. With Zephyr by her side, Mara stepped onto the island. The air was thick with magic, a palpable energy that hummed through her veins. The golden feather in her hand began to glow, its light mingling with the island's aura. As Mara stood on the island, visions began to unfold before her eyes, visions of the village, of her grandmother weaving tapestries filled with the colors and stories of the forest, of the villagers living in harmony with nature, their hearts open to the whispers of the world around them. In that moment, Mara understood the forest's gift. It was not just about discovering a hidden world, but about finding the magic within herself and her own world, the magic of friendship, of wisdom shared, and of living in harmony with nature. With a heart full of newfound understanding, Mara left the island, the golden feather still warm in her hand. As she and Zephyr made their way back through the forest, she felt a profound change within her, a sense of peace and purpose, a connection to the world around her that she had never known before. When Mara emerged from Luminara Forest, the village lay bathed in the soft glow of twilight. Her heart was light, her spirit lifted by the journey she had taken. She knew that the magic of the forest would always be with her, a guiding light in her heart. Mara returned to her grandmother's side, the golden feather tucked safely in her pocket, a reminder of the adventure and the truths she had discovered. She shared her tale with the villagers, who listened with wide eyes and open hearts, inspired by the magic that lay just beyond their doorstep. And so, the legend of Luminara Forest grew, not as a place of danger, but as a source of wisdom and friendship, a reminder that sometimes the greatest journeys are those that lead us back to ourselves. As Mara drifted off to sleep that night, the whispers of the forest gently lulled her into dreams, dreams filled with the promise of new adventures and the comforting knowledge that she was never alone. The golden feather, resting beside her, glowed softly, a beacon of light and love in the darkness. And so, in the quiet of the night, the story of Mara and the magical forest continued to weave its way into the hearts of all who heard it, a tale of transformation, of friendship, and of the endless magic found in the world around us. Story 42. Story 43. Story 44. Story 45. Story 46. In a quaint village nestled at the edge of the whispering woods, where the trees hummed soft lullabies and the air was sweet with the scent of blooming honeysuckle, there lived a young girl named Lila. Lila had chestnut curls that bounced as she walked, and eyes like polished amber, always alight with curiosity. Her home was a snug little cottage with a thatched roof, surrounded by a garden that danced with wildflowers. Every evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky with hues of lavender and rose, Lila would sit by the fire with her grandmother, a wise woman renowned throughout the village for her knowledge of herbs and lore. The hearth crackled warmly, casting a golden glow over the room, where shadows played gently on the walls. One particular evening, as Lila and her grandmother were preparing to settle down with steaming mugs of chamomile tea, a soft but persistent tapping echoed through the room. It seemed to be coming from the window, which overlooked the garden now blanketed in twilight's embrace. Curious, Lila padded over to the window and pulled back the lace curtain. To her astonishment, she found a small, peculiar creature perched on the windowsill. It was a moonbeam sprite, its delicate wings shimmering faintly in the dim light. The sprite's eyes were wide with worry, its tiny hands clasped together as if in prayer. "Oh, dear Lila," the sprite fluttered its wings, causing a gentle flutter of silvery dust to cascade around it. "Something strange is afoot in the whispering woods. The songbirds have fallen silent, and the fireflies are nowhere to be seen." Lila's grandmother joined her at the window, her expression thoughtful. "These are indeed curious happenings," she murmured, her voice as soft and comforting as a woolen shawl. "Perhaps it is time for a visit to the woods. They have secrets to share if one knows how to listen." The next morning, with the sun barely peeking over the horizon, Lila set off toward the whispering woods. The air was crisp and cool, carrying the earthy scent of dew-kissed leaves. As she entered the woods, the familiar rustle of leaves underfoot welcomed her, though the absence of birdsong was unmistakable. Lila walked deeper into the forest, her senses attuned to the subtle whispers of the trees. She soon came upon a clearing where the ancient oak known as Grandfather Tree stood proudly. Its gnarled branches stretched toward the heavens, and its bark was etched with the wisdom of centuries. "Welcome, young Lila," a voice rumbled softly, resonating from the heart of the oak. It was the tree guardian, an ethereal presence that watched over the woods. "I sense you seek answers." Lila nodded, her voice barely more than a whisper. "The forest feels different. Can you tell me what has happened?" The tree guardian seemed to sigh, a gentle breeze rustling through its leaves. "There is a disturbance in the balance. The nightshade, a mischievous creature, has been playing tricks, drawing the magic away from the woods." Lila listened carefully, her mind already turning with possibilities. "How might we restore the balance?" she asked. The tree guardian's response was a soft rustle. "The nightshade is drawn to its reflection. You must craft a mirror of moonlight to capture its attention and coax it back into harmony." Thanking the tree guardian, Lila set about gathering what she needed. She collected a handful of silvery dew from the petals of moonflowers and a shard of smooth, reflective riverstone. With these, she fashioned a small mirror, its surface gleaming with a pale luminescence. As twilight descended, painting the woods in shades of blue and silver, Lila returned to the clearing. There, she placed the mirror upon a bed of moss, right where the moon's light would touch it. Then she waited, her heart steady and calm. Before long, a shadow flitted across the clearing, a dark, wispy shape that darted about with an impish energy. It was the nightshade, drawn irresistibly to the mirror's glow. The creature paused, entranced by its own reflection. Its antics momentarily ceased. With gentle words woven of kindness and understanding, Lila spoke to the nightshade. She explained how its playful tricks had unbalanced the magic of the woods, and how harmony could be restored if it chose to return to its rightful place among the shadows. The nightshade listened, its form shimmering as if considering her words. Finally, with a playful wink, it vanished into the night, leaving behind a trail of sparkling dust. Almost immediately, the woods felt different. The air was lighter, and the soft chirping of crickets resumed its familiar melody. As Lila made her way back to the village, the moon watched over her, casting a gentle glow on her path. She felt a comforting sense of achievement, knowing she had helped restore peace to the woods she loved so dearly. Back at the cottage, her grandmother awaited her with open arms and a warm smile. "You have done well, dear heart," she said, her voice a balm to Lila's soul. "Remember, even the smallest creatures can teach us the greatest lessons." That night, as Lila lay in her cozy bed, she listened to the soft hum of the forest outside her window. The world was at peace, and so was she, knowing that wisdom and friendship could always light the way, even through the darkest of shadows. And with that comforting thought, she drifted into a gentle, restful sleep, cradled by the whispers of the woods. Story 47. Story 48. Story 49. Once upon a time, in the quaint little village of Willowbrook, nestled between gentle rolling hills and whispering woods, lived a young boy named Finn. His days were filled with the sweet simplicity of village life, gathering wildflowers with his friends, listening to the soothing lull of the babbling brook, and exploring the endless wonders of the forest that bordered his home. Willowbrook was a place where the grass was always a lush emerald, and the air carried the fragrance of honeysuckle and freshly baked bread. Each evening, the sun would cast a golden glow across the thatched rooftops, promising the village another peaceful night. One serene afternoon, as Finn wandered through the forest, his gaze fell upon something peculiar. It was a small, ornately carved box, half hidden beneath a blanket of fallen leaves. The box was crafted from a rich, dark wood and adorned with intricate patterns that seemed to shimmer in the dappled sunlight. Curiosity piqued, Finn carefully lifted the box into his hands. As he did, a gentle warmth spread through his fingers, as though the box were alive with a quiet, comforting pulse. With a soft click, the box opened to reveal a single, delicate feather inside, iridescent and gleaming with colors that danced like the northern lights. This was no ordinary feather. It whispered secrets to Finn's heart, unlocking a sense of magic he had never known. The feather granted Finn an extraordinary ability to understand the language of the forest creatures, and so began his wondrous journey of discovery and wonder. Finn's first encounter was with a wise old owl named Sage, who perched regally on a gnarled branch. Sage's eyes, deep and knowing, regarded Finn with a hint of amusement. "Ah, young one," he hooted softly, "the forest speaks to those who listen. What brings you to our sacred woods?" Finn explained his newfound gift, and Sage nodded sagely, his feathers rustling like pages of an ancient book. "There is much to learn in these woods, but remember, wisdom is the key to understanding." With Sage as his guide, Finn journeyed deeper into the heart of the forest, where sunlight wove through the canopy in threads of gold. Along the way, he met a myriad of creatures, each with a story to tell and a lesson to share. There was Willow, the gentle deer, who taught Finn the importance of patience and observation. Her eyes, soft and brown like the earth, held a serenity that calmed Finn's restless spirit. Then there was Bristle, the mischievous squirrel with a knack for finding the hidden treasures of the forest floor. Bristle's chatter was a constant reminder that joy could be found in the smallest of things, and his laughter echoed through the trees like a playful melody. As Finn's journey continued, he found himself in a secluded glade where the air was thick with the scent of pine and the ground was carpeted with soft moss. Here, he encountered a challenge, a riddle posed by the enigmatic Mist, an ethereal fox with eyes like liquid moonlight. Mist spoke in a voice that was both melody and mystery. "To unlock the secret of the forest's heart, you must answer this. What is it that speaks without words, guides without force, and is felt but never seen?" Finn pondered the riddle, feeling the cool breeze brush against his cheek, hearing the rustle of leaves and the distant call of a nightingale. He closed his eyes, letting the symphony of the forest fill his senses. And then, with a smile, he answered, "It is love." Mist nodded, her eyes twinkling with approval. "Indeed, young Finn, love is the language that binds us all, the unseen force that guides our hearts." With the riddle solved, the forest unveiled its deepest secret, a hidden grove where the ancient wisdom of nature was inscribed on the stones, like whispers of time. Here, Finn learned that true magic lay not in power or grand gestures, but in the kindness shared between friends, the quiet moments of understanding, and the gentle touch of love that connected all living things. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the forest in a soft twilight glow, Finn returned to Willowbrook, his heart forever changed. The village welcomed him home with open arms, unaware of the magical journey he had undertaken. Yet Finn carried with him the lessons of the forest, whispering them to those who would listen, weaving them into the fabric of village life. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon and stars, Willowbrook continued to thrive, a place where ordinary objects held extraordinary secrets, and where the gentle power of love and wisdom prevailed. With a heart full of warmth and a spirit enriched by the wonders of the forest, Finn drifted into peaceful slumber, knowing that the magic of the feather and the lessons it had taught would remain with him always. and in the quiet of the night, the forest whispered its eternal lullaby, cradling Willowbrook in its timeless embrace. Story 50. In a village nestled between rolling hills and surrounded by the gentle murmur of whispering pines, lived a young woman named Lyra. She had hair the color of autumn leaves and eyes as deep and green as the forest itself. Lyra was known throughout the village for her skill in weaving tapestries, yet she struggled with the idea of change. Her heart was tethered to the familiar rhythms of her daily life, where she found comfort in the predictable pattern of the loom. Every morning, the sun would rise, casting a golden glow over the village, and Lyra would sit by her window with a cup of chamomile tea, savoring the quiet moments before the bustle of the day. She cherished the stillness, the way the light danced across the wooden floorboards, and the scent of fresh bread wafting from the bakery down the lane. But as the seasons turned, a restlessness began to stir within her. It was as if the very air around her whispered of adventures untold and paths not yet walked. Despite the yearning in her heart, fear of the unknown held her back, like a vine wrapping around her ankles. One crisp morning, as the first frost of autumn kissed the leaves with silver, Lyra received a peculiar letter. It was sealed with wax and bore the emblem of a crescent moon. The letter was from an old friend named Finn, who lived in a quaint cottage on the edge of the enchanted forest. Finn was a gentle soul, known for his wisdom and a garden that flourished with the most extraordinary herbs and flowers. Dear Lyra, the letter read, I sense a change upon the wind, a calling for those who are ready to embrace it. Come visit me, and perhaps together we can unravel the tapestry of what is to come. Intrigued yet apprehensive, Lyra decided to visit Finn. She packed a small satchel with essentials and set out at dawn, the village still wrapped in a blanket of mist. As she walked, the path wound through fields bathed in the soft glow of early morning, the dewdrops sparkling like tiny crystals. The forest soon enveloped her, its ancient trees standing like sentinels. The air was cool and fragrant with pine and earth. As Lyra ventured deeper, she noticed the forest seemed to hum with a quiet magic. The leaves rustled gently, and rays of sunlight filtered through the canopy, creating patterns that danced upon the ground. After a time, she arrived at Finn's cottage. It was a charming little abode, with ivy climbing its stone walls and vibrant flowers spilling from window boxes. Finn greeted her with a warm smile, his eyes twinkling with the wisdom of countless lifetimes. Welcome, dear Lyra, he said, ushering her inside. The cottage was cozy, with a fire crackling in the hearth and the aroma of herbs hanging in the air. Books and trinkets lined the shelves, each holding a story of its own. Over tea, they spoke of many things, of dreams, of fears, and the subtle dance between them. Finn listened with the patience of an old oak, and then shared a tale of his own, of a seed that dared to grow beyond the confines of its small garden. You see, Lyra, he said, change is the essence of life. It is in the unfurling of a leaf, the bloom of a flower, and the journey of a river. We are all part of this grand tapestry, each thread unique in its path. As they talked, Lyra noticed a peculiar plant on the windowsill. Its leaves shimmered with a silvery hue, and tiny, luminescent flowers bloomed along its stem. This, Finn explained, is the moonflower. It blossoms only under the light of the full moon, a reminder that even in darkness, there is beauty waiting to be revealed. Inspired by Finn's words and the moonflower's gentle glow, Lyra felt a shift within her. She realized that change was not something to be feared, but embraced as part of life's journey. It was an invitation to grow, to discover new facets of herself, and to weave a tapestry richer and more vibrant than she had ever imagined. With renewed courage, Lyra returned to her village, her heart alight with possibility. She began to incorporate new designs into her tapestries, inspired by her time in the forest. Swirls of silver thread danced across the fabric, echoing the moonflower's luminescence. Her work blossomed in ways she had never anticipated, drawing admiration from villagers and travelers alike. But more importantly, Lyra herself blossomed, her spirit unfurling like a leaf in spring. Through the gentle guidance of Finn, the wisdom of the forest, and the quiet magic of the moonflower, Lyra learned that the most beautiful transformations often begin with the simplest of changes, a single step toward the unknown, a willingness to grow. And so, As the village settled into the embrace of night, with stars twinkling like diamonds above, Lyra drifted into a peaceful sleep. Her heart was light, her mind at ease, and her dreams woven with the promise of new beginnings, under the watchful gaze of the crescent moon. Story 51. Story 52. Story 53. Story 54. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees murmured secrets to the wind, stood the quaint village of Lumina Hollow. This village was known for its cozy cottages with thatched roofs, winding cobblestone pathways, and gardens that shimmered with dewdrops like tiny stars. Every evening, the villagers gathered around the great fire pit in the town square, sharing stories under the blanket of twilight, while the scent of blooming night jasmine filled the air. One such evening, as the sun melted into the horizon, a peculiar event stirred the peaceful rhythm of Lumina Hollow. A soft, tinkling sound, like that of distant chimes, echoed through the village. It was gentle yet persistent, and no one could quite pinpoint its source. The sound seemed to float on the breeze, sometimes coming from the old well, other times drifting from the boughs of the ancient oak that stood proudly in the center of the square. At first, the villagers thought it to be the playful wind, but as days turned into a week, their curiosity grew. The sound was soothing, almost like a lullaby, but its mystery beckoned for an explanation. Determined to uncover the source, the villagers called upon their resident wise woman, a gentle soul named Marin, known for her deep understanding of the magical and mundane alike. With her hair as silver as moonlight and eyes as bright as the morning sky, Marin was a beloved figure in Lumina Hollow. She listened to the villagers' concerns with a kind smile and promised to look into the matter. The very next morning, with the first light of dawn, Marin set out to investigate, accompanied by her faithful companion, Bramble, a sprightly squirrel with a bushy tail and a penchant for acorns. Together they wandered through the village, Marin humming softly to herself, while Bramble chattered excitedly, darting here and there. As they approached the old well, the sound grew clearer, a gentle tinkling that seemed to resonate from within its moss-covered stones. Marin leaned closer, her ear to the cool, damp surface, and closed her eyes, listening intently. "Ah, it's a melody," she murmured, recognizing the rhythmic pattern. "But what could be singing from the depths of this well?" Bramble tilted his head, his tiny eyes filled with curiosity. "Maybe it's the water sprites," he suggested, his voice a whisper on the wind. Marin chuckled softly, patting Bramble on the head. "Perhaps, my dear friend, but let's see if we can find more clues." They continued their exploration, following the sound as it danced through the village. It led them to the ancient oak, its branches stretching wide like protective arms over the square. Marin ran her fingers over the bark, feeling the pulse of life within the tree. "There's magic here," she said softly, sensing the gentle hum of energy that enveloped the oak. "But it feels different." As they pondered, a rustling above caught their attention. From the depths of the oak's leafy canopy emerged a creature no larger than Bramble himself. It was a delicate being, with wings that glimmered like stained glass in the sunlight. A gentle glow surrounded it, casting a warm light on Marin and Bramble below. "Greetings, wise Marin," the creature said, its voice as soft as the chiming sound that had puzzled the village. "I am Lyra, a guardian of this oak." Marin bowed her head in respect. "Greetings, Lyra. We've been curious about the beautiful music we hear throughout our village. Could it be your doing?" Lyra nodded, her wings fluttering gently. "Indeed it is. I sing to the trees and the wind to keep the balance of magic in these woods, but I sense that my song has traveled further than intended." Marin smiled warmly. "It has become a mystery to us, one that brought much wonder and joy, yet we were eager to understand its source." Lyra's light flickered with happiness. "I am glad my song has brought joy. I shall adjust my melody so it rests more quietly upon the woods." Before Marin could respond, Bramble chirped. "But Lyra, why did the song change? It was never heard before." Lyra's glow dimmed slightly, a hint of bashfulness in her expression. "Oh, it was a new tune I've been practicing. I did not realize it would carry so far." Marin laughed, a sound as gentle as a breeze rustling through leaves. "Your song was a gift to us, even as it was a surprise. Thank you, Lyra, for sharing your magic with Lumina Hollow." With a graceful nod, Lyra promised to visit the village more often, her songs weaving joy and tranquility into the fabric of the village life. As she fluttered back into the branches, the air felt lighter, filled with a sense of camaraderie and shared understanding. Marin and Bramble returned to the village square, where the villagers awaited eagerly. Marin recounted their adventure, her words painting a vivid picture of Lyra and her enchanting melody. The villagers listened in awe, their hearts warmed by the tale of friendship and the gentle spirit of the woods. As night embraced Lumina Hollow, the villagers gathered once more around the great fire pit. The strange chimes had transformed into a cherished memory, a gentle reminder of the magical world that embraced their village. With hearts at ease and minds at peace, they settled into their homes, the night wrapping them in its comforting embrace. And so, under a canopy of stars, Lumina Hollow returned to its tranquil slumber, the whisper of Lyra's song a soft, soothing lullaby that cradled the village in dreams as sweet as the scent of night jasmine. Story 55. Story 56. Once upon a time, nestled between the rolling hills and whispering woods, lay the quaint village of Bramblebrook. It was a place where the morning sun kissed the rooftops with gentle warmth, and the evening breeze carried the sweet scent of blooming honeysuckle. The villagers were a close-knit bunch, their lives intertwined like the ivy that clung to the stone cottages. In this serene corner of the world, magic was spoken of in hushed tones, a relic of old tales and distant memories. In a small cottage at the edge of the village lived a young girl named Leora. With hair the color of autumn leaves and eyes as bright as the summer sky, Leora was known for her curious spirit and kind heart. Her days were spent exploring the fields and forests that surrounded Bramblebrook, her laughter echoing through the trees like a melody carried on the wind. Leora's closest companion was a wise old owl named Horace. His feathers were a patchwork of browns and whites, and his eyes held the depth of ancient knowledge. Horace had been Leora's friend for as long as she could remember, guiding her with gentle wisdom and watching over her adventures with a protective gaze. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves danced in shades of gold and crimson, Leora set out on a new adventure. She had heard whispers from the villagers about a hidden world within the heart of the forest, a place where the ordinary and extraordinary intertwined. The stories spoke of a magical glade, a sanctuary for creatures unseen and wonders untold. With Horace perched on her shoulder, Leora followed the winding path into the woods. The forest was alive with the symphony of chirping crickets and rustling leaves, a lullaby that soothed the soul. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor as they ventured deeper into the woodland realm. As they journeyed, Leora noticed something peculiar. A faint glow seemed to emanate from beneath the moss-covered roots of an ancient oak tree. Intrigued, she knelt down, brushing aside the leaves and twigs to reveal a small, ornate box. It was crafted from polished wood, inlaid with delicate silver filigree that shimmered in the dappled light. "What do you suppose this is, Horace?" Leora wondered aloud, her fingers tracing the intricate patterns on the box. Horace tilted his head thoughtfully. "It appears to be a relic of the old magic, Leora. Handle it with care, for such objects often carry both wonder and responsibility." With a gentle touch, Leora opened the box. Inside, nestled on a bed of soft velvet, lay an exquisite amulet. It was a pendant of silver and sapphire, glowing with a soft, ethereal light. As she held it in her hand, a warmth spread through her as if the amulet recognized her touch. "It's beautiful," Leora marveled, slipping the chain around her neck. The moment the amulet settled against her heart, the forest around her seemed to shift. The colors grew more vibrant, the sounds clearer, as if the world had come alive in a way she had never experienced before. With Horace by her side, Leora continued her journey, drawn by an unseen force that guided her deeper into the forest. The path led them to a secluded glade, where the air was thick with enchantment. Here the trees stood tall and proud, their branches adorned with blossoms that glowed like stars. A gentle stream babbled nearby, its waters sparkling with 1,000 tiny rainbows. In the center of the glade stood a magnificent tree unlike any other. Its trunk was wide and gnarled, its bark a tapestry of twisting vines and emerald moss. From its branches hung clusters of luminescent fruits, each one pulsating with a soft, inviting light. As Leora approached the tree, a soft voice echoed through the glade, warm and welcoming. "Welcome, Leora, guardian of the amulet. You are in the realm of the Whispering Woods, a sanctuary for all that is magical and true." Startled, Leora looked around, searching for the source of the voice. "Who's there?" she called, her curiosity tinged with awe. "I am the spirit of the woods," the voice replied, gentle as a summer breeze. "I have watched over this land for centuries, preserving the balance between the seen and unseen." Leora felt a sense of peace wash over her, the presence of the spirit comforting and reassuring. "Why have I been brought here?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. "The amulet chose you, dear child," the spirit explained. "It seeks a heart pure of intent, one who can see beyond the veil of the ordinary. You possess the ability to bring harmony between our worlds." As the spirit spoke, Leora felt the weight of responsibility settle upon her shoulders. Yet it was not a burden, but a promise of purpose and belonging. "What must I do?" she asked, determination in her voice. "There is a storm brewing, one that threatens to disrupt the balance of our worlds," the spirit warned. "An ancient feud between the creatures of the forest has awakened, and only through understanding and unity can peace be restored." Leora nodded, her resolve unwavering. "I will do whatever it takes to help," she vowed, her hand clutching the amulet. Horus hooted softly in agreement, his wings ruffling with anticipation. With the guidance of the spirit, Leora set out to mend the rift that threatened the Whispering Woods. Her first task was to speak with the dryads, the tree spirits who guarded the forest. Their home was in a grove of silver birch trees, where the air was thick with the scent of earth and rain. The dryads emerged from their arboreal homes, their forms shifting between wood and flesh. They regarded Leora with curiosity, their eyes reflecting the wisdom of the ages. "Why have you come, child of the outside?" one of them asked, her voice like the rustle of leaves. "I seek to understand the discord that has taken root in the forest," Leora replied, her tone respectful and earnest. "I wish to help restore harmony." The dryads exchanged glances, a silent conversation passing between them. Finally, another spoke, her voice tinged with sorrow. "Our kin, the sylphs, have grown distant. They dwell in the upper reaches of the forest, where the wind sings a different song. We once danced together in harmony, but now distrust has taken root." Leora listened intently, her heart aching for the fractured bonds between the forest dwellers. "What caused this rift?" she asked gently. "It began with the loss of the Heartstone," the first dryad explained. "A gem of great power, it was a symbol of our unity. Without it, our connection has withered, leaving space for fear and misunderstanding." Leora thanked the dryads for their honesty and promised to seek out the sylphs. As she and Horus continued their journey, she pondered the wisdom in the dryads' words. She understood that the Heartstone was more than a mere object. It was a representation of the unity and trust that bound the forest together. The path to the sylphs' domain was steep and winding, leading them to the treetops where the air was crisp and the sky stretched wide. The sylphs, ethereal and graceful, greeted Leora with wary curiosity. Their translucent wings shimmered in the sunlight, casting iridescent shadows on the leaves. "What brings you to our realm, earthbound one of the sylphs inquired, her voice melodic and airy. "I come seeking understanding and reconciliation," Leora answered, her gaze steady and sincere. "The dryad spoke of the lost Heartstone and the rift it has caused. I wish to help bridge the divide." The sylphs exchanged looks, their expressions a mixture of hope and skepticism. Finally, a sylph with wings the color of twilight spoke. "The Heartstone was entrusted to the care of both our kin. It vanished one stormy night, leaving only whispers of betrayal in its wake." Leora listened carefully, her mind piecing together the fragmented story. "I believe the Heartstone still exists, hidden away, waiting for the right moment to be found," she mused aloud. "Perhaps it lies in a place where both worlds touch, yet remain separate." The sylphs considered her words, their gazes softening. "If you can find the Heartstone, perhaps the wounds can begin to heal," the twilight-winged sylph agreed, hope flickering in her eyes. With a promise to return, Leora left the sylph's domain, her mind racing with possibilities. The amulet around her neck pulsed with a gentle warmth, guiding her thoughts like a beacon in the night. She realized that the Heartstone's hiding place must be at the confluence of the two realms, where the magic of the forest and the world beyond intertwined. Determined to find the Heartstone, Leora retraced her steps to the enchanted glade. As she approached the magnificent tree at its center, she felt the amulet's warmth intensify, the sapphire glow resonating with the energy of the glade. Leora knelt before the ancient tree, her fingers brushing the soft earth. "Spirit of the woods," she called softly, her voice a gentle plea, "guide me to the Heartstone, so that I may help restore the harmony that has been lost." The spirit's voice answered, a soothing presence that enveloped her like a warm embrace. "The Heartstone lies within, child. It is a part of the forest, yet hidden from sight. Trust in your heart and the amulet's guidance." Closing her eyes, Leora let the amulet's warmth flow through her, connecting her to the pulse of the forest. Images danced in her mind's eye, visions of roots intertwining, branches reaching skyward, and the gentle rhythm of life that flowed through the whispering woods. With newfound clarity, Leora rose and approached the tree once more. Her hands moved with a purpose not entirely her own, guided by the amulet's magic. She reached into a hollow within the tree's trunk, her fingers brushing against something cool and smooth. When she withdrew her hand, she held the Heartstone. It was a gem of unparalleled beauty, its surface swirling with colors that mirrored the forest's vibrant hues. As she held it aloft, the glade seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, the air shimmering with renewed energy. With the Heartstone in her possession, Leora returned to the dryads and sylphs, her heart filled with hope and determination. She gathered them in the glade, where the spirit of the woods watched over them with a gentle presence. Holding the Heartstone high, Leora addressed the gathered spirits, her voice carrying the weight of the forest's ancient wisdom. "This is a new beginning, a chance to mend what was broken and rebuild the bonds of trust and friendship." The dryads and sylphs regarded the Heartstone with reverence, its light reflecting in their eyes. Slowly, tentatively, they began to approach one another, their hands reaching out in gestures of reconciliation. As they joined hands, the Heartstone blazed with a brilliant light, its magic weaving through the forest like a gentle breeze. Leora watched as the bonds of friendship and unity were reformed, a tapestry of harmony that enveloped the whispering woods. In that moment, Leora understood the true power of the amulet and the Heartstone. It was not the objects themselves, but the connections they represented, the trust, understanding, and love that bound the creatures of the forest together. With the rift healed and harmony restored, Leora bid farewell to the dryads and sylphs, her heart light with the knowledge that she had played a part in preserving the magic of the whispering woods. Horus flapped his wings in approval, his eyes twinkling with pride. As they made their way back to Bramblebrook, Leora felt a deep sense of peace. The village was bathed in the warm glow of twilight, the stars beginning to twinkle in the vast sky above. She knew that the magic of the forest would always be a part of her, a reminder of the power of friendship and understanding. That night, as Leora lay in her cozy bed, the amulet resting on her bedside table, she drifted into a peaceful sleep. Her dreams were filled with visions of the whispering woods, the gentle rustle of leaves, and the soft, comforting presence of the spirit. And so, the story of Leora and the Whispering Woods became a cherished tale in the village of Bramblebrook, a reminder that even in the simplest of places, magic could be found in the hearts of those who believed in the power of friendship and the beauty of the world around them. Story 50. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the whispers of time brushed through the leaves and the sunlight danced in dappled patterns on the forest floor, there lived a community of creatures whose lives were woven together like the roots of the towering trees. This forest, known only to those who listened to the secrets of the earth, was a sanctuary where magic and reality intertwined as naturally as the rivers flow. The creatures of this forest were gentle beings, each unique yet connected by the threads of their environment. There was Silva, the wise old owl, whose feathers shimmered like silver under the moonlight, and whose eyes held the knowledge of countless seasons. Her perch was an ancient oak, its gnarled branches stretching high above the canopy, offering a vantage point from which she could observe the world below. Beneath her, nestled in the soft moss that blanketed the forest floor, was a family of rabbits. The youngest among them, a curious little one named Thistle, was known for his playful spirit and boundless curiosity. His fur was the color of autumn leaves, and he moved with a nimbleness that spoke of his youth and his wonder for the world. Every year, as spring whispered its promise of renewal, the forest came alive with a symphony of sights and sounds. The babbling brook that wound through the trees became a ribbon of laughter, its banks adorned with clusters of wildflowers that swayed in the gentle breeze. The air was sweet with the fragrance of blooming honeysuckle, and the sunlight, warm and golden, filtered through the canopy in soft beams that kissed the earth. This particular spring, however, brought with it a peculiar phenomenon. As the first rains of the season fell, their droplets seemed to glisten with an ethereal glow, casting a rainbow of colors across the forest. It was said among the creatures that these were not ordinary rains, but the tears of joy from the spirit of the forest, celebrating the harmony and balance that had been preserved through the ages. Silva, with her keen wisdom, gathered the creatures for a meeting beneath her oak. The air was filled with anticipation as they assembled, each eager to hear the owl's insights. Her voice, when she spoke, was soft yet resonant, like the rustle of leaves in a gentle wind. "Dear friends," she began, "these magical rains are a gift, a reminder of our bond with this forest, but they are also a call to action. We must ensure that our home remains in balance, that we nurture and protect the delicate harmony that sustains us all." The creatures nodded in understanding, their hearts swelling with a shared sense of purpose. Thistle, ever curious, tilted his head and asked, "But how do we do that, Silva?" With a kind smile, Silva replied, "By listening to the wisdom of our ancestors and the whispers of the forest. We must remember that every action has an echo. The way we care for our home today will shape the world for the generations to come." As the days passed, the creatures set about their tasks, each contributing in their own way to the health of their shared home. The squirrels, with their swift movements and keen eyes, gathered seeds and nuts, ensuring that new life would sprout in the coming seasons. The deer, graceful and watchful, pruned the underbrush, allowing sunlight to reach the seedlings, struggling towards the sky. Even the brook, with its ceaseless flow, played its part, carrying nutrients across the land and quenching the thirst of all who dwelled nearby. The forest thrived under the care of its inhabitants, the magic of the rain seeping into every root and branch, every feather and paw. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky blushed with the colors of twilight, Thistle sat beneath Silva's oak, his eyes wide with wonder at the day's events. The forest was a symphony of chirping crickets and croaking frogs, their melodies a lullaby that wrapped around him like a warm blanket. "Silva," he said, his voice soft yet filled with awe, "I've learned so much. The forest is full of stories, isn't it?" "Indeed it is, little one," Silva replied, her eyes twinkling like stars. "And you are a part of this story. Remember, wisdom is not just knowing the past, but nurturing the future." Thistle nodded, his heart filled with a sense of belonging. As he nestled against the soft moss, his eyes grew heavy with sleep. The forest, with its ancient magic and timeless wisdom, cradled him in its embrace, whispering promises of dreams yet to come. And so the ancient forest continued to thrive, its creatures living in harmony with the land and each other. Through their gentle care and shared wisdom, the balance was preserved, and the magical rains of spring became a cherished legend, passed down through the generations. As the moon rose high above, casting its silver glow across the land, the forest sighed in contentment. For in this hidden world where magic and reality danced together, the heart of nature beat strong and true, a testament to the power of friendship, wisdom, and the enduring beauty of life. Story 58. In the dim, purple-hued light of a distant galaxy, where stars twinkled like cherished secrets, lay the planet Etheria. Its skies were a tapestry of swirling nebulae, painting the heavens in shades of lavender and gold. Here, the air was sweet with the scent of blooming stardust lilies, and gentle breezes whispered through the crystalline forests, singing lullabies to those who listened closely. On this enchanting world lived a gentle being named Leora, whose translucent wings shimmered with the colors of dawn. Leora belonged to the Etherians, a species known for their deep empathy and melodic voices that could calm even the fiercest of storms. She spent her days tending to the celestial gardens, her heart in tune with the rhythm of the universe. Far across the cosmos, on the arid planet of Terrak, dwelled a sturdy and pragmatic creature named Kor. The Terrakians were a resilient people, with skin like polished stones and eyes that sparkled with the wisdom of ancient sands. Kor was a skilled engineer, adept at crafting machines that hummed with life, bringing water and sustenance to his harsh world. Fate, in its whimsical way, drew these two unlikely souls together. It began with a distress signal, faint and crackling with static, sent from Kor's starship as it faltered above the atmosphere of Etheria. Leora, ever attuned to the needs of others, heard the distant call as though it were a note in her heart's own song. Without hesitation, she soared into the sky, her wings catching the wind like an artist's brush capturing light. When Kor awoke, he found himself in a glade bathed in twilight, surrounded by the soft glow of luminescent flora. Leora was there, her presence as serene as a lullaby, tending to the small wounds he had sustained. Despite her gentle demeanor, Kor felt an unfamiliar tension in his chest. The Terrakian customs were steeped in practicality and stoicism, and he was uncertain how to interpret the warmth emanating from his rescuer. "Thank you," Kor rumbled, his voice like distant thunder, as he sat up slowly. "I owe you my life." Leora smiled, a gesture that seemed to illuminate the entire glade. "No debt, only friendship," she replied, her voice as soft as the breeze that carried stardust. Her words, though foreign to Kor, resonated deep within him, like the echo of a forgotten melody. Their initial days together were marked by gentle misunderstandings. Leora's world was one of harmony and intuition, while Kor's was governed by logic and precision. Yet as they navigated these differences, each found unexpected beauty in the other's perspective. Leora learned to appreciate the elegant simplicity of engineered creations, while Kor discovered the profound wisdom in the natural symphony of Etheria. Their bond deepened as they faced shared challenges. The starship, still nestled among the celestial gardens, needed extensive repairs if Kor were to return home. Together, they labored under the starlit sky, Leora's delicate fingers weaving circuits like strands of silk, while Kor's sturdy hands crafted components with unwavering skill. Each night they would sit by a small fire, the crackling flames whispering tales of their worlds, as they shared meals of sweet nebula fruits and hearty Terrakian grains. It was during one of these quiet evenings, as the fire painted their faces in warm hues, that Kor spoke of the droughts plaguing Terrak. "Our water supplies are dwindling," he confessed, his voice heavy with concern. "We need new technologies to sustain life." Leora gazed into the distance, her eyes reflecting the glow of distant stars. "Perhaps there is a way to blend our world's wisdom," she suggested softly. "Your technology, my connection with nature. Together, we can create something new." The idea took root, growing as they continued their work. They designed a device that harnessed the moisture from Etheria's atmosphere, refining it using the engineering principles of Terrak. As they tested their creation, the first droplets of pure water trickled into a waiting vessel, shimmering like liquid diamonds. In that moment, both understood the true magic of their friendship, the merging of hearts and minds, transcending the boundaries of their worlds. They realized that differences were not barriers but bridges, leading to discoveries neither could have achieved alone. With the starship finally repaired, Kor prepared to return to Terrak, his heart torn between the desire to stay and the duty to his people. Leora, sensing his inner conflict, placed a hand over his, her touch a gentle promise. "This is not farewell, but a new beginning," she assured him. "Our friendship is a journey that will continue to unfold, no matter the distance." As Kor ascended into the cosmos, Leora's wings shimmered in farewell, a beacon of light guiding him home. The starship's engines hummed with the melody of their shared dreams, carrying with it the promise of renewal for Terrak. Back on his home planet, Kor implemented the new technology, transforming the arid landscapes into thriving oases. The Terrakians marveled at the change, their gratitude a song that echoed across the sands. Meanwhile, on Etheria, Leora continued to nurture the celestial gardens, her spirit enriched by the lessons of friendship and unity. The stars above twinkled in approval, their light a gentle reminder of the bond that now spanned galaxies. And so, under the vast, watchful sky, two unlikely companions discovered the true meaning of friendship. Their hearts, once separate as the stars themselves, now beat in harmony, a testament to the power of understanding and love in a universe filled with endless possibility. Story 59. Once upon a time, in a quaint little village nestled between rolling green hills and a placid, shimmering lake, there was a small cobblestone cottage that stood at the edge of an ancient forest. The cottage, with ivy clinging to its stone walls and a wooden door that creaked with age, belonged to a kindly old woman named Clara. Clara was known throughout the village not just for her herbal remedies and wisdom, but also for her stories about the world beyond the hills. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves danced down from the trees in hues of gold and crimson, Clara discovered a peculiar item in her garden. It was a simple-looking, well-worn wooden spoon. But as she held it, she felt a gentle warmth spreading through her fingers, as if the spoon was alive with a soft, pulsing heartbeat. Intrigued, Clara brought the spoon inside her cozy kitchen, where the scent of fresh-baked bread mingled with the earthy aroma of drying herbs. She placed the spoon on her wooden table, and as she did, an astonishing thing happened. The spoon shimmered with a faint, luminescent glow, casting a gentle light that filled the room with a comforting warmth. Curious about the spoon's secret, Clara decided to take it to her dear friend Henry, the village's wise blacksmith. Henry, with his thick beard and twinkling eyes, was known for his knowledge of all things mysterious. As Clara entered his workshop, the clang of hammer on anvil rang out, mingling with the smell of hot metal and burning coal. Henry examined the spoon with a thoughtful gaze. "This," he said, "is no ordinary spoon. It is a spoon of stories, an ancient relic said to hold the tales of the world. It is said that when stirred in a pot, it can reveal the truths hidden in the depths of hearts and minds." Clara was fascinated. "But what should I do with it?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Henry smiled, his eyes crinkling at the corners. "Perhaps it is time for a journey, Clara. A journey to discover what stories this spoon has to tell." Encouraged by Henry's words, Clara decided to embark on a journey into the heart of the ancient forest, where she had never ventured before. She packed a small satchel with her herbal remedies, the spoon, and a loaf of her crusty bread. As she stepped onto the forest path, the air was filled with the scent of pine needles and the distant chatter of birds. As Clara walked deeper into the forest, the trees seemed to whisper secrets, their branches swaying gently in the breeze. She followed a winding stream, its water sparkling under the dappled sunlight, until she arrived at a clearing where a gentle waterfall cascaded into a crystal-clear pool. In the clearing, Clara met a curious creature named Finn. Finn was a small, fluffy creature with a coat as soft as a cloud and eyes as bright as the morning sun. Finn was known in the forest for his playful nature and boundless curiosity. "What brings you here, Clara?" Finn asked, his voice like a soft melody. Clara smiled and showed Finn the wooden spoon, explaining its mystical properties. Finn's eyes widened with excitement. "Oh, we must discover its story. Let's stir the spoon in the pool's water and see what it reveals." With Finn's encouragement, Clara knelt by the pool and gently stirred the spoon in the water. As she did, the surface of the pool shimmered and began to swirl with colors, forming shapes and images that danced in the water's depths. To Clara's amazement, a story unfolded before them. It was a tale of a forgotten village, hidden deep within the forest, where a great oak tree stood as the heart of the community. The tree, however, had fallen into a deep slumber, its branches drooping with sorrow, causing the village to fade from memory. "The tree needs to awaken," Finn said, his voice filled with determination. "But how can we help?" Clara pondered, her mind racing through the stories and wisdom she'd gathered over the years. Then it struck her, a memory of a tale told by her grandmother about the power of laughter and joy, and how it could awaken even the deepest slumber. "Laughter!" Clara exclaimed. "We must bring laughter back to the tree." With renewed purpose, Clara and Finn set off to gather the creatures of the forest. They met with the chatty squirrels, the wise old owl, and the mischievous foxes, each eager to help. Together they devised a plan to hold a grand festival beneath the oak tree, filled with music, stories, and joy. As the sun began to set, casting a golden hue over the forest, the festival began. Clara, with her spoon of stories, told tales that made everyone laugh until their sides ached. Finn led games that had the squirrels and foxes dancing and the owl hooting with delight. As the laughter echoed through the forest, a magical thing happened. The great oak tree began to stir, its branches lifting towards the sky, leaves shimmering with vibrant life. The village, hidden in the tree's shadow, slowly reappeared, its people awakening with smiles and gratitude. Clara and Finn watched in awe as the tree, now filled with life and joy, stood proudly at the heart of the village once more. The grateful villagers thanked Clara, Finn, and all the forest creatures for their kindness and wisdom. As the stars twinkled overhead, Clara knew it was time to return home. The journey had changed her, filling her heart with the magic of friendship and the power of laughter. The spoon, now resting in her satchel, had shared its first story, but Clara knew there were many more tales waiting to be discovered. And so, with a warm heart and a gentle smile, Clara returned to her cottage by the lake, where the fire crackled softly in the hearth, and the night embraced the village with a blanket of peace. And from that day on, Clara continued to share the stories of the spoon, spreading joy and wonder wherever she went, knowing that the simplest of objects could hold the most extraordinary secrets. Story 60. Once upon a time, nestled in a quaint village, where cobblestone paths wound through mossy green hills, there stood an ancient bookshop called the Rustling Pages. The shop was a treasure trove of stories, its shelves overflowing with dusty tomes and leather-bound volumes that whispered tales of far-off lands and forgotten times. The air inside was perpetually filled with the comforting aroma of old paper and ink, mingling with the faint scent of lavender from the garden outside. In this bookshop, a young girl named Clara spent her afternoons. Clara had a curious heart and an imagination as vast as the skies above the village. She loved to lose herself among the pages, discovering new worlds and meeting characters who felt like dear friends. Yet what Clara cherished most was her time spent with Mr. Whittle, the kind, bespectacled owner of the Rustling Pages. Mr. Whittle had been a fixture in the village for as long as anyone could remember, his gentle demeanor and twinkling eyes a source of comfort to all who entered his shop. One rainy afternoon, as droplets tapped a melodic rhythm against the window panes, Clara stumbled upon a peculiar book tucked away in a corner. Its cover was worn and unassuming, but when she opened it, she found its pages blank, save for a small, hand-drawn map. Curiosity piqued, she showed the book to Mr. Whittle. "Ah, you've found the Book of Whispers," he said with a smile, his voice as warm and rich as hot chocolate on a cold day. "It's said to hold a secret, but only those with a true heart can uncover it." Intrigued, Clara decided to take the book home and study the map more closely. That night, as the village lay wrapped in the quietude of slumber, Clara sat by her bedroom window, the book open on her lap. She traced the lines of the map with her finger, feeling a tingling sensation as she did so. Suddenly, the room around her seemed to shimmer, and before she knew it, Clara was standing in a forest unlike any she had ever seen. The air was crisp and cool, carrying the scent of pine and earth. Sunlight filtered through the canopy above, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor. Birds chirped a gentle melody, and a brook babbled softly nearby. Clara felt a sense of wonder wash over her, but also a hint of uncertainty about this unexpected adventure. As she began to walk, Clara encountered a peculiar creature perched on a fallen log. It was a squirrel, but unlike any squirrel she had seen before. Its fur was a soft shade of lavender, and its eyes sparkled with an intelligence that seemed almost human. "Welcome, traveler," the squirrel chirped, its voice as light as a summer breeze. "I am Sylvie, guardian of the Whispering Woods. What brings you here?" Clara explained her discovery of the book and the map, her voice tinged with both excitement and bewilderment. Sylvie listened attentively, her bushy tail twitching thoughtfully. "The Book of Whispers has brought you here for a reason," Sylvie said. "Many seek its secrets, but few are chosen. You must journey to the heart of the forest to uncover what you seek. Fear not, for I shall accompany you." With Sylvie as her guide, Clara ventured deeper into the woods. They were soon joined by another unexpected companion, a wise old owl named Osric, who had a penchant for riddles and an encyclopedic knowledge of the forest's lore. His feathers were a patchwork of browns and whites, and his eyes gleamed with kindness. Together, the trio navigated the forest's winding paths, each step bringing them closer to the heart of the forest. Along the way, they encountered various creatures, each with their own stories and wisdom to share. There was a family of rabbits who spoke of the importance of community, a fox who taught them the value of patience, and a chorus of frogs who sang songs about the beauty of the present moment. As they journeyed, Clara found herself growing more attuned to the forest, her senses sharpening to the world around her. She felt a deep connection to the land and its inhabitants, a bond that seemed to strengthen with each passing moment. Eventually, the group arrived at a serene glade, bathed in the soft glow of twilight. At its center stood an ancient tree, its trunk wide and gnarled, its branches stretching skyward as if in silent prayer. Clara knew instinctively that they had reached the heart of the forest. "Here lies the secret of the Book of Whispers," Sylvie said, her voice barely a whisper itself. "But to uncover it, you must look within your own heart." Clara approached the tree, her heart beating in time with the gentle rustling of its leaves. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath, feeling the earth beneath her feet and the life that pulsed around her. In that moment of stillness, Clara understood. The secret was not a tangible thing, but a realization, a deeper understanding of herself and the world. She saw the importance of kindness, the strength in wisdom, and the magic in friendship. Her journey had been one of discovery, not only of the forest's wonders, but of the light within her own heart. When Clara opened her eyes, the glade seemed to shimmer with a newfound radiance. She turned to Sylvie and Osric, gratitude filling her words as she thanked them for their guidance and companionship. With a gentle smile, Sylvie nodded. "The forest is always here, as are we, should you ever need us again." As the first stars began to twinkle in the evening sky, Clara found herself back in her bedroom, the Book of Whispers resting quietly on her lap. She felt a warmth inside, a comforting glow that she knew she would carry with her always. And so, Clara's days of adventure were not confined to the pages of books alone, but lived on in her heart, a testament to the magic of discovery, friendship, and the gentle wisdom of the world around her. As she drifted off to sleep, the forest's melody lingered in her dreams, a lullaby of whispers guiding her into the night. 61. Story 62. Story 63. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, where the cottages are thatched with golden straw and the cobbled streets are lined with the scent of blooming lavender, there lived a young girl named Lila. Her eyes sparkled with the curiosity of 1,000 questions, and her heart was as warm as the hearth that crackled in her home each evening. Lila lived with her grandmother, a wise woman whose stories of the world beyond their village were as captivating as the stars that blanketed the night sky. One crisp autumn morning, Lila set out to explore the edges of the great willow forest, a place where whispers of magic were said to dance among the trees. The forest was alive with the colors of fall, leaves of amber and scarlet twirling gently to the earth, creating a soft carpet beneath her feet. The air was crisp and carried the earthy aroma of pine and moss, mingling with the distant hint of wood smoke. As Lila wandered deeper into the forest, she stumbled upon a peculiar object half buried in the leaves. It was a delicate, intricately carved wooden box, adorned with symbols that seemed to shimmer in the dappled sunlight. Curiosity piqued, she gently brushed away the leaves and lifted the box, feeling a gentle warmth emanating from it. Upon opening the box, Lila discovered a small, radiant stone resting inside. It pulsed with a soft, steady glow, casting a gentle light that felt like a hug from the sun itself. She held it carefully, and as she did, a whisper of a voice seemed to float through her mind, gentle and kind. "With wisdom and heart, your path will be clear." Intrigued and a little bewildered, Lila returned home, the mysterious stone tucked safely in her pocket. That evening, as the fireplace crackled and her grandmother's knitting needles clicked rhythmically, Lila recounted her discovery. Her grandmother listened with a thoughtful smile, her eyes twinkling in the firelight. "This stone," her grandmother said softly, "is said to be a guide, a friend to those who seek with an open heart. It will show you wonders, but only if you listen closely to its secrets. The following days were a blur of wonder for Leela, as she and the stone embarked on a journey not just through the forest, but within herself. Each day she would venture a little further, the stone lighting her path under the canopy of rustling leaves. Along the way she met the forest's residents, gentle creatures with whom she formed bonds of friendship. There was Thistle, the wise old owl whose feathers glistened like moonlight on water, and who spoke in riddles that led Lila to ponder deeply. Then there was Fern, the sprightly fox with a coat of fiery red, who taught Lila the joy of play and the importance of taking time to revel in the beauty of the world around her. Together, they discovered hidden glades and sparkling streams, places where the air felt thick with magic and time seemed to pause, allowing moments to stretch into infinity. Each location whispered secrets to Lila, gentle nudges that encouraged her to look at the world with new eyes. Yet, as their exploration continued, Lila sensed a growing challenge. In the heart of the forest lay the ancient Tree of Whispers, a colossal oak said to be as old as time itself. The tree was shrouded in mystery, and it was said that those who could hear its whispers would gain insights beyond their years. However, the path to the Tree of Whispers was fraught with illusions, trickster trails that led wanderers astray. Many had tried to reach it, but only those with clarity of heart and mind could succeed. Leela, with the stone's light and her newfound friends, felt a pull to attempt the journey. Resolved, Leela set off with Thistle and Fern by her side. As they ventured deeper, the forest grew denser, the trees towering like ancient sentinels. The air felt different here, charged with an energy that tingled on the skin. The path twisted and turned, often doubling back on itself, confounding even the sharp-eyed Thistle. It was in one such moment of confusion that Lila remembered the stone's whisper. With wisdom and heart, your path will be clear. She closed her eyes, letting go of doubt and fear, and listened, not just with her ears, but with her heart. The gentle hum of the stone began to resonate, and she felt a shift, a subtle realignment of her senses. Opening her eyes, the path before her seemed to shimmer, revealing a trail bathed in a soft, inviting glow. Trusting in the stone and the guidance of her friends, Lila led the way, each step taken with mindful purpose. As they neared the Tree of Whispers, the air grew still, the forest holding its breath in anticipation. The tree stood majestic and vast, its bark a tapestry of time, its branches stretching wide like welcoming arms. Lila approached, placing her hand gently on the trunk, feeling the life thrumming beneath her fingertips. For a moment there was silence, and then a gentle breeze stirred, carrying with it the softest of whispers. Words not spoken but felt, wrapping around her like a comforting embrace. The whispers spoke of balance, of the harmony between listening and speaking, of the wisdom found in stillness. In that moment, Lila understood. The journey had not been to conquer or claim, but to learn and grow, to find the strength within herself and to appreciate the bonds of friendship that had guided her. The stone's glow dimmed to a gentle warmth, its purpose fulfilled. With a heart full of gratitude, Lila thanked the ancient tree, Thistle, Fern, and the stone for their guidance. As they made their way back through the forest, she felt a deep sense of peace, a quiet joy in knowing that she carried the lessons of the journey within her. Upon returning to Willowbrook, Lila shared her tales with her grandmother, who listened with pride and love. The stone was placed on the mantelpiece above the hearth, a reminder of the journey and the wonders of the world, both seen and unseen. And so, as the seasons turned and the fires burned bright in the hearth, Lila lived her days with an open heart, forever guided by the wisdom of the forest and the gentle glow of the magical stone. And every night, as she drifted to sleep beneath the watchful gaze of the stars, she knew that the world was filled with magic, just waiting to be discovered. Story 64. Story 65. In a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there lived a young woman named Clara. Her home was a charming cottage draped in ivy, its stone walls warmed by the golden glow of the evening sun. Clara was known for her gentle heart and a smile that could light up the darkest days. But beneath her cheerful exterior, Clara wrestled with a secret discomfort, an unease that stemmed from the changes she felt lurking in the shadows of her life. The seasons were shifting from summer's lush greenery to autumn's fiery palette, and with this change, Clara felt a stirring within her soul. She often strolled through the village, her feet crunching over fallen leaves, her thoughts a flurry of uncertainty. Why must things change? She would whisper to the rustling trees, as if seeking solace in their ancient wisdom. One crisp morning, while gathering herbs in the forest, Clara stumbled upon a peculiar sight. There, nestled among the roots of an old oak, was a tiny door, intricately carved with symbols that seemed to dance in the dappled sunlight. Curiosity piqued, Clara knelt down and lightly traced the carvings with her fingers. Suddenly she heard a soft, musical voice. "Do you wish to enter, dear one?" the voice asked, gentle as the breeze. Startled, Clara looked around but saw no one. With her heart fluttering like the wings of a sparrow, she nodded. The door creaked open, revealing a shimmering pathway that seemed to beckon her onward. As she stepped through the threshold, Clara found herself in a wondrous realm where the air was fragrant with the scent of wildflowers and the sky blushed with hues of lavender and rose. The landscape was alive with magic. Trees with leaves spun from silver, streams that sang as they flowed, and creatures that glimmered with a luminescent glow. It was here she met Silas, a wise and gentle creature resembling both a fox and a deer, with eyes like pools of starlight. "Welcome, Clara," he said, his voice as soothing as a lullaby. "You've entered the realm of reflection, where inner truths are revealed through the magic that surrounds you." Silas became Clara's guide, leading her through this enchanted land where every step seemed to mirror the transformations she feared. Together, they wandered through fields of golden grass that whispered secrets in the wind, and visited groves where the trees sang songs of old. One afternoon, as they rested by a crystal-clear pond, Silas spoke gently. "Change is like the seasons, dear Clara. It is the nature of life to evolve and grow. It is not something to fear, but to embrace." Clara watched her reflection ripple in the pond, noticing how the water distorted and reshaped her image. She realized that just as the pond could change her reflection, so too could she adapt to the changes within and around her. With each passing day in the magical realm, Clara found herself growing more attuned to the subtle rhythms of life. She learned from the creatures of the forest, who navigated their world with grace and acceptance. From the flowers that bloomed and faded with the sun, she learned the beauty of cycles and renewal. The time came when Clara felt a deep sense of peace settle within her heart, a gentle acceptance of the inevitable changes that life would bring. She thanked Silas for his wisdom and friendship, his presence a comforting balm to her soul. As she prepared to leave the realm of reflection, Silas gifted her a small, translucent stone that shimmered with all the colors of the realm. "Keep this close to your heart," he said, "and remember the lessons you've learned here." Clara stepped back through the tiny door, returning to her village, but the world seemed different now. The autumn leaves no longer whispered of endings, but of new beginnings. Her heart, once burdened with fear, now danced with hope and possibility. As the days turned to weeks and autumn gave way to winter, Clara shared her newfound wisdom with her friends and neighbors, helping them see the beauty in life's ever-turning wheel. The stone from Silas remained a cherished keepsake, a reminder of the magical journey that had transformed her from within. And so, in the warmth of her cottage by the crackling fireplace, Clara found comfort in the knowledge that change was not a foe to be fought, but a friend to be welcomed. Her heart, now open and free, embraced the endless dance of seasons, carrying her ever forward on the gentle wings of transformation. Story 66. Story 67. In the far reaches of the galaxy, where stardust wove through the void like strands of glistening silk, lay the planet of Luminous. It was a world bathed in perpetual twilight, where the skies shimmered with hues of lavender and gold, and gentle breezes carried the sweet scent of blooming starflowers. The Luminarians, delicate beings with skin that glowed softly like the moon, lived in harmony with their serene surroundings, tending to the gardens of light that covered their planet. On one particularly tranquil evening, as the twin moons rose to cast their gentle glow over the land, a small spacecraft streaked through the heavens, its hull glinting like a shard of silver against the deepening sky. This ship, a modest transport vessel, was piloted by a solitary traveler from the distant world of Terran. Her name was Lyra, and she was an explorer by trade, one who roamed the stars in search of knowledge and understanding. Lyra's journey had brought her to Luminara, drawn by tales of its beauty and the wisdom of its people. Her heart, though courageous, harbored a loneliness that whispered to her in the solitude of space. As she descended through the atmosphere, her ship's systems suddenly faltered, a cascade of sparks and alarms filling the cabin. With a steady hand and a calm mind, Lyra managed to guide her vessel to a gentle landing in a meadow aglow with the soft luminescence of starflowers. Emerging from her ship, Lyra was greeted not by fearsome warriors or suspicious eyes, but by a single Luminaran who approached with a serene smile. This Luminaran, named Solus, moved with the grace of a breeze and the kindness of a gentle rain. His eyes, deep pools of starlight, held curiosity and a warmth that transcended words. "Welcome, traveler," Solus said, his voice like a soothing melody. "You have come at a time of rest and reflection. How may we assist you?" Lyra, though relieved by the warm welcome, found herself struggling to understand the Luminaran's gentle ways. She had prepared for hostility, for the mistrust of an outsider, and the kindness offered so freely was both comforting and perplexing. "My ship," she began, her voice tinged with the hesitance of uncertainty, "it needs repairs. I did not mean to intrude." Solus merely nodded, his understanding as deep as the night sky. "Here on Luminara, we believe in offering aid to those in need. Your presence is no intrusion, but a chance to share in the exchange of stories and wisdom." As days turned into weeks, Lyra found herself enveloped in the rhythms of Luminaran life. Guided by Solus, she learned the ways of the starflower gardens, their petals soft and fragrant, their glow a gentle caress against the skin. The Luminarans, in turn, listened with rapt attention to Lyra's tales of distant worlds and the marvels she had witnessed among the stars. Yet, not all was smooth in this newfound companionship. Misunderstandings arose, as they often do between those of different worlds. Lyra, eager to help, had attempted to rearrange a section of the garden, believing she was improving it. The Luminarans, who cultivated their gardens with deep reverence and tradition, were taken aback by the changes, though they remained kind in their expressions. Solus, sensing the discomfort that lingered like a shadow, approached Lyra with gentle understanding. "We cherish your enthusiasm, Lyra," he said, his voice a balm to her troubled heart. "But our ways are woven with the fabric of our being. Perhaps, together, we can learn from one another." Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Lyra nodded, her voice a whisper of contrition. "I meant no disrespect. I wished only to contribute, to belong." In this moment of vulnerability, a bond began to form, a bridge of understanding between two souls who had once been strangers. Solus, with patience and wisdom, showed Lyra the intricate dance of their traditions, explaining the balance of light and dark, of growth and rest. As they worked side by side, a challenge arose that would test their burgeoning friendship. A rare celestial event, the eclipse of shadows, was approaching, a time when the twin moons would align and cast the land into temporary darkness. During this period, the gardens required careful tending, as the absence of light could harm the delicate starflowers. Together, Lyra and Solus faced the eclipse, their efforts a seamless blend of Terran ingenuity and Luminaran tradition. Lyra's knowledge of technology complemented Solus's deep understanding of the gardens, and their collaboration ensured the starflowers continued to thrive even in the absence of light. In the quiet hours of the eclipse, as they rested beneath the canopy of stars, Lyra spoke, her voice a gentle murmur in the darkness. "I have traveled far, seeking knowledge and adventure, yet it is here, in your gardens, that I have found something truly precious, a friend." Solus, his glow a gentle beacon in the night, nodded in agreement. "Our paths are like rivers, Lyra, flowing from different sources but meeting in the same ocean. Through understanding and friendship, we have enriched our journeys." The eclipse passed, and with it came the dawn, a warm embrace of light that painted the world in hues of gold and lavender once more. Lyra's ship, now repaired with the help of her new friends, stood ready for departure. Yet, as she prepared to leave, her heart was filled not with the ache of parting, but with the warmth of connection. Solus and the Luminarans gathered to bid her farewell, their luminescent presence a reminder of the gentle strength found in unity. Wherever your travels take you, Lyra, Solus said, his voice carrying the promise of their friendship across the distance, know that you are always welcome here, a part of our story. With a heart lighter than it had been in many years, Lyra embarked on her journey once more, the stars her companions, and the lessons of Luminara her guiding light. As her ship ascended into the embrace of the cosmos, she carried with her the understanding that true friendship, like the gardens of starflowers, blossomed through patience, kindness, and the shared light of two souls, meeting amidst the vastness of the universe. Story 68. Story 69. In the heart of a lush, whispering forest, where the trees seemed to hum gentle lullabies with the wind, lay a quaint village known as Willowbrook. It was a place where magic danced lightly on the air, mingling with the scent of wildflowers and warm, earthy moss. The cottages, with their thatched roofs and colorful gardens, nestled snugly against the hillside, each one surrounded by a low stone wall that seemed to hug the homes gently. In this serene village lived a thoughtful young girl named Clara. She had a keen eye and a curious heart, always noticing the little things others might miss. Her days were filled with adventures and discoveries, but lately something peculiar had been happening. Each morning the villagers awoke to find their garden gates mysteriously open, tools scattered about, and sometimes even small trinkets missing. The villagers were puzzled but not alarmed, for they knew their village was a safe and gentle place. Still, they were curious, and so they turned to Clara, hoping she might unravel the mystery. With a nod and a determined glint in her eyes, Clara promised to investigate. She started her quest by visiting the gardens at dusk, just as the sun dipped below the horizon, leaving streaks of coral and lavender in the sky. The air was cool and sweet, carrying the scent of honeysuckle. Clara crouched by the hedges, her notebook in hand, and waited patiently. As the moon rose, casting silver beams across the village, Clara noticed something unusual. From the corner of her eye, she saw a soft glow weaving through the gardens. It wasn't the light of fireflies which flickered gently above her, but something more deliberate. She followed it quietly, her footsteps muffled by the soft grass. To her surprise, Clara discovered a small group of creatures, no taller than her knee, with shimmering wings and bright, curious eyes. They were busy at work, tending to the gardens with care, though their methods were a bit chaotic. Clara watched as they rearranged stones, polished leaves with tiny cloths, and gathered forgotten trinkets into neat piles. "Hello there," Clara called softly, not wanting to startle them. The creatures paused, their wings fluttering like the pages of a book caught in a breeze, and then they turned to face her. "We mean no harm," one of them spoke, its voice like the tinkling of a bell. "We are the Glimmerfolk, caretakers of the night." Clara smiled warmly, her heart filling with understanding. "But why open the gates and scatter things about?" she asked gently. The Glimmerfolk exchanged glances, their eyes twinkling in the moonlight. "We were trying to help," explained another, its voice soft and melodic. "But we did not understand the ways of your village. We thought the tools were to be used, and the gates should breathe with the gardens." Clara chuckled softly, touched by their sincerity. "Your intentions are kind," she assured them, "but perhaps we can learn from each other. I could show you how we tend our gardens, and you can teach me the ways of the night." And so began a delightful exchange of knowledge. Each evening, as the stars blossomed in the sky, Clara and the Glimmerfolk worked together. The creatures taught Clara about the secret language of plants and the songs of the earth, while Clara explained the villagers' ways, showing them how to care for the gardens in harmony with the day. As the days passed, the mystery of the open gates was resolved, and the village thrived with newfound magic. The Glimmerfolk, now understanding the balance between night and day, helped the gardens flourish in ways the villagers had never imagined. Flowers bloomed with vibrant colors, and the air was filled with a melody of nature's own making. The villagers, grateful for Clara's wisdom and the Glimmerfolk's friendship, held a small celebration under the twinkling stars. There was laughter and joy, a gentle reminder that misunderstandings could be mended with kindness and cooperation. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon, Willowbrook continued to be a place where magic and harmony danced hand in hand, a cozy haven where mysteries were welcomed as friends and solved with the warmth of understanding. As Clara lay in bed that night, her heart full of contentment, she knew that the world was a little brighter and a little more magical, thanks to the friends she had found. And as she drifted into dreams, the village slept peacefully, cradled in the gentle arms of the forest, where the trees sang their lullabies to the stars above. Story 70? Story 71. Story 72. Story 73. Story 74. Once upon a time, in the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees hummed gentle lullabies and the streams giggled with joy, there was a quaint little village called Chuckleborough. The village was known far and wide for its peculiar inhabitants and their delightful quirks, each more charming than the last. In a cozy cottage with a roof made entirely of sunflower petals lived a sprightly gnome named Gimble. Gimble was known for his sparkling blue spectacles, which he wore even during moonlit nights, claiming they helped him see dreams better. He was a tinker of sorts, creating odd gadgets that made the villagers chuckle. His latest invention was a teapot that played a merry tune whenever it poured a cup of tea. Next door, in a house shaped like a giant mushroom, lived a plump, cheerful squirrel named Nibble. Nibble was no ordinary squirrel. He wore a tiny red vest and had a tail that seemed to have a mind of its own, often wagging to the rhythm of his laughter. Nibble was the village's storyteller, regaling the young and old with tales of faraway lands and magical creatures. One sunny morning, as the dew glittered like diamonds on the grass, Gimble and Nibble gathered with their friends in the village square. There was a buzz of excitement in the air, for today was the annual Chuckleborough Jamboree, a day filled with games, feasts, and contests of whimsy. But as the preparations were underway, a peculiar problem presented itself. A mysterious fog, tinged with a hint of lavender, had settled over the village overnight. It wasn't an ordinary fog, for it seemed to shimmer and shift, and the villagers soon discovered that anyone who entered it found themselves speaking in rhymes. While this was amusing at first, it quickly became problematic. How could they organize the jamboree when every instruction was transformed into a poetic riddle? Gimble, with a twinkle in his eye, declared that they must find the source of this magical mist. A fog that speaks in verse and song must have a story to which it belongs, he mused, adjusting his spectacles. Nibble, his tail wagging excitedly, agreed. Let us seek the fog's creator and make our village celebrations greater. And so, the quirky duo set off on an adventure, accompanied by their friends, a bashful hedgehog named Prickle, who always wore a jaunty little hat, and a wise old owl named Hoot, who loved to solve puzzles. Their journey led them through the heart of whispering woods, where the trees whispered secrets of the past. As they followed the trail of the lavender fog, they encountered a series of delightful surprises. First, they met a family of fireflies who danced in the air, spelling out messages in glowing letters. One said, "To find the source, follow the course, where the sunlight kisses the forest floor." Guided by this luminous clue, the friends arrived at a glade where the sunlight streamed through the canopy in golden beams. There they found a small, shimmering pond, the surface of which was alive with ripples that formed words and rhymes. At the edge of the pond sat a whimsical creature, a tiny, giggling sprite named Limerick. With hair like spun silver and eyes like twinkling stars, Limerick was the master of the fog. She explained, between fits of giggles, that she had accidentally spilled her rhyming elixir into the air while practicing her spells for the jamboree. Oh dear, what a funny mistake! I only wanted a rhyme or two to make." Limerick chirped, her laughter ringing like chimes. Gimble and Nibble, both chuckling at the serendipity of it all, assured her that all was well. "With a bit of wisdom and a dose of cheer, we'll turn this mishap into a wondrous affair," Gimble said. Together, the friends and Limerick devised a plan. Using Gimble's clever tinkering skills, they crafted a series of rhyming games and contests for the jamboree, turning the fog into a feature rather than a flaw. The villagers embraced the challenge with laughter and song, weaving verses into their daily chatter with ease. As the day of the jamboree dawned, the village square was alive with color and sound. The lavender fog, no longer a puzzle, danced around the villagers, carrying their rhymes on the breeze. Gimble's musical teapot played a merry tune, while Nibble spun tales that rhymed and delighted all. The highlight of the day was the grand rhyme-off, where villagers competed to create the most whimsical verses. Even Prickle, usually shy, joined in the fun, his rhymes earning him a hatful of applause. And Hoot, delighted by the linguistic creativity, judged the contest with wise and humorous comments. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm glow over Chuckleborough, the villagers gathered around the fire for the closing ceremony. Limerick, grateful for the friends who had turned her mistake into magic, gifted each of them a vial of her rhyming elixir, with a wink and a promise of future fun. And so, with hearts full of joy and laughter, the villagers of Chuckleborough drifted into dreams, cradled by the gentle rhymes of the whispering woods. Gimble adjusted his blue spectacles one last time, content with the day's adventures, while Nibble's tail wagged happily in his sleep. For in Chuckleborough, even the quirkiest of problems could be solved with friendship, creativity, and a touch of whimsical magic. And they all lived happily ever after, in a world where rhymes danced on the breeze, and joy was found in the most unexpected places. Story 75. In the heart of the ancient whispering forest, where towering oaks and graceful willows stretched their limbs towards the sky, a gentle balance had been maintained for centuries. The forest was a tapestry of greens and browns, dappled with sunlight that trickled through the canopy, painting patterns on the leafy floor. A soft, ever-present breeze carried the scent of pine and earth, and the melodic chirping of birds created a symphony that resonated through the woods. In this enchanted realm, every creature played its part in the grand orchestra of nature. The squirrels, with their bushy tails and nimble paws, darted among the branches, gathering acorns and seeds. Tiny beetles scurried beneath the fallen leaves, their iridescent shells glinting in the sunlight. And deep in the underbrush, a family of foxes made their home, their russet fur blending seamlessly with the forest floor. But perhaps the most enchanting inhabitants of the whispering forest were the Fey folk, the delicate, ethereal beings who danced on the breeze and sang with the birds. They could often be seen flitting between the flowers, their wings shimmering like droplets of dew catching the first light of dawn. One crisp autumn morning, as the forest donned its golden cloak, a young Fey named Lumi awoke with a sense of eager anticipation. Her translucent wings quivered with excitement as she stretched, the cool morning air brushing gently against her skin. Today, she would learn the ancient ways of the forest from Elder Bramble, the wisest of the Fae, whose knowledge spanned the ages like the rings of a great oak. Lumi fluttered through the forest, her feet barely touching the ground, as she made her way to the clearing where Elder Bramble awaited. The clearing was a serene haven, surrounded by tall ferns and crowned by a canopy of intertwining branches. At its center stood Elder Bramble, his hair as silver as moonlight, and his eyes as deep as the forest itself. "Good morning, Lumi," Elder Bramble greeted her, his voice as soothing as the rustle of leaves in a gentle breeze. "Today we shall speak of the balance that sustains our world." Lumi settled on a soft patch of moss, her eyes wide with curiosity. "Please tell me," she implored, eager to absorb the wisdom of the ages. Elder Bramble smiled, his gaze drifting to the sky where clouds meandered lazily. "The forest is a living tapestry," he began, "and every creature, every plant, is a thread in its weave. We Fae are the guardians of its harmony, ensuring that balance is maintained." He paused, gesturing towards the trees, which whispered secrets to one another in the language of the wind. "Each season brings its own magic," he continued. "Spring, with its blossoms and new beginnings. Summer, with long days and abundant life. Autumn, with its harvest and preparation. And winter, with its quiet rest and reflection." Lumi nodded, feeling the truth of his words resonate within her. She had always sensed the magic in the changing of the seasons, the subtle shifts that guided the forest's rhythm. "But what happens if the balance is disrupted?" she asked, a hint of concern in her voice. "Ah," Elder Bramble replied, his tone turning solemn. "Nature has ways of restoring itself, but it is the duty of all who dwell here to aid in that restoration. Through wisdom and friendship, we can overcome any challenge." As if to illustrate his point, a gentle breeze stirred the leaves, carrying with it the scent of rain. The forest sighed in contentment, welcoming the promise of nourishment. "Come," Elder Bramble said, rising with the grace of a willow bending in the wind. "Let us walk, and I will show you how the forest speaks." Together they wandered through the woods, Elder Bramble teaching Lumi to listen to the stories carried by the wind, to understand the language of the rustling leaves and the babbling brook. He showed her how the animals communicated through subtle cues, and how the plants shared their wisdom through the changing colors of their leaves. As they walked, Lumi began to see the forest in a new light. She noticed the way the sunlight filtered through the canopy, creating a mosaic of light and shadow on the forest floor. She heard the soft, rhythmic pulse of the earth beneath her feet, a heartbeat that echoed her own. Days turned to weeks, and under Elder Bramble's guidance, Lumi grew more attuned to the forest's rhythm. She learned to dance with the wind, to sing with the birds, and to feel the pulse of nature within her very being. One day, as winter approached and the first snowflakes began to fall, Lumi sat with Elder Bramble by a crackling fire. The flames cast a warm glow, illuminating their faces and painting the surrounding trees with flickering light. "You have learned well, Lumi," Elder Bramble said, his voice filled with pride. "You are ready to share your knowledge, to be a guardian of the balance." Lumi smiled, feeling a deep sense of fulfillment. She knew that, like the forest, she would continue to grow, to learn, and to cherish the harmony that surrounded her. And so, as the snow blanketed the whispering forest in a soft, white embrace, Lumi danced among the snowflakes, her heart filled with the magic of the seasons and the wisdom of the ages. The forest, in turn, whispered its gratitude, knowing that its secrets were safe in her hands. The crackling fire began to dim, but the warmth lingered, a reminder of the enduring cycle of life and the gentle balance that sustained it. As Lumi drifted into a peaceful slumber, the forest settled into its winter's rest, dreaming of the spring to come. Story 76. Story 77. Story 78. Story 79. Once upon a time, in a cozy little village nestled among rolling hills, there lived a young girl named Willow. Her days were filled with simple joys, chasing butterflies through sun-dappled meadows, listening to the gentle babbling of the nearby stream, and curling up by the fire with her favorite storybook. One crisp autumn morning, Willow woke to find a curious object on her nightstand, a small, intricately carved wooden box. Puzzled, she turned it over in her hands, admiring the intricate patterns etched into its surface. As her fingers traced the delicate grooves, something extraordinary happened. The box began to glow with a warm, golden light. Willow gasped in wonder as the lid opened, revealing a single feather resting within. It was no ordinary feather, however. Its radiant colors seemed to shimmer and dance before her eyes. Entranced, she reached out to touch it, and in that moment, a wave of energy washed over her. Suddenly, Willow found herself transported to a world unlike anything she had ever seen before. Towering trees of vibrant hues stretched toward a sky painted in dazzling shades of amber and crimson. Strange, enchanting creatures scampered through the undergrowth, their laughter like tinkling bells carried on the breeze. As Willow marveled at her newfound surroundings, a gentle voice called out to her, "Welcome, dear child, to the realm of wonders." Turning, she found herself face to face with a kindly old oak tree, its branches stretching wide and its trunk etched with ancient runes. "I am Elderwood, guardian of this realm," the tree continued. "The feather you found is a key, unlocking the door to a world of magic and adventure, but it is also a test, for only those with pure hearts and open minds can truly embrace its wonders." Willow listened, captivated, as Elderwood explained that a dark force threatened to consume the realm of wonders, casting its beauty into shadow. "You have been chosen, young Willow, to embark on a journey of self-discovery and courage, where you will face challenges that will shape your very soul." With a wave of his branches, Elderwood summoned two companions to guide Willow on her quest. First appeared Zephyr, a mischievous breeze spirit with an infectious giggle and a penchant for playful pranks. Then came Ember, a wise and gentle salamander, whose flickering flames cast a warm, comforting glow. Together, the trio set off into the heart of the realm of wonders, venturing through landscapes that seemed to shift and swirl with every passing moment. They traversed crystal-clear rivers that sang with the voices of 1,000 tiny fish, and climbed towering peaks wreathed in clouds of multicolored mist. Along the way, they encountered wondrous beings, chattering pixies who wove gossamer tapestries from moonbeams and lumbering stone giants whose rumbling footsteps shook the very earth. Each new encounter brought with it a lesson, a whisper of wisdom imparted by the realm itself. Yet their journey was not without its trials. Dark shadows lurked in forgotten corners, jealous of the light and beauty that thrived in the realm of wonders. Time and again, Willow and her companions found themselves faced with challenges that tested their resolve and their hearts. In one particularly dire moment, they found themselves trapped in a maze of twisting, thorny vines that seemed to shift and contort with malicious intent. As Willow's fear threatened to overwhelm her, Ember's gentle flames illuminated a path forward, not by burning through the obstacles, but by coaxing the vines themselves to bloom with vibrant, fragrant flowers. It was then that Willow realized the true power of the realm of wonders, a power rooted not in brute force, but in kindness, patience, and understanding. With each challenge they faced, she grew stronger, her heart opening wider to the wonders that surrounded her. At last, after what seemed like an eternity of adventure, Willow and her companions stood before the source of the darkness that threatened the realm, a great, shadowy entity that fed on fear and doubt. But Willow was no longer the timid girl who had first stumbled into this magical world. Drawing upon all she had learned, she reached out with her heart, offering compassion and empathy to the entity. And in that moment, the darkness began to recede, transforming into a shimmering aurora of light and hope. As the realm of wonders was restored to its former glory, Elderwood's voice echoed through the land, filled with pride and gratitude. Well done, young Willow. You have proven yourself worthy of the wonders that surround us, and in doing so have discovered the greatest wonder of all, the boundless strength and resilience of your own heart. With a final embrace for Zephyr and Ember, Willow found herself back in her own cozy room, the feather clutched tightly in her hand. But she knew that the magic of the realm of wonders would forever be a part of her, a guiding light in the years to come. As she drifted off to sleep, Willow smiled, her dreams filled with the laughter of pixies and the gentle crackle of Ember's flames. For she had learned that true wonder lies not in extraordinary realms, but in the extraordinary courage and kindness that burns within us all. Story 80. Story 81. Story 82. Story 83. Story 84. Story 85. Story 86. Story 87. Story 88. Story 89. In a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there lay a place where magic wound itself into the very fabric of everyday life. This was the village of Willowbrook, a realm where the sun painted the sky with hues of gold and pink each evening, and the stars blinked like 1,000 tiny lanterns in the velvet night. Willowbrook was known for its peculiar charm and gentle enchantments, but lately it had become the stage for a puzzling mystery that left even the wisest of villagers scratching their heads. Strange occurrences had begun to unfold, candles flickering without a breeze, teapots whistling tunes without a flame, and gentle chimes sounding from the old oak tree by the square, though no one was there to ring them. Among the kind-hearted inhabitants of Willowbrook was a young girl named Lila. She had eyes the color of the morning sky and a heart as warm as freshly baked bread. Lila loved the village and its quirky magic, but the recent oddities piqued her curiosity. Determined to uncover the source of the strange happenings, she set out with her faithful companion, a wise old tabby cat named Oliver, whose whiskers twitched with an air of knowing far beyond his years. As dusk painted the sky in lavender hues, Lila and Oliver began their investigation. They wandered through the cobblestone streets, where lanterns flickered with a soft glow, casting playful shadows on the walls of quaint cottages. The air was filled with the scent of honeysuckle and the distant sound of a babbling brook. Their first stop was the bakery, where the sweet aroma of cinnamon buns greeted them warmly. Mrs. Pumpernickel, the baker, was kneading dough with a smile as wide as a crescent moon. "Ah, Lila, dear, come to solve our little mystery, have you?" She chuckled, wiping flour from her hands. Yes, Mrs. Pumpernickel, Lila replied, her voice a gentle melody. We've noticed the odd happenings and thought perhaps we might find some clues. Mrs. Pumpernickel leaned closer, her eyes twinkling like the stars. Well, I've noticed the bread rising faster than usual, almost as if it has a mind of its own. Perhaps it's the work of the mischievous brownies. Brownies were small, magical creatures known for their playful antics and love of baked goods. Lila nodded thoughtfully. We'll keep that in mind. Thank you, Mrs. Pumpernickel. With Oliver padding silently by her side, Lila continued to the village square, where the ancient oak tree stood. Its leaves rustled softly, whispering secrets only the wind could hear. As they approached, a gentle chime echoed through the air, though the tree's branches were still. Intrigued, Lila looked up and spotted a tiny, shimmering figure perched among the leaves. It was a sprite, its wings glistening like dewdrops in the morning sun. "Hello there," Lila called softly, her voice filled with wonder. The sprite fluttered down, landing gracefully on Lila's outstretched hand. "Greetings, child of Willowbrook," it chimed, its voice like the tinkling of distant bells. "I am Sylvan, guardian of this tree. What brings you to my realm?" "We seek to understand the strange occurrences in our village," Lila explained gently. "Do you perhaps know what might be causing them?" Sylvan's wings fluttered with delight. "Ah, the magic of Willowbrook has been mischievous of late. The brownies have been restless, their playful spirits heightened by the full moon's approach. They mean no harm, only seeking to share their joy." Lila's eyes brightened with understanding. "Perhaps we can find a way to help them channel their energy without causing confusion." With a nod of agreement, Sylvan whispered a plan to Lila. They would host a moonlit festival for the brownies, a celebration where their antics could be welcomed and enjoyed. That evening, as the moon rose full and bright, Lila and the villagers gathered in the square. Lanterns were hung from every branch, casting a soft, inviting glow. Tables were set with sweets and treats, and music filled the air, an enchanting melody that beckoned all magical creatures to join in the revelry. As the brownies appeared, their giggles like the rustle of leaves, they danced and played, their joy contagious. Lila watched, her heart full as she saw the village come alive with laughter and light. Even Oliver, usually reserved, found himself pawing at a stray ribbon with uncharacteristic abandon. The festival continued deep into the night, a celebration of magic and harmony. As the first light of dawn painted the horizon, the brownies thanked the villagers with a gentle breeze that wrapped them in warmth and contentment. With the mystery resolved and balance restored, Lila returned home, her heart as light as the morning mist. As she drifted into a peaceful slumber, she knew that in Willowbrook, where magic and kindness intertwined, there would always be a place for wonder and friendship. And so, beneath the gentle gaze of the moon and stars, the village of Willowbrook settled into a tranquil hush, wrapped in the comforting embrace of another enchanting day. Story 90. Story 91. Story 92. Once upon a starlit night, a young girl named Lily stood by her bedroom window, gazing wistfully at the velvety sky. Though only 9 years old, she felt a yearning for something more, a pull towards the great unknown that echoed in her restless heart. In the small village where Lily lived, changes came rarely, and life followed the steady rhythm of the seasons. But Lily's curious spirit longed to spread its wings and explore the vast world that lay beyond the rolling hills and ancient forests surrounding her home. Little did she know, a magical journey awaited her, one that would teach her the true meaning of growth and transformation. One evening, as Lily wandered through the woods, she stumbled upon an enchanting sight, a glittering pool nestled among the towering oaks. Mesmerized by its ethereal beauty, she knelt beside the water's edge, and that's when she saw it, a tiny glowing speck dancing upon the surface. With a delicate touch, Lily cupped the speck in her hands, and it unfurled into a dazzling sprite, no bigger than her thumb. The sprite's gossamer wings shimmered like crystal, and its eyes twinkled with ancient wisdom. "Greetings, young one," spoke the sprite in a voice as soft as moonbeams. "I am Zephyr, a guardian of these woods, and I sense the yearning in your heart." Lily gasped, her eyes wide with wonder. "How is this possible? Are you magic?" Zephyr chuckled, a sound like tinkling bells. Magic exists all around us, dear child, if only we open our eyes to its wonders. From that moment on, Zephyr became Lily's guide, introducing her to the hidden magical realms that coexisted with the world she knew. Together, they explored enchanted glades where pixies danced among the wildflowers, and ancient trees whispered secrets of bygone eras. Yet as wondrous as these experiences were, Lily's true transformation unfolded within her heart and mind. Zephyr's gentle teachings helped Lily understand that growth was not merely a physical change, but a journey of the spirit. With each new adventure, Lily learned valuable lessons: patience from the steady trickle of a stream, resilience from the oak that weathered storms, and courage from the brave little sparrow that took flight. And just as the natural world around her shifted with the seasons, so too did Lily's perspectives and dreams evolve. Lily's dearest friend, a kind-hearted boy named Ethan, bore witness to her remarkable journey. Though he could not see the magical beings, he supported Lily's explorations, offering a listening ear and a shoulder to lean on when the path grew challenging. One autumn day, as the leaves turned to fire and the air grew crisp, Zephyr appeared with a somber expression. "My time in these woods is nearing its end," the sprite said, her voice tinged with melancholy. "But fear not, little one, for the true magic lies within you now." Lily's eyes shimmered with unshed tears, but she nodded, understanding that all things must change and grow. With a tender smile, Zephyr continued, "The seeds of wisdom I have planted in your heart will blossom into something extraordinary. Embrace the uncertainties of life, for they are windows to new discoveries and personal growth." As the sprite faded into the dappled sunlight, Lily felt a warmth blossoming in her chest, a newfound confidence and appreciation for the journey that lay ahead. In the years that followed, Lily's thirst for knowledge and experience only deepened. She pursued her dreams with unwavering determination, yet always remained grounded in the lessons Zephyr had imparted: to embrace change with grace, to find beauty in the smallest wonders, and to nurture the magic within her own heart. And though the enchanted realms faded from her sight, the magic lived on in Lily's open mind, her compassionate spirit, and her unwavering belief in the transformative power of growth and self-discovery. Story 93. Story 94. The Whispering Woods and the Lantern of Luminara. In the small village of Amberley, nestled at the edge of the Whispering Woods, tales of enchantment and mystery were as old as the trees themselves. The woods were a place of wonder, where the air was thick with secrets and magic lingered in the rustling leaves. Yet it was also a place avoided by many, for deep within its heart lay a hidden world, known only to those with the courage to seek it. The village was a cozy cluster of thatched roof cottages, surrounded by fields of lavender that swayed gently in the breeze, filling the air with a soothing fragrance. The villagers were kind and simple folk, their days marked by the rhythm of the seasons and the quiet pleasures of rural life. In one such cottage lived a young girl named Leora. She had hair the color of autumn leaves and eyes that sparkled with curiosity. Leora was known for her gentle nature and the way she seemed to understand the whispers of the wind and the songs of the birds. She often spent her afternoons wandering the edges of the whispering woods, listening to the stories the forest had to tell. One cool autumn evening, as the setting sun painted the sky in hues of orange and pink, Leora sat at her window, gazing out at the woods. Her heart longed for adventure, and she felt a pull towards the trees, as though they were calling her name. "Leora," her mother called from the kitchen, "come help me with supper." Leora reluctantly tore her gaze from the window and joined her mother. As they prepared the meal, her mother spoke of the coming winter and the preparations they must make. But Leora's mind drifted back to the woods, to the stories of hidden worlds and magical beings that her grandmother used to tell. That night, as the village lay quiet under a blanket of stars, Leora lay awake in her bed, listening to the gentle rustle of the leaves outside. Unable to resist the call of adventure any longer, she quietly slipped out of bed, wrapped a warm cloak around her shoulders, and tiptoed out of the cottage. The moon cast a silvery glow over the landscape as Leora made her way towards the Whispering Woods. The air was crisp and carried the scent of pine and earth. As she entered the woods, the trees seemed to lean in, welcoming her into their embrace. The deeper she ventured, the more the forest came alive. The leaves whispered secrets, and the branches formed intricate patterns against the sky. Leora felt a sense of wonder and awe, as though she were stepping into a dream. After walking for what felt like hours, Leora came upon a clearing bathed in moonlight. In the center stood an ancient oak tree, its twisted branches reaching towards the heavens. Beneath the tree lay a small, flickering light, like a star fallen to earth. Curious, Leora approached the light and discovered it was a lantern, crafted from delicate glass and metal, its surface etched with intricate patterns. The lantern glowed with a soft, warm light that seemed to pulse with life. As she reached out to touch it, a voice, gentle and melodic, echoed through the clearing. "The Lantern of Luminara," it said, "a beacon for those who seek the hidden world." Leora looked around, but saw no one. "Who are you?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. The voice replied, "I am the spirit of the forest, and I have watched over these woods for centuries. The lantern is a gift for those with pure hearts and the courage to seek the truth." Leora felt a thrill of excitement mixed with apprehension. She had heard of the Lantern of Luminara in her grandmother's tales, a magical object that could reveal the hidden world within the whispering woods. "Will you accept the lantern and embark on a journey of discovery?" the voice asked. Leora nodded, her heart pounding with anticipation. "Yes, I will." As she lifted the lantern, its light grew brighter, illuminating the clearing with a warm, golden glow. The air shimmered, and the world around her seemed to shift and change. The trees swayed gently, their leaves whispering secrets in a language she couldn't quite understand. With the lantern in hand, Leora began her journey deeper into the woods. The path before her was bathed in light, and she felt a sense of peace and purpose guiding her steps. As she walked, Leora encountered creatures she had only heard of in stories. A family of fireflies danced around her, their tiny lights twinkling like stars. A wise old owl perched on a branch, its eyes gleaming with wisdom. And a gentle deer with antlers like branches nodded in greeting as she passed. Each encounter filled her with a sense of wonder and belonging, as though she were part of a world she had always known in her heart. The forest seemed endless, a labyrinth of trees and shadows, but Leora felt no fear. The lantern's light guided her, and she trusted in its magic to lead her to the hidden world. As she journeyed deeper, the air grew cooler and the shadows longer. The forest was silent now, save for the gentle rustle of leaves. Leora felt a sense of anticipation, as though she were on the brink of discovering something extraordinary. Finally, she reached a glade where the moonlight danced upon a shimmering pool. The water was as clear as glass, reflecting the stars above. At the center of the pool stood a small island, and on it, a stone altar, ancient and weathered by time. Leora approached the water's edge, her reflection rippling in the surface. The lantern's light cast a golden glow over the pool, revealing a path of stepping stones that led to the island. With each step, Leora felt the weight of the forest's magic surrounding her, a tangible presence that filled her with awe. When she reached the altar, she placed the lantern upon it, the light casting intricate patterns over the stone. In that moment, the air shimmered, and a figure appeared before her, ethereal and radiant. It was the spirit of the forest, its form shifting like the wind through the trees. "Welcome, seeker of truth," the spirit said, its voice a melody of the earth. "You have come far, guided by the light of Luminara. What do you seek?" Leora took a deep breath, her heart filled with the courage of her journey. "I seek to understand the world hidden within these woods, to learn its secrets and share its wonders." The spirit smiled, its light flickering like the lantern. "You have shown courage and kindness, and the forest has embraced you as one of its own. The hidden world is within you, a place of wisdom and magic that can only be found by those who seek with an open heart." As the spirit spoke, Leora felt a warmth spreading through her, a connection to the forest and all its creatures. She understood now that the hidden world was not a place to be found, but a state of being, a way of seeing the world with wonder and love. "You are part of the forest, Leora," the spirit said, "and its magic will be with you always. Go forth and share its light with the world." With those words, the spirit faded, leaving Leora standing by the altar, the lantern's light still glowing brightly. She returned to the village, her heart filled with the magic of the whispering woods. She knew that her journey had changed her, that she carried the hidden world within her. And so, Leora became a storyteller, sharing the tales of her adventures with the villagers. Under her guidance, they learned to see the magic in the everyday, to find wonder in the world around them. The Whispering Woods remained a place of mystery and enchantment, a source of inspiration for all who dared to listen to its whispers. And Leora, with the lantern of Luminar as her guide, continued to explore its secrets, her heart forever open to the magic of the hidden world. Story 95. Story 96. Once upon a time, nestled in a grove where the forest whispered secrets to the wind, there stood a small, ivy-covered cottage with a roof that sloped as if in a perpetual nod of welcome. Inside lived a gentle soul named Clara, known far and wide for her skillful weaving. Her tapestries, vibrant with colors that seemed to shimmer like the surface of a river under the moonlight, were admired by all who saw them. Yet Clara herself felt like a loose thread in the fabric of her own life. Clara loved the predictability of her days, the rhythmic clatter of loom and shuttle providing a comforting cadence. But lately she sensed a quiet discontent weaving its way through her heart, like a shadow threading through sunlight. She yearned for something more, a change she couldn't quite articulate. One autumn afternoon, as the leaves blushed with gold and russet, Clara stepped outside, her fingers wrapped around a mug of warm cider. The air was crisp and full of the earthy scent of fallen leaves. Just beyond her garden, where the wildflowers nodded in agreement with the breeze, stood an ancient oak tree, its branches sprawling like a welcoming embrace. As she wandered closer, Clara noticed something peculiar. At the base of the oak, where its roots curled like fingers through the earth, lay a small, forgotten door. It was weathered and carved with intricate runes that danced in the dappled sunlight. Curiosity fluttered in her like a new leaf unfurling, and with a gentle push, the door swung open with the softest sigh. Inside, the air shimmered with possibilities, and Clara found herself in a space that was both familiar and wondrously new. This was the realm of the forest folk, beings of gentle magic who nurtured the land and all its creatures. Their haven was alive with colors more vivid than any Clara had ever woven, a tapestry of life itself, unfurling in every direction. The forest folk welcomed Clara with smiles that glowed like the first light of dawn. Leading the way was Alder, a wise elder with eyes that twinkled like stars caught in a canopy of leaves. "Welcome, dear Clara," he said, his voice as soothing as a lullaby. "We've been expecting you." Clara's heart fluttered with both excitement and trepidation. "Expecting me?" she asked, her voice a whisper among the leaves. "Indeed," Alder replied, gesturing for her to follow. "It's time for you to discover what's been growing inside you, like a seed waiting for spring." As Clara walked with Alder and the other forest folk, she noticed how the path beneath her feet seemed to transform with each step, a mosaic of stones and moss that mirrored her swirling thoughts. They guided her to a glen where the air hummed with a gentle magic, and the sky was a quilt of twilight hues. In the center of the glen stood a loom, unlike any Clara had ever seen. It was crafted from silver birch and moonlight, its threads spun from the dreams of the woodland creatures. "Here," Alder said, "you will weave a tapestry not with your hands, but with your heart." Clara hesitated, her fingers brushing the ethereal threads. She closed her eyes, inhaling deeply, the scent of pine and possibility filling her senses. As she began to weave, the threads responded to her emotions, each strand a reflection of her inner world. At first, the tapestry was a chaotic jumble of colors, a storm of uncertainty and fear of the unknown. But as Clara continued, she felt the presence of the forest folk surrounding her, their warmth and encouragement flowing into her very being. Slowly, she began to see patterns emerge, shapes that spoke of growth and transformation. With each pass of her hands, Clara wove her fears and doubts into something beautiful, a landscape of change, filled with small, shimmering stars of hope. She realized that change, though daunting, was a natural part of life, much like the turning of seasons or the growth of a tree from a tiny acorn. The forest folk watched as Clara's tapestry grew, their gentle smiles reflecting her blossoming confidence. "You're doing wonderfully," Alder murmured, his voice carrying the same warmth as the sunlit glen. As the final thread slipped into place, Clara opened her eyes to behold her creation, a tapestry of her journey, vibrant and alive. It was a piece of art that mirrored her own transformation, capturing the beauty of embracing change and the strength found in vulnerability. With a newfound sense of peace, Clara thanked the forest folk for their guidance. "You've shown me that change is not something to fear, but something to welcome," she said, her voice filled with gratitude. As she stepped back through the door into her own world, Clara felt the autumn breeze brush her skin, carrying with it a whisper of the magic she had discovered within herself. The forest, once a backdrop to her life, now seemed a living tapestry of its own, vibrant and welcoming. Back in her cozy cottage, Clara returned to her loom with a heart full of inspiration. Her tapestries now carried the essence of her journey, each piece a reminder of the beauty that could be found in embracing the unknown. And so, as the days turned to weeks and the forest donned its winter cloak, Clara's heart remained open, her spirit woven into the very fabric of the world around her. She had found her place within the tapestry of life, where change was not an ending, but a beginning, a magical transformation that would continue to unfold with each new day. And so under the gentle watch of the stars and the whispering leaves, Clara's story of personal growth and magical transformation became a lullaby sung by the forest itself, a testament to the power of embracing one's true self. Story 97. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled between lush, rolling hills and a whispering forest, there lived a gentle soul named Marin. Marin had always been a creature of habit, finding comfort in the rhythm of her daily routine. Her days were spent tending to her garden, a patchwork of vibrant colors that danced beneath the sun, and her evenings were reserved for quiet moments by the hearth, where the flickering flames cast a warm glow over her cozy cottage. But deep within her heart, Marin felt a stirring, a whisper of something new and unfamiliar. It was as if the wind carried a secret just for her, one that promised adventure beyond the horizon of her known world. Despite this yearning, the thought of change filled her with trepidation. She clung to her familiar patterns like a child to a cherished blanket, fearful of what might lie beyond. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves blushed gold and crimson, Marin set out for her daily walk through the woods. The air was sweet with the scent of pine and earth, and a gentle breeze rustled the branches overhead. As she wandered deeper into the forest, she stumbled upon a peculiar sight, a circle of mushrooms, perfectly formed with a luminescent glow. She had heard stories of such rings, whispered tales of magic and transformation. Curiosity mingled with her apprehension, but something in the air urged her forward. As she stepped into the circle, a tingling sensation spread through her, as if the very earth beneath her feet was alive with possibility. The world around her shimmered, and she felt a gentle tug at her heart, as though inviting her to embrace the change she had so long resisted. In that moment, the forest seemed to breathe with her, its ancient magic awakening. From the shadows emerged a creature of ethereal beauty, a silver fox with eyes that sparkled like morning dew. The fox approached with graceful steps and spoke in a voice as soft as the rustling leaves. "Fear not the winds of change, dear Marin," the fox said, its eyes kind and knowing, "for within them lies the seed of your growth. Embrace the journey, and you shall find the strength that has always dwelled within you." Though her heart still fluttered with uncertainty, Marin felt a newfound courage stirring. She realized that the fox was right. Perhaps it was time to step beyond the safety of her routine and discover what lay beyond. With a nod of gratitude, she followed the fox deeper into the forest, where the path was lit by the gentle glow of the mushrooms. Along their journey, they were joined by other creatures of the woods, a wise old owl who shared stories of the stars, a playful squirrel who taught her the joy of spontaneity, and a gentle deer who showed her the peace found in stillness. Each companion offered Marin a lesson in embracing the unknown, and with every step she felt her heart grow lighter. As the days turned into weeks, Marin discovered the beauty of transformation. She learned to dance with the wind, to listen to the whispers of the trees, and to find wonder in the smallest of things. The forest became her teacher, and with each lesson she felt herself blossoming, much like her beloved garden back home. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and rose, Marin stood at the edge of a glistening lake. The fox, who had become a dear friend, stood beside her. The reflection on the water was that of a woman transformed, not by magic alone, but by the courage to embrace her own potential. "You have grown, dear Marin," said the fox, its voice filled with pride. "You have found your way through the forest of your fears, and now the world is yours to explore." Marin smiled, her heart brimming with gratitude for the journey she had undertaken and the companions who had walked beside her. She understood now that change was not something to be feared, but a gentle nudge from the universe, inviting her to become her truest self. With a heart full of newfound wisdom and an adventurous spirit, Marin returned to her village. Her garden seemed even more vibrant, as if reflecting the transformation within her. And though her routine had shifted, she found joy in the balance of old comforts and new discoveries. As the seasons turned, Marin continued to nurture her garden and her heart, always remembering the lessons of the forest. And on quiet evenings, as she sat by the crackling fire, she would tell tales of her journey to those who sought her wisdom, sharing the magic of personal growth and the beauty of embracing change. And so, in the gentle embrace of the village and the whispers of the forest, Marin lived her days with a heart open to the wonders of the world, knowing that true magic lay not in resisting change, but in welcoming it with open arms. Story 98. Story 99. Once upon a time, in a forest brimming with secrets, there lived a curious young squirrel named Nutkin. Though small in stature, Nutkin possessed a heart filled with boundless wonder and an insatiable thirst for adventure. Deep within the heart of the ancient woodlands lay a hidden glade, where the soft light of the moon seemed to dance upon the emerald grass. It was here that Nutkin first discovered the enchanting gift that would forever change his life. As he scampered through the undergrowth, gathering acorns for the winter, a peculiar glimmer caught his eye. Nestled among the vibrant wildflowers was a radiant gemstone, its facets sparkling with a mesmerizing azure hue. Nutkin's paws trembled as he grasped the ethereal treasure, and in that instant a warmth spread through his tiny body, igniting a spark of magic within. From that day forward, Nutkin possessed the extraordinary ability to communicate with the creatures of the forest. Their voices, once muted, now sang in perfect harmony, revealing a realm of secrets hidden from ordinary eyes. Emboldened by his newfound power, Nutkin ventured deeper into the heart of the woodlands, eager to unravel the mysteries that lay beyond the familiar paths. His journey led him to encounter beings he had only heard whispers of in the tales of his elders. First, he met Willow, a gentle doe whose graceful steps left no trace upon the mossy ground. She welcomed Nutkin into her secret glen, a realm of tranquility where the trees seemed to whisper ancient melodies. Under Willow's guidance, Nutkin learned the art of patience and the importance of cherishing the simple beauties of the natural world. Next, Nutkin stumbled upon a colony of industrious ants, led by the wise and formidable Queen Formica. Though initially intimidated by their unwavering discipline, Nutkin soon discovered the value of unity and teamwork, as the ants worked tirelessly to fortify their subterranean kingdom. As the seasons turned, Nutkin's journeys took him to the deepest recesses of the forest, where he encountered beings of myth and legend. He befriended a majestic stag, whose antlers seemed to scrape the very heavens, and learned the ways of courage and resilience from the mighty beast. Yet, amidst his wondrous adventures, Nutkin never forgot the true essence of his gift, the ability to forge bonds of friendship that transcended the boundaries of species. It was this quality that led him to forge an unexpected alliance with a cunning fox named Russet. At first, their encounter was one of mistrust and suspicion, for foxes were known to prey upon creatures as small as Nutkin. However, through patient understanding and a willingness to see beyond appearances, the two formed an unbreakable bond. Together, Nutkin and Russet embarked on a quest to unravel the mystery of the enchanted gemstone that had bestowed upon the squirrel his extraordinary abilities. Their search led them to the heart of the forest, where an ancient oak stood as a silent sentinel, its branches cradling the whispers of ages past. It was here that they encountered the wise old owl, Gaia, whose piercing gaze seemed to penetrate the very depths of their souls. Gaia revealed that the gemstone was a remnant of a long-forgotten era, a time when the balance between the natural world and the realm of magic was in perfect harmony. Alas, the greed and disregard of humankind had severed this delicate equilibrium, and the gemstone's power had faded, scattered among the creatures of the forest. Nutkin's gift, Gaia explained, was a glimmer of hope, a chance to restore the balance and heal the rift between the two realms. Emboldened by this revelation, Nutkin and his companions embarked on a perilous quest, seeking out the remaining fragments of the gemstone's power. Their journey took them through treacherous terrain, from the icy peaks of the mountains to the depths of the sunless caves. Along the way, they faced formidable foes and overcame daunting challenges, their bond of friendship growing ever stronger with each obstacle they conquered. Nutkin learned the true meaning of bravery from Russet's unwavering loyalty, and the fox, in turn, discovered the beauty of compassion through the squirrel's gentle heart. At last, after a journey that tested the limits of their courage and endurance, they uncovered the final shard of the gemstone's power, hidden deep within the hollow of an ancient redwood. As the shards were reunited, a blinding radiance engulfed the forest, and the harmony between the natural and magical realms was restored. In that moment, Nutkin understood the true significance of his gift. It was a reminder that friendship, love, and understanding could transcend even the most formidable barriers. As the forest rejoiced in its newfound balance, Nutkin knew that his journey had forever transformed him, opening his eyes to the wonders that lay beyond the familiar paths. From that day forward, Nutkin became a guardian of the forest, using his ability to communicate with all creatures to foster understanding and preserve the delicate equilibrium. His tale was passed down through generations, a testament to the power of friendship, courage, and the indomitable spirit of exploration. And so as the moon casts its silvery glow upon the ancient woodlands, the whispers of Nutkin's legacy echo through the rustling leaves, reminding all who listen that true magic lies not in gemstones or enchantments, but in the bonds we forge and the journeys that shape our souls. The Whispering Woods, a tale of friendship and magic. Once upon a time, nestled on the edge of a sleepy village, lay a forest unlike any other. Known as the Whispering Woods, it was a place where the trees stood tall and ancient, their branches twisting like gnarled fingers reaching towards the heavens. The forest floor was a soft carpet of moss, dotted with clusters of wildflowers that released a sweet fragrance into the air. A narrow, winding path cut through the woods, inviting those with curious hearts to explore its mysteries. In the village lived a young girl named Lily. With hair the color of chestnuts and eyes as bright as the morning sky, she was known for her inquisitive nature and a heart that brimmed with kindness. Though she was beloved by her village, Lily longed for adventure beyond the familiar cobblestone streets and quaint cottages. One golden afternoon, as the sun began its descent and painted the sky with hues of orange and pink, Lily stood at the edge of the Whispering Woods. Her heart fluttered with excitement and a touch of trepidation, for she had decided that today would be the day she ventured into the forest. Her friends often spoke of the woods with a mix of fear and awe, claiming it was enchanted, with secrets beyond human understanding. Clutching her small satchel filled with a loaf of bread, a flask of water, and a well-loved book of fairy tales, Lily took a deep breath and stepped onto the path. As she walked, the rustling leaves seemed to whisper secrets in her ears, their words just out of reach, yet strangely comforting. The forest was alive with the sounds of chirping birds and the gentle babble of a hidden brook, creating a symphony that accompanied her every step. The deeper she ventured, the more the woods enveloped her in their embrace. The sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled shadows on the ground that danced with the breeze. Lily felt a sense of wonder and peace as the path wound its way deeper into the heart of the forest. After walking for what felt like hours, Lily came upon a small clearing, bathed in the soft glow of the setting sun. In the center stood an ancient oak tree, its trunk wide and strong, with branches that spread out like a protective canopy. At the base of the tree was a small wooden door, intricately carved with symbols that seemed to pulse with a gentle, inviting light. Curiosity piqued, Lily approached the door. She traced her fingers over the carvings, feeling the warmth they radiated. As if sensing her presence, the door creaked open, revealing a spiral staircase that wound down into the earth. Hesitant but intrigued, Lily descended the steps, her heart beating a steady rhythm of anticipation. At the bottom of the staircase, she emerged into a hidden world that took her breath away. The underground chamber was vast, its walls lined with shelves filled with books, trinkets, and curiosities from lands unknown. In the center of the room stood a round table, upon which lay a shimmering crystal orb that glowed softly in the dim light. As Lily approached the table, she was greeted by a soft, melodic voice. "Welcome, dear traveler," it said. "I am Eliana, the guardian of the Whispering Woods." Startled, Lily looked around, searching for the source of the voice. To her astonishment, a small, ethereal creature appeared before her, its form shifting like a wisp of smoke. Eliana had eyes that sparkled like stars and wings that shimmered with all the colors of the rainbow. "Do not be afraid," Eliana continued, her voice as soothing as a lullaby. "I have watched over these woods for centuries, and I have awaited someone with a pure heart to unravel the secrets hidden here." Lily, though initially taken aback, felt a sense of calm wash over her. "I am honored to meet you, Eliana," she replied, her voice steady. "What secrets do you speak of?" Eliana fluttered closer, her wings leaving trails of light in the air. "Within this orb lies the memory of the forest, a tapestry woven from the stories of those who have walked these paths before you. It is said that those who possess the courage and kindness to listen to these tales will gain wisdom beyond their years." Enchanted by the prospect, Lily reached for the orb. As her fingers brushed its surface, it pulsed with warmth, and a gentle hum filled the air. The room faded away, and Lily found herself standing in a meadow filled with vibrant wildflowers and the sound of laughter echoing in the breeze. In this vision, she saw two children, a boy and a girl, playing a game of hide-and-seek among the flowers. Their joy was infectious, and Lily couldn't help but smile as she watched them. As the vision unfolded, she realized that the children were none other than the founders of her village, their friendship the seed from which the community had grown. The scene shifted, revealing a young woman standing at the edge of a cliff, her face turned towards a stormy sea. Despite the tumultuous waves, her expression was one of determination and hope. Lily understood that this woman had once faced a great challenge, her courage and resilience serving as an inspiration for generations to come. As the visions continued, Lily felt her heart swell with understanding and compassion. Each story revealed to her the interconnectedness of life, the importance of friendship and courage, and the beauty of embracing the unknown. When the last vision faded, Lily found herself back in the chamber, the orb resting quietly on the table. Eliana hovered nearby, her eyes filled with warmth and approval. "You have seen the wisdom of the forest," Eliana said softly. "Hold these lessons close to your heart, for they will guide you on your journey." Lily nodded, feeling a newfound sense of purpose. "Thank you, Eliana. I will cherish these stories and share them with others, so their wisdom may continue to grow." With a knowing smile, Eliana gestured towards the staircase. "Go now, dear Lily, and let the light of your heart guide you." As Lily ascended the steps, she felt the gentle embrace of the woods around her. The path home seemed brighter, the whispers of the forest more harmonious than ever before. By the time she reached the edge of the woods, the stars were beginning to twinkle in the evening sky, casting a gentle glow over the village. Lily's heart was full as she stepped onto the cobblestone streets, her mind alive with the tales she had witnessed. She knew that her journey had only just begun, and that the Whispering Woods would always be a part of her, guiding her with its timeless wisdom. In the days and weeks that followed, Lily shared the stories of the forest with her friends and neighbors. She spoke of the strength found in friendship, the courage to face the unknown, and the beauty of life's interconnected tapestry. Her words inspired those around her, planting seeds of kindness and understanding that blossomed into a stronger, more compassionate community. As the seasons passed, the Whispering Woods continued to stand as a silent guardian over the village, its secrets shared with those who dared to listen. And Lily, with her heart full of wonder and wisdom, knew that the magic of the forest would forever be a part of her story. And so, Beneath the watchful gaze of the ancient trees and the twinkling stars above, the whispering woods and its tales lived on, a testament to the power of friendship, courage, and the ever-turning wheel of life. In a quaint village nestled between rolling emerald hills and a whispering silver stream, there existed a small, unassuming shop known to the villagers simply as the Curious Corner. This shop, with its ivy-clad walls and a wooden sign swaying gently in the breeze, was a treasure trove of trinkets and baubles that seemed to hold a timeless charm. One crisp autumn afternoon, as the golden sun began to dip beyond the horizon, casting a warm glow over the cobblestone paths, a young girl named Clara wandered into the Curious Corner. Clara was known for her inquisitive nature, a girl whose eyes sparkled with the fire of discovery, and whose heart was filled with dreams yet to be dreamt. As Clara meandered through the shop, her fingers lightly brushed against dusty tomes and polished stones, until she came upon a peculiar item that caught her eye, a small, seemingly ordinary teapot with a delicate floral pattern. It was nestled on a high shelf, partially hidden by a cascade of silk scarves. Intrigued, Clara reached up and carefully lifted the teapot down, feeling a strange warmth emanate from it. The shopkeeper, an elderly woman with kind eyes and a voice as soothing as a lullaby, noticed Clara's interest. "Ah, the teapot of whispers," she said with a gentle smile. "It is said to hold the secrets of the heart for those who choose to listen." With a nod of encouragement from the shopkeeper, Clara decided to take the teapot home, her curiosity piqued. That evening, as the moonlight bathed her room in a silvery glow, Clara sat by her window with the teapot cradled in her lap. She could hear the soft rustling of leaves outside, the world slowly settling into the tranquility of night. As she traced the teapot's intricate patterns, a soft voice began to whisper from within. "Tell me, young one, what is it that you seek?" the voice murmured, as gentle as the breeze. Startled yet enchanted, Clara whispered back, "I wish to understand the true magic in the world, to see beyond the ordinary." The teapot seemed to hum in response, and from its spout, a tendril of mist unfurled, forming the image of a winding path through an enchanted forest. "Then a journey you must take," the whisper continued, "and along the way you shall find what you seek." With a newfound sense of purpose, Clara embarked on her journey the very next day. She set out into the forest, where the air was crisp and carried the scent of pine and earth. The trees stood tall, their leaves rustling like a symphony composed by the wind. As Clara ventured deeper, she encountered her first helper, a wise old owl perched upon a gnarled branch. The owl's feathers were a soft blend of browns and whites, and its eyes gleamed with ancient wisdom. "To find magic," the owl hooted softly, "one must first find the magic within. Look not just with your eyes, but with your heart." Clara thanked the owl, its words resonating with her, and continued on her path. The forest soon opened into a meadow where wildflowers danced in the gentle breeze, their colors vivid under the sun's embrace. Here she met a playful squirrel with a bushy tail and a mischievous twinkle in its eye. The squirrel bounded over to Clara, offering her a nut as a gift. "Remember," it chattered, "sometimes the smallest acts of kindness can reveal the greatest magic." Clara accepted the gift with gratitude, her heart warmed by the squirrel's generosity. She pressed onward, her spirit buoyed by the encounters she'd had. As dusk began to settle once more, Clara reached the edge of a serene lake, its surface smooth as glass and reflecting the twinkling stars above. She paused to rest, her reflection gazing back at her with a soft serenity. In that moment of stillness, the teapot whispered again, its voice a gentle caress. "You have seen what is to be seen, and felt what is to be felt. Now, share your newfound understanding with the world." Clara realized that her journey had indeed uncovered the magic she sought, not in fantastical spells or grand spectacles, but in the wisdom of nature, the kindness of strangers, and the quiet strength within her own heart. With a heart full of gratitude and wonder, Clara returned to her village. She shared her experiences with the villagers, her words imbued with the gentle magic she had discovered. And though the teapot remained a silent companion on her shelf, it had given her the gift of seeing the world through a lens of enchantment and peace. And so, Clara's days were filled with quiet joy, her nights with dreams as soft as the whispering winds. The village thrived in the warmth of her kindness, and the curious corner continued to offer secrets to those who dared to seek them. In the end, the teapot had been right all along. The true magic lay in the journey, in the heart, and in the gentle acts that bind a community together. And as Clara nestled into her bed each night, she knew she was exactly where she was meant to be, at peace with the ordinary, which was, after all, extraordinary in its own right. In a cozy cottage tucked away in a woodland glade, there lived a young rabbit named Hazel. She had always been content hopping amongst the ferns and wildflowers, her soft brown fur blending seamlessly with the earthy surroundings. Yet, deep within her heart, a flicker of curiosity burned, a yearning for something more. One dewy morning, as Hazel nibbled on a crisp dandelion leaf, a glimmering light caught her eye. She followed the ethereal glow to a clearing where a magnificent butterfly floated before her. Its wings were a kaleidoscope of vibrant hues, shimmering with an otherworldly radiance. "Greetings, young Hazel," the butterfly spoke in a melodious voice. "I am Zephyr, a guardian of transformation." Hazel's eyes widened in wonder. "A talking butterfly? This must be a dream." Zephyr fluttered closer, trailing stardust in her wake. "Dreams are the seeds of change, my dear. You have a great journey ahead, one that will test your courage and reshape your very being." Uncertainty flickered across Hazel's features. Change was a daunting concept, and she had always found solace in the familiar. "But I'm just a simple rabbit," she protested. "What journey could possibly await me?" With a warm chuckle, Zephyr replied, "The most wondrous transformations often begin with the smallest of seeds. Look within, and you will find a spark waiting to be fanned into a brilliant flame." Before Hazel could respond, a rustling came from the undergrowth, and two of her dearest friends emerged, Oakley the wise old oak tree, and Flutter the hummingbird. "Do not fear, little one," Oakley rumbled, his bark rough yet comforting. "We will be with you every step of the way." Flutter zipped excitedly around Hazel's head. "Oh, this is going to be such an adventure. You'll see. It will be simply dazzling." Reassured by her friend's presence, Hazel turned to Zephyr. "What must I do?" The butterfly's wings shimmered with magic. "Seek the enchanted grove, where the veil between worlds grows thin. There, you will undergo a transformation that will reveal your true self." With a deep breath, Hazel nodded. Though apprehensive, she knew this was a journey she must embark upon. And so, with Oakley and Flutter by her side, Hazel set off into the unknown, her paws treading paths she had never dared explore before. The forest seemed to come alive with each step, whispering secrets in the gentle whispers of the wind. After many twists and turns, they arrived at the Enchanted Grove, a vibrant meadow where moonbeams danced across a shimmering stream. Hazel gazed in awe at the ethereal beauty surrounding her. Suddenly, a warm glow emanated from within her, and she felt her body beginning to shift and change. Her fur transformed into downy feathers of the richest brown, and her paws melded into delicate wings. Oakley and Flutter watched in wonderment as their friend emerged from her cocoon, reborn as a magnificent owl. Hazel stretched her wings, reveling in her newfound form, and took to the skies with a joyous hoot. As she soared above the treetops, bathed in the soft moonlight, Hazel realized that the spark Zephyr had spoken of was her own inner strength and resilience. The journey had been one of self-discovery, revealing the beauty and grace that had been within her all along. With a grateful heart, Hazel descended to her friends, her eyes shining with wisdom. "Thank you," she said, her voice now a gentle coo. "Without your guidance and unwavering support, I may never have found the courage to spread my wings." Oakley and Flutter beamed with pride, for they knew that their friend had blossomed into her truest, most radiant self. From that day forth, Hazel took to the night skies, her keen eyes ever watchful for those in need of guidance. And whenever a fellow creature felt lost or uncertain, she would share the lessons she had learned. That change, though daunting, can be an opportunity for growth and transformation, and that true beauty lies not in physical form, but in the courage to embrace one's authentic self. In a hidden glen of the ancient forest, where towering trees stood like sentinels and gentle streams whispered their timeless songs, the creatures of the woodland lived in a delicate balance. Among the tall oaks and whispering willows, a tapestry of life thrived, woven together by the seasons and the gentle hands of time. Here the air was crisp with the scent of pine and earth, and the sun filtered softly through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor. In this magical place, where the line between reality and enchantment blurred like the morning mist, lived a wise old tortoise named Bertram. Bertram was known throughout the forest for his gentle nature and profound wisdom, passed down from generation to generation. His shell, a mosaic of greens and browns, was like a living map of the forest, etched with the stories of ages past. One golden morning, as the first rays of sunlight kissed the dew-laden leaves, Bertram awoke to a soft rustling nearby. Peeking out from beneath a cluster of ferns was a young squirrel named Pippa, her fur a vibrant russet that matched the autumn leaves. Pippa was curious and spirited, always eager to learn from the world around her. "Good morning, Bertram," Pippa chirped, her eyes bright with wonder. "I heard the wind singing a different tune last night. Do you know what it means?" Bertram smiled, his eyes twinkling with the reflections of the forest. "Ah, Pippa, the wind carries the wisdom of the seasons," he replied in his soothing, gravelly voice. "When it whispers, it tells of changes to come, of balance and harmony that must be maintained." Intrigued, Pippa settled beside Bertram, her fluffy tail curling around her paws. "Tell me more," she urged, eager to soak in the knowledge like sunlight. "The forest is a living tapestry," Bertram began, "and each creature, each leaf, and each breeze plays its part. The wind you heard is the herald of winter, reminding us of the time to prepare, to gather, and to reflect." As Bertram spoke, the forest around them seemed to come alive with the essence of his words. The leaves rustled softly, adding their own gentle chorus to his tale. Pippa listened intently, her heart beating in rhythm with the world around her. "Long ago," Bertram continued, "there was a time when the balance of the forest was threatened. The river ran dry, and the trees wilted under an unrelenting sun. It was through the wisdom of the elders and the unity of the creatures that harmony was restored." Pippa's eyes widened in awe. "How did they do it?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. "They listened to the forest," Bertram replied, his voice like a warm embrace. "They learned to understand its needs and to care for it as it cared for them. The secret lies in the harmony of give and take, in nurturing the land that nurtures us." As the morning sun climbed higher, casting a gentle warmth over the glen, Pippa felt a deep sense of peace settling within her. She looked around, seeing the forest with new eyes, each tree and creature a vital part of the whole. Bertram watched her with a gentle smile, knowing that the seeds of wisdom had taken root. "Remember, little one," he said, "the forest is our home, and we are its guardians. With wisdom and kindness, we can preserve its magic for generations to come." With that, Pippa scampered up a nearby tree, her heart full of the promise of a new day. She would share Bertram's wisdom with her friends, ensuring the harmony of the forest would continue to thrive. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, the forest settled into a tranquil hush. The creatures nestled into their homes, wrapped in the comfort of Bertram's timeless tales. And so, in the quiet heart of the ancient forest, a gentle balance was maintained, woven together by the wisdom of the past and the promise of the future. The trees stood tall, the streams sang softly, and the wind carried with it the enduring harmony of a world at peace. The whispering wood and the lantern of Lumina. The sun had begun its descent beyond the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and gold. The village of Brambleton nestled comfortably in the valley, surrounded by rolling hills and the dense, ancient forest known as the Whispering Wood. It was a place of legend, where tales of magic and mystery were as old as the trees themselves. In the heart of the village, a small cottage exuded warmth and welcome. The aroma of freshly baked bread mingled with the scent of lavender from the garden, inviting all who passed by to linger a moment longer. Inside, by the flickering light of a crackling fireplace, sat a young girl named Lila. Her eyes sparkled with curiosity, a reflection of the adventurous soul that resided within her. Lila had always been drawn to the Whispering Wood, its secrets whispering to her through the rustle of leaves and the songs of birds. The villagers often spoke of a magical artifact hidden within its depths, the Lantern of Lumina. Legend had it that this lantern possessed the power to illuminate the truth, revealing hidden paths and unseen wonders. On this evening, as the fire danced and shadows played across the walls, Lila's grandmother, a wise and gentle soul, shared stories of the lantern. "It is said," she began, her voice a soothing melody, "that the lantern of Lumina was forged from the first light of dawn, capturing the essence of hope and truth. Many have sought it, yet few have ventured beyond the familiar trails." Lila leaned closer, captivated by the tale. "What does it look like, Grandmama?" she asked, her voice a mixture of awe and determination. "Ah, my dear," her grandmother replied, "it is said to be a simple lantern, yet when it is lit, its light is like no other, a soft, gentle glow that warms the heart and guides the lost." Lila's imagination soared, picturing the lantern's glow, illuminating the darkened paths of the whispering wood. As the fire crackled and the evening deepened, she made a quiet vow to herself. She would find the lantern of Lumina and discover its secrets. The following morning dawned crisp and clear, the air carrying the scent of pine and earth. Lila set out with a small satchel, filled with provisions and a map her grandmother had drawn, a map detailing what little was known of the forest's hidden trails. Her heart brimmed with excitement and a hint of apprehension. The path into the whispering wood was dappled with sunlight, the trees towering above like ancient guardians. As Lila ventured deeper, the forest began to hum with life. The chatter of squirrels, the distant call of a woodpecker, and the whisper of leaves created a symphony that accompanied her every step. As Lila walked, she marveled at the vibrant tapestry of the forest. The ground was carpeted with moss, soft and springy beneath her feet. Ferns unfurled their fronds in elegant spirals, and wildflowers added splashes of color to the verdant landscape. She paused to admire a particularly beautiful cluster of bluebells, their delicate fragrance filling the air. It was then that Lila noticed a small creature watching her, a fox with eyes as bright as amber. The fox tilted its head as if inviting her to follow. Intrigued, Lila stepped closer, and the fox turned, leading her off the well-trodden path and into the heart of the forest. The journey led Lila through winding trails and across babbling brooks, each step taking her deeper into the unknown. She followed the fox through sun-dappled glades and shadowed hollows, her senses alive with the magic of the forest. As they journeyed, Lila felt a connection with the whispering wood, as if the forest itself was guiding her. She paused to rest by a crystal-clear stream, its waters singing a gentle lullaby. The fox sat by her side, its presence comforting and familiar. "Thank you," Lila whispered, reaching out to gently stroke the fox's soft fur. The fox regarded her with a knowing gaze, as if understanding her every word. With renewed determination, Lila continued her journey, the fox ever by her side. The forest seemed to embrace her, its secrets whispering on the breeze. As the sun began its descent, casting long shadows across the forest floor, Lila felt a sense of anticipation building within her. It was then that she saw it, a soft, ethereal glow emanating from a clearing ahead. Her heart quickened as she approached, the fox leading the way. In the center of the clearing stood the lantern of Lumina, its gentle light casting a warm, inviting glow. Lila's breath caught in her throat as she reached out, her fingers brushing the cool metal of the lantern. The light within flickered and danced, illuminating the clearing with a soft, golden radiance. In that moment, Lila understood the true power of the lantern. It was not merely a guide through the forest, but a beacon of hope and truth. As she held the lantern, Lila felt a profound sense of peace and clarity. The forest around her seemed to come alive, its beauty and wonder revealed in the lantern's glow. She realized that the journey had changed her, opening her heart to the magic of the world and the wisdom within. With the lantern in hand, Lila made her way back through the forest, the fox at her side. Her journey had taught her the value of friendship and trust, and the importance of listening to the whispers of the world. As she emerged from the whispering wood, the village of Brambleton came into view, the lantern's light guiding her home. Lila's heart swelled with gratitude, knowing that she had discovered more than just a magical artifact. She had found a deeper connection to the world and a newfound sense of purpose. The villagers welcomed her return with open arms, their faces alight with curiosity and wonder. Lila shared her story, the lantern's gentle glow illuminating the hopes and dreams of all who gathered around. And so, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. As the night deepened and the stars twinkled above, Lila sat by the fireplace once more, the lantern's glow casting a warm, comforting light. She closed her eyes, listening to the whispers of the forest carried on the evening breeze, and drifted into a peaceful, contented sleep. The journey had come full circle, and with it, Leela had found her place within the timeless tapestry of the Whispering Wood. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. In the heart of the forest, the fox watched over the clearing, its eyes reflecting the lantern's glow. It knew that the Whispering Wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the tale of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina lived on, a testament to the enduring power of friendship, courage, and the magic that resides within us all. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the story whispered on the breeze, a lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of all who listened. In the quiet of the night, the lantern's light flickered gently, casting its glow across the village, a beacon of warmth and peace. Its story became a cherished memory, passed down through generations, a reminder that the magic of the world is always within reach for those who dare to seek it. And so, with the whisper of the wind and the glow of the lantern, the story of Lila and the Whispering Wood continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the Whispering Wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the Whispering Wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the Whispering Wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the Whispering Wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. the story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. the story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. the lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. the lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Leela and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whisper. In a quaint village nestled between the lush, rolling hills and a gentle stream that sang softly as it wound its way through the countryside, there lived a young woman named Linnea. Her home was a modest cottage, its roof adorned with moss and ivy, and its windows framed by cheerful boxes bursting with lavender and daisies. Linnea was known for her kind heart and gentle spirit, yet she was often troubled by the winds of change that seemed to blow ever stronger in her life. Each morning she would awaken to the sweet melody of birdsong, the air alive with the scent of dew-kissed grass and blooming wildflowers. But beneath this serene surface, Linnea felt an unease growing within her, like a vine creeping through her soul. She feared the unknown changes that loomed in the distance, much like the approaching autumn wind that rustled through the trees, turning their leaves to gold. Her life had been simple and predictable, revolving around the village and its gentle rhythms. She tended her garden, baked bread, and often helped her neighbors with their daily tasks. However, as the seasons turned, she felt a stirring within her, a yearning for something beyond what she knew, yet she was hesitant to embrace it, fearing what it might bring. One crisp, clear morning, as Linnea wandered through the village square, she noticed an unfamiliar figure setting up a colorful stall draped with vibrant silks and shimmering trinkets. This was Marisol, a traveling enchantress known for her wisdom and the magical wonders she carried in her caravan. Intrigued yet apprehensive, Linnea approached, her curiosity piqued by the mystical aura that surrounded Marisol. Marisol welcomed her with a warm smile, her eyes twinkling like stars. "Ah, dear Linnea," she said, her voice like a gentle breeze, "I see in you a heart that longs for growth and transformation, yet fears the journey it may require." Linnea nodded, her voice barely a whisper. "I feel something inside me changing, but I don't know what to do. How can I embrace what I don't understand?" With a knowing look, Marisol reached beneath her counter and retrieved a small, intricately carved box. "This," she said, presenting it to Linnea, "is a seed of transformation. Plant it under the full moon, and it will guide you on your path to discovery." Clutching the box to her chest, Linnea thanked Marisol and returned home, her heart alight with a mix of hope and uncertainty. That evening, as the silver moon hung like a lantern in the sky, she ventured into her garden, the cool earth soft beneath her feet. With a deep breath, she planted the seed, feeling a strange warmth spread through her fingers as she covered it with soil. In the days that followed, Linnea tended the spot with care, watering it with love and anticipation. Slowly, a delicate sprout emerged, its leaves unfurling like tiny green hands reaching for the sky. As it grew, Linnea found herself drawn into a world of wonder, for the plant was unlike any she had ever seen, its petals shimmering with colors that danced in the sunlight. With each passing day, Linnea noticed changes within herself, mirroring the plant's growth. She became more attuned to the whispers of the wind, the rustle of leaves, and the songs of the birds. Her heart, once heavy with doubt, began to lighten, filled with a newfound sense of purpose and connection to the world around her. The villagers, too, noticed the change in Linnea. Her eyes sparkled with a vitality that seemed to brighten even the cloudiest days. Encouraged by her transformation, they sought her advice, drawn to her warmth and wisdom. Linnea, in turn, found joy in sharing her journey, realizing that by helping others, she was also nurturing her own spirit. One afternoon, as she sat beneath the shade of an ancient oak, her friend Tomas joined her. Tomas was a gentle soul with a love for stories and a knack for seeing the world in hues of wonder. "Linnea," he said, his voice soft and thoughtful, "the changes in you are like the seasons, inevitable and beautiful. You've learned to dance with them, and that is the true magic." Linnea smiled, her heart swelling with gratitude. "The seed Marisol gave me was just the beginning," she replied. "It taught me that change is not something to fear, but to embrace. Every leaf that falls, every blossom that blooms, carries a lesson if we're willing to listen." As the seasons continued to turn, Linnea's garden flourished, a testament to her journey of growth and self-discovery. She had learned that change, like the gentle flow of the stream, could lead to new and wondrous places. Her fears had dissolved like morning mist, replaced by a deep-seated belief in the beauty of life's ever-unfolding path. And so, in the heart of the village where magic and wisdom mingled beneath the starlit sky, Linnea found her place. She had become a beacon of hope, reminding all those around her that the most profound transformations often begin with a single, daring step into the unknown. As the sun set over the hills, painting the sky with hues of lavender and rose, Linnea stood in her garden, surrounded by the soft hum of twilight. She whispered a silent thank you to Marisol and the seed that had set her on this path of discovery, for in the gentle embrace of nature and the kindness of others, she had found the courage to grow, to change, and to truly become herself. And so, dear reader, as you drift into the gentle embrace of sleep, remember that, like Linnea, you too can find magic in the changes life brings. For every challenge holds the promise of growth, and every ending is but the beginning of a new and wondrous journey. In the heart of the ancient verdant wood forest, where the trees whispered secrets older than time itself, lay a hidden world unknown to most. This forest thrived under the gentle guardianship of creatures both seen and unseen, each playing a role in the delicate balance of nature. The air was perpetually infused with the heady scent of moss and pine, and the gentle rustle of leaves in the breeze sounded like the forest's own quiet symphony. At the center of this lush wilderness was a particularly grand oak, known as the elder tree. Its vast branches stretched towards the sky, and its roots delved deep into the earth, connecting it to all the life surrounding it. This venerable tree was the heart of the forest, a living repository of wisdom and magic. It was said that the elder tree had witnessed the changing of countless seasons, each one leaving its mark in the rings of its trunk. As spring unfurled her emerald banners across the landscape, a gathering began beneath the oak's expansive canopy. This was a time of renewal and celebration, marking the beginning of another cycle of growth and abundance. Creatures of every kind convened here, the nimble-footed deer with their gentle eyes, the wise old owls with feathers as soft as the dusk, and the industrious squirrels, their fur a flash of russet among the greenery. Even the tiniest of beings, like the glittering dragonflies and the industrious ants, found their place in this circle of life. Among these creatures was a young fox named Rowan. With fur as bright as autumn leaves and eyes the color of amber, he was known for his curiosity and kindness. Rowan had grown up hearing the stories of the elder tree and the magic that pulsed throughout the forest, and he dreamed of understanding the mysteries that lay hidden within the woods. On this particular day, the air was alive with the scent of blooming wildflowers and the distant song of the river winding its way through the forest. Rowan found himself seated at the foot of the elder tree, listening intently to the stories being shared. The forest elders, wise creatures who had lived through many seasons, spoke of the importance of harmony and balance, of how every creature, no matter how small, contributed to the whole. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, casting a warm, golden light across the forest floor, an unexpected visitor arrived. It was Zephyr, a gentle spirit of the wind, who often roamed the skies and danced among the treetops. Zephyr's presence was as light as a whisper, and whenever he appeared, the leaves would shimmer and sway, as if greeting an old friend. "Rowan," Zephyr called softly, his voice barely more than a breeze, "come walk with me." Intrigued, Rowan rose to his paws and followed the wind spirit. They moved through the forest, Zephyr guiding him with a playful gust here, a gentle nudge there. The world around them seemed to come alive with vibrant colors and sounds, the call of a distant owl, the trickle of a nearby brook, the soft crunch of leaves underfoot. As they wandered deeper into the woods, Zephyr began to share stories of the seasons and the magic they carried. "Each season brings its own gifts," Zephyr explained. "Spring brings renewal and hope, summer warmth and abundance, autumn wisdom and reflection, and winter rest and resilience. The forest thrives because each season knows its place and purpose." Rowan listened intently, his heart swelling with understanding. He realized that just as the seasons worked together, so too did the creatures of the forest, each with their own role to play in maintaining the harmony of their home. Their journey led them to a clearing where the ground was carpeted with soft, fragrant moss and the sky above was a canvas of twinkling stars. Here Zephyr paused, allowing Rowan to take in the beauty of the world around him. "Remember this, young Rowan," Zephyr continued, his voice gentle and wise. "True strength lies not in power or force, but in understanding and cooperation. The forest flourishes because its inhabitants work together, respecting the balance of nature." Rowan nodded, feeling the truth of Zephyr's words resonate deep within him. He understood now that his own small acts of kindness and curiosity could contribute to the greater good of the forest. He felt a renewed sense of purpose, ready to play his part in this intricate dance of life. As Zephyr prepared to depart, he left Rowan with one final message. "Cherish the stories of the elders, for they are the threads that weave the tapestry of our world. Pass them on, and you will keep the magic of the forest alive for generations to come." With that, Zephyr took to the skies once more, a gentle breeze rustling through the treetops. Rowan watched him go, feeling a serene sense of peace settle over him. He knew that he was part of something much larger than himself, a timeless cycle of life and magic. Returning to the elder tree, Rowan rejoined the gathering of creatures, his heart full of newfound wisdom. As the stars twinkled above and the night wrapped the forest in its tranquil embrace, the stories continued to be shared, each one a testament to the enduring harmony of the natural world. And so, under the watchful gaze of the elder tree, the forest thrived, a sanctuary of life and wonder, where creatures great and small lived in balance with the seasons and with one another. Rowan, with his bright eyes and gentle heart, became a guardian of the forest's secrets, ensuring that the wisdom of the past would light the path for all who followed. In the quiet of the night, as the last embers of the day faded into darkness, a sense of comfort and resolution settled over the forest. It was a place where magic and reality entwined, a haven of peace and possibility, forever cradled in the arms of nature. Once upon a time, in the heart of a lush and vibrant forest, where the sunlight danced through the leaves like a million tiny fairies, there existed a quaint little village known as Whimsy Hollow. This village was unlike any other, for it was home to the most peculiar and endearing creatures you could ever imagine. Their houses were made from hollowed-out trees and mushroom caps, and the cobblestone streets shimmered with an iridescent glow, as if sprinkled with the dust of dreams. In this delightful village lived a fluffy, azure-blue creature named Tittlepot. Tittlepot was as round as a blueberry and just as sweet. His large, expressive eyes were always filled with wonder, and he had a tendency to bounce instead of walk, which made him immensely popular among the village children. Tittlepot's best friend was a tiny winged fox named Flicker. Flicker had fur that sparkled like golden sunlight and wings that resembled the delicate petals of a daffodil. Together they were inseparable, a duo known for their playful antics and their knack for finding adventure in the most unexpected places. One sunny morning, as the dew glistened on the leaves like diamonds, Tittlepot and Flicker were playing a game of hide-and-seek among the towering sunflowers. Suddenly, Flicker noticed something peculiar at the edge of the village. It was a shimmering, swirling portal, hovering just above the ground, emitting a soft, melodious hum that seemed to beckon them closer. "Tittlepot, look at this!" Flicker exclaimed, her wings fluttering with excitement. Tittlepot bounced over, his eyes wide with curiosity. "Oh, what a wondrous sight! Do you think it's safe?" Flicker tilted her head, her eyes twinkling mischievously. "There's only one way to find out." With hearts filled with both excitement and a touch of trepidation, they stepped through the portal. Instantly, they found themselves in a world that was both strange and beautiful. The sky was a soft lavender, and the sun hung low, casting a gentle golden glow over the landscape. Trees with trunks as white as milk and leaves like shimmering emeralds swayed gracefully in the breeze, and flowers with petals made of glass chimed melodiously as they passed by. The two friends wandered through this magical land, marveling at its wonders, until they stumbled upon a peculiar sight, a gigantic teapot made of porcelain perched atop a hill. Surrounding the teapot were dozens of teacups, each the size of a small house, arranged in a perfect circle. It was a teapot village. As they approached, they were greeted by the teapot keeper, a tall, slender creature with a teacup for a hat and a handle for an ear. "Welcome, travelers. I am Steeply, the keeper of this enchanted place. What brings you to our land?" Tittlepot and Flicker explained how they had found the portal and couldn't resist exploring what lay beyond. Steeply nodded knowingly. "Ah, the portal. It's been acting up lately, causing all sorts of magical mischief. You see, our village teapot has a slight problem. It seems to have lost its steam." "Lost its steam?" Flicker echoed, her eyes widening. "Indeed," Steeply sighed. "Without steam, our teapot cannot brew the magical tea that keeps our village vibrant and alive." Tittlepot and Flicker exchanged glances, their sense of adventure tingling at the thought of a new challenge. "How can we help?" Tittlepot asked eagerly. Steeply smiled warmly. "You have kind hearts, my friends. To restore the steam, we must find the source of the magical spring that feeds the teapot. It lies deep within the Forest of Whispers, guarded by the wise old owl, Professor Hoot." With a mission in mind, Tittlepot and Flicker set off towards the Forest of Whispers. The path was lined with trees that leaned in close, their leaves whispering secrets of the forest to one another. Every now and then, the pair would catch snippets of these whispered tales, stories of long-lost treasures and forgotten spells. As they ventured deeper, the forest grew darker, but instead of fear, they felt a sense of calm, as if the forest were welcoming them into its heart. Finally, they reached a clearing bathed in soft moonlight, where sat Professor Hoot, perched on a branch, his feathers as white as the moon itself. "Ah, visitors!" Professor Hoot hooted, his voice deep and soothing. "What brings you to my domain?" Tittlepot explained their quest to restore the steam to the village teapot. Professor Hoot listened intently, nodding his head in understanding. "To find the magical spring, one must solve the riddle of the forest," he said cryptically, his eyes twinkling with wisdom. "What is the riddle?" Flicker asked eagerly. Professor Hoot spread his wings wide, as if to embrace the whole forest. "I am not seen, but I am there. I can be full, yet remain bare. I am a friend to those who play, and yet I vanish with the day." Tittlepot and Flicker pondered the riddle, their minds working in tandem. Tittlepot's eyes suddenly lit up with realization. "Could it be a shadow?" he asked breathlessly. Professor Hoot hooted with delight. Precisely. You are indeed wise, young one. Follow the shadows, and they will lead you to the spring. With renewed determination, Tittlepot and Flicker followed the shifting shadows cast by the moonlight until they came upon a hidden glade. There, bubbling from beneath a ring of luminescent stones, was the magical spring. Its waters shimmered with a brilliant azure light, and the moment they touched the surface, the forest seemed to come alive with color and sound. Carefully, they filled a small flask with the spring water and hurried back to the Teapot village. Steeply was overjoyed to see them return, and together they poured the water into the village teapot. Instantly, the teapot began to rumble and shake, and a gentle plume of steam rose from its spout, filling the air with the sweet, fragrant aroma of magical tea. The villagers cheered, and to show their gratitude, they organized a grand tea party in honor of Tittlepot and Flicker. The tables were laden with cakes and pastries, and the air was filled with laughter and music. Flicker and Tittlepot danced and played until the stars twinkled overhead, their hearts full of joy and friendship. As the night drew to a close, Steeply presented them with a small, shimmering key. "This is the key to the portal," he explained. "Whenever you wish to return to our world, simply hold it in your heart, and it will guide you." Tittlepot and Flicker thanked Steeply and the villagers, promising to visit again. With hearts full of adventure and friendship, they stepped back through the portal, returning to their beloved Whimsy Hollow. And so, under the gentle glow of the moon, Tittlepot and Flicker drifted off to sleep, dreaming of new adventures and the magical world that awaited them just beyond the portal, where every day was filled with whimsy, wonder, and the joy of friendship. In the heart of the ancient forest, where the trees whispered secrets older than time itself, there lay a hidden glen cloaked in perpetual twilight. Here, the canopy of lush emerald leaves allowed only the gentlest dapples of golden sunlight to kiss the forest floor, illuminating the soft carpet of moss and the delicate ferns that danced with the slightest breeze. The air was filled with the earthy aroma of damp wood and the sweet perfume of wildflowers, creating a symphony of scents that wrapped around the senses like a comforting embrace. In this enchanted realm, the creatures of the forest lived lives intertwined with the rhythms of nature, each playing its part in the delicate balance of their world. Among them was a wise old turtle named Bramble, whose shell was etched with the patterns of 100 seasons. Bramble was revered among the forest dwellers for his deep understanding of the natural world and his gentle, patient counsel. Bramble's closest companions were a sprightly squirrel named Pippin and a graceful deer called Lyra. Pippin, with her fur the color of autumn leaves, was full of boundless energy and curiosity, always eager to explore every nook and cranny of their woodland home. Lyra, on the other hand, moved with the serene grace of a river flowing through a quiet valley, her eyes as deep and calm as a forest pool. One crisp morning, as the first hints of autumn painted the leaves in shades of amber and crimson, Bramble gathered his friends beneath an ancient oak. Its branches stretched wide and strong, offering shelter and wisdom from the ages past. "The time has come," Bramble began, his voice as steady and soothing as the rustle of leaves in the wind, "for us to prepare for the changing of the seasons. We must ensure that the balance of our forest is maintained." Pippin's eyes sparkled with anticipation. "What must we do, Bramble?" she chirped, her tail flicking with excitement. Bramble smiled, his eyes crinkling at the corners. "Each season brings its own magic and challenges. Autumn is a time of harvest and preparation. We must gather the bounty of the forest and ensure that all creatures have what they need to sustain them through the winter." Lyra nodded thoughtfully, her ears twitching as she listened to the gentle hum of the forest around them. "And how do we maintain the balance, Bramble?" The wise turtle looked out across the glen, where sunlight danced through the leaves, casting intricate patterns on the ground. "We must work together, each of us using our strengths to support one another. Pippin, your nimble paws can gather the acorns and berries that will feed many. Lyra, your keen senses will guide us to the hidden caches of food and safe havens for the colder months." With their roles clear, the friends set about their tasks, moving through the forest with a sense of purpose and unity. Pippin scampered up and down the trees, her cheeks full of acorns as she chattered happily to herself. Lyra glided silently through the underbrush, her hooves barely making a sound on the soft earth as she searched for hidden treasures among the leaves. As they worked, the forest seemed to come alive around them. Birds sang sweet melodies that echoed through the trees, and the gentle rustle of leaves created a peaceful harmony with the bubbling of a nearby brook. It was as if the forest itself was lending its magic to their endeavors, guiding them with unseen hands. Days passed in a blur of golden light and rustling leaves, each one bringing them closer to the heart of autumn. The forest glen transformed into a vibrant tapestry of color and life, a testament to the creature's dedication and the power of harmony. Yet as they toiled, a gentle reminder of the forest's wisdom came to them through the subtle signs of nature. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of pink and lavender, Bramble called his friends to him once more. The air was cool and crisp, carrying the faint scent of wood smoke and fallen leaves. "There is something more we must consider," he said, his voice soft but firm. "The changing seasons are not just a time for gathering and preparing, but also for reflection and understanding." Pippin tilted her head, her eyes wide with curiosity. "What do you mean, Bramble?" The wise turtle gestured with a gentle nod toward the horizon, where the first stars began to twinkle in the fading light. "Nature teaches us in whispers and signs. We must learn to listen, to understand the lessons she offers. Balance is not just about physical preparation, but also about harmony within ourselves and with each other." Lyra pondered this, her gaze thoughtful. "How do we learn to listen, Bramble?" With a knowing smile, Bramble replied, "By being present, by observing the world around us with our hearts as well as our eyes. The forest speaks to those who are willing to hear its song." And so, as the seasons continued their dance, the companions embraced this new wisdom. They spent their days not only gathering and preparing, but also pausing to appreciate the beauty and magic of their forest home. They watched as the leaves fell in a gentle cascade of color, listened to the songs of the wind through the trees, and felt the cool touch of the earth beneath their feet. In time, they came to understand that true balance was found in the harmony of all things. Each creature, each leaf, each breath of wind was part of a greater whole, a tapestry woven by the hands of time and nature. Through their efforts and understanding, they ensured that the forest thrived, not just for themselves, but for generations to come. As winter's chill began to creep into the air, the glen lay blanketed in a soft quilt of fallen leaves, the forest at peace in its slumber. Bramble, Pippin, and Lyra gathered once more beneath the ancient oak, their hearts filled with the warmth of friendship and the wisdom they had gained. "Thank you, Bramble," Pippin said, her voice a soft whisper in the twilight, "for teaching us to see the magic in our world." Lyra nodded, her eyes reflecting the soft glow of the setting sun, and for showing us that we are part of something much greater than ourselves. The old turtle smiled, his gaze tender as he looked upon his dear friends. "It is you who have taught me," he replied gently. "For in your companionship and kindness, I have found the truest form of harmony." And so, as the stars filled the night sky with their silvery light, the forest glen lay wrapped in a peaceful silence, a testament to the enduring power of wisdom, friendship, and the gentle balance of nature. The creatures of the forest slept soundly, their dreams filled with the promise of spring and the eternal cycle of life, knowing that within their hearts lay the magic of the seasons and the whispers of the ancient trees, the whispering woods and the lantern of truth. Once upon a time, nestled in the heart of the lush and rolling hills of Oakshire, lay a small, quaint village known as Willowbrook. This village was surrounded by an ancient forest, known to all as the Whispering Woods. The woods were a place of mystery and enchantment, where the trees seemed to murmur secrets to the wind, and the leaves danced in the gentle breeze like 1,000 tiny fairies. In Willowbrook, there lived a young girl named Anwen. With her auburn hair and bright green eyes, she resembled the very woods she loved to wander. Anwen was known for her kind heart and boundless curiosity. She often spent her days exploring the edges of the forest, collecting wildflowers and listening to the gentle symphony of nature. One crisp autumn morning, as the sun painted the sky with strokes of gold and crimson, Anwen set out on a journey deeper into the whispering woods than she had ever ventured before. She had heard tales of a hidden world within the forest, a place where magic thrived and the ordinary transformed into the extraordinary. As Anwen walked, the soft crunch of fallen leaves under her feet echoed through the woods. The air was cool and fresh, carrying the earthy scent of moss and the sweetness of ripened berries. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting playful shadows that danced around her like old friends. After wandering for what seemed like hours, Anwen stumbled upon a clearing she had never seen. In the center stood a magnificent tree, its trunk wide and gnarled, its branches stretching towards the heavens like the arms of a gentle giant. This tree was unlike any other. Its bark shimmered with a silvery hue, and its leaves glowed with an emerald light. As she approached, Anwen noticed something unusual at the base of the tree, a small, ornate lantern, crafted from bronze and adorned with intricate carvings of stars and moons. The lantern emitted a soft, warm glow, as if harboring a tiny piece of the sun within its confines. Curious, Anwen reached out and touched the lantern. Instantly, she felt a surge of warmth spread through her fingertips and into her heart. The forest around her seemed to hold its breath, as if waiting for something wondrous to unfold. In that moment, the lantern spoke, its voice as gentle as a whisper, yet as profound as a distant echo. "Anwen," it said, "you have found the lantern of truth. With it comes the power to see into the hearts of others and unveil the truths hidden within their souls. But tread carefully, for truth can be both a blessing and a burden." Anwen, though taken aback, was not afraid. She felt a sense of purpose and a quiet determination growing within her. She knew that with great power came great responsibility, and she vowed to use the lantern's gift wisely. As Anwen journeyed back to Willowbrook, the woods seemed to come alive with a newfound energy. Birds sang with greater fervor, and the wind rustled the leaves in a melodious chorus. Anwen felt as if she were part of a grander story, one that was just beginning to unfold. In the days that followed, Anwen learned to wield the lantern of truth with care and compassion. She discovered that truth had the power to heal, to mend broken relationships, and to bring understanding where there was once confusion. With each revelation, Anwen's heart swelled with empathy and wisdom. But as time went on, Anwen also learned that truth could be painful. It could reveal hidden wounds and unearth memories long buried. She realized that not everyone was ready to embrace the truths the lantern unveiled, and she had to learn the delicate art of patience and timing. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the village was bathed in the soft glow of twilight, Anwen found herself by the village pond. The water was as smooth as glass, reflecting the myriad stars that began to pepper the sky. As she sat there, the lantern of truth by her side, Anwen noticed a figure approaching. It was Rowan, a boy from the village who was known for his quiet demeanor and gentle nature. Rowan and Anwen often shared stories by the pond, their friendship blossoming like the wildflowers that grew along its banks. Tonight, however, Rowan seemed troubled. His brow was furrowed, and his usually bright eyes were clouded with worry. Anwen sensed that something weighed heavily on his heart. "Rowan," she said softly, "what troubles you so?" Rowan hesitated, his gaze fixed on the rippling water. "Anwen," he began, his voice barely a whisper, "there are things I have kept hidden, things I fear might change the way you see me." Anwen reached for the lantern, its comforting glow casting a gentle light between them. "Rowan, the truth is like the stars in the night sky. It is always there, even when hidden behind clouds. Trust that it will guide us, just as it guides the travelers who follow its light." With a deep breath, Rowan spoke of his fears and insecurities, the burdens he had carried in silence. As he spoke, the lantern's light seemed to envelop them both, wrapping them in a cocoon of warmth and understanding. In that moment, Anwen realized that the lantern's true power lay not in revealing truth, but in creating a space where truth could be shared without fear. It was a power that fostered connection, empathy, and healing. As the night wore on, Anwen and Rowan talked until the stars began to fade and the first light of dawn kissed the horizon. They spoke of dreams and fears, of hopes and past regrets, their hearts growing lighter with each word shared. From that day forward, Anwen used the lantern of truth not as a tool, but as a bridge, connecting hearts, mending rifts, and fostering friendships that transcended the boundaries of expectation. The villagers came to see the lantern not as a relic of power, but as a beacon of hope and understanding. As the seasons turned and the years passed, Anwen's story became legend in Willowbrook. The Whispering Woods continued to hold their secrets, the leaves dancing to the wind's eternal song. And in the heart of the forest, the ancient tree stood as a reminder of the magic that lay within, and the truth that could transform the world. And so, as the fireside crackles and the shadows lengthen, we find ourselves at the end of our tale. But remember, dear listener, that truth is not just a lantern to be found in enchanted woods. It is a light within us all, waiting to illuminate the paths we walk and the stories we share. With a gentle sigh, the tale comes to a close, leaving behind the warmth of friendship and the glow of understanding. Sleep now, with dreams as bright and boundless as the stars that guide us home. Once upon a time, nestled between lush, rolling hills and the whispering babble of a crystal-clear brook, lay the quaint village of Meadowdown. This little village was known for its charming cobblestone streets, the scent of sweet lavender drifting from cottage gardens, and the gentle chime of bells from the old stone chapel at the village square. But beyond the common sights and sounds, Meadowdown held a secret known only to those who had the heart to discover it. In a small, ivy-clad cottage at the edge of the village lived a young girl named Clara. Clara was a kind-hearted soul, with hair the color of ripe chestnuts and eyes that sparkled like dew-kissed leaves. She was known throughout the village for her gentle nature and unwavering curiosity. Her days were filled with helping her neighbors, tending her garden, and dreaming of adventures beyond the horizon. One crisp autumn morning, as Clara wandered through the golden-hued forest that bordered Meadowdown, she stumbled upon an object unlike any she had seen before. It was a delicate, silver key, its surface intricately etched with swirling patterns that glinted in the dappled sunlight. Intrigued, Clara picked up the key, feeling a gentle warmth spread through her fingers as she held it. As she examined the key, a soft voice broke the gentle rustling of the leaves. "Ah, you have found it," the voice said, seemingly coming from nowhere and everywhere at once. Startled, Clara looked around until her eyes fell upon a small rabbit with fur as white as freshly fallen snow and eyes as blue as the summer sky. This was no ordinary rabbit, for it wore a tiny emerald-green waistcoat and a pair of spectacles perched upon its twitching nose. "Who are you?" Clara asked, her voice filled with wonder rather than fear. "My name is Thistle," the rabbit replied, adjusting his spectacles with a practiced paw. "I am the guardian of the Whispering Woods, and it seems you have found the Key of Whispers." Clara looked at the key in her hand, now understanding its significance. "What does the key unlock?" she asked, her curiosity piqued. Thistle hopped closer, his whiskers twitching with excitement. "The key unlocks the Door of Secrets, a magical portal that reveals the hidden wonders of the forest. But beware, only those with a pure heart and a wise mind can truly benefit from its magic." With Thistle guiding her, Clara embarked on a journey deeper into the forest. The path was lined with towering trees whose branches formed a canopy of vibrant reds and oranges, and the air was filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves. As they walked, Thistle shared stories of the forest's hidden magic, of creatures that sang to the moon and flowers that bloomed only under starlight. Their journey was not without challenges. At one point, they came upon a wide, rushing stream, its waters too deep and swift to cross easily. Clara paused, thinking deeply. Instead of attempting to force her way across, she noticed the pattern of stepping stones hidden just beneath the surface, revealed only to those who took the time to truly observe. With careful steps, Clara and Thistle made their way across the stream, their trust in each other growing with every challenge they faced. Along the way, they encountered other forest inhabitants who offered their unique wisdom. There was Luna, the wise old owl with feathers like moonlit shadows, who taught Clara the importance of patience and listening to the world around her. And there was Fern, the playful squirrel with a tail like a plume, who showed Clara the joy of laughter and the beauty of small, everyday wonders. Finally, after a journey filled with learning and laughter, they reached the Door of Secrets. It stood nestled between two ancient oak trees, its surface shimmering with a light all its own. Clara hesitated for a moment, feeling the weight of the key in her hand before turning to Thistle. "Are you ready?" he asked, his eyes twinkling with encouragement. Taking a deep breath, Clara nodded and inserted the key into the lock. As she turned it, the door swung open with a gentle creak, revealing a world of breathtaking beauty. A world where the trees whispered secrets of the ages, and the air was filled with a melody only the heart could hear. Clara stepped through, feeling a sense of peace and belonging wash over her. She had embarked on this journey with a heart full of curiosity and returned with a heart full of wisdom and wonder. She realized that the true magic of the key was not in the wonders it revealed, but in the journey itself and the friendships she had forged along the way. As the sun began to set, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, Clara and Thistle made their way back to Meadowdown. The village welcomed them with open arms, its lights twinkling like stars in the gathering dusk. Clara placed the key in a special place in her garden, knowing its magic would always be there, ready to guide those who were willing to listen and learn. And every evening, as the village settled into the comforting embrace of night, Clara would share stories of her adventures, her voice a gentle melody that lulled the village to sleep. And so in the heart of Meadowdown, where ordinary objects held extraordinary secrets, Clara's story of discovery and wonder was whispered from generation to generation, a reminder that the true magic of life lies not in the destination, but in the journey itself. Once, in the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between whispering woods and meandering streams, there lived a young girl named Lila. Her spirit was as bright as the morning sun, and her curiosity as deep as the night sky. Lila lived with her grandmother, Esme, in a cozy cottage at the edge of the village. Their home was filled with the warmth of laughter and the scent of fresh herbs drying by the fireplace. One crisp autumn morning, as leaves painted the ground in shades of amber and gold, Lila set off to explore the woodland paths she'd wandered since she was a tiny child. The forest, with its towering oaks and singing bird life, was a world of secrets and whispers, where every rustle of leaves suggested a hidden tale. While meandering through the familiar trails, Lila stumbled upon a small, peculiar object, partially buried beneath a tangle of roots. It was a thimble, seemingly ordinary, yet it shimmered in the dappled sunlight with a gentle, iridescent glow. Intrigued, she slipped it onto her finger, and at that very moment, a soft, melodious chime filled the air, as if the forest itself was humming a welcoming tune. Unbeknownst to Lila, this was no ordinary thimble. It held a secret, the ability to reveal the true nature of things. As she wandered deeper into the woods, she noticed subtle changes around her. Leaves sparkled with a gloss of hidden patterns, and stones beneath her feet whispered stories of ancient times. Every creature she encountered seemed to gaze at her with knowing eyes, as if acknowledging her newfound gift. Curious and a little overwhelmed, Lila returned to her grandmother, seeking guidance. Esme, with wisdom etched into her gentle smile, listened intently. "Ah, my dear," she said, "you found the thimble of truth. It chooses its bearer and unveils the unseen. But remember, with great insight comes great responsibility." Emboldened by her grandmother's words, Lila decided to explore her village through the lens of her magical thimble. She soon discovered that the baker's cat, often seen lounging lazily by the window, was actually a guardian of the village's dreams, protecting them from nightmares. The ancient oak in the village square was a keeper of time, its roots entwined with memories of generations past. But it was not long before Lila faced a challenge that would test her wisdom. The village had long suffered from a mysterious ailment affecting the crops, causing them to wither before the harvest. The villagers, though kind and hard-working, were at a loss, and fear of famine loomed. Determined to help, Lila ventured to the heart of the forest, accompanied by her two closest friends. Oliver, a mischievous squirrel with a heart of gold, and Tamsin, a wise old turtle who had seen more seasons than anyone could count. Oliver, with his nimble paws, would dart about, gathering clues, while Tamsin, with her steady pace and thoughtful nature, provided counsel. As they journeyed deeper, the forest grew denser. Shadows stretched long, and the air was thick with the scent of pine and earth. Lila felt the thimble warm upon her finger, guiding her steps to a hidden glen bathed in silvery moonlight. In the center stood an ancient willow, its branches drooping low, whispering secrets in the night breeze. Lila approached, feeling a pull in her heart. She placed her hand upon the willow's gnarled trunk, and the thimble vibrated with a gentle hum. Suddenly, images flooded her mind, of the village, of the crops struggling under a strange, unseen weight. And then, she saw it, the source of the ailment. A tangled web of forgotten promises and neglected kindnesses, woven over years, had settled like a shadow over the fields. Understanding dawned upon Lila. The solution was not in force or confrontation, but in healing the bonds between people, in nurturing the goodwill that once flourished. She shared her vision with Oliver and Tamsin, who nodded in agreement, their eyes shining with shared purpose. Returning to the village, Lila and her companions gathered the villagers. With gentle words, she spoke of the need to rekindle the connections between them, to share their hopes and dreams, to support one another with open hearts. The villagers, inspired by Lila's wisdom and the sincerity in her voice, came together. They shared meals, exchanged stories, and worked the fields as one community. Slowly the shadow lifted, and the fields began to thrive once more, vibrant and abundant. As the harvest festival approached, the village was filled with joy and gratitude. Lila, with her magical thimble, had not only revealed the truth, but had also reminded them of the power of unity and kindness. That night, under a sky dusted with stars, Lila sat with her grandmother by the crackling fire. The thimble, nestled in her palm, glowed softly, a testament to her journey and the wisdom she had gained. Esme, with a proud smile, whispered, "You have done well, my dear. You have seen with your heart and healed with your spirit." And so the village of Willowbrook thrived, its fields lush, its people united. Lila, the girl with the thimble, continued to explore the wonders of her world, guided by the truth and bound by the love of her community. And as she drifted into dreams, the forest sang its lullaby, a gentle reminder of the magic that lay in every corner of life, waiting to be discovered. In the serene village of Willow Grove, nestled amidst rolling green hills and surrounded by whispering woods, lived a gentle soul named Lyra. Lyra was known for her caring heart and love for nature, yet she often felt a whisper of unease deep within her, a longing for something she couldn't quite name. This feeling was like a tiny pebble in her shoe, persistent and urging her to change, though she feared the unknown. Lyra lived in a quaint, ivy-covered cottage at the edge of the forest. Her days were filled with the simple joys of tending her vibrant garden and listening to the melodies of the wind as it danced through the leaves. The villagers adored her for her kindness and often sought her wisdom, but Lyra secretly wondered if she was missing out on a greater adventure. One crisp autumn morning, as the golden sunlight poured through the canopy of trees, Lyra decided to wander deeper into the forest than ever before. She followed the path as it wound like a playful ribbon through the woods, the air rich with the scent of pine and earth. It was there she met a creature unlike any she had ever seen, a small, shimmering dragon named Finn. Finn was a curious and cheerful dragon, his scales glistening with a spectrum of colors that shifted and changed like the sky at sunset. He had been watching Lyra for a while, drawn to her gentle spirit and sensing her inner turmoil. With a voice as soft as a summer breeze, he greeted her. "Greetings, dear Lyra. I am Finn, a guardian of these woods. I sense you are seeking something, perhaps even without knowing what it is." At first, Lyra was startled by the dragon's presence, but his warm eyes and gentle demeanor quickly set her at ease. "I don't know," she admitted, her voice barely louder than a whisper. "I feel as though there's something more I should be doing, something I should become, but I don't know what it is." Finn nodded knowingly. Change can be daunting, but it is through change that we grow. Perhaps a journey of discovery is what you need. And with those words, Finn promised to accompany Lyra on a magical journey, one where she would learn not only about the world, but also about herself. Their journey began that very day. Finn led Lyra through hidden paths and enchanted glens, where the sunlight filtered through the leaves like golden rain. They visited the ancient oak with a trunk wide enough to hold secrets 1,000 years old, where Finn introduced her to the wise owls who nested there. The owls shared stories of the forest's history, tales of resilience and change, teaching Lyra the importance of embracing the unknown. as days turned into weeks, Lyra found herself growing more comfortable with the idea of change. Each new experience was like a brushstroke on the canvas of her life, adding depth and color. She learned from the playful brook that danced over stones, whispering secrets of adaptation and flow. She marveled at the caterpillars transforming into butterflies, their delicate wings a testament to the beauty of transformation. Throughout their travels, Lyra was never alone. Finn was a constant companion, always there to offer encouragement and wisdom. He taught her to see the magic in everyday moments, from the way the stars twinkled like diamonds in the night sky to the way the morning dew coated the world in a shimmering veil. One day, as they rested by a serene lake under the silver glow of the moon, Lyra turned to Finn, her voice brimming with newfound understanding. "I've learned so much, yet I feel there's still more within me waiting to grow." Finn smiled, his scales reflecting the moonlight like 1,000 tiny mirrors. "You've discovered that growth is a journey, not a destination. You've learned to trust in the process, to embrace the changes that come your way." With Finn's guidance, Lyra realized that the unease she once felt was not a burden but a gift, a call to explore, to learn, to grow. She understood that change was not something to fear, but something to welcome, for it brought with it the promise of new beginnings and endless possibilities. As their journey came to a close, Lyra returned to Willow Grove, her heart full of peace and her spirit alight with the knowledge she had gained. The village welcomed her back with open arms, and she shared her experiences with them, inspiring others to embark on their own journeys of self-discovery. Lyra's garden flourished more than ever, a testament to her inner growth. Each bloom told a story of courage and transformation, a reminder of the beauty that lies in embracing change. And though Finn returned to his home in the forest, his presence lingered in Lyra's heart, a gentle reminder of the magic of friendship and the power of personal growth. Under the starlit sky, Lyra sat by her garden, feeling the warm embrace of the universe. She had found what she was seeking, not something outside of herself, but the courage to grow, to change, and to become the best version of who she was meant to be. And so, with a heart full of gratitude and a soul full of peace, she drifted into a restful sleep, her dreams guided by the gentle whispers of the forest and the shimmering presence of her dear friend, Finn. In the vast tapestry of the cosmos, where stardust whispered the secrets of the universe, two unlikely companions found themselves on a journey that would span the very fabric of time and space. The first was a gentle creature named Leora, from the planet Ethereum, where the skies shimmered with hues of lavender and the air was perfumed with the scent of blooming starflowers. Leora's kind was known for their ethereal wings that glowed softly in the moonlight, and their ability to communicate through melodious harmonies that filled the air like a gentle lullaby. The second was a mechanical being named Kor, hailing from the metallic world of Farovia, where towering spires of gleaming steel pierced the skies, and the rhythmic clanking of gears was the heartbeat of the land. Kor was built from the finest alloys, his form a masterwork of engineering, with eyes that glowed a warm amber, reminiscent of a hearth on a chilly night. Though crafted from metal, Kor possessed a soul as vibrant as any sentient being, his heart programmed with an unyielding curiosity about the universe beyond his own world. Their paths crossed on a small, unassuming moon, known to its sparse inhabitants as Solara, where the golden sands stretched endlessly under the watchful gaze of twin suns. Leora had come in search of a rare, luminescent crystal said to possess healing properties, hoping to aid her people who had fallen ill from a mysterious ailment. Kor, on the other hand, was on a mission to collect data on the unique mineral formations found only on Solara, a task that promised to enhance the technological prowess of Farovia. Their initial meeting was one of cautious misunderstanding. Leora, with her gentle nature and melodic voice, found Kor's mechanical presence intimidating, the whirring of his servos and the clicking of his gears a stark contrast to the serene symphony of her world. Kor, in turn, was bewildered by Leora's ethereal form and her ability to converse through song, a language so foreign to his logical circuits that he struggled to comprehend her intentions. Yet, beneath the surface of their differences lay a shared purpose and a budding curiosity about one another. As they journeyed through the moon's golden dunes, their misunderstandings slowly gave way to a mutual respect. Leora discovered that Kor's logical mind complemented her intuitive nature, while Kor found beauty in the artistry of Leora's songs, their melodies unlocking emotions he had never before experienced. Their journey was not without its trials. One evening, as the twin suns dipped below the horizon, casting a warm amber glow over the sands, a fierce sandstorm swept across the landscape, its howling winds threatening to separate them. Leora's wings, though beautiful, were delicate, and the storm's fury battered her fragile form. Kor, realizing the danger, extended his metal frame to shield her from the storm's wrath, his sturdy construction providing a safe haven amidst the chaos. In the quiet aftermath, as the sands settled and the stars emerged to dance across the night sky, Leora and Kor found themselves huddled together, their differences forgotten in the face of shared adversity. It was in that moment, under the vast expanse of the cosmos, that they began to understand the true essence of friendship. Leora, her voice soft and filled with gratitude, sang a song of healing, her melody weaving around Kor, soothing the weariness of his circuits. In response, Kor shared tales of his world, his voice steady and warm, painting vivid pictures of Farovia's gleaming towers and the rhythmic dance of its machinery. As the days turned into weeks, their bond deepened, each learning from the other in ways they had never anticipated. Leora taught Kor the beauty of the universe's natural symphonies, while Kor revealed to Leora the wonders of technology and the endless possibilities it held. Together, they faced the challenges of Solara, from navigating treacherous terrain to deciphering the mysteries of the luminescent crystals they sought. Their adventures culminated in a discovery that transcended their individual quests. Deep within a hidden cavern, they found a pool of crystalline water, its surface shimmering with a kaleidoscope of colors. It was here that the healing crystals grew, their luminescence a beacon of hope. As they harvested the crystals, Leora and Kor realized that their journey had not only brought healing to her people, but had also forged a bond that would endure beyond the sands of Solara. As they prepared to part ways, their missions complete, Leora and Kor stood together beneath the starlit sky, their hearts heavy with the bittersweet knowledge of their impending separation. Yet, in that moment, they understood that distance could never diminish the friendship they had cultivated. They had discovered that true friendship transcends the boundaries of worlds and species, a connection woven from the threads of shared experiences and mutual understanding. With a final embrace, Leora's wings enveloping Kor in a soft glow, and Kor's mechanical arms gently holding her close, they bid each other farewell. Leora returned to Ethereum with the healing crystals that would save her people, her heart forever touched by the warmth of Kor's friendship. Kor journeyed back to Farovia, his circuits enriched with the memories of their adventures, his understanding of the universe forever broadened by the melodies of Leora's world. And so, under the watchful gaze of the cosmos, two unlikely companions discovered the true meaning of friendship, their bond a testament to the power of kindness, understanding, and the wondrous tapestry of life that connects all beings, no matter how different they may seem. As they looked to the stars, they knew that their paths would cross again, for true friendship, like the stardust that binds the universe, is eternal. Once upon a time, in a realm where magic danced through the trees and whispered secrets to the wind, there lived a young fox named Rufus. His fur was a brilliant russet that seemed to glow in the dappled sunlight filtering through the ancient forest. Rufus was no ordinary fox. He had a special gift, the ability to understand the language of the woodland creatures. From the chipmunks scurrying along the forest floor to the majestic owls soaring overhead, Rufus could converse with them all. One crisp autumn morning, as Rufus was foraging for acorns, he noticed something peculiar. The usually bustling forest seemed strangely quiet, as if holding its breath. The birds had stopped their cheerful twittering, and even the squirrels were uncharacteristically still. Rufus's curiosity was piqued, and he set out to investigate. As he ventured deeper into the heart of the forest, he came across a trail of shimmering dust sparkling on the fallen leaves. Rufus sniffed the air, but there was no scent to be found, only a faint tingle of magic lingering in the air. Perplexed, Rufus decided to seek the counsel of his dear friend, the ancient oak tree named Gnarly. Gnarly had stood as a silent sentinel in the forest for centuries, his gnarled branches reaching towards the heavens like arthritic fingers. As Rufus approached, Gnarly's bark seemed to shift and twist, forming a wise, wrinkled face. "Greetings, young Rufus," rumbled Gnarly in his deep, creaking voice. "What troubles you on this fine day?" Rufus shared his concerns about the eerie silence and the mysterious trail of dust. Gnarly's branches swayed thoughtfully, and he hummed a low, woody tune. "Ah, yes," he murmured. "I sense a mischievous presence at work. The dust you speak of is the residue of fairy magic. But not just any fairies. These are the tricksters of the forest, the mischief makers known as the Spriggans." Rufus had heard tales of the Spriggans, mischievous fey creatures who delighted in harmless pranks and illusions, but he had never encountered them himself. What could they be up to? Rufus wondered aloud. Gnarly's bark rippled in a chuckle. "The Spriggans are masters of illusion, my furry friend. Perhaps they have cast a spell of silence over the forest, or even turned our woodland companions invisible." Rufus's eyes widened at the thought. An invisible forest? How would he ever find his way or gather food? He knew he had to solve this mystery before the Spriggans' mischief went too far. With Gnarly's guidance, Rufus set out to track the trail of fairy dust, following the shimmering path deeper into the forest. As he walked, he noticed the dust seemed to be leading him in a spiral, almost like a dance. Suddenly, a tiny voice piped up from somewhere nearby. "Who goes there, following our trail?" Rufus froze, his ears twitching. He peered around, trying to locate the source of the voice, but there was no one to be seen. "Down here, furry one," came the voice again, and Rufus looked down to see a tiny figure no bigger than his paw hovering before him. It was a Spriggan, with gossamer wings and a mischievous grin. "Greetings, little one," said Rufus politely. "I couldn't help but notice the strange silence in the forest today. Might you know anything about that?" The Spriggan giggled, a sound like tinkling bells. "Of course we know something about it. It was our doing, a grand trick to bewilder the residents of the forest." Rufus frowned. "But why would you do such a thing? The silence is unsettling, and we rely on the sounds of the forest to guide us." The Spriggan's grin faltered slightly. "We meant no harm, furry one. It was only a bit of fun, a game to liven up the day." Rufus considered this for a moment. The Spriggans were known for their playful nature, but perhaps they had taken their mischief too far this time. "I understand your intentions were good," said Rufus gently, "but your game has caused quite a stir. Perhaps we could find a way to restore the forest's sounds while still having a bit of fun?" The Spriggan's eyes lit up, and he clapped his tiny hands together. "A compromise. Yes, I like the sound of that." With a wave of his hand, the Spriggan summoned a dozen more of his kind, and they began to dance and swirl around Rufus, sprinkling their fairy dust in a dazzling display. As they moved, the silence lifted, and the forest slowly came back to life. The birds resumed their singing, the squirrels chattered noisily, and the wind rustled through the leaves in a soothing melody. But there was something new, too, a faint, ethereal chiming that seemed to accompany every sound like a harmonious echo. Rufus listened in wonder, his tail swishing contentedly. The Spriggans had added their own magical touch to the forest's symphony, creating a truly enchanting experience. From that day on, Rufus and the Spriggans became fast friends, their bond forged through understanding and compromise. The forest was never quite the same, but in the most delightful way, a place where the natural world and the realm of magic intertwined in perfect harmony. And as the sun set over the treetops, casting long shadows across the forest floor, Rufus would curl up beneath the watchful boughs of Gnarly and listen to the enchanting sounds of the woodland, now enhanced by the whimsical melodies of the Spriggan's fairy dust. Once upon a time, in a galaxy teeming with countless stars and planets, there existed a quaint little world known as Luminous, where the skies were forever brushed with hues of lavender, and the rivers shimmered like liquid silver under the twin moons. Luminous was a planet of peace, where its inhabitants, the gentle lumens, lived in harmony with the lush landscapes, tending to the bioluminescent flora that glowed softly through the night. In a small village nestled between the rolling hills of Luminous, there lived a lumen named Taro. Taro was known for his kind heart and gentle spirit, always finding joy in the simple act of nurturing the glowing gardens that illuminated his village. His silvery skin glistened like the dewdrops that adorned the leaves each morning, and his eyes sparkled with the warmth of 1,000 suns. One starry evening, as Taro tended to the radiant flowers in his garden, a strange, metallic sound echoed through the skies. Looking up, Taro saw a small spaceship, unlike any he had seen before, descending through the lavender clouds. It landed with a soft thud in the clearing just beyond the village. Curiosity twinkling in his eyes, Taro made his way to the clearing, where he found a peculiar being emerging from the spaceship. This newcomer was unlike any creature of Luminara. With scales that shimmered like the night sky and eyes that glowed with a soft, ethereal light, the being looked around with a mixture of confusion and awe. It was a traveler from a distant planet called Etheria, where the skies were perpetually dark and the stars themselves were said to be alive. The Etherian introduced itself as Nora, its voice a gentle melody that resonated deep within Taro's heart. But where Taro saw an opportunity for friendship, the villagers saw an intruder, and their usual warmth was replaced by caution and misunderstanding. They whispered among themselves, wary of the newcomer who seemed so different from them. Sensing the unease, Nora felt a pang of loneliness, a feeling that was all too familiar. Back on Etheria, Nora had often felt out of place among its own kind, who were more interested in the mysteries of the cosmos than in forming bonds of friendship. Here on Luminara, it seemed that the stars had played a cruel trick, bringing it to a world where it was once again an outsider. But Taro, with his heart full of compassion, approached Nora with a gentle smile. "Welcome to Luminara," he said warmly, his voice as soothing as the whispering wind. "I am Taro, and I would be honored to show you our world." Nora nodded, grateful for the kindness in Taro's eyes, and together they walked through the village, with Taro pointing out the wonders of Luminara, the glowing flora, the crystal-clear streams, and the vibrant creatures that roamed the land. As they wandered, Taro shared stories of the Lumens' traditions and the history of their peaceful planet. Despite the initial misunderstandings, Taro and Nora found themselves drawn to one another's company, discovering a shared love for the beauty of the universe. As days turned into weeks, they spent their time exploring the hidden corners of Luminara, each adventure bringing them closer together. One day, while venturing into the heart of the luminescent forest, Taro and Nora stumbled upon an ancient tree, its branches reaching high into the sky, adorned with blossoms that glowed with a gentle, golden light. It was said that this tree held the wisdom of the ages, and those who sat beneath its boughs could hear the whispers of time itself. Feeling a sense of reverence, Taro and Nora sat beneath the tree, and as they listened to the soft rustling of leaves, they shared their deepest hopes and fears. Taro spoke of his dream to one day plant a garden so magnificent that it would light up the entire village, while Nora shared its longing to find a place where it truly belonged. In that moment, beneath the ancient tree, they realized that despite their differences, they were kindred spirits, both searching for a place in the universe where they could be themselves. They understood that friendship was not about being the same, but about accepting and celebrating each other's uniqueness. Soon after, a challenge arose that would test the strength of their newfound friendship. A powerful storm swept across Luminara, threatening to destroy the village and the glowing gardens that Taro cherished. The villagers, caught in the storm's fury, struggled to protect their homes and livelihoods. Seeing the fear in the villagers' eyes, Nora knew it had to help. Drawing upon the celestial energy of its home planet, Nora conjured a protective barrier around the village, using its own strength to shield the lumens from the storm's wrath. But the effort was draining, and Nora's light began to flicker and fade. Without hesitation, Taro rushed to Nora's side, offering words of encouragement and support. "You are not alone, my friend," he whispered, taking Nora's hands in his own. "Together, we can weather any storm." With Taro's unwavering faith and the villagers' newfound trust, Nora found the strength to hold the barrier until the storm passed. When the skies finally cleared, the villagers emerged from their homes, grateful for Nora's selfless act of bravery. The storm had brought them closer, and the villagers, realizing their previous misunderstanding, welcomed Nora with open arms, embracing it as one of their own. Taro's garden, though battered by the storm, was saved, and as he replanted the glowing flowers, Nora was there by his side, their shared laughter echoing through the rolling hills. In the days that followed, Taro's dream came to life. Together with Nora and the villagers, they planted a garden so radiant that it lit up the entire village, a symbol of unity and friendship that shone brightly under the twin moons of Luminara. As the two friends sat beneath the ancient tree once more, surrounded by the blossoms of their labor, they knew that their bond was unbreakable, forged in the fires of challenge and strengthened by the light of understanding. And though their journey had begun with misunderstanding and uncertainty, it had blossomed into a friendship that transcended the stars. In the gentle glow of the garden, Taro and Nora found what they had been searching for all along, a place where they truly belonged, not defined by where they came from, but by the love and acceptance they shared. And so, under the watchful eyes of the universe, they knew they would never be alone again. And thus, the tale of Taro and Nora became a cherished story on Luminara, a reminder that true friendship knows no bounds, and that even the most unlikely companions can find harmony in the most unexpected of places. Here is a bedtime story about personal growth and magical transformation. Once upon a time, deep in an enchanted forest, there lived a young deer named Willow. Willow was a gentle and kind creature, but she struggled with fears that held her back from embracing her true self. Every spring when the flowers bloomed, Willow felt a stirring inside, a yearning for something more. But the familiar paths and shady glades felt so safe and comfortable. Even though her spirit longed to explore the mysteries beyond the forest's edge, her hooves felt rooted to the ground. Willow's best friend, a wise old oak tree named Oakley, could sense her inner turmoil. "Dear Willow," he said one sunny morning as she grazed near his sturdy trunk, "I see the questions shining in your eyes. Why do you resist the call to journey forth and discover what wonders await?" "Oh, Oakley," Willow sighed, nestling under the shelter of his broad canopy. "I know there is so much to see and experience out there, but I'm afraid of what lies beyond the safety of our forest home. What if I get lost or hurt? What if I'm not ready?" Oakley's leaves rustled with a gentle, reassuring laugh. "My sweet friend, you were born ready. The metamorphosis you seek is already unfolding within you, just as my buds unfurl into leaves each spring. All you need is courage to spread your wings." Willow blinked in surprise as she looked down at her slender legs. Where there had once been spindly fawn limbs, now emerged graceful shafts of pure light, tipped with dainty golden hooves. Her body began to emanate a soft, warm radiance, like sunbeams filtering through the trees. "What's happening to me?" she gasped with a mixture of wonder and trepidation. "You're becoming your truest self, Willow," Oakley explained. "A beautiful forest spirit who shines her inner light to illuminate the world." Over the next few days and weeks, Willow's transformation blossomed at an unhurried pace, much like the wildflowers carpeting the sun-dappled meadows in their vibrant colors. Her friend Oakley, ever a steady and patient presence, offered boundless wisdom and encouragement. Soon Willow felt an unmistakable sense of confidence and freedom welling up inside her luminous being. One misty dawn, she turned to Oakley with a smile. "I'm ready to explore what lies beyond our forest home," she announced. "Then you must follow your heart, my glowing friend," Oakley replied. "But remember, you can always return here to be revitalized by the strength and serenity of these timeless woods." And so Willow's magical journey of discovery began. Along the way, she encountered many new faces and fascinating lands. There were gorgeous sunlit meadows, rolling hills that brushed the bellies of billowy clouds, and craggy snow-capped peaks that took her breath away. In each new realm, Willow met allies who became treasured friends, like Zephyr, the playful wind sprite whose tickling breezes raised laughter from the deepest wellsprings of joy, or Ruby, the dragon pup, still mastering her fire breath but overflowing with fierce warmth and loyalty. There were challenges, too, from rushing rivers to cross and winding caves to navigate. Whenever Willow felt her inner light wavering, she remembered Oakley's wisdom and drew strength from the radiant truth of who she was. Though her outer journey eventually looped back to the enchanted forest of her birth, Willow remained ever changed. Her fearful roots loosened, replaced by an expansive sense of wonder. She glowed with a serene confidence born from listening to her heart's call. Most importantly, Willow shared her hard-won gifts with all she encountered, leaving a trail of illumination and uplifting hope. For she realized that, like her, every being in existence had an essential light to uncover and shine forth through embracing their personal metamorphosis. To this day, you can find Willow still journeying and exploring the vast mystical lands and skies, her path ever forward as a luminous forest spirit. She delights in using her light to reveal unseen beauty and warm the souls of any who feel lost or afraid to blossom into their fullest, most magical selves. In the heart of the whispering woods, where sunlight filtered through ancient, towering trees and cast dappled patterns on the soft forest floor, there nestled a quaint little village. The village was known as Willowbrook, famous for its lush gardens and the gentle, melodic hum of the river that wound its way through the land. In Willowbrook, the residents lived harmoniously with the magical creatures that dwelled in the forest. Among these creatures were the Fae, tiny beings with wings like gossamer, who tended to the flowers and whispered secrets to the wind. There were also the wise owls, who perched high above in their leafy abodes, watching over the village with kind, knowing eyes. One peaceful evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in hues of orange and purple, an unusual event began to unfold. The villagers noticed that each morning the flowers in their gardens were blooming in peculiar patterns, spirals and stars, unlike anything they had seen before. The villagers were puzzled, for these flowers seemed to change their formations overnight, as if by some unseen hand. Among the villagers was a gentle-hearted girl named Leora. Her curiosity was as boundless as the forest itself, and she had a knack for noticing the smallest details. Leora loved the mysteries of the woods and often spent her days exploring its hidden paths and listening to the stories told by the forest creatures. Determined to uncover the mystery of the changing flowers, Leora set out one misty morning, her heart full of excitement. She wandered through the village, her senses alive with the scent of fresh earth and the sound of leaves whispering in the breeze. As she approached the edge of the village, she was greeted by the soft, musical laughter of the Fae, who flitted around her like a shower of glittering rain. "Good morning, Leora," sang a Fae with wings that shimmered like pearls. "What brings you to the woods today?" "Good morning, dear friends," Leora replied with a smile. "I'm hoping to solve the mystery of the enchanted flowers. Have you seen anything unusual in the forest?" The Fae exchanged knowing glances, their eyes twinkling with mischief and delight. "Perhaps you should speak with Elderwise," suggested another Fae, her voice as gentle as a lullaby. "He knows many things and might have the answers you seek." Eager to visit Elderwise, the wise old owl, Leora thanked the Fae and made her way deeper into the forest. The air was cool and fragrant with the scent of pine and wildflowers, and as she walked, the ground beneath her feet felt like a soft, comforting carpet of moss. Elderwise's home was a grand, ancient oak tree, its bark gnarled and wise, and its branches spreading wide like welcoming arms. Leora approached the tree with reverence and called up into the leafy heights. "Elderwise, wise owl of the forest, may I speak with you?" From high above, a gentle hoot echoed through the branches, followed by the soft rustling of feathers. Elderwise descended gracefully, his eyes as deep and mysterious as the night sky fixed kindly upon her. "Ah, young Leora," he said, his voice a warm, resonant melody. "What brings you to my tree this fine day?" Leora explained the strange occurrences in the village gardens, her voice filled with wonder and a touch of concern. Elderwise listened intently, nodding his head with understanding. "Ah, the flowers," he mused, his gaze turning thoughtful. "I have heard whispers of a playful spirit who roams the woods at night. This spirit, known as the petal weaver, delights in creating beauty in the most unexpected ways." Leora's eyes widened with intrigue. "The petal weaver? How fascinating! But why would this spirit visit our village?" Elderwise chuckled softly, a sound like the rustling of autumn leaves. "The petal weaver is drawn to places where love and harmony dwell. Your village, with its kind hearts and gentle ways, is a beacon to such a spirit. Perhaps it seeks to share its joy with you all." Leora nodded, her heart swelling with warmth at the thought. "Thank you, Elderwise. I shall share this with the villagers. Perhaps we can find a way to welcome the petal weaver." With a grateful heart, Leora made her way back to the village, her mind alive with ideas. As evening fell and the stars began to twinkle in the clear night sky, the villagers gathered in the square, eager to hear what she had discovered. Leora shared Elderwise's wisdom, her voice soft and soothing as she spoke. "The petal weaver means us no harm. It seeks to share its joy and art with us. I believe if we welcome it with open hearts, we might come to understand its ways." The villagers nodded, their faces alight with understanding and acceptance. That night, they decided to leave small gifts of appreciation in their gardens, tiny lanterns, delicate ribbons, and fragrant herbs, hoping to show the petal weaver their gratitude. As the moon cast its gentle glow over Willowbrook, the petal weaver appeared, unseen by human eyes, but sensed in the gentle rustling of petals and the soft shimmer of moonlight on the flowers. It saw the villagers' gifts and felt their warmth and gratitude. The next morning, the village awoke to a wondrous sight. Each garden was a tapestry of breathtaking beauty, with flowers arranged in patterns that spoke of joy and friendship. The air was filled with a sense of magic and peace, and the villagers knew their hearts had made a new friend. From that day on, the petal weaver became a cherished part of Willowbrook's lore, its visits bringing delight and wonder to the village. And Leora, with her gentle spirit and love for the mysteries of the world, continued to explore the forest, knowing that the greatest magic of all was the love and kindness shared among friends. As the fire crackled softly and the shadows danced on the walls, the tale of Willowbrook and the petal weaver lulled the village into a restful slumber, their dreams filled with the colors and fragrances of a world where magic and friendship intertwined like the petals of a never-ending blossom. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled amidst whispering woods and rolling hills, there was a young girl named Lila. Her hair was the color of autumn leaves, and her eyes sparkled like the morning dew on a sunlit meadow. Lila lived in a small cottage with her grandmother, a wise woman known by all as the keeper of old tales and forgotten lore. Every evening after the sun had dipped below the horizon and the sky was painted with hues of lavender and rose, Lila would sit by the crackling fireplace, eagerly listening to her grandmother's stories. These tales spoke of enchanted forests, hidden worlds beneath the earth, and magical objects that held the power to transform lives. One chilly autumn night, as the wind howled softly against the windows, Lila's grandmother began a story about a peculiar object known as the Whispering Locket. "This locket," her grandmother began, her voice a gentle murmur against the backdrop of the crackling fire, was said to have the power to reveal truths and guide those who listened with an open heart. Intrigued, Lila asked, "Where is this locket now, Grandma?" Her grandmother smiled mysteriously, her eyes twinkling with secrets. "Some say it lies hidden deep within the heart of the Whispering Woods, waiting for a worthy soul to discover it." That night, as Lila lay in bed, the story of the Whispering Locket lingered in her thoughts, weaving itself into her dreams. She imagined the locket glowing softly beneath the canopy of ancient trees, whispering secrets of the world to those who dared to listen. With the dawn came a newfound determination. Lila decided that she would embark on a journey to find the Whispering Locket. She felt a curious pull towards the woods, as if the very trees were calling her name with the rustle of their leaves. The next morning, with a knapsack filled with bread, cheese, and a canteen of fresh spring water, Lila set off towards the Whispering Woods. The path was dappled with sunlight, and the air was filled with the scent of pine and earth. Birds chirped a cheerful melody, and squirrels scurried across the forest floor, pausing curiously to watch Lila as she passed. As she ventured deeper into the woods, the light grew dimmer, filtered through the thick canopy of leaves overhead. The air was cooler here, carrying the faint scent of moss and damp earth. Lila felt a tingling sense of excitement mixed with trepidation, for she knew she was entering a place where magic lingered in every shadow. Hours passed as Lila wandered deeper into the woods, guided by intuition and the occasional whisper of the wind. She paused to rest beside a gentle brook that babbled over smooth stones, its water clear as crystal. Here, she met a peculiar friend, a small, golden fox with eyes as bright as amber. The fox approached Lila with a cautious curiosity, its bushy tail flicking playfully. Lila extended her hand, and to her delight, the fox nuzzled its nose against her fingers. "Hello there," Lila said softly. "Are you a guardian of these woods?" The fox tilted its head, as if considering her words, then darted off a few paces, pausing to look back at her with an inviting gaze. It seemed to beckon Lila to follow, and with a sense of wonder, she did. They journeyed together through the forest, the fox leading Lila through hidden trails and secret glades. Along the way, Lila marveled at the beauty around her, the delicate ferns that unfurled in the shade, the vibrant mushrooms that dotted the forest floor, and the symphony of birdsong that filled the air. As the sun began its descent, casting long shadows across the woodland, the fox led Lila to a clearing bathed in the golden light of dusk. At the center of the clearing stood an ancient oak tree, its gnarled branches reaching towards the sky like the arms of a wise old sage. Nestled among the roots of this grand tree was a small moss-covered stone altar. Upon it rested a locket, its silver surface glinting in the fading light. Lila's heart leaped with recognition. This was the whispering locket from her grandmother's tales. With a sense of reverence, Lila approached the altar. The locket seemed to hum softly, resonating with a melody that only her heart could hear. She reached out and gently lifted the locket from its resting place, feeling its cool weight in her palm. As she held the locket, a soft voice echoed in her mind, warm and wise. "What truth do you seek, dear child?" Lila closed her eyes, allowing the calm of the moment to wash over her. She thought of her grandmother, of the stories and wisdom she'd shared. She thought of her own place in the world, and the courage it took to seek the unknown. "I seek to understand my path," Lila whispered, her voice blending with the gentle rustle of leaves. The locket pulsed gently, and Lila felt a warmth spread through her, as if the very essence of the woods embraced her. Images danced before her mind's eye, her grandmother's loving smile, the friends she had yet to meet, and the adventures that awaited her beyond the horizon. In that moment, Lila understood that the journey she had embarked upon was not just about finding the locket, but about discovering the strength and wisdom within herself. The locket had guided her, but it was her own heart that had shown her the way. With newfound clarity, Lila opened her eyes and looked at the fox, who watched her with knowing eyes. She smiled, and the fox seemed to nod in approval, its tail flicking contentedly. As the stars began to twinkle in the sky, Lila returned the locket to the altar, feeling a sense of gratitude and peace. The fox led her back through the forest, the path now familiar and welcoming. The journey home was filled with a quiet joy, the forest around her alive with the magic of the night. When Lila finally emerged from the woods, the village was bathed in the soft glow of moonlight. Her grandmother was waiting by the garden gate, her eyes full of pride and love. "Did you find what you were looking for?" her grandmother asked, embracing Lila warmly. "I did, Grandma," Lila replied, her voice filled with the wisdom of her journey. "I found the whispering locket, but more importantly, I found myself." Her grandmother smiled, her heart full of understanding. Together, they walked back to their cozy cottage, where the fire crackled merrily in the hearth, casting a warm glow across the room. As Lila lay in bed that night, she felt a deep sense of contentment. The forest had whispered its secrets, and she had listened with an open heart. Her dreams were filled with the gentle rustle of leaves and the soft glow of moonlight, a reminder that magic was everywhere, waiting to be discovered. And so, Lila's story became one of many, passed down through generations as a tale of courage, friendship, and the timeless journey of self-discovery. In the quiet village by the Whispering Woods, the legend of the Whispering Locket lived on, inspiring those who dared to seek their own truths. As the night deepened, the village lay in peaceful slumber, the stars watching over all with their gentle light. And in the heart of the woods, the ancient oak stood sentinel, its branches whispering secrets to the wind, a reminder that the world was full of wonder for those who listened with their hearts. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the canopy of trees weaved a tapestry of emerald and gold, the world whispered in a language older than time. This was the realm of the leaf-shade glade, a hidden sanctuary where the natural and magical worlds danced in harmonious rhythm. Nestled within the underbrush, a small, gentle hedgehog named Brindle began his day. His quills, soft and mossy, blended perfectly with the forest floor, and his eyes sparkled with the wisdom of countless generations. As the first rays of dawn filtered through the leaves, casting dappled patterns upon the earth, Brindle emerged from his burrow with a curious glint in his eye. The forest was alive with the symphony of morning. The rustling of leaves echoed like a gentle lullaby, while the songs of birds painted the air with melodies both sweet and serene. The scent of damp earth and fresh pine mingled with the crisp, clean aroma of the morning dew, creating a tapestry of fragrances that spoke of life's endless cycle. Brindle's journey this morning was to visit his dear friend, a wise old owl named Eldrin, who lived in the ancient oak known as the Sentinel. Eldrin, with feathers that shimmered like silver moonlight, was the keeper of stories and the guardian of the forest's secrets. He had seen many seasons come and go, and his heart beat in time with the land itself. As Brindle made his way through the forest, he paused to greet the other inhabitants. A family of squirrels chattered merrily as they gathered acorns, their bushy tails flicking with excitement. A pair of rabbits nibbled on clover, their noses twitching inquisitively as they watched Brindle pass by. Each creature played its part in the delicate balance of the glade, and Brindle felt a deep sense of belonging as he continued on his path. The sentinel stood tall and proud, its branches reaching skyward like ancient arms embracing the heavens. Eldrin was perched high above, his golden eyes surveying the world with a gaze that seemed to penetrate the very soul of the forest. As Brindle approached, Eldrin hooted softly, a sound that resonated with warmth and welcome. "Good morning, dear Brindle," Eldrin greeted, his voice as smooth as the gentle breeze that rustled the leaves. "What brings you to my perch today?" Brindle settled at the base of the oak, the soft moss cushioning him like a plush pillow. "Good morning, Eldrin. I've come to seek your counsel. The forest feels different today, as if the very air hums with an unfamiliar energy." Eldrin nodded, his eyes thoughtful. "Ah, you sense it too. The balance of our glade is shifting. The seasons are turning, and with them comes a new magic that we must understand." Brindle listened intently, his heart beating in time with the forest's rhythm. "How can we learn to embrace this change, Eldrin?" The wise owl spread his wings, gesturing to the forest around them. "The answer lies in the stories of our ancestors, woven into the land itself. We must walk the path of the elders, learn from their wisdom, and share it with all who call this place home." With Eldrin's words echoing in his heart, Brindle set off on a journey through the glade, guided by the ancient tales whispered by the trees. As he walked, the forest revealed its secrets, each step a chapter in a story older than memory. He traveled to the crystal stream, where the water sang with the voices of those who came before. There a wise old turtle named Myrtle shared the tale of the river's birth, a story of patience and perseverance that spoke of the power of time. Next, Brindle visited the Meadow of Whispers, where the flowers swayed like a vibrant sea under the gentle caress of the wind. A family of bees, their wings glistening like drops of sunlight, buzzed around him, sharing the story of their dance with the blossoms, a tale of cooperation and the beauty of working as one. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of rose and lavender, Brindle returned to the Sentinel. Eldrin awaited him, his presence a beacon of tranquility in the gathering dusk. "Did you find the answers you sought, my friend?" Eldrin inquired, his voice a soft murmur against the backdrop of the settling night. Brindle nodded, his heart full with the stories of the forest. "Yes, Eldrin. The forest teaches us that every change brings new possibilities, and through unity and understanding, we can embrace the magic of every season." Eldrin hooted softly, his eyes glowing with pride. "You have learned well, Brindle. The wisdom of the forest is now part of you, and with it, you will help guide us all into the new dawn." Together they watched as the stars began to twinkle above, each one a reminder of the endless cycle of life and the magic that bound them all. The forest around them settled into a peaceful slumber, cradled in the embrace of the night. And so, in the heart of the leaf-shade glade, where the boundaries between reality and magic blurred, Brindle and Eldrin found comfort in the harmony of their world, a world where every creature, every leaf, every whisper of the wind played its part in the symphony of life. And in that harmony, they knew that no matter how the seasons turned, the forest would always find its balance, guided by the wisdom of its gentle, kind-hearted guardians. Once upon a time, in a cozy village nestled among rolling hills and whispering forests, strange things began to happen. It started small, a misplaced book here, a mysteriously unraveled knitting project there. Villagers woke to find their gardens gently rearranged, or household objects swapped between neighbors' homes. The occurrences were odd but harmless, sparking more curiosity than concern. Young Emma loved a good puzzle, so she paid close attention, determined to get to the bottom of these quirky happenings. With her ever-present notebook and a keen eye for detail, she spent hours observing and documenting every inexplicable event. One crisp autumn morning, Emma woke to find her bedroom subtly redecorated, her stuffed animals lined up in size order, her books color-coded on the shelf. She gasped in delight, recognizing the telltale signs of mischievous magic at work. "Brownies!" she exclaimed to her cat Jasper, who regarded her with wise, golden eyes. In the legends, brownies were shy household sprites who craved order and loved to lend a hand with chores and tidying up when the mood struck them. Determined to meet these elusive creatures, Emma stayed up late into the night, snuggled under her quilt with Jasper, keeping watch. Just as the moonlight filtered through her curtains, she spotted a flicker of movement. 3 tiny figures emerged from the shadows, their wispy forms glowing with an inner light. "Oh, you startled us," one brownie said, wringing his hands. "We were just trying to help." Emma beamed. "Thank you, I could use a bit of extra tidying. But please, don't be frightened. I've always wanted to meet brownies. I'm Emma, and this is Jasper." The brownies visibly relaxed at her warm welcome. Over bowls of warm milk and fresh-baked cookies, they became fast friends. Emma learned their names were Willow, Oak, and Bramble, and they simply couldn't resist using their magic to spread a little extra order and coziness wherever they went. From then on, Emma shared her home with the 3 brownies, trading stories and listening to their sage brownie wisdom late into the night. Though the rest of the village never saw them, Emma's friends and family noticed her renewed zest for life, her homework completed ahead of schedule, and an ever-present glow of contentment. When asked her secret, Emma would simply smile and say, "I have some very helpful friends." The strange occurrences continued, bringing more curiosity and wonder than fright to the village. Sometimes the simplest magic is recognizing the extraordinary in the ordinary and keeping an open heart and mind to life's delightful little mysteries. Once upon a time, deep within an ancient forest, there lived a young girl named Willow. The towering trees that surrounded her humble cottage seemed to whisper secrets of a world unseen, hidden from the eyes of those who could not hear the language of nature. One crisp autumn morning, Willow ventured into the heart of the woods, her bare feet crunching on the carpet of fallen leaves. As she wandered deeper, a strange warmth enveloped her, like the embrace of an old friend. Suddenly, a glimmer of light caught her eye, and she gasped in wonder. Nestled among the gnarled roots of a mighty oak lay a peculiar acorn, shimmering with an otherworldly radiance. Willow reached out, her fingers tingling with anticipation, and the moment she touched the acorn, the world around her transformed. The trees stretched skyward, their branches intertwining to form a verdant canopy. Streams of sunlight filtered through, casting dappled patterns on the mossy ground. Willow spun in awe, her eyes wide with delight, for she had stumbled upon the hidden realm of the forest spirits. A gentle voice beckoned her forward, and she followed the melodic sound to a clearing where a magnificent oak tree stood tall and proud. At its base sat a wizened old woman, her face carved with lines that spoke of centuries of wisdom. "Welcome, dear child," the woman said, her eyes twinkling like stars. "You have been chosen to bear witness to the wonders of this ancient realm." Willow listened, entranced, as the woman revealed the secrets of the acorn's magic. It was a conduit, a gateway to a world where the boundaries between dreams and reality blurred, where the very essence of nature danced in harmony with the rhythms of life. From that day forth, Willow became the guardian of the acorn, tasked with protecting the delicate balance between the seen and unseen worlds. With each adventure, she learned invaluable lessons about courage, compassion, and the profound beauty that thrived in even the smallest of things. One day, as Willow wandered through the enchanted forest, she stumbled upon a peculiar sight. A tiny creature with wings like gossamer, fluttering helplessly on the ground. As she drew closer, she recognized the creature as a sprite, one of the mischievous but kind-hearted beings that inhabited the realm. "Please help me," the sprite cried, its voice like the tinkling of silver bells. "I've lost my way, and without my wings, I cannot return home." Willow's heart ached for the little sprite, and she vowed to aid her newfound friend. Together, they embarked on a journey through the twisting paths and secret glades, encountering wondrous beings and unraveling riddles that tested their courage and wit. Along the way, they forged an unbreakable bond, defying the expectations of those who believed sprites and humans could never be true friends. Willow learned the value of empathy and the strength that lies in unity, while the sprite discovered the boundless potential of unwavering loyalty. Their quest led them to the heart of a mysterious glade, where a crystalline pool shimmered under the dappled light. As the sprite dipped her weary wings into the enchanted waters, a miraculous transformation took place. Her gossamer wings unfurled, shimmering with renewed vigor, and she took to the skies once more, her laughter like a gentle rain upon the leaves. With a heavy heart, Willow bid farewell to her friend, but the sprite made her promise to return, for their destinies were intertwined forevermore. And so, Willow continued her journey as the guardian of the acorn, her steps lighter and her heart fuller, forever changed by the power of friendship and the magic that dwelled within the hidden realm. Years passed, and Willow grew into a wise and gentle woman, her eyes reflecting the depths of the ancient forest. One fateful day, as she wandered the familiar paths, she stumbled upon a clearing she had never seen before, its existence a mystery even to her. In the center of the glade stood a towering oak, its branches reaching skyward like gnarled fingers grasping at the heavens. Willow felt an inexplicable pull toward the tree, as if answering a call that echoed through the very fibers of her being. As she approached, she noticed a peculiar sight, a door carved into the trunk, its intricate patterns whispering of secrets long forgotten. Without hesitation, Willow reached out and turned the knob, her heart pounding with anticipation. What greeted her on the other side was a sight beyond her wildest dreams. A vast underground cavern stretched before her, its walls adorned with glowing crystals that cast ethereal radiance upon the scene. In the center, a magnificent waterfall cascaded into a crystal-clear pool, its waters shimmering with otherworldly hues. Willow ventured forth, her footsteps echoing in the cavernous space, and as she drew nearer to the pool, she felt a profound sense of peace wash over her. It was as if the very essence of the hidden realm had been distilled into this sacred place, a convergence of all the magic and wonder she had witnessed throughout her life. Overcome with reverence, Willow knelt at the water's edge and gazed into the depths of the pool. What she saw reflected back at her was not her own face, but a kaleidoscope of images, memories of her adventures, the friends she had made, and the lessons she had learned along the way. In that moment, Willow understood the true nature of her journey. The acorn had been a catalyst, a key that unlocked the hidden realms within herself, enabling her to grow and transform in ways she could never have imagined. As she rose to her feet, Willow felt a profound sense of purpose, a calling to share the wisdom and magic she had discovered with others. From that day forth, she became a beacon of hope and wonder, guiding those who sought solace and understanding toward the hidden realms that existed within their own hearts and souls. And so, the tale of Willow and the enchanted acorn became a cherished legend, passed down through generations. It was a story of friendship, courage, and the transformative power of embracing the magic that lies within us all, a reminder that even in the darkest of times, there is always light to be found in the most unexpected of places. Once upon a time, in the vast expanse of the universe, where stars twinkled like a million lanterns in the velvet sky, there were two distant planets, each with its unique inhabitants. One was the lush, emerald-covered planet of Verdantia, home to the gentle Verdantians, creatures resembling elegant deer with shimmering leaf-like antlers that glowed softly in the moonlight. The other was the arid, rust-colored world of Farum, inhabited by the Ferites, sturdy beings with metallic skin and eyes that sparkled like polished gemstones. Despite the vast distance separating their worlds, a series of cosmic events had aligned to bring together two unlikely companions. From Verdantia came Lyra, a curious and kind-hearted Verdantian, whose antlers glowed with the soft light of 1,000 tiny stars. From Ferrum came Zeph, a resourceful and resilient ferrite, whose metallic skin gleamed like polished copper. Their meeting was not by chance, but by the workings of an ancient interstellar tradition known as the Convergence. A rare event when the gravitational forces of their planets aligned perfectly, creating a temporary bridge of shimmering light connecting the two worlds. It was said that during the convergence, those who dared to cross the bridge would gain wisdom and insight beyond their wildest dreams. Lyra, with her adventurous spirit, and Zeph, driven by a desire to understand the universe beyond his own world, both embarked on this mystical journey. They met at the bridge's midpoint, where the air was thick with shimmering particles of stardust, and the silence was punctuated only by the gentle hum of cosmic energies. At first, their encounter was marked by misunderstanding. Lyra, with her gentle grace and ethereal presence, found Zeph's sturdy metallic form intimidating. Meanwhile, Zeph, accustomed to the harsh conditions of Ferrum, mistook Lyra's delicate appearance for fragility. They exchanged polite, cautious greetings, both unsure of what to make of the other. Their initial attempt to communicate was fraught with confusion. Lyra spoke in soft, melodic tones, her words like a gentle breeze rustling through leaves, while Zeph's voice had the resonance of deep, rolling thunder. Each struggled to understand the other's language, and their efforts were met with awkward silences and hesitant gestures. But the Bridge of Light was a place of magic, and its energies soon worked to bridge not just the gap between their worlds, but between their hearts. As they journeyed further across the bridge, facing the challenges of the unknown together, they began to learn each other's ways. One night, as they rested beneath a canopy of stars that shone brighter than any they had ever seen, Lyra shared the stories of her ancestors, tales of harmony and growth among the forests of Verdantia. Her antlers glowed softly, casting a gentle light that enveloped them both. Zeph listened intently, his eyes reflecting the light like mirrors, and in that moment he saw not fragility, but a strength that was gentle and enduring. In return, Zeph spoke of Ferrum, of the resilience required to thrive in its harsh landscapes. He described the beauty he found in the patterns of rust on ancient stones, and the way the sun set the sky ablaze with fiery hues. As he talked, Lyra began to see the world through his eyes, recognizing the strength and beauty in the starkness he described. Their bond deepened as they faced shared challenges. The bridge was not without its trials, and they encountered storms of cosmic energy that threatened to sweep them away. In those moments, they leaned on each other for support, Lyra's wisdom guiding them through the storm's chaos, and Zeph's strength anchoring them against its force. Through these trials, they found comfort in each other's presence. Lyra discovered that Zeph's solid form was a source of warmth and protection, while Zeph found solace in Lyra's gentle light, which calmed his heart and soothed his spirit. As the convergence drew to a close and the bridge began to fade, Lyra and Zeph stood at its end, looking back at the journey they had shared. They had come to understand that friendship was not about sameness, but about embracing each other's differences and finding strength in unity. With a newfound appreciation for their own worlds and each other's, they prepared to return to their planets. As they parted, they exchanged a promise to carry the lessons they had learned into their lives, ensuring that the Bridge of Light would remain, not in the sky, but in their hearts. And so, under a sky ablaze with the fading glow of the convergence, Lyra and Zeph returned to their homes, forever changed by the friendship they had forged among the stars. Though they were separated by the vastness of space, they knew that their bond would endure, shining brightly like the stars above, a testament to the power of understanding and the magic of friendship. In the heart of an ancient forest, where sunlight filtered through a canopy of whispering leaves, a hidden world thrived in a delicate balance of harmony and magic. This was a realm where the whispers of the wind carried secrets older than time, and where the creatures, both seen and unseen, lived lives intertwined with the very soul of nature. One such creature was Neum, a gentle doe with eyes as deep and knowing as the forest itself. Her coat was the color of autumn leaves, a rich tapestry of amber and gold, blending seamlessly with the dappled sunlight that danced across the forest floor. Niem was a guardian of the forest's secrets, entrusted with the ancient wisdom passed down through generations of her kind. As the forest hummed with the vibrant energy of early autumn, the air tinged with the scent of earth and pine, Niem sensed a change. The whispers of the trees spoke of a disturbance, a ripple in the harmony that held their world together. The leaves rustled with urgency, and the brook that babbled over moss-covered stones did so with a note of concern. Curious and concerned, Niem set out to uncover the source of this disturbance. Her hooves were silent upon the soft earth, her presence a quiet whisper in the symphony of the forest. Along her path, she encountered Finbar, a wise old owl perched high in the branches of a towering oak. His feathers were the color of storm clouds, and his eyes gleamed with the light of countless moonlit nights. "Niem," he called in a voice like the rustle of ancient parchment. "The forest speaks of an imbalance. The clouds gather their strength, yet the rains do not fall. The rivers run low, and the creatures grow anxious. We must find the cause and restore the harmony." Niem nodded, her heart heavy with the responsibility she felt for her forest home. Together, she and Finbar set off deeper into the woods, following the subtle signs that nature left for those who knew how to read them. As they ventured further, the forest grew denser, the canopy above a quilt of green and gold. The sunlight flickered like 1,000 tiny flames, casting playful shadows on the ground. They were joined by Aisling, a rabbit with fur as soft as the morning mist, and eyes that sparkled with curiosity. She hopped alongside Niem, her nose twitching with determination. "I heard your call, Finbar," Aisling said, her voice as light as a breeze. "The forest is my family, too. I will help in any way I can." Together, the trio journeyed on, their path winding through groves of ancient trees and fields of wildflowers that swayed gently in the breeze. They listened to the songs of the birds and the rustle of the leaves, seeking clues in the patterns of nature. Finally, they reached a clearing where the earth seemed to hold its breath. Here, the magic of the forest was palpable, a shimmering presence that danced in the air. In the center of the clearing stood a great stone, worn smooth by time and weather, its surface etched with symbols that told the story of the forest. As they approached, the stone began to glow with a soft, ethereal light, and a gentle voice spoke, seeming to rise from the very heart of the earth. "Welcome, guardians of the forest," the voice intoned, resonating with the strength of the mountains and the softness of the falling rain. "The balance of this world is delicate, and it is in peril. The seasons have shifted, their rhythms disrupted by the actions of those who do not understand their power." Niem, Finbar, and Aisling listened intently, their hearts united in purpose. They knew that the balance of the forest depended on the cyclical dance of the seasons, each playing its part in the grand tapestry of life. Without the rains of autumn, the seeds could not grow, and the rivers would not flow to nourish the land. The voice continued, its tone filled with wisdom and hope. "To restore balance, you must seek the heart of the storm. There, you will find the key to unlocking the rains. But remember, the true power lies not in force, but in understanding and harmony." With renewed determination, the trio set forth once more, their path leading them ever closer to the heart of the forest. The air grew cooler, the scent of rain heavy upon the breeze. Above, the sky was a swirling mass of dark clouds, pregnant with the promise of a storm yet to be unleashed. As they neared the source of the disturbance, the forest seemed to hold its breath, as if waiting for the resolution that would either restore or unravel its delicate balance. Niem and her companions moved with purpose, their hearts guided by the wisdom of ages. Finally, they arrived at the edge of a great lake, its waters still and reflective like a mirror. In the center of the lake, a swirling vortex of clouds hovered, crackling with energy. This was the heart of the storm, the place where the balance must be restored. Niem stepped forward, her reflection shimmering in the water's surface. She closed her eyes and reached deep within herself, seeking the connection that bound her to this land. Finbar and Aisling stood beside her, lending their strength and faith to the effort. In the stillness, Niem heard the voice of the forest once more, a whisper of leaves and the gentle caress of the wind. Remember, Niam, the key is in understanding. The storm is not your enemy, but a partner in this dance of life. With this wisdom, Niam opened her eyes and spoke to the storm, not with words, but with the language of the heart. She shared her love for the forest, her respect for the cycles of nature, and her desire to restore the harmony that had been disrupted. As her message resonated through the air, the storm responded, the clouds parting to reveal a sky painted with hues of gold and pink. Raindrops began to fall, gentle and life-giving, soaking into the earth and filling the rivers once more. The forest sighed with relief, its balance restored. The creatures emerged from their hiding places, their hearts light with gratitude. Niam, Finbar, and Aisling stood together on the shore of the lake, their spirits intertwined with the magic of the moment. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm glow over the land, Niam turned to her companions with a serene smile. "We have done it, my friends. The forest will thrive once more, its harmony preserved for future generations." And so, under the sheltering canopy of the ancient forest, the hidden lives of its creatures continued in peace, their world a testament to the power of understanding and friendship. As the stars twinkled above, the forest settled into a gentle lullaby, carrying the promise of new beginnings and the enduring wisdom of the natural world. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the emerald canopies danced with the gentle breezes and the streams sang lullabies to the moss-covered stones, lived a young woman named Lyra. Lyra had always been content with the familiar rhythms of her life, the kind that came with knowing every trail by heart and every bird by its song. Yet a restlessness had begun to stir within her, like the first hints of autumn in the crisp air, whispering of change. The dawn of this new feeling left Lyra unsettled. She adored the predictable paths and the comforting rituals of her days. Change was like the sudden appearance of a storm cloud on a sunny afternoon, unexpected and unwelcome. She wandered deeper into the woods, seeking solace in the ancient trees that had seen countless seasons turn. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of amber and rose, Lyra found herself by the edge of the enchanted glade. This was a place where magic was said to be woven into the very ground. The glade shimmered under the twilight, its wildflowers glowing faintly like stars fallen to earth. In the center stood an ancient oak, its branches reaching out like the arms of an old friend. As she approached, a soft voice floated on the breeze, gentle and kind. "Welcome, Lyra," it said, and from the shadows emerged a figure draped in robes that seemed to be spun from moonlight. It was Eliana, the wise guardian of the forest, known for her gentle guidance and serene presence. "Why do you seek the glade tonight?" Eliana asked, her eyes twinkling with the light of understanding that only years of watching and waiting could bring. Lyra hesitated, her voice a mere whisper. "I feel a change coming, and I fear it. I do not know what it means or what it will ask of me." Eliana nodded, her smile as warm as the hearth on a winter's night. "Change is the song of life, dear Lyra. It can be frightening, but it is also the melody that brings new harmonies." With a flick of her wrist, Eliana conjured a small, shimmering butterfly. Its wings were a cascade of colors, shifting and changing with each flutter. "This is the butterfly of transformation. It mirrors the magic within you, the growth that waits to unfold." Lyra watched as the butterfly danced in the air, its flight a gentle reminder of the beauty and transformation. She felt a strange comfort, a sense of kinship with the tiny creature. "Can I become like the butterfly?" Lyra asked, her voice a mixture of hope and wonder. "You already are," Eliana replied, "but to truly embrace it, you must journey into the depths of your heart, face the shadows and the light." With newfound courage, Lyra returned to the village where her friends awaited her by the fireside. There was Thorn, the ever-optimistic woodcarver, whose laughter could chase away the darkest clouds, and Mira, the healer, whose hands brought comfort and whose stories wove dreams. They listened as Lyra shared her encounter. Mira placed a gentle hand on Lyra's shoulder. "We are with you wherever this path leads," she said, her voice a balm to Lyra's anxious heart. Thorn nodded, his eyes bright. "Change is like carving a new figure from wood. It takes patience and care, but the result is always worth the effort." With her friends by her side, Lyra began to embrace the changes within. Each day she ventured a little farther, explored a little deeper. The forest seemed to respond to her courage, revealing hidden paths lined with blooms she'd never seen before, and streams that sang new songs. As the days turned into weeks, Lyra discovered a strength she never knew she possessed. Her fear of change melted away like morning mist under the sun. She realized that change was not something to be feared, but a journey to be embraced, a dance of creation and renewal. Returning to the enchanted glade one evening, she found Eliana waiting. "You have grown," the wise guardian said, her voice a gentle caress. "You now understand the magic that lives within you." Lyra smiled, her heart full of gratitude. "I do," she replied, "and I am ready to let it guide me." As the stars twinkled above, Lyra felt a peace she had never known, a quiet certainty that she was exactly where she needed to be. She had learned that change was not an ending, but a beginning, a beautiful unfolding of the self. With a final, joyful flutter, the butterfly of transformation landed on her shoulder, its wings a brilliant tapestry of color. Lyra knew it was time to spread her own wings, to soar into the future with the wisdom she had gained. And so, under the watchful eyes of the ancient trees and the gentle glow of the moon, Lyra stepped forward into the embrace of her new life, her heart alight with the magic of personal discovery.